He was just an ordinary person, yet he'd been thrown into an endless world of eternal night, where neither sun nor moon existed. First came a cold, emotionless voice that burst into everyone's minds with mockery and sarcasm. There is no sun here, no moon either. Here you'll find gray mist, bitter winds, endless night, and the unknown. This place operates on semi-digital rules that are both foreign and crystal clear. Among the arrivals, the disabled, deaf-mute, and terminally ill have all been cured. Everyone's condition will be elevated or restored to a normal adult state, with intelligence and physical abilities synchronized accordingly. Those who complained about life's unfairness never imagined they'd get to roll the dice again at this moment. This is a relatively fair restart. Whether you can adapt depends entirely on your own exploration. The final words, still delivered in that indifferent tone, felt like a blade tip gently scraping against one's nerves. From now on, survive, explore, struggle, or conquer. The choice is yours. Lin Jiang was stunned. He still remembered that just a second ago, in his original world, he had been about to pay out of his own pocket to rescue a few ladies who had lost their way. He had undressed what needed to be undressed, earnestly playing the role of savior, when suddenly the world spun around him. Even his most pathetic thoughts surfaced at this inappropriate moment. Couldn't you have waited for me to finish before teleporting me? Just give me half an hour. Would that kill you? Cold wind rushed through the gaps in the thatched hut. The wind was harsh, its chill cutting like a blade. He shivered, and his mind cleared with a sharp buzz. Then he remembered something life-threatening. He glanced down to see his hair flying in the wind, cold air rushing from his crotch straight up his back. The wind passing through his groin was painfully cold. He silently pulled on his pants with swift movements, cursing under his breath, and only then truly realized this wasn't a dream. The visibility wasn't completely zero, but barely enough to make out silhouettes. The space was cramped, the thatched hut swaying precariously. Gray mist clung to the walls like damp, silently undulating. Two items lay on the ground, a lamp and an axe. The lamp was the only light source, dim, timid, barely illuminating a few meters around while exhaling a bit of warmth, like a person's labored breathing in desperate circumstances. The axe looked ordinary enough, yet something about it felt inexplicably wrong. He wasn't a brave person. An ordinary person's instincts were infinitely magnified in the darkness. Fear, anxiety, and vigilance all surged together. Without hesitation, he grabbed the lamp with his left hand and gripped the axe with his right. The moment the axe handle touched his palm, a faint light flashed on the back of his right hand, a fleeting glimpse of red. He froze. A mark? He was certain he'd never had any tattoos before. Before he could get a clear look, two semi-transparent information panels slowly materialized above the axe and lamp. The first belonged to the lamp. Mist-Dispelling Lamp. Quality, common. Function, when held, disperses darkness and gray mist within a 3-meter radius, providing basic illumination and minimal heat. Warning, this item is essential for survivors in this realm. Do not break or lose it, as survival in the eternal night will become extremely difficult. The second corresponded to the axe. Incredible axe. Quality. Description, this is a rule-modified item that guarantees 1 material drop with each strike against trees. However, it only works on trees and has no effect on other targets. The panel text was clear to the point of being cold. After reading, Lin Jiang's chest tightened then relaxed. At least he wasn't empty-handed. He finally had some chips for survival. Especially this axe marked as incredible. It was truly bizarre. He stared at it for a long time, an absurd thought rising in his mind. Could it be that in this world, chopping trees doesn't normally drop materials? Otherwise, why emphasize guaranteed drop? He collected his thoughts and turned to examine that strange mark. Setting the axe on the ground and holding the lamp in his left hand, he moved the light toward the back of his right hand. A black spiral pattern lay there quietly, as if branded on, but under the light, it seemed almost alive. The next instant, the spiral actually began rotating slowly, its depths seeming to stir like gentle waves, and a pair of crimson eyes opened in the dark depths, flashing briefly before disappearing. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, thinking it was an illusion. But just then, the mark seemed to unfold an invisible page, and a light screen silently popped up, floating above his hand and clearly displaying several options. Personal panel, blueprint creation, chat channel, trading mall. This entire semi-digital operational logic felt both foreign and familiar. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's like playing a game. Except here, there's no save file for wins and losses. He first clicked on the chat channel. The panel split into two options, public chat and private chat. He chose public without hesitation. Private chat? He'd just arrived and had no friends. Who would he chat with? Talk to ghosts? As soon as the public channel opened, a cacophony of noise hit him. Scrolling messages flowed like water, most carrying undertones of cold, emptiness, and panic. His tense nerves relaxed slightly. At least he wasn't alone. Is anyone there? Anyone? It's pitch black here. I'm so scared, so dark, so cold. I can't see anything. Where are you all? I want to find you. It's too dark here. I really can't handle being alone. Soon someone replied, their tone calm but unquestionable. Don't take risks. Going too far from the thatched hut is basically suicide. The gray mist outside is thick, visibility is short, and without markers, even with a mist-dispelling lamp, you'll easily get lost. Another person added, right, and the most deadly thing is your mental state. In this kind of environment, wandering around alone can easily cause your psychological defenses to collapse. Check your personal panels. There's a sanity value in there. Keep an eye on it. A third message seemed explanatory. Everyone should check their personal panels first. Besides basic attributes, there are a bunch of important reminders. I hope we can all get through this and survive. The channel suddenly exploded with emotion. No, I don't want to be alone. It's too dark here, too dark. Mommy, I want my mommy. Someone else sobbed for help. I'm so hungry. Can someone please give me some food? I haven't eaten for a day, and I'm so cold. Ugh, this place is too scary. I want to go home. I want to go home. Someone stepped up to control the situation. Everyone calm down, be rational. Going on like this will easily cause a breakdown. Once your sanity drops to zero, you'll go completely insane. Take advantage of the 3-day protection period to develop cautiously. I just chopped down a tree and obtained one material. What X1? Public channel. Holy crap. Dude, you've got some serious guts going out in this pitch black fog. No choice, staying put means certain death. Luckily, there's a small grove less than 10 meters from my hut, so I risked it. Had to mark my path, though a fog lamp only illuminates 3 meters, and getting lost is basically game over. Amazing. Is this what a pro looks like? You're so thorough. By the way, does chopping down one tree really only drop one piece of wood? Yep, everyone should focus on developing during the protection period. Haha, I found a treasure chest right outside my door, food and water included. Incredible. Talk about luck. So jealous. Could you spare some? My hut is surrounded by nothing but rocks. Hey, rocks are resources too, didn't you know that? Have you never played sandbox or survival games? Ugh, why do you all have axes while I got stuck with a pickaxe? There are trees everywhere, but I can't do anything with this pickaxe. Of the 2 starting items, everyone gets a fog lamp. The axe or pickaxe is random. You can trade with others. Someone might have the opposite problem. I see, thanks for the tip. Hey, I have an axe, but I'm surrounded by rocks and need a pickaxe. Want to trade? Sure. Let's add each other as friends and make a deal. Humans are naturally social creatures, and these voices provided a sliver of comfort to survivors trapped in the oppressive darkness and fog. At that moment, the public channel displayed online users, 8 billion. The staggering number made Lin Jiang's scalp tingle. Messages flooded the screen like a waterfall, impossible for the naked eye to catch entirely. The system seemed to have special handling for crucial information. Any survival-related key points would be forcibly displayed for a few seconds before resuming normal speed. Lin Jiang could also manually freeze messages to examine them carefully. Thanks to this feature, even the fastest scrolling couldn't stop those who truly wanted to read. He exited the channel, his chest rising and falling slightly with excitement. The phrase, "one tree only drops one piece of wood," made him value the axe in his hands even more. Additionally, many people mentioned that the personal panel contained important hints he couldn't afford to miss. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a screen-sized light panel appeared before him. Name, Lin Jiang. Level, 0 cannot be increased. Leveling available after unlocking a profession. Health, 50-50 Constitution, x10. Mana, 50-50 Intelligence, x10. Sanity, 98100 Constitution Intelligence, x10. Constitution, 5. Description: Constitution determines physical attributes such as strength, speed, burst power, and stamina. Intelligence, 5. Description: Intelligence determines the strength of your mental power, but does not enhance your brain function. Neural Response, 1 enhances your reaction speed and mental agility. Cell Vitality, 1 accelerates injury recovery, improves physical constitution, and extends lifespan. Charisma, 1 boosts your affinity and social skills. Luck, 1 affects numerous activities including gathering, crafting, and opening containers. Your original luck value was 9 points, but the moment you picked up that axe, 8 points of your fortune were absorbed by an unknown entity. Every gain comes with a loss. This is a fair and just transaction. Equivalent exchange, isn't it? Tip 1. Normal humans have 5 points in Constitution and Intelligence, with 1 point each in Neural Response, Cell Vitality, Charisma, and Luck. Tip 2. Semi-digitization doesn't mean you're truly digitized. The brain and heart remain human vital points. Severe damage to these areas will instantly drain your health and cause death. Tip 3. Survival is your primary objective. Only by staying alive can you pursue other goals. You have 3 days of protection time. This isn't some heroic world. Play it safe, develop cautiously, and survive by any means necessary. Tip 4. To survive and thrive, besides essential food, you must quickly upgrade your fog lamp quality and shelter level. Tip 5. Pay attention to your sanity value. It's a crucial stat that cannot be ignored. If your sanity drops to 0, your psychological defenses will collapse, turning you into a madman or an imbecile. First came the personal attributes, followed by a series of tip messages. Lin Jiang read this information more carefully than he had ever studied for his high school or college entrance exams after all. This was critical information that would determine life or death. He spent a full 10 minutes memorizing every detail, knowing that the next time he opened the panel, these tips would disappear, leaving only his personal attributes. Seeing the explanation for the luck stat, he couldn't help but shake his head. Was trading 8 luck points for this axe worth it? The answer remained unclear. For now, the immediate priority was staying alive. Sanity, 97100. Hiss, another point lost? How does this thing recover? Psychological comfort? Self-suggestion? No, that's not right. Priority should be upgrading the shelter, stockpiling food, strengthening weapons. Once security improves, anxiety will naturally decrease. After figuring this out, he shook his head, suppressed his unease, and looked at the panel again. 10 slots appeared on the right side of the panel, functioning as an inventory where items could be stored and retrieved at will. He placed the fog lamp inside. The surroundings instantly plunged into complete darkness. Lin Jiang's heart pounded as he quickly pulled the lamp back out. Damn, that's terrifying. This thing can't leave my sight. Better keep it in hand. But in those few short seconds, his sanity dropped another point. Sanity, 96100. The constantly shrinking number made his sense of urgency skyrocket. Holding the fog lamp in one hand and gripping the remarkable axe in the other. After confirming the inventory function worked properly, he began exploring the thatched hut while crouched low. The fog lamp's illumination radius was only 3 meters, while the thatched hut was roughly 10 square meters. After putting away the axe, he held the lamp in his left hand and felt his way to the door, where a light blue panel appeared. Shelter, thatched hut, 10 square meters, damaged. Upgrade. Please repair it first, requires thatch 50. Description. This is a crumbling, dilapidated, thatched hut. Don't expect it to provide shelter from wind and rain. It would be doing its job just by not collapsing on you while you sleep. After reading the thatched hut's description, Lin Jiang was left speechless. Too lazy to study those irritating words any further, he pushed open the wooden gate and slowly stepped outside. Just a meter or two from the door, he immediately stopped in his tracks. If he went any farther, he'd probably get lost. The world before him was tightly wrapped in darkness and mist, looking like damaged film with heavy grain beyond 3 meters, so blurry that only black shadows remained. Carrying the mist-dispelling lamp, Lin Jiang carefully circled around the thatched hut. The orange-yellow light illuminated the ground at his feet clearly, and to his delight, he discovered that right behind the hut was a grove of trees, so close he could reach out and touch them. Trees. Quality, common. Description, requires an axe to chop down. When felled, drops only 1 piece of common wood or a sapling. Weeds. Quality, common. Description, can be picked by hand. Has a chance to drop thatch or fiber. Within his 3-meter field of vision, these were the only 2 resources he could utilize. Lin Jiang chose the trees without hesitation. Come on, holding an incredible axe, and then going to pull weeds now, that would be truly brain dead. As for the thatch needed to repair the hut, he could just trade wood for it later. Weeds were everywhere and could be grabbed with bare hands. But wood was a different story entirely. Thwack. Lamp in his left hand, axe in his right, Lin Jiang swung his first strike at the tree trunk. You obtained wood 1. As the message appeared, his eyes lit up. The tree hadn't disappeared, and it wasn't even that tiring. Overjoyed, he raised his axe again. Thwack, thwack, thwack. You obtained wood 1. You obtained wood 1. You obtained sapling 1. After 9 more strikes, the thick trunk finally snapped in half with a crack, crashing to the ground before quickly fading from view and disappearing completely. Lin Jiang opened his backpack. Wood 9, sapling 1, all neatly arranged there. Other people only get 1 piece of wood per tree, but I get 1 piece per swing without getting tired. This efficiency is literally 10 times better. Remembering how people in the chat channel complained about their stone axes being dull and jarring to use, taking at least 10 minutes per tree, his mood soared. The axe in his hands looked more and more pleasing to the eye. He couldn't help but give the handle a kiss. Wood, rule-generated items are amazing. Trading 8 luck points for you was totally worth it. He glanced back at the thatched hut and saw it still standing quietly, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Though shabby, this broken hut was currently his only shelter. If it really disappeared, he suspected his sanity would plummet instantly. He didn't dare leave the vicinity of the thatched hut. His gaze shifted to another tree nearby, and he raised his axe and brought it down. He continued chopping trees. Lin Jiang remembered he only had 3 days of protection. If he couldn't gather enough materials and resources within these 3 days, he didn't dare imagine what would happen when the dark mist dispersed. The moment he had put away the mist-dispelling lamp earlier, that bone-chilling sensation that felt like his scalp might explode still crawled along his spine, making him certain the lamp was a life-saving tool, though he had no idea how to improve its quality. The thought flashed by: chopping trees was the priority. Thud. You obtained wood 1. Thud. You obtained wood 1. Thud. You obtained sapling 1. The second tree fell with a cracking sound, then immediately vanished into the darkness, automatically adding 9 pieces of wood and 1 sapling to his backpack. He now had wood 18 and saplings too, and a sense of accomplishment instantly filled his chest. He hadn't yet figured out the stacking limit for identical resources, but as long as he kept chopping, he'd eventually find out. Thud. You obtained wood 1. Thud. You obtained wood 1. Thud. You obtained sapling 1. Thud, thud, thud. You obtained sapling 1. The sound of axe hitting wood and notification chimes alternated continuously. In this mechanical repetition, Lin Jiang's fear gradually diminished, and he slowly grew accustomed to the endless darkness around him, though those writhing shadows that looked like tentacles still made his scalp crawl. But with the protection period still active, he didn't dare stop. So he continued, holding the mist-dispelling lamp in his left hand and swinging the axe with his right, felling tree after tree, occasionally turning around to confirm he was still within sight of the thatched hut. When he reached about the 10th tree, he noticed this one had slightly smoother bark, but without looking closely, he swung his axe down. Thunk. You obtained apple 1. Not wood. Lin Jiang's movements froze, and he immediately opened his backpack. 4 types of items appeared before his eyes. Wood 99. Wood 27. Saplings 13. Apple 1. Only then did he understand that each slot could stack up to 99 items. What delighted him even more was the unexpected apple drop. He clicked to examine it. Apple. Quality. Common. Description. One of the fruits that grows in the eternal night world. When consumed, it satisfies the hunger of a normal adult for 1 meal, while also quenching thirst. 1 meal's worth, and it both fills you up and quenches thirst. Lin Jiang's throat bobbed, but he forcibly suppressed his appetite. Eating it now would undoubtedly be wasteful. Better to save it for when he was truly hungry. Closing his backpack, he quickly turned his attention back to the large tree. A few seconds later, information appeared on the trunk. Apple tree. Quality. Common. Description. When chopped down, drops wood 1 or apple 1, and may also drop apple tree sapling 1. So it's an apple tree. No wonder it dropped an apple. Lin Jiang's spirits lifted as he raised his axe to continue. You obtained wood 1. You obtained apple 1. You obtained. Lin Jiang raised his axe and brought it down. The blade gleamed coldly as it struck 10 consecutive blows like cutting through vegetables. With a crisp crack, the apple tree snapped in half and crashed to the ground. The moment it hit the earth, the entire tree, including its roots, vanished like an erased pencil mark, leaving only a cleared patch of ground. He didn't spare it a second glance, eagerly opening his backpack. Wood 4, apples 5, apple sapling 1, exactly 10 materials neatly arranged in the grid slots. Before this, he had already chopped down 13 ordinary trees, gaining enough experience to figure out the general pattern. Regular trees dropped an average of wood 9 and sapling 1, while apple trees yielded apples 5, wood 4, and apple sapling 1. With only 1 apple tree as a sample, the data might not be precise, but the fact that chopping down any tree guarantees 1 sapling drop gave him some peace of mind. With saplings available, he didn't have to worry about completely clearing the forest around his thatched hut. His only concern was the growth cycle. If it took years like in reality, that would be truly disheartening. Shaking his head, he pushed these thoughts aside. Now wasn't the time to ponder agricultural science. He needed to focus on rapid development. His short-term goal: clear all the trees around the thatched hut within the 3-day protection period. Without hesitation, Lin Jiang gripped the axe handle tightly and began chopping away with a rhythmic thunk, thunk, thunk. Regardless of angle or force, whenever the blade touched a tree trunk, materials would automatically enter his pack. Everything followed these cold, mechanical game rules. Time slipped away quietly. Beyond 3 meters lay impenetrable fog where he couldn't see his own hand, making it impossible to distinguish day from night in this eternal darkness. The concept of time was already blurred. Only when his 10-slot backpack was completely full did he finally stop. The prolonged mechanical motions had temporarily driven away his fear, but his physical strength and mental energy were gradually being drained. Though this seemingly divine axe didn't consume much durability, his continuous output had taken its toll. His palms were already blistered and aching with soreness. He yawned deeply, picked up the fog-dispelling lamp with one hand, gripped the axe with the other, and turned to head back toward the thatched hut 3 meters away. Just then, a faint rustling sound came from the nearby grass. Lin Jiang's heart seized like it had suddenly stopped. Having encountered no danger since his arrival, his guard had dropped completely, and this sudden noise made his hair stand on end as cold sweat instantly broke out across his back. He raised the lamp with his left hand, its weak beam trembling as it swept toward the source of the sound, while his right hand shakily held the axe across his chest. Under the dim yellow light, a gray shadow gradually emerged. It was a wolf with gray fur throughout, claws pressed against the ground, its shoulder height nearly reaching his waist. The creature was massive, with a body length of at least 2 meters. It bared its teeth, revealing razor-sharp fangs with a menacing expression. Saliva dripped onto the weeds below, kicking up tiny clouds of dust. Lin Jiang's legs felt like the bones had been sucked out of them. and he nearly collapsed on his rear as someone who would hide from even a domestic dog. How could he have ever witnessed such a terrifying sight? Especially when it was a wolf of such exaggerated proportions. Only after it breached the 3-meter safety zone did he truly see that fog-filled wolf face clearly. The gray wolf growled low as it approached, each step making the dried leaves crackle. Lin Jiang stood frozen as if nailed to the ground, even forgetting to breathe. What should he do? The 3-day protection period, it should still be active, right? As his thoughts raced, the gray wolf had already drawn near. At this moment, that massive wolf head was almost level with his chest, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Lin Jiang's pupils contracted violently as fear crept up his spine. He could only silently pray that the system's notification wouldn't lie to him. Fortunately, the gray wolf merely opened its wet nose, sniffed around him a few times, then turned and disappeared into the surrounding billowing black mist. Only after the gray shadow had completely melted into the darkness did Lin Jiang's stiff legs finally give out, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Cold sweat dripped from his hair as he muttered under his breath. That was fucking terrifying. Still shaken, he reflected on the scene that had just unfolded and suddenly recalled the wolf's slightly swollen belly. Was it pregnant? The moment this thought arose, the system panel popped up. Mist Gray Wolf. Gender: female. Level: 11. Description: this is a pregnant female, Mist Gray Wolf. Mist Gray Wolves are common pack animals in the Eternal Night world. A single one can easily kill 10 ordinary people. Do not attempt to challenge it now. The panel information was sparse, with basic attributes completely obscured. Lin Jiang guessed it was either because his investigation skill level was insufficient or special methods were needed to view them. However, just level 11 was enough to explain everything at level 0. He wouldn't even be enough to get stuck between its teeth. He let out a long breath, scrambled to his feet in panic, and rushed into the nearby makeshift hut that was haphazardly bound together with thatch. As soon as he entered, he pulled the door shut behind him and slumped down, his chest heaving violently. Huff, huff, that was almost the end. After several deep breaths, he forced down his lingering fear and opened his personal panel, immediately noticing his sanity value. Sanity: 79,100. Damn, it dropped again. This rate is not good. Lin Jiang's eyebrows twitched frantically. The system had warned that to survive, both the Mist-Dispelling Lamp and shelter needed to be upgraded simultaneously. The Mist-Dispelling Lamp was currently beyond reach, so the most urgent task was repairing the thatch hut. He leaned the storm lantern and axe against the wall corner, flexed his wrists, then checked the repair requirements for the thatch hut. Upgrade: please repair it first. Thatch 50. Need 50 pieces of thatch. Lin Jiang calculated rapidly in his mind, then opened the chat channel and typed a line. Trading wood for thatch. Name your price. Holy crap. Someone actually wants to trade wood for thatch? Are you serious? Several exclamations immediately flooded the public chat. Isn't thatch something you get from pulling weeds? True. Pulling weeds is way easier than chopping wood. Even though pulling weeds only has a chance to drop thatch and fiber, weeds are everywhere. Is it possible that they're surrounded by trees but have few weeds around? Could be. I'd like to trade, but after fixing my thatched hut, I barely have any thatch left. I've practically stripped the area bare. Same here. 1 inch. What does a repaired, thatched hut look like? Could someone fill us in? Not much difference really, just looks less shabby, doesn't leak air, and seems tidier and sturdier. Oh right, after repairs you get a durability value. Upgrading to a wooden house later requires quite a bit of wood, so everyone should start stockpiling early. I see, thanks for the info. Thanks for the info. Thanks. 1 inch. Hey, we're all helping each other out. It's nothing, don't mention it. The news about trading wood for thatch caused quite a stir in the public channel. Wood was genuinely hard to chop. Many survivors could barely find any trees near their thatched huts, and they didn't dare venture too far from home, making wood a scarce resource. While wood didn't have many uses at the moment, nobody could say they wouldn't desperately need it later. What everyone including Lin Jiang didn't know was that the Eternal Night world was extremely cold, perpetually dark and damp. Without campfires, bonfires, or stoves for warmth, anyone would freeze to death once night fell. The reason no one felt cold now was because the 3-day protection period was secretly shielding them. So repaired thatched huts get a durability value? Lin Jiang skimmed through the chat records, pondering to himself. He then took a moment to open the trading marketplace. The page displayed wood, stone, thatch, fiber, and even apples. There are actually apples? Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow, but quickly understood. With such a large player base, some lucky folks were bound to have apple trees right outside their doors. He carefully examined the resource exchange rates. 1 wood 5 thatch 5 fiber. Thatch and fiber had the same drop rate, but most people couldn't be bothered to trade. Weeds were everywhere, and every thatched hut area had plenty to pull. Wood and stone maintained a 1-to-1 ratio. Stone was theoretically harder to gather, but had extremely limited uses at this stage. Pricing it too high would be tantamount to forcing people to wait for death. Finally, there were apples. Pros: edible and thirst-quenching. Cons: not everyone had apple trees near their huts. Drop rate. Apple trees could drop 3 types of resources: wood, apples, and apple saplings. Saplings were extremely rare, so ultimately there was roughly a 50-50 chance of getting only wood or apples, making the higher price reasonable. After understanding the market, Lin Jiang nodded, wanting to avoid getting ripped off in future trades. Just then, several private message notifications popped up in the bottom right corner of his screen. Lin Jiang switched to the private chat channel, which was divided into 2 sections: stranger chats and friend chats. A few private messages popped up, all from strangers. Lin Jiang opened the first one. It contained only a single linear trade offer: 1 bundle of straw for 1 piece of wood. The tone was bold and confident, as if the sender had already figured out Lin Jiang was desperate for straw. Lin Jiang glanced at it and smirked coldly. Clearly, they were treating him like an easy mark. Without bothering to reply, he clicked block, and the sender's profile instantly dimmed. His peripheral vision caught the remaining messages. The offers were reasonable, but the quantities were pitiful: 3 or 4 bundles, 5 or 6 at most. He didn't rush to respond, figuring he could deal with those later if necessary. For now, there was still one last message to check. The final message wasn't anonymous. It was signed by Zhang Long. "Hey, brother, need straw? I've got plenty. How much do you want to trade for wood?" Lin Jiang typed back immediately, "Wood for 50 bundles of straw. Can you deliver all at once?" The reply came almost instantly. 50 bundles? Building a straw hut? Huh, no problem. How about 8 pieces of wood? Lucky number. 8 means wealth. He'll even give you a discount. Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow at the screen. While others were eager to hike up the price and squeeze him dry, this guy was actually offering a deal. No need for discounts. Times are tough for everyone. He'll give you 10 pieces of wood. On the other end, Zhang Long paused for half a second before quickly typing, "Brother, you're generous. Shall we trade now?" "Now. Great. I've listed the 50 bundles of straw." The trading interface popped up, with 2 slots side by side. The left one was empty, while the right displayed straw 50. A mechanical voice announced, "Survivor Zhang Long has initiated a trade request with you." Lin Jiang opened his inventory, dragged wood 10 into the empty slot, and both clicked confirm simultaneously. A brief flash of light followed, and 50 bundles of straw materialized at Lin Jiang's feet. His inventory was already maxed out, so they landed on the floor of his shelter instead. Meanwhile, Zhang Long's backpack now contained 10 sturdy pieces of wood, their grain patterns clearly visible. He grinned, relieved to have finally traded his straw for wood. It hadn't been easy. His gaze shifted to his upgrade panel. Upgrade. Level 1 wooden hut requires wood 10. Zhang Long's straw hut was surrounded by waist-high grass, suggesting Head spawned on a vast prairie. The straw hut was the first structure Head managed to build, but the upgrade requirement of wood 10 had driven him crazy. With nightfall approaching and fog thickening, wandering blindly would be a death sentence. Where could he possibly find trees to chop down? This Lin Jiang seems to have plenty of wood. He'll need to keep in touch with him, Zhang Long muttered under his breath, already planning ahead. Freeloading wasn't an option, but who knew if Head needs straw or fiber later? Building a connection couldn't hurt. With that thought, he tapped the upgrade straw hut button. On the other side, Lin Jiang had also finished repairing his straw hut, and his attribute panel updated. Shelter, straw hut 10 square meters. Upgrade, level 1 wooden hut requires wood 10. Durability, 5050. Description, this is a barely decent straw hut. At least you won't have to worry about it collapsing on you while you sleep. Upgrading the wooden hut requires 10 pieces of wood. That's not much. Lin Jiang nodded slightly. He didn't have much of anything else, but he had plenty of wood. He raised his hand to open the inventory panel, and various resources came into view one by one. Apples 35, apple saplings 7, vines 90, vine saplings 10, wood 99, wood 99, wood 99, wood 99, wood 89, saplings 50. Out of 10 slots, 5 were completely packed with wood, nearly 5 stacks of 99 each, looking like he had some kind of resource cheat enabled. Lin Jiang chuckled to himself, then decisively clicked the upgrade button. The repaired, thatched hut was instantly enveloped in fine white light, with the roof and walls seeming to be gently refined. After a few seconds, the white light faded and darkness returned to the surroundings. He immediately pulled up the new information. Shelter, level 1 wooden hut. Area, 10 square meters. Quality, common. Upgrade requirements. Level 2 wooden hut, requires wood 20, stone 10. Durability, 100,100. Description, can provide shelter from wind and rain. Has some defensive capability, barely qualifies as a shelter. Keep upgrading, this will be your safe house for survival. There's a quality category now, and durability increased by 50. Lin Jiang frowned. But upgrading to level 2 requires stone. He scanned his camp in the darkness. There wasn't even a pebble to be found around, so clearly he'd have to go the trading route. Abundant wood, scarce stone. The strategy was clear. He opened the chat channel, planning to advertise in the public channel, but was drawn to a red notification on private messages. Clicking it, he saw a friend request from Zhang Long, someone he'd done business with before. The world was dangerous, and having companions meant a better chance of survival. Lin Jiang barely hesitated before accepting. The axe was good, but he couldn't guarantee it would keep him alive. To the end, more friends meant more options. As soon as the request was approved, a message popped up from the other side. Zhang Long. Brother, thanks for accepting my friend request. Lin Jiang replied. No problem. More friends mean more choices. By the way, do you have any stone? He was just asking casually, not really expecting to get any. Zhang Long responded instantly. Brother, you need stone to upgrade your wooden hut, right? Right, can you get stone? Lin Jiang confirmed. He figured Zhang Long had probably also upgraded to a level 1 wooden hut judging from their last trade. The guy had plenty of thatch and had traded for quite a bit of wood, which made logical sense. I have a friend whose shelter is surrounded by stones. I can introduce you to him. Zhang Long's message appeared. Lin Jiang certainly wouldn't refuse. Alright, I'd appreciate that. Hey, no worries. We're all survivors here, gotta help each other out. Hold on a sec. Bro, let me check with my buddy. Alright. After Lin Jiang's final, alright, the chat window fell silent. Clearly the other player had gone to contact his friend. Taking advantage of the break, he picked up the fog-dispelling lamp, pushed open the wooden cabin door, and stepped outside. The level 1 wooden cabin looked like a thatched hut with a material upgrade. Wooden walls, wooden floors, no windows, basically an oversized matchbox. Lin Jiang glanced around, confirmed nothing else had changed, then casually set the fog lamp by the door. He crouched down, pulled out his axe, and began digging into the damp, soft earth with rhythmic thunk, thunk sounds. The soil wasn't particularly hard. Pressing the axe blade down easily pried up chunks of wet mud. Before long, he'd carved out a palm-sized hole, just right for a sapling. He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out the most common of his 3 tree varieties, the other 2 being vine saplings and apple tree saplings. The vine saplings came from trees wrapped in vines. When chopped down, they'd drop vines, wood, and vine saplings, though he hadn't figured out what the vines were for yet. After placing the sapling, he covered it with the excavated mud and pressed it down firmly to prevent the night wind from disturbing it. Sweat was already beading on his forehead. Lin Jiang's basic stats were all at ordinary human levels, so his stamina wasn't exactly abundant. Just as he brushed the mud off his hands, system information appeared above the sapling. Planted, sapling quality, common, status, unwatered, unfertilized, description, growth cycle 30 days. 30 days. Lin Jiang frowned. Compared to reality, that was actually pretty fast, but in this crisis-ridden eternal night world, 30 days still felt like an eternity. The tree might not even finish growing before he kicked the bucket. Watering, fertilizing, there had to be ways to speed up growth, right? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Buzz. A warning sound suddenly rang out. Alert. Your fog-dispelling lamp fuel is nearly depleted. Please refuel immediately. What? He quickly grabbed the lamp. Come on, refuel. System automatically scanning backpack. Available fuel wood. 1 piece of wood burns for 1 hour. Current lamp quality allows maximum 12 pieces of wood at once, burning for 12 hours. Without hesitation, Lin Jiang stuffed all 12 pieces of wood into the fuel chamber. The flame immediately brightened, casting the ground by the door in golden light. Wood was the one thing he had plenty of. After confirming the fog lamp was stable, he let out a long breath. The eternal night world had no sun or moon, making time feel abstract. Had no idea how long had passed. After a moment's thought, he opened his personal panel, his eyes quickly locking onto a particular line. Remaining protection time, 69 hours. The 3-day protection period equals 72 hours. The panel currently shows 69 hours of remaining protection time, meaning he had already survived in this fog for a full 3 hours. The fog-dispelling lamp could maintain its glow for 1 hour per piece of wood burned, which gave Lin Jiang a firm grasp on the rhythm of time and helped him calculate how much wood he'd need to consume to stay alive. He shifted his gaze to the small sapling buried in the soil. Suddenly feeling the urge to urinate, a bold idea popped into his mind. Why not give the sapling some fertilizer? After a moment's hesitation, he looked around to confirm no one was watching, then relieved himself right there, offering the sapling a dose of pure, natural liquid fertilizer. The panel immediately refreshed. Planting, sapling, quality, common, status, watered, fertilized. Description, growth cycle 28 days. Well, I'll be damned, it actually works. Lin Jiang was delighted to see the growth cycle shortened by 2 full days, so watering and fertilizing really did make a difference. If he wanted to plant trees on a large scale, water and fertilizer would both be essential, but his supply of natural fertilizer was obviously far from sufficient. He had several more saplings in his backpack, but he wasn't in a rush to plant them. The system had warned that once planted, they couldn't be uprooted, so acting rashly would only waste them. Thinking about how to accelerate growth, he returned to the wooden cabin to search the trading marketplace for relevant items. Just as he sat down, a private chat notification popped up. Sure enough, it was Zhang Long. Zhang Long. Bro, I'm having my friend with lots of stones add you. Please accept. Lin Jiang. Alright, thanks. He clicked accept, and a new friend appeared on his list. Li Jiang. The name sounded like someone from an older generation. A message quickly appeared. Lin Jiang, you're Zhang Long's friend, right? He said you have lots of stones. I'd like to trade wood for them. How about it? Li Jiang, whoa, yes. How many do you want to trade? Lin Jiang, 1 tune, 1 wood for 1 stone. How about 100 to start? Li Jiang, whoa, I only have 30-something stones right now. 30 plus stones in 3 hours was quite impressive efficiency. Lin Jiang nodded to himself. Mining stone was much more exhausting than chopping wood, so this guy was probably an experienced miner. In the end, they settled on trading 30 wood for 30 stones. With the stones in hand, he met the conditions for upgrading his shelter. Lin Jiang clicked decisively. Consume wood 20, stone 10. A white flash appeared. Shelter upgrade complete. Name, wooden cabin LV2. Area, 20. Quality, common. Durability, 200,200. Next stage. LV3 requires wood 30, stone 20. Description, can provide shelter from wind and rain, possesses certain defensive capabilities, and serves as your safe house. Keep upgrading. This will be key to your survival. The 10 square meter hut instantly expanded to 20 square meters, with durability doubled and visibly much sturdier construction. Though the quality remained common, Lin Jiang walked around the interior with his fog-dispelling lamp and smiled with satisfaction. Hey, it's definitely much more spacious now. The level 2 wooden cabin requires stone materials. It naturally took on the appearance of wood and stone combined together. He wouldn't want to worry about accidentally setting the house on fire when warming himself by the hearth. Suddenly, Lin Jiang had a flash of inspiration and slapped his forehead. Oh no, my sapling by the door. He quickly pushed the door open and stepped out, the cold wind carrying the scent of grass and trees hitting his face. The tender green sapling by the entrance still stood perfectly straight, not even a single tender leaf damaged. Lin Jiang was stunned for a moment. The house had clearly expanded in size, so logically it should have knocked the sapling over. Could it be that when the shelter upgraded, it shifted the surrounding terrain as a whole? He nodded to himself, making a mental note of this anomaly. Could upgrade with confidence in the future without worrying about destroying the arrangements around his house. After confirming the sapling was unharmed, he walked around the wooden house in a full circle. As the shelter expanded to 30 square meters, the outer edges of the wooden house now reached closer to more resources. In the backyard where he had cut down most of the trees, he could now see patches of forest again, and the bushes and weeds on both sides had also come back into view. This was undoubtedly good news. Instead of rushing to chop trees, he returned inside, brought up the virtual panel, and clicked the shelter upgrade button once more. Cost, wood 30, stone 20. The stones in his backpack were completely depleted, but he still had plenty of wood left. The panel text refreshed accordingly, and his eyes lit up with joy. Shelter, level 3 wooden house. Area, 30 square meters. Quality, common. Durability, 300,300. Upgrade requirements level 4, wood 40, stone 30. Description, a shelter capable of providing protection from wind and rain, with decent defensive capabilities. Keep upgrading. You seem to have found a safe house to survive in. It's bigger, it got bigger again. Lin Jiang whispered in amazement. The larger the shelter, the more resources he could directly gather within the safe zone. His previous worry about running out of wood after cutting down all the trees in the backyard now seemed completely unnecessary. Stone, I need more stone, he muttered as he stepped outside. After the shelter's expansion, not only the back area but also both sides now had plenty of trees and weeds, yet there still wasn't a single piece of rock to be found. After thinking for a moment, he decided to organize his backpack first to avoid the situation where he'd find stones but couldn't pick them up due to insufficient capacity. Lin Jiang opened the trading marketplace, browsing through the item list while scanning the area outside his house, hoping to get lucky and spot an additional treasure chest. Unfortunately, his luck was average. Aside from grass and tree crowns swaying in the wind, nothing else appeared. Well, having trees is enough. One shouldn't be too greedy. He withdrew his gaze and focused all his attention back on the marketplace. After scrolling through dozens of pages, he finally found what he was looking for. Resource storage box. Quality, common. Description, can store resources, contains 20 slots, same items can stack up to 100. Trader, anonymous. Trading conditions, wood 10 or stone 10. That's it. With storage boxes, his backpack could free up significant space. Lin Jiang looked around and found only 3 available in the marketplace. Without hesitation, he bought all of them, paying 30 pieces of wood. Wood was the cheapest and most easily replenishable resource for him. As for haggling, that was troublesome and time-consuming, completely incompatible with his socially anxious nature. Returning to his house, he arranged the 3 resource storage boxes he had acquired in a row against the wall, patting the solid wooden boards with a much more settled feeling in his heart. Resource storage boxes like these were rarely traded in the early stages, since most people didn't have many resources and couldn't even fill their own backpacks. Trading for these items was essentially no different from wasting resources. With the resource storage boxes ready, Lin Jiang immediately dumped everything from his backpack and sorted them into the 3 boxes in front of him. Years of playing survival sandbox games had given him a mild case of OCD. Identical items had to go in the same slot. So the first box was neatly packed with wood, the second contained saplings and vines, and the third box was reserved for just one precious item: apples. Right now, apples were his only food source and the most accessible supply for most survivors. After organizing everything, he looked at his empty backpack slots and felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He casually grabbed an apple from the third box and took a bite while walking. Sweet juice instantly filled his mouth, and the crisp flesh made a satisfying crunch. The apples in the Eternal Night world were surprisingly delicious, as big as his 2 fists put together, so juicy they nearly dripped to the ground, far superior to the apples back on Blue Star. After finishing one in just a few bites, he let out a satisfied sigh as warmth spread through his stomach. Well fed and ready to work, time to get back to chopping trees. My goal is to deforest this entire Eternal Night world. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his axe high and struck the nearest tree with full force. Thunk! You obtained wood 1. Thunk! You obtained wood 1. Thunk! You obtained wood 1. Thunk thunk thunk. You obtained sapling 1. The system notifications blended with the dull thuds of axe hitting wood. In less than a minute, the tree creaked and fell, its roots disappearing into particles of light along with the notification final tally: wood 9, sapling 1. Seeing the new resources refresh in his backpack, Lin Jiang felt energized and had no intention of stopping. The surroundings remained dim, with black fog shrouding everything beyond 3 meters. Occasionally, ghostly wails swept through the wind, sending chills down his spine. But knowing he still had protection time, combined with the generous rewards from tree cutting, his motivation quickly overcame his fear. He glanced at his status panel: sanity, 77100. Not much of a drop. He was indeed adapting to the environment. He nodded and continued swinging his axe. Thunk thunk thunk. At his pace, no tree lasted more than a minute. After 10 minutes, he had felled 10 trees with only brief breaks in between. Even with controlled movements, the constant friction from the thick-handled axe made his palms ache, his wrists went numb from the vibrations, and his arms began to feel sore. Level 3 wooden house expanded to 30 square meters. After the shelter upgrade, his field of vision expanded, revealing several times more resources in the surrounding area. He spent half an hour clearing dozens of trees on the left side, then sat down for a 10-minute break. Next, he turned to the right side. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Dull axe strikes echoed particularly sharp in the dead silence of the Eternal Night world. Another half hour passed, and Lin Jiang had completely cleared all the trees on the right side of the wooden house before plopping down on the ground to catch his breath. After a brief recovery, he stood up and moved to the back of the wooden house where the forest was densest and most abundant. There were quite a few more trees behind the house than on the left and right sides. Lin Jiang figured there was a large forest behind his shelter. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, he kept swinging his axe for over an hour despite his arms going numb with fatigue, finally felling all the trees within sight, including trimming branches, bundling, and hauling. It took him a full 2 hours to completely clear the area around his shelter of unwanted trees. Phew! He wiped away his sweat and surveyed the cleared space, calculating silently. When the wooden house gets upgraded, it'll take up more ground. If he didn't clear the trees beforehand, those resources would simply vanish. After confirming nothing was left around the perimeter, he nodded and ducked into his wooden house. The upgrade had depleted his stone supply, so he needed to restock at the trading market first. Li Jiang had only been mining for 2 hours, so stone production was limited. Lin Jiang decided to handle the trading himself. He casually opened the trading market and exchanged wood with other survivors at a 1:10 ratio: 100 wood for 100 stones. With materials gathered, he immediately opened the shelter interface and clicked Upgrade. 40 wood and 30 stones were deducted, and a white light engulfed the wooden house before vanishing instantly. Seconds later, a system notification appeared. Shelter, Level 4 wooden house. Area, 40. Quality, Common. Requirements for Level 5 wooden house: wood 50, stone 40. Durability, 400,400. Description: provides shelter from wind and rain with basic defensive capabilities. Looking at it now, the so-called wooden house resembled more of a matchbox made of wood and stone, but both its size and wall thickness had noticeably increased. Lin Jiang carried his fog-dispelling lamp around the interior, feeling quite satisfied. It was incomparably better than that initial grass hut, though a bit empty. He'd need to make some furniture later. He dumped all the materials from his backpack into the resource storage box, then took inventory. Wood 1140, stone 70, vines 220, saplings 110, apples 105, apple saplings 21. This was his entire fortune, painstakingly accumulated bit by bit. Just looking at it made his heart race with excitement. Don't rush to keep upgrading the house. Trade some wood for other things, preferably get some blueprints. He opened the trading market again and searched using keywords. Sure enough, several lucky survivors had blueprints available, mostly obtained from treasure chests. After browsing for a while, he locked onto several items that caught his eye, especially Mist Bonfire Blueprint. Quality, common. Description, unlocks the ability to craft bonfires that dispel mist and illuminate darkness, essential home facilities for the eternal night world. Trader, anonymous. Trading conditions, any food 100, wood 100, stone 100, conditions continued at length. Talk about highway robbery. Lin Jiang shook his head at the lengthy list of demands. However, given the value of the mist bonfire, he wasn't willing to give up, just refused to pay the asking price. Though his resource reserves were substantial, he had no intention of being taken for a fool. After a moment's hesitation, he clicked on the anonymous trader's profile and typed a message. I'm interested in your mist bonfire blueprint. Can you give me a reasonable price? The sender was anonymous, so Lin Jiang couldn't see their name. After sending the private message, he casually closed the chat window and turned his attention back to the trading marketplace. On the screen, 3 building blueprints glowed with pale blue trading cursors: workbench, furnace, and wooden fence. Each had significant functionality, but their prices were equally outrageous. No one would be foolish enough to give away resources for free, especially during this current phase when materials were scarce and blueprints were practically useless in the early stages. Even if you managed to get your hands on one, you might not be able to gather enough materials to actually build it. But if you're here to trade, it means you desperately need it. The blueprint holders clearly understood this principle and had pushed their asking prices to the limit. All 3 sellers had also chosen to remain anonymous, posting conditions like wood 99, stone 99 in terrifying quantities, or food 99, all equally frightening in their expense. Lin Jiang could never afford to spend so many resources on a blueprint he couldn't use immediately, so he sent private messages to all 3. Genuinely interested in purchasing, please give me a realistic price. After sending the messages, there was virtually no response from any of them, so he continued browsing the marketplace. He tried searching for keywords like fertilizer, but came up empty-handed, eventually closing the interface in frustration. The public channel's chat box continued scrolling like a waterfall, with messages flashing by so quickly they were impossible to read. Suddenly, one message was slowed down by the system, its bright red text particularly eye-catching. Everyone, pay attention. This so-called eternal night world is extremely dangerous. Not only are there fierce beasts like mist gray wolves, swamp boars, and black rock bears, but there are also terrifying creatures like night goblins and cursed wraiths. Fellow survivors, you must quickly upgrade your shelters and the mist-dispelling lamps in your possession. These will be the key to our survival once the 3-day protection period ends. The chat immediately exploded. Holy crap, no way, is this world really that dangerous? I haven't encountered any of those dangerous creatures the expert mentioned. Same here, do they actually exist? Don't doubt it, guys. I personally saw a pack of mist gray wolves walk right past me, and they were bigger than tigers back on Blue Star. Hiss, wolves bigger than tigers? That terrifying. Damn, how are we supposed to survive? Our vision is already severely limited. Finding resources is hard enough as it is, and now with wild beasts and goblins on top of that. What's the point of even trying? Might as well wait to die. I'm giving up anyway, just waiting for the 3-day protection period to end. 1. Someone asked, does anyone know how to upgrade the quality of mist-dispelling lamps? I really don't know. That thing doesn't come with upgrade instructions or anything, so I wouldn't even know where to start collecting materials. Well then, guess we should focus on upgrading our shelter levels first. Yeah, the topic naturally shifted to shelter levels. Speaking of which, what level are your shelters at? Don't even ask. I haven't even collected enough thatch yet, still stuck with a damaged thatched hut. You're really in a tough spot, brother. I just finished repairing my thatched hut. Same here. I've got a level 1 wooden house. Holy crap, you're amazing. Wait, how did you do it so fast? Don't you need time to collect resources around your shelter? Yeah, expert, how did you manage it? Come on, teach us. I just got really lucky, found 2 wooden chests and 1 iron chest right at the start, which is how I managed to gather enough materials to upgrade my shelter so quickly. When this boastful yet tutorial-seeking message rolled through the public channel, Lin Jiang was leaning against the wall browsing. Seeing the content, he nodded slightly. No wonder that person's progress was so outrageous. They had stumbled upon treasure chests right from the beginning. Wooden chests, iron chests. Clearly, treasure chests were also ranked by tiers. Unfortunately, only a very few could have such luck. Most survivors at this moment were still huddled in their dilapidated thatched huts, many not even having completed basic repairs. Materials were hard to farm. Stamina was limited. This wasn't some ordinary game where you could just click a mouse to collect resources. Everything had to be manually grinded out. What made it even more maddening was the ridiculously low drop rates after 6 hours. Those who managed to force their shelters up to level 1 wooden houses were the hardcore players, literally putting their lives on the line. Cutting weeds only had a chance to drop 1 thatch or 1 fiber, and many people hadn't even gathered enough thatch to patch their broken walls. Chopping trees and mining similarly only yielded 1 material per attempt. So, want to survive? You had to grind yourself to death. No grinding meant waiting to die. Lin Jiang cursed this damn survival game under his breath and casually moved to close the public channel. The next second, a message caught his eye, making his pupils contract sharply. I have something that can improve the quality of fog lamps. Anyone interested can trade for it. The sender was none other than the survivor who had encountered beasts and goblins. Without hesitation, Lin Jiang immediately sent a private message. Hello, I'd like to trade for your fog lamp quality improvement item. The message went out but disappeared like a stone dropped in the ocean. The other person's private chat was probably flooded beyond capacity. He had no choice but to close the chat window reluctantly, pick up his incredible axe, and prepare to continue his bricklaying tree-chopping routine. After the shelter upgrade, the territory range had expanded, and a new ring of weeds and trees had spawned in the empty field of vision. He couldn't be bothered with the weeds for now and headed straight for the nearest tree trunk with his axe raised. Thwack, thwack, thwack. System notifications kept popping up. You obtained wood X1. You obtained wood X1. You obtained. The continuous sound of axe strikes echoed through the air. About an hour later, Lin Jiang finally set down the axe handle, fine sweat beading on his forehead, exhaustion written all over his face. I've chopped for ages, my arms are killing me. This body really is just a regular human template. He muttered quietly. Fortunately, all the trees within his visible range had been cleared, leaving only stumps scattered across the ground. The weeds still swayed in the breeze, but he couldn't be bothered to cut them. Fog lamp in his left hand. He waved his right hand to store the axe in his backpack, rolling his aching shoulders as he walked back. He could now confirm that this incredible axe did consume stamina while each swing didn't take much. It added up to serious fatigue over time. Back at the wooden house, he casually pulled an apple from the resource storage box. Too lazy to wash it, he bit down directly. The sweet and sour juice filled his mouth, finally giving him a bit of energy. Then he opened the trading marketplace den wood for a wooden bed frame, and another 15 wood for 2 blankets, one to use as a mattress and one as a cover. 20 wood was nothing to him. He dragged the bedding from his backpack and moved it to a corner against the wall, first laying the wooden bed frame flat, then spreading one blanket as a mattress and casually shaking out the other to drape on top. After this arrangement, the wooden house finally felt somewhat like home. After finishing these tasks, Lin Jiang opened the shelter information. Before going to bed, he planned to upgrade his wooden cabin by one more level. His fingertip lightly tapped upgrade, and the screen immediately displayed a materials list. Wood 50, stone 40. Confirm. The familiar white light instantly engulfed the entire wooden cabin, as if draping it with a dazzling curtain. In just a few seconds, the light faded, and an upgrade completion notification popped up. Shelter, level 5 wooden cabin. Area, 50 increased by 10. Quality, common. Durability, 500,500. Next level, level 6 wooden cabin. Requirements, wood 60, stone 50. Estimated durability, 100. Each level adds 10 square meters, and materials increase by 10 units each. The quality hasn't changed yet though. Lin Jiang nodded, having figured out the pattern. The 50 square meter space was much more spacious than the cramped initial cabin. At least he wouldn't bump into walls when turning around anymore. He placed the fog-dispelling lamp on the floor beside his wooden bed, thinking, youth is wonderful. And before the thought was complete, he had drifted into sweet dreams. A full day of logging had completely drained him. Just as Lin Jiang fell asleep, his private chat channel lit up with notifications. Unfortunately, he was already snoring loudly. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly in bed, his heavy breathing echoing in the pitch-black room. Phew, it was just a dream, scared me to death. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and instinctively reached toward the bedside. The fog-dispelling lamp had gone out. Ran out of fuel. Suppressing the unease creeping up from within, he grabbed the lamp, opened his inventory interface, and fed it with 12. The pale yellow flame flickered back to life, barely illuminating a 3-meter radius, clearly revealing the rough wooden walls, grain, and the floors with shavings. How long was I asleep? He immediately checked his personal panel protection time remaining, 45 hours. After calculating the elapsed time, he didn't dwell on it further. He stretched his muscles. He had slept quite well last night, except for that nightmare at the end. A mist wolf pouncing and biting through his throat in 2 snaps which had startled him awake. The private messages? Remembering the unread messages from before bed, he hurriedly opened the channel. Everyone he had contacted yesterday had replied, and with quite lengthy messages too. They all seemed rather anxious. I know you're anxious, but don't be hasty, he muttered to himself, first clicking into an anonymous private chat that had only replied with one sentence. The very person who claimed to have a way to improve the fog-dispelling lamp's quality. On the screen, the other party had listed their conditions. 1. Useful rare items. 2. Large quantities of wood and stone. 3. Or sufficient amounts of food. The other party's reply message stated these conditions. It was clear this person wasn't in a hurry to make a deal and had no intention of lowering the price. The private message they sent included an item image and description. Mist-Dispelling Crystal Core. Quality, excellent. Description, can upgrade an ordinary quality mist-dispelling lamp to excellent grade. It was actually real. This guy wasn't lying. A mist-dispelling crystal core and an excellent grade one at that. Lin Jiang was seeing an excellent grade item for the first time. Now he was certain that items were indeed classified by grades, and the quality field on the information panel wasn't just for show. Above ordinary was very likely excellent. He had to have this mist-dispelling crystal core that could directly upgrade his lamp's quality. After thinking it over, he replied, I don't have rare items, but I have plenty of wood. The other party replied unusually quickly, plenty of wood? How much do you have? Don't worry about how much I have, Lin Jiang typed calmly. Just tell me how much you want. The message left the other person stunned for a few seconds before they sent their offer. Wood 100, plus apples 20. How about it? If you can produce that much, I'll trade this mist-dispelling crystal core to you. Lin Jiang originally hadn't planned to haggle, but apples were food, and the importance of food at this stage needed no explanation. 20 apples, if eaten sparingly, could last 10 days. Honestly, asking for 20 apples was a bit much, so he tried bargaining for the first time. Wood 100 is no problem, but 20 apples is too many. This time, the other party didn't reply immediately, clearly weighing their options. Many people had approached them about trading for the mist-dispelling crystal core, but their resources never seemed appealing. With Lin Jiang having large quantities of wood, the other party was inevitably tempted. Upgrading wooden houses required lumber. A minute later, a new private message popped up. How many apples can you offer? Lin Jiang looked at the message and smiled slightly, giving his final price. Wood 100, apples 10, for your mist-dispelling crystal core. How about it? Do you agree? Fine. I agree. Let's trade now. All right, let's trade now. After the other party agreed, Lin Jiang didn't delay or change his mind at the last minute. He opened his backpack and dragged 100 pieces of wood and 10 apples into the trading slots. Both parties clicked confirm simultaneously, completing the transaction. The resources in his backpack decreased significantly, but he now had an excellent grade mist-dispelling crystal core. Lin Jiang immediately took out the crystal core. He held it in his right hand palm-sized, with 6-sided facets that were crystal clear and translucent. His left hand continued holding the mist-dispelling lamp. The moment the crystal core touched his hand, a familiar system prompt sounded. Prompt: you have obtained an excellent grade mist-dispelling crystal core, which can upgrade the quality of your mist-dispelling lamp. Do you wish to upgrade your mist-dispelling lamp to excellent grade? Yes, upgrade the lamp's quality immediately, he thought to himself. White light instantly appeared, completely enveloping the mist-dispelling lamp in his left hand. After about 10 seconds, the white light faded, revealing the new lamp. The entire lamp had transformed from ordinary to refined, with elegant patterns added to the lampshade surface and a subtle silver glow around the edges. Mist-dispelling lamp. Quality, excellent. Special effect, can block the mental intimidation effects of excellent grade anomalies. Tip: anomalies are different from fierce wild beasts. Their strongest weapon is unpredictable mental attacks. The mental intimidation from anomalies can render targets unable to move, cause body stiffness, mental rigidity, etc. Description: can be held in hand to dispel gray mist within a 6-meter radius, providing illumination in darkness and some minor heat. Anomalies? You mean things like shadow imps and cursed spirits? Up until now, Lin Jiang had never actually encountered what people called anomalies. He could only rely on system prompts to gauge just how terrifying these creatures might be. Since the warnings repeatedly emphasized their danger, he didn't dare take them lightly. It seemed like only an excellent grade fog lamp could stand against such monsters. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Without those 3 days of newbie protection, he would have likely been killed by an anomaly on the very first day. The description was crystal clear. Anomalies excelled at unpredictable mental attacks, and with his basic attributes no different from an ordinary person's, he'd probably be done for in a single encounter, let alone have any chance to lay low and develop. Against anomalies, ordinary people couldn't even dream of steady growth. Fortunately, he now had an excellent grade fog lamp in hand, which gave him at least some confidence. Lin Jiang let out a long breath, then turned his attention to private messages from other survivors. Just as he was about to close the anonymous chat window with the person who had traded fog crystals with him, another message popped up. Great doing business with you. Want to add each other as friends? We might be able to help each other out in the future. Immediately after, a friend request appeared. Lin Jiang didn't hesitate and clicked accept. Anyone who could produce an excellent grade item to upgrade fog lamps on the very first day clearly had incredible luck. Since they were suggesting continued cooperation, maintaining this relationship was obviously all benefits with no drawbacks. Once they became friends, the person's username was no longer anonymous Jinyu. They chatted briefly before each one about their own business. Lin Jiang scrolled through the remaining private messages, all related to selling blueprints. The sellers were clearly anxious. It made sense. On just the second day, blueprints couldn't be eaten and lacked materials for crafting. so keeping them only wasted inventory slots. At this stage, no one was willing to trade large amounts of resources for temporarily useless blueprints. Sellers wouldn't accept too little, and buyers couldn't afford too much. In the resource-scarce early period, blueprints generally had lower priority than food, wood, and stone. Food was needed to fill stomachs, while wood and stone directly affected shelter upgrades, making them extremely precious. After some haggling, he settled on final prices with several sellers. Each blueprint for 30 wood and 3 apples. For common blueprints, this was already a decent return, and he hadn't deliberately lowballed them if the price was too low. They'd rather let the blueprints rot in their inventory. Moments later, all 4 blueprints were in his possession. Lin Jiang immediately chose Learn, and the blueprints dissolved into points of white light that merged with his interface. The crafting menu opened once again, and beside the lonely stone axe that had previously occupied the list alone, for brand new building facilities now appeared. Misty campfire quality. Common description. Build a campfire within your shelter's range that can illuminate darkness within 10 meters and dispel fog, providing substantial heat and more required materials. Wood 10, stone 10, vines 10, coal 5. The material requirements were indeed substantial. Lin Jiang closed the blueprint and weighed his options carefully. The 10-meter illumination and fog-clearing effects would undoubtedly be a powerful tool for his current pioneering efforts, but that string of material numbers was equally daunting, especially the koala resource he had never actually encountered. Wood, stone, and vines were still plentiful in his storage, but the coal shortage stood like an insurmountable barrier before him. Taking a deep breath, he quickly opened the trading marketplace, switched keywords, and searched back and forth, yet couldn't find any coal-related listings. The frustrating feeling of knowing treasure lies ahead but being unable to dig it up instantly washed over him. After a moment's thought, he simply opened the public chat channel and posted a conspicuous purchase request. Buying coal blueprints. Serious buyer. Absolutely fair prices. The message was immediately buried by the flood of new chat messages. He posted several more follow-ups, but seeing them sink without a trace, he had to temporarily close the channel. In the eternal night world, for the system to recognize any item, you must first learn its blueprint. Otherwise, even if you could craft it by hand, it would only be for personal use and tradable and without panel information. With this in mind, he decided to browse other building facility blueprints to unlock them, hoping to elevate his shelter's functionality to the next level. Workbench quality. Common description. Can process basic materials into wooden planks, stone slabs, and similar items, and can also craft various small gadgets required materials. Wood 5. This is simple enough. Lin Jiang casually selected it, and a gentle glow enveloped the materials as he crafted a square workbench about the size of a small school desk with his bare hands. The moment it touched the ground, the previously dim workbench icon on his panel lit up. He placed the fog-dispelling lamp he'd been carrying onto the workbench, then moved the entire table next to his wooden bed, convenient for placing small items at night. Just as he was brushing wood shavings off his hands, a private message notification suddenly popped up. The sender was anonymous. Hello, I just obtained a coal blueprint and would like to trade it with you for resources. Lin Jiang's eyes lit up, and he replied without hesitation. Sure, what do you want in exchange? Wood, stone, or food? Came the instant reply. Wood and stone were hard currency for shelter upgrades, while food was the top priority for filling one's belly. Lin Jiang quickly assessed the balance between his inventory and the other party's needs. How about wood 30 and apples 3 for your coal blueprint? This was his standard offer for ordinary blueprints, neither inflating nor lowballing the price. After a brief silence, the other party responded positively. Deal, I'll trade with you. Seeing the other party initiate the trade and place the pristine coal blueprint in the slot, Lin Jiang also dragged his prepared resources into the corresponding positions. Both parties clicked confirm, and the trade was completed instantly. The other party received their needed supplies, while he obtained the crucial blueprint he'd been dreaming of. The moment the blueprint was in his hands, he immediately learned it. Coal quality. Common description. A fuel superior to wood, smokeless, harmless, high heat output, and burns much longer. The coal recipe immediately appeared before Lin Jiang. Required materials. Wood 1. One piece of wood could produce 1 lump of coal, but there was a prerequisite: a furnace was needed. Making coal requires a furnace? He raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, but then felt relieved. After all, among the remaining 2 building facilities, there happened to be a furnace. At this thought, the corners of his mouth curved upward slightly. Furnace quality. Common description. Capable of smelting minerals such as copper ore, iron ore, silver ore, gold ore, etc. Can also produce coal, provided the corresponding blueprints are unlocked. Required materials. Stone 10. Stone 10. This material seemed simple enough to him. His backpack still contained a pile of stones originally intended for upgrading the wooden house. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to craft a furnace first. After all, the furnace would produce coal, which was needed to build the mist campfire and the Mist campfire was the key facility for unlocking maps and resources. Without delay, Lin Jiang manually stacked the stones into shape, and before long, a gray furnace appeared in the center of the wooden house. This placement would ensure that once the furnace fire was lit, all four corners of the room would warm up. As the furnace settled into place, system information flashed. Coal production available. Please add fuel. Fuel? Wood. Lin Jiang had no shortage of wood. Over 1,000 pieces lay gathering dust in storage. So he cheerfully stuffed in wood 99, filling the fuel slot to capacity, then immediately maxed out the production quantity, 99 lumps of coal. The ratio was clear: 1 wood for 1 coal, with a production time of 10 minutes per lump. By his calculation, the first lump of coal would be ready in 10 minutes. He nodded with satisfaction. The furnace didn't require supervision, so he turned his attention to the final building facility in the interface. Wooden fence quality. Common description. Fences can expand your shelter's range outward, providing some reasonably adequate defensive capability. The perfect choice for claiming territory. Required materials. Wood 3, vine 1. Produces 1 wooden fence panel, 1 meter in height and width. It can actually expand the shelter? Lin Jiang's heart stirred. Originally, he had thought fences were merely decorative, but now he discovered their extraordinary utility. The Mist campfire had to be placed within the shelter's range, and the campfire certainly couldn't be lit inside the wooden house. If the area outside didn't count as shelter, then he'd need to use fences to claim territory, first expanding the range to include the outdoor area, then installing the campfire. Looks like fences and campfires need to be used as a set. He roughly calculated. The furnace needed 10 minutes to produce 1 lump of coal. The Mist campfire required 5 lumps of coal, 50 minutes total. Rather than just speculating, he might as well use this time to clear those obstructive trees from his view. Thinking led to action. Lin Jiang picked up the Mist-Dispelling lamp from the workbench and walked toward the 3 resource storage boxes lined up against the wall on the other side of the wooden house. From the last box, he pulled out a large apple and munched on it as he walked. After sleeping for so long, his stomach was growling with hunger. Lin Jiang grabbed an apple and devoured it in just a few bites, eating everything down to the core and leaving nothing behind, not even the peel or seeds. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, he casually watered and fertilized the palm's eye sapling by the door with pure, natural, and pollution-free nutrients. Only after finishing these tasks did he feel as light as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders as he surveyed his surroundings. Before going to bed last night, he had upgraded his shelter to a level 5 wooden cabin, which expanded its area once again. Now, within 3 meters of the house, numerous new trees and weeds had sprouted, radiating vibrant life force through the pitch-black mist. The fog-dispelling lamp in his hand had also been enhanced during the upgrade, reaching excellent quality with its illumination and fog-clearing radius extended to 6 meters, dramatically broadening his field of vision. For a brief moment, the surroundings seemed to brighten up again, but the dark fog quickly pressed back in. Lin Jiang shook his head and sighed softly. This endless darkness was truly hard to adapt to. Having lived in the brightly lit modern world, he had never imagined being thrown into such a realm shrouded in eternal night and mist, where visibility was even more limited than in the agricultural era of fire and farming. It would indeed take him quite some time to adjust. Once I clear all the trees around here and build more mist campfires, I'll turn this place into an environment I can actually tolerate, he muttered to himself as he picked up his axe and approached the nearest large tree. Thunk. You obtained wood 1. Thunk. You obtained wood 1. Thunk. You obtained wood 1. Thunk, thunk, thunk. You obtained. You obtained sapling 1. The sound of the axe blade splitting wood wasn't particularly loud in the deathly silent black fog, but it had a reassuring rhythm that made Lin Jiang swing even more vigorously. In less than 2 hours, he had cleared all the trees within the lamplight's reach, leaving only swaying weeds. He wiped away his sweat and headed back to the wooden cabin. As soon as he entered, his friend Li Jiang sent him a message, the same person who had traded stones with him yesterday, asking if he was still buying today. Lin Jiang didn't hesitate. Absolutely, the more stones the better. Whether upgrading the wooden house or crafting other facilities, stones were essential. The two continued with yesterday's 1-to-1 ratio and quickly exchanged for over 100 stones. To be safe, he also opened the trading marketplace and purchased an additional batch. After calculating, his total stone count exceeded 300, which finally put his mind at ease. Since he had sufficient materials, upgrading the shelter was now the top priority. The higher the cabin's level, the better his survival security would be. Lin Jiang decisively clicked upgrade. Flash. A white light flickered. Consumed. With 60, stone 50. Level 5 wooden cabin, level 6 wooden cabin. Shelter, level 6 wooden cabin. Area, 60 square meters. Quality, common. Durability, 600,600. Next level, level 7 wooden cabin requires wood 70, stone 60. Description. This is a shelter that can provide protection from wind and rain, with considerable defensive capabilities. Continue upgrading it, seems you now have a safe house to survive in. The upgraded wooden cabin didn't change much. Just like previous upgrades, the floor area expanded by 10 square meters, durability increased by 100, and the wood and stone requirements went up by 10. Lin Jiang didn't pay much attention to it. After briefly glancing at the information, he ignored it and continued upgrading. Without hesitation, he clicked upgrade again. The familiar white light appeared and disappeared after a few seconds. The shelter upgrade was complete. It had transformed from a level 6 wooden cabin to a level 7 wooden cabin. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Only Lin Jiang could upgrade his shelter this quickly. For others, gathering over 100 pieces of wood and stone combined would be absolutely exhausting. Forget 10-second 7 grinding for a full day and night might not be enough to collect the materials. Those who could gather everything within a day were the lucky ones whose shelters were surrounded by abundant resources. As for those in barren areas, it goes without saying that collecting upgrade materials was definitely not a short-term task. If the Eternal Night world were classified as a game in the real world, it would definitely be a survival building game that's both grindy and time-consuming. Everything revolves around the shelter. Without the starting thatched hut, sanity would probably drop to 0 within hours. Once sanity hits 0, death wouldn't be far behind. Shelter, level 7 wooden cabin, 70 square meters. Quality, common. Upgrade, level 8 wooden cabin requires wood 80, stone 70. Durability, 700,700. Description, this is a shelter that can provide protection from wind and rain, with decent defensive capabilities. Keep upgrading. You seem to have found a safe house to survive in. The upgraded shelter information wasn't worth dwelling on. It followed the same pattern as previous upgrades. Lin Jiang glanced at it briefly and looked away. He then checked the resources in his backpack and found he had enough stone for one more upgrade. Without a second thought, he clicked to upgrade directly. The familiar sensation, the familiar white light, flashed by. The wooden cabin upgrade was complete. Looking at his now level 8 wooden cabin shelter information. Shelter, level 8 wooden cabin, 80 square meters. Quality, common. Upgrade, level 9 wooden cabin requires wood 90, stone 80. Durability, 800,800. Description, this is a shelter that can provide protection from wind and rain, with decent defensive capabilities. Keep upgrading. You seem to have found a safe house to survive in. Lin Jiang thought for a moment and decided to go all in, continue upgrading. He wanted to see what the wooden cabin's limit was. Would he run out of wood first, or would the cabin reach its maximum level? Running low on stone, he casually opened the trading marketplace and exchanged wood for another batch of stone. He traded in small quantities, 1 or 2, 3 or 4 at a time. No one was putting large amounts of stone up for trade because everyone needed to save them for cabin upgrades. However, with a population base of 8 billion, even though few people listed stone and in small quantities, it all added up. After collecting a total of 300 stones through various small trades, Lin Jiang stopped. The reason was simple: his wood supply was running low. He needed to save some wood for crafting other items later. He then continued upgrading the wooden cabin. After consuming wood 90 and stone 80, the familiar white light flashed by. A few seconds later, the wooden cabin upgrade was complete. His current shelter was now a level 9 wooden cabin. The level 9 wooden cabin's area expanded once again, reaching 90 square meters. Durability, 900 points. Materials needed for next level, wood 100, stone 90. Lin Jiang barely hesitated, waving his hand decisively as his fingertip tapped the upgrade button. Whoosh. Upgrade complete. The information on the screen instantly updated, showing dramatic changes from before. Shelter, level 10 wooden house. Area, 100 square meters. Quality, common. Upgrade path, level 1 building excellent. Required materials, wood excellent 10, wooden plank excellent 10, stone excellent 10, stone slab excellent 10. Durability, 10001000. Description, this is now a maxed out wooden house, capable of withstanding attacks from creatures below excellent grade. The next level shelter will upgrade to excellent quality. Keep working hard to upgrade your safe house. After carefully reviewing all the prompts, Lin Jiang nodded slightly. The next level shelter would advance to an excellent grade building, but he had never seen any of the required excellent grade wood, wooden planks, stones, or stone slabs. The scarcity of materials brought his upgrade path to an immediate halt. Maybe I should ask in the public chat channel? As soon as the thought occurred to him, he immediately put it into action. In the public channel, Lin Jiang posted 3 identical messages in succession. Trading 10 wood for 1 excellent grade wood or stone. PM me if interested. Trading 10 wood for 1 excellent grade wood or stone. PM me if interested. Trading 10 wood for 1 excellent grade wood or stone. PM me if interested. As soon as the messages appeared, he closed the chat window and continued with his own tasks. However, the survivors in the channel erupted into discussion. Excellent grade wood and stone? What's he collecting those for? Probably for some blueprint construction facilities. Yeah, that's possible. I've seen wood and stone, but they were all common quality. Same here, never seen excellent grade wood or stone. Wait, now that you mention it, I think there are a few excellent grade trees by my door. I didn't bother cutting them down because it seemed like too much trouble, but now that someone's buying, I'll go chop them down. Lucky you. Trading 10 common wood for 1 excellent wood? Cut down a few more excellent grade trees, and you'll have materials to upgrade your wooden house. Time to search. Let me see if there are any around here. I'll look around too. I have a weak question. Could those excellent grade wood and stones be the materials for upgrading to excellent grade shelters? No way, right? Someone already maxed out their wooden house? Hiss. Thinking about it carefully, that actually makes sense. If they were useless, why would someone trade 10 to 1 in bulk? I think it's very likely that excellent grade wood and stone are the materials for upgrading to excellent grade shelters. So should we trade or not? Maybe we should keep them. Hey, you need to see the situation clearly. Trading useless resources for something beneficial to yourself increases your chances of survival. If the price is right, what's there to hesitate about? Waiting to die? True. As long as it feels fair, just trade. We can't use them right now anyway. Exactly. We don't even know if we'll survive long enough to need them later. While the protection period is still active, let's hurry up and upgrade our shelters. Messages in the public chat channel flew by at lightning speed. The survivors inside were chatting enthusiastically, as if they had forgotten they were in mortal danger, or perhaps they were simply making the best of a dire situation, but none of this mattered to Lin Jiang. Meanwhile, he bent down to retrieve the newly forged coal pieces from the furnace one by one, tossing them into his backpack. 15 pieces in total, just enough to complete the final required material. With all materials ready, he immediately opened the crafting blueprint for the mist bonfire, his fingertips swiftly confirming the selection. Wood 10, stone 10, vines 10, coal 5. He quickly repeated this recipe 3 times in succession. 3 mist bonfires appeared in his backpack, while his material inventory decreased by 30 wood, 30 stone, 30 vines, and all 15 pieces of coal. Lin Jiang casually opened the properties of one of the bonfires. Quality, common. Description, can only be placed within shelter range. The firelight dispels darkness and mist within a 10-meter radius. Burns for 48 hours, requiring reconstruction after time expires. Replace every 2 days. The materials are nothing to me, he murmured to himself, nodding with satisfaction. After grabbing some more wood and vines from the resource storage box, he pushed open the wooden cabin door and slowly patrolled the area while carrying his mist-dispelling lamp. The 100-square-meter shelter provided a much clearer view, but dense forests still surrounded the back and sides of the cabin, while knee-high weeds dotted with occasional exposed boulders stretched out in front. No rare resources were visible, not even a trace of treasure chests. He shook his head with a sigh and walked to the back of the cabin, attempting to drag a mist bonfire to the ground for placement. A red shadow appeared with the system's crisp, jarring notification. This area is outside your shelter range. Building facilities cannot be placed. Just as I expected, good thing I came prepared. Lin Jiang's lips curved into a smile as he immediately began crafting wooden fences by hand. Within the swaying light circle of his mist-dispelling lamp, he chopped down trees one by one within a 6-meter radius, harvesting abundant wood and vines while completely clearing the area around the cabin. Next, he began installing fences at exactly 6 meters from the shelter, the current visible limit of his mist-dispelling lamp. Level 1 wooden fence. Quality, common. Upgrade. Level 2 requires wood 1, vines 1. Durability, 5050. Description, provides some protection, but primarily used to expand shelter range. Oh, it can be upgraded? Nice. Looking at the information panel, he nodded with satisfaction and continued crafting and placing fences. After more than 10 minutes, the open area was completely enclosed by fencing. Finally, it was time for the main event. He opened his backpack again and dragged the prepared mist bonfire to his feet. This time, the ground displayed a friendly green placement indicator. With a thunderous roar, a bonfire over 2 meters tall appeared before Lin Jiang. Then, he felt the dim and murky darkness around him suddenly brighten. Dancing flames leaped into view, and he felt as if he were seeing an old friend after a long separation, letting out a long breath of stale air that had been trapped in his chest. Although he no longer had to rely solely on the fog lamp in his left hand to navigate, he still gripped it tightly in his palm. Holding it gave him peace of mind. After a brief moment of joy, Lin Jiang immediately got busy. The fog campfire's illumination radius was 10 meters, and to maximize the light source, he needed to place the campfires 5 meters away from the shelter. After confirming the distance, he first planted a campfire directly in front of the wooden cabin, then stepped outward to expand the perimeter, pulling out fence posts along the way and driving them into the soft soil with sharp thud-thud-thud sounds. When he reached 10 meters out, he stopped and looked back to confirm the flames perfectly encompassed the spot where he stood within their circle of light. Then he moved to the other 3 sides of the cabin, repeating the same process, first setting up the fence, then placing a fog campfire at the 5-meter mark. Meanwhile, the constantly churning flames in the furnace weren't idle either, producing another batch of gleaming black coal. Lin Jiang struck while the iron was hot, skillfully crafting another campfire. After several hours of bustling work, when the last fence piece was firmly secured in the ground, he finally stood at the cabin door to survey his handiwork. At 10 meters out, a complete circle of fencing surrounded the shelter like a moat. At the front, back, left, and right positions, campfires blazed brightly at the 5-meter marks. The scene might not qualify as brilliantly lit, but it was certainly bright enough, and even the fog in the air seemed thinner in the firelight. Only then did his tense nerves slowly relax. Fear often stems from the unknown, and as darkness was dispelled by firelight, the chill in his heart faded away as well. Glancing at his personal panel, his sanity value stood at 87100, absolutely safe. Yesterday, it had dropped below 60 at one point, and only sleeping in the shelter had pulled it back up. Today's decline was slower, probably because his body was gradually adapting to the environment. Lin Jiang closed the door and returned to the wooden cabin. The half-day of physical labor had left his shoulders aching, so he first pulled out an apple and took a big bite, juice dripping down his chin as it satisfied both hunger and thirst. After eating, he organized his resources, sorting and filling the crates by category. Upgrading the shelter should have been next on the agenda, but he hadn't found even a single excellent-grade tree within 10 meters, and lacking the key materials, this task would have to be postponed. However, another equally important task lay before him: planting saplings. He needed to obtain fertilizer or growth-accelerating items, or nothing else would matter. With this thought, he sat on the wooden bed and casually placed the fog lamp on the workbench at the head of the bed. Sweat had soaked through his clothes, sticking uncomfortably to his skin, so he'd clearly need to prepare bathing supplies and other daily necessities. There was also the bathroom issue. He couldn't keep relieving himself outside forever. If the protection period were still active, he wouldn't mind, but with only a day left, what if a monster attacked while he was using the toilet? Should he finish first then run, or flee with his pants down? Better not think about such embarrassing scenarios. He opened the trading marketplace, using wood as currency to first exchange for a pile of daily necessities: pots, bowls, ladles, basins, towels, toothbrushes, even washcloths. The prices were surprisingly cheap. Just 1 or 2 pieces of wood could seal a deal, and lumber was his most abundant resource anyway. As he browsed through the items, suddenly one caught his eye, and his expression shifted from surprise to barely contained joy. Wood Spirit Orb. Quality: excellent. Description: when used, reduces the growth cycle of plant saplings within a 10-meter radius by 50, effective only on excellent grade and lower plant saplings. I must get this thing. With the Wood Spirit Pearl, he could cut the growth cycle of all saplings in half, and combined with watering and fertilizing, it would be the key to tree-growing freedom. At this thought, Lin Jiang's heart raced, wishing he could claim the pearl immediately. But when he carefully browsed the trading section, that long list of requirements instantly threw cold water on his excitement. Wood, stone, food, medicine, almost every resource imaginable was on the list. Lin Jiang took a deep breath and without hesitation, decisively clicked into private chat. The holder appearing on screen was in anonymous mode. Just as Lin Jiang was about to type, several new messages popped up in his private chat list. He didn't rush to open them, but first sent a message to the anonymous holder. "I want the Wood Spirit Pearl you have. Give me a fair price." The other party didn't respond for a while, so he checked those new messages. It turned out someone was inquiring about excellent grade wood. The first and second messages only mentioned a few pieces of excellent grade lumber, but the last one actually noted excellent grade tree saplings. Lin Jiang's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a continuous source of excellent grade wood? He directly traded 30 pieces of ordinary wood for that sapling. The other party had been worried he might find it troublesome and refuse the deal, since growing trees yourself requires water and fertilizer with long cycles. But Lin Jiang didn't mind, and went on to sweep up the excellent grade wood from several other people's hands. After the trading section refreshed, he held 8 pieces of excellent grade wood and 1 excellent grade sapling. The gap from the material requirements for upgrading his wooden house was still considerable, but Lin Jiang wasn't disappointed. Little by little, he could eventually gather enough. Besides, his shelter had already been upgraded to a level 10 wooden house, giving him solid survival confidence. When he had free time later, he could upgrade the wooden fence outside for another line of defense. Just as he was envisioning future expansion plans, the anonymous holder finally replied in private chat. "Food, wood, stone. The Wood Spirit Pearl is excellent grade. You must give more. I won't sell for less." Clearly, the other party was taking a hard stance without sufficient sincerity. There was no room for negotiation. Lin Jiang wasn't a freeloader and immediately made an offer. 100 wood 10 apples for your Wood Spirit Pearl. How about it? If you collected these resources yourself, it would probably take several days. After sending the message, the other side went silent. Lin Jiang waited quietly, and in less than a minute, the other party sent back 2 words: deal. The other party could see clearly that the Wood Spirit Pearl had too limited a range of use except for people like Lin Jiang, who were seriously into cultivation. Everyone else would lose money. Even dogs would shake their heads. The trade completed, and a glowing orb fell into his backpack. Lin Jiang couldn't wait to hold it in his palm. Its smooth form was nearly identical to a luminous pearl, except the light it emitted was green. It looked vibrant and full of life. Lin Jiang carefully cradled the wood spirit orb as if he were holding a piece of fragile jade, his eyes filled with reverence. What a treasure! I'll be counting on you for growing saplings from now on. A slight smile curved his lips as he pulled up the orb's information panel. Wood spirit orb. Quality, excellent. Cost, 10 mana per use. Description, when activated, reduces the growth cycle of plant saplings within a 10-meter radius by 50. It requires mana? He paused, scratching the back of his head. So I can only use it 5 times at most? Thinking of his remaining 50 mana points, he felt a headache coming on. He had originally thought the orb could accelerate growth at will, never expecting there would be usage requirements. Still, it seemed like a fair trade. He shook his head helplessly and tucked the wood spirit orb into his backpack. After finishing this, he picked up the fog lamp from the workbench and stepped outside the wooden cabin. The sapling by the door was stubbornly stretching upward, warming his heart. He then opened the trading marketplace, exchanged 3 pieces of wood for a hoe, and began loosening soil and digging holes around the cabin. After planting several saplings, he discovered the system was quite particular about spacing. Each sapling had to be at least 1 meter apart, or the planting would be deemed a failure. The diameter from the cabin to the fence was exactly 10 meters, with equal distances on all 4 sides, meaning theoretically each side could accommodate 100 saplings. He glanced at his backpack, which contained 500 to 600 saplings, but with only 50 mana points, the wood spirit orb could only be used 5 times, affecting saplings within a 50-meter range at most. After weighing his options, he decided to plant 50 saplings first. After a full half hour, 50 small mounds were neatly arranged. 49 apple tree saplings plus 1 excellent grade sapling. Lin Jiang gripped the wood spirit orb, and green light instantly spread outward, gentle and non-glaring, like draping the earth in a thin veil of green gauze. A miracle occurred. All the saplings rapidly sprouted and grew taller. The system panel updated simultaneously. Planted apple tree sapling. Quality, common. Status, accelerated unwatered unfertilized. Growth cycle, 15 days. Moments later, all 49 apple tree saplings had updated completely, their growth cycles cut in half from the original 30 days. Then, the panel for the single excellent grade sapling appeared. Planted sapling. Quality, excellent. Status, accelerated unwatered unfertilized. Growth cycle, 30 days. So excellent grade saplings normally take 60 days, now reduced to half as well. Lin Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Good. Next step is solving the water and fertilizer issues. He stuffed the hoe back into his backpack and brushed the dust off his clothes. The continuous digging had left him covered in grime, and the sour, sticky smell crept up through his nostrils to his brain. Clothes unwashed for 2 days naturally smelled unpleasant. The wooden bed was right in front of him, but he didn't dare sit on it. Instead, he turned and went inside, pondering matters of bathing and using the toilet while logging into the trading marketplace again. After browsing for over 10 minutes through various blueprints scrolling past, he finally locked onto his targets. Hemp clothing blueprint. Hemp pants blueprint. Shelter interior renovation blueprint bathroom. Although he couldn't directly trade for finished products, having the blueprints meant he could make them himself. He traded some wood for 3 blueprints and continued browsing the trading marketplace. When he spotted a stove blueprint, he immediately bought it, thinking he could cook his own meals later. After another round of searching, fertilizer was still nowhere to be found, so he had to settle for trading wood for some river water. Some survivors had water sources nearby. Though not directly drinkable, it was sufficient for bathing and watering saplings. Once boiled, it was barely potable, which made boiled water more expensive. Untreated river water was ridiculously cheap, 1 ton for just 1 piece of wood, and they didn't even provide containers. To store water, he purchased a water jar crafting blueprint. Each jar required 2 stones to make, so he decided to craft 3, 1 inside the house and 2 outside. After filling them with water, he used the ladle he'd traded for earlier to water his saplings, immediately reducing their growth cycle by 1 day. With fertilizer, he could shave off another day. The marketplace had no more useful supplies. The public channel was still buzzing with activity, but he casually closed it and began processing his newly acquired blueprints. Hemp shirt, learn. Hemp pants, learn. Shelter interior renovation bathroom, learn. The crafting interface displayed the options. The hemp shirt and pants required fiber, while the bathroom only needed wood and stone, both of which he had in abundance. Lin Jiang selected one side of his wooden house and clicked renovate. The familiar white light flashed briefly, and within seconds, a roughly 10 square meter bathroom occupied the other end of his wooden house. Pushing open the door, he was stunned. A stony wood water heater, showerhead, and toilet were all there, complete and functional. Though crude in appearance, they were perfectly usable and only needed to be filled with water beforehand. He immediately scooped water from the jars, filling both the water heater and toilet tank, then waited patiently for over 10 minutes. The residual heat from the stove warmed the water to around 50 or 60 degrees Celsius. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stripped naked and rushed under the shower head. Hot steam quickly filled the air, and water vapor hit his face. Lin Jiang savored the impact of the hot water when he suddenly frowned. This steam is condensing so quickly. Is it really that cold outside? How did I not notice? Wait. His movements came to an abrupt halt as he realized he'd overlooked a crucial issue. The eternal night world had no sun, no moon, and was perpetually shrouded in darkness and mist. Most likely, the temperature would be extremely low. As for why it doesn't feel that cold right now, don't forget about the protection period. Lin Jiang quickly realized that the protection period most likely comes with a built-in temperature regulation effect. Once the 3-day protection period ends, the first thing survivors will encounter is the environmental threat that most people subconsciously overlook. He wasn't sure exactly how cold the eternal night world gets, but it definitely can't be estimated using Earth standards. If this were on Earth, the current temperature would have already frozen everything outside into frost. Yet here there's no change at all. There's no point dwelling on Tishi needs to get his clothing ready first. After finishing his bath, he carried the fog-dispersing lamp and walked naked out of the bathroom, casually placing the lamp on the workbench. He took out the towel he'd exchanged from the trading mall, quickly dried his body and hair, then dove headfirst into the covers, leaving only his half-dry head exposed. He had originally planned to exchange fiber directly from the mall, but remembering that his friend Zhonglong's shelter was surrounded by weeds, there was bound to be plenty of fiber there. So he opened his friend's list and sent Zhonglong a message. You there? Do you have any fiber? About a minute later, Zhonglong replied. I'm here, bro. Fiber? Yeah, I've got tons. Besides thatched grass, fiber is what I have most of. How much do you need? I'll give you a good deal. Zhonglong knew full well that Lin Jiang could exchange directly from the mall, yet he still thought of him first. Excited, his tone became even more respectful. Lin Jiang thought for a moment and typed. No need for a discount. Same as before with the thatched grass one, wood for 5 fiber exchange rate. How's that? This 1:5 ratio was the universally accepted standard price, basically the same as the mall's rate. Zhonglong replied instantly. No problem. Bro, how much fiber do you need? Let's start with 100 fiber. You should have that much, right? Absolutely, bro. If there's one thing I have plenty of, it's weeds. Trade now. Now. Both placed their materials in the trading slots and confirmed trade completed, fiber acquired. Lin Jiang chatted casually with Zhonglong for a bit more, then prepared to close the chat window. After hesitating for a moment, he opened a conversation with his friend Li Jiangguo. This guy's shelter was surrounded entirely by stones. Maybe he'd collected some excellent grade stones. With a worth-a-shot mentality, he sent, You there? Do you have any excellent grade stones? Li Jiangguo's response was extremely slow. After several minutes of silence, Lin Jiang shook his head and closed the chat window, instead opening the blueprint crafting section on his panel. 10 seconds later, a set of hemp clothing was freshly completed. Pants and shirt each cost 5 fiber, totaling 10 fiber. Hemp clothing quality, common. Durability, 1010. Description, simple garments made from fiber found in the eternal night world. While they provide no attribute bonuses, they offer basic resistance against the environmental effects of the eternal night world. Hemp pants quality, common. Durability, 1010. Description, simple clothing crafted from fibers found in the eternal night world. While it provides no attribute bonuses, it offers basic resistance against environmental effects. The hemp shirt and pants share similar information and descriptions. After reading the information, Lin Jiang looked up, furrowing his brow and muttering in a low voice. As expected, the environment of the eternal night world isn't as simple as I imagined. I must pay attention to clothing what meant in the future. He was all too familiar with the durability column. Axes for chopping trees, pickaxes for mining, shovels, and hoes for tilling soil would break down once their durability was exhausted. Only a few special items were exceptions, such as the fog-dispelling lamp everyone carried, which had no durability limit and only required fuel. Another exception was that incredible Axia rule-based item, so having no durability was normal. He shook his head, deciding not to overthink it. How to survive after the protection period ended was the pressing matter. His shelter had reached its current limit, food was abundant, so next he needed to focus on improving weapons and equipment. With this thought, he put on the newly crafted hemp shirt and pants. The pure natural fibers felt soft against his skin, and even though it was simple hemp cloth, there was no discomfort whatsoever, making him nod with satisfaction. After getting dressed, he walked to the resource storage box. Having too many resources is also a problem. The box can barely hold them all, he muttered as he pulled out wooden vines, picked up his fog-dispelling lamp, and pushed the door open. Under the dim lamplight, fences surrounded the shelter, and an information panel floated before his eyes. Level 1 wooden fence. Quality, common. Upgrade, Level 2 wooden fence. Requirements, wood 1, vine 1. Durability, 5050. Description, wooden fences provide some protection, but don't expect them to stop enemies. Their proper use is to expand the shelter's range. Let's upgrade the fence first, he calculated in his mind. The material consumption was extremely low. Just one wood and one vine could upgrade one section, both expanding the range and providing some protection when enemies attacked. So Lin Jiang walked slowly along the fence, continuously consuming materials and upgrading section by section. The eternal night world had no concept of day and night, so he didn't know how much time had passed. He only felt the wood and vines in his hands dwindling while the fence before him gradually became neat and towering. When the glow from the last fence section dimmed, the information panel refreshed again. Level 10 wooden fence. Quality, common. Upgrade. Level 1 stone wall excellent. Requirements. Blueprint, stone excellent 1, clay 1. Durability, 500,500. Description, level 10 wooden fences provide decent protection, but don't expect them to hold off enemies for too long. Their proper use is still to expand the shelter's range. It was really just a simple upgrade, merely maxing out the wooden fence. The level 10 wooden fence was visibly much thicker and sturdier, reaching a height of 2 meters. Based on the calculation of 50 durability points per level, level 10 should have exactly 500 points. However, even at maximum level, the wooden fence's durability was only half that of a maxed-out wooden cabin, hardly qualifying as an impenetrable fortress. Lin Jiang recalled that fences could expand the shelter's range, which brought him some comfort. These were all the defensive measures available for now, and something was better than nothing. Further upgrades to excellent grade stone walls were possible, but the blueprints and materials needed were impossible to obtain in the short term. He could only shake his head gently, but as he surveyed the tumter-high wooden walls around him, a sense of security naturally arose. With defenses stabilized, the next priority was weapons and equipment. The protection period lasted only 3 days, and once it ended, wild beasts would inevitably attack. After all, he had encountered a mist gray wolf on the very first day. Gray wolves were pack animals by nature. While the protection period kept the pack at bay, who could guarantee they wouldn't pounce once the countdown reached 0? Therefore, acquiring weapons was urgent. With this thought, he pushed open the door and returned to the wooden cabin, planning to browse the trading marketplace for equipment. 2 private messages from friends popped up. Upon opening them, he saw one was a reply from Li Jiang, and the other was from someone who surprised him, Qin Yu, the person who had produced the fog-dispelling crystal core. Lin Jiang read both carefully, his eyes lighting up. Li Jiang wrote, "Sorry, I was busy mining stones and didn't have time to chat. By the way, I discovered an underground mine near my shelter and dug up some excellent grade stones, plus iron ore and copper ore. Do you want them? Excellent grade stones." These were key materials for upgrading the wooden cabin, exactly what Lin Jiang needed. As for iron and copper ore, their current uses were unclear, but stockpiling them couldn't hurt. More importantly, Li Jiang had a mine right next to his shelter, making him clearly worth long-term cooperation. After brief consideration, Lin Jiang quickly replied, "Yes, I want all the excellent grade stones, iron ore, and copper ore. What do you want in exchange?" The message had barely been sent when the other party replied almost instantly, "I need wood and food." The two quickly settled on exchange rates. For excellent grade stones and iron ore, Lin Jiang would trade 10 units of wood each. Food being more precious, 5 units of food would exchange for 1 excellent grade stone or iron ore. As for the higher quality copper ore, which was actually fine grade, Lin Jiang weighed his options before typing. "This is my first time seeing fine grade materials too, so I can't let you take a loss. How about 30 wood for 1 copper ore? Deal. Let's go with your exchange rates. I'm very satisfied with these prices. You're a good person." Li Jiang agreed almost without hesitation. Fine grade copper ore was virtually useless at the moment. Yet Lin Jiang's generous offer of 30 wood per piece filled Li Jiang with gratitude. If it were someone else, fine-grade items with no current utility would likely be severely undervalued and want to trade? Then let them rot in your hands while you wait to die. Am I a good person? Lin Jiang felt somewhat amused and exasperated upon seeing Li Jiang's final message. He never classified himself as a truly good person. If someday he had to choose between others and himself, he would undoubtedly choose to protect himself without hesitation. But to call him a bad person would be inaccurate. Tuh wasn't thoroughly bad enough. Take the trading between survivors, for instance. He could have completely monopolized the trading market with his abundant wood supply, driving lumber prices sky high. After the shelter period ended, survivors who failed to upgrade their shelters would inevitably die in large numbers, and the profits from monopolizing wood would be unimaginable. Despite knowing this approach could make him incredibly wealthy, Lin Jiang never reached for that poisonous fruit. He didn't consider himself a saint, but within his capabilities, he was still willing to lend a helping hand to his compatriots. Of course, he wasn't a fool, either knew clearly which people could be helped and which couldn't. After completing the trade with Li Jiang, he opened his backpack to check his gains. Stone excellent 18. Iron ore excellent 9. Copper ore superior 3. The sudden increase in scarce resources made his backpack interface gleam brightly, but thinking about the price he paid for them, Lin Jiang couldn't help but shake his head in self-mockery. I'm probably the worst businessman in this marketplace. Despite saying this, he felt no regret. If time could rewind, he still wouldn't choose to exploit others and would still insist on fair exchanges. With 18 excellent grade stones in hand, he felt somewhat relieved. The stones needed for upgrading his shelter were almost complete. The upgrade requirements were clearly listed on the panel. To upgrade a level 10 wooden house to a level 1 building requires wood excellent 10, wooden plank excellent 10, stone excellent 10, stone slab excellent 10. Both wooden planks and stone slabs could be crafted at the workbench. One excellent grade wood could produce one excellent grade wooden plank, and one excellent grade stone could similarly be converted into one excellent grade stone slab. Based on current progress, he only needed 2 more excellent grade stones to solve the stone material requirement. The real challenge remained the insufficient quantity of excellent grade wood. Thinking of this, he waved his hand slightly, pushing down this anxiety for now, and casually opened the unread message Chun Yu had sent earlier. Chun Yu, I have a really nice piece of equipment. Do you need it? Lin Jiang, what equipment? Don't tell me it actually adds attributes. Chun Yu, well, you actually guessed right. I'll send you the equipment info. Take a look and decide if you want it. A few seconds later, an equipment information message with a thumbnail popped into the chat box. Eternal Night Wristwatch. Quality, superior. Attributes, intelligence 2. Description, an exclusive multifunctional wristwatch for the Eternal Night world. Besides attribute bonuses, it includes functions to check the Eternal Night world time and surrounding environmental temperature. Lin Jiang drew in a sharp breath. Superior grade equipment with a 2-point intelligence bonus, plus time and temperature monitoring functions. This wasn't just nice, it was excellent. Just how good was Chun Yu's luck? Seeing that he hadn't replied for a while, another line of text popped up from the other side. Chun Yu, you there? You must be too shocked to speak. How about it? Want to trade? This watch is quite useful. It gives a 2 intelligence attribute bonus and has some pretty convenient features. When this new message flashed on his communicator screen, Lin Jiang slowly came back to his senses as if someone had just slapped him awake. He was indeed stunned. Wait, where did you get all these amazing items? Last time it was a fog-dispelling crystal core that upgraded my fog lamp's quality, and now you're pulling out a fine-grade piece of equipment. Lin Jiang's fingers flew across the screen as he typed out his confusion. Hee, no harm in telling you I've just been really lucky. I got all this stuff from opening chests. Chun Yu quickly sent an explanation, then added casually. Oh, by the way, here's some free info for you. Item quality goes common, excellent, fine, superior. I don't know what comes after that. Lin Jiang's eyes lit up. What about the chests? Wooden chests, iron chests, bronze chests, silver chests. The best I've opened is a silver chest. It has a chance to drop superior grade items. You mean you actually have superior grade items? That's a secret, can tell you that. Though Chun Yu didn't say it outright, the fact that he was willing to trade away fine grade equipment made Lin Jiang almost certain he had more than one superior grade item. I have to say, your luck is ridiculous. Lin Jiang thought to himself. It was only the second day in the Eternal Night world, and Chun Yu already had superior equipment while he was still struggling with basic resources. He continued typing. So I'm guessing you don't need this watch, which is why you're trading it? Pretty much. I have 2 of these, and you can only wear one piece of equipment at a time. It would just collect dust otherwise, you know? And you're so sure I can afford fine-grade equipment? Of course. I have a feeling that if you can't take it, probably no one else can get it from me either. Lin Jiang fell silent for a few seconds, then stopped asking questions and got straight to business. All right. What resources do you want? As if he'd already prepared his answer, Chun Yu replied instantly. Lots of wood and stone, plus food. Upgrading the wooden house takes way too many materials. I can't farm enough on my own. Figuring the other guy had probably spent all his time hunting for treasure chests, Lin Jiang replied. I don't have stone, but I've got plenty of wood. I'll give you wood, and you can trade it for stone in the marketplace. For food, I only have apples. That works. How about 500 wood and 50 apples? This is a multifunctional fine-grade item that boosts attribute stats. Not unreasonable, right? When Lin Jiang saw this message, his face instantly darkened. Good grief, that's highway robbery, he grumbled to himself. Resources were incredibly precious in the early game, and this watch wasn't exactly essential. His cold reply appeared on screen. Too expensive. I'm out. Hey, you can negotiate. I didn't say it was a fixed price. We can work something out. Chun Yu clearly didn't want to lose his buyer and quickly backtracked. After some back and forth haggling, they finally settled on 300 with 30 apples. Lin Jiang dragged 300 pieces of wood and 30 apples into the trade window, while Chun Yu placed the Eternal Night Watch in the corresponding slot on his end. Both clicked confirm simultaneously. Trade completed. Both parties got what they wanted. The moment the Eternal Night Watch appeared in his backpack, Lin Jiang couldn't contain his excitement. He immediately pulled out this exquisite piece of equipment that looked as refined as a high-end mechanical watch. The cold metal pressed against his palm, and without hesitation, he fastened it to his left wrist. As the clasp clicked shut, A gentle warmth flowed through his body. His intelligence attribute instantly increased by 2 points. Hmm? My mind just feels a bit clearer. Nothing else has changed. Lin Jiang flexed his wrist, pondering silently. It seems the intelligence boost mainly affects mana points. With that thought, he opened his character panel. Name, Lin Jiang. Level, 0 requires class activation to advance. Health, 5050. Mana, 2070. Intelligence 10. Sanity, 79120. Constitution Intelligence 10. Constitution, 5. Intelligence, 7. Eternal Night Watch 2. Neural Response, 1. Cellular Vitality, 1. Charisma, 1. Luck, 1. After the intelligence bonus took effect, the panel data flickered slightly. Intelligence became 7. Sanity was restored to its maximum of 120, and mana jumped to 70 points. Lin Jiang nodded approvingly. With this much more mana, I can use the Wood Spirit Orb to accelerate 2 more saplings. But then he frowned. Does mana not regenerate automatically? Or are there certain conditions? Unable to figure it out, he shook his head and set the question aside for now. At this moment, rather than studying game mechanics, he was more concerned about how to unlock a class. Without a class, he couldn't level up, and leveling was the fastest way to increase combat power. Every player understood this. Damn, where exactly do I get a class? Finding no answers, he decided to sleep on it. He glanced at his watch. 10 p.m. sharp. Night had fallen. Temperature reading, 3°C. What? It's that cold. Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow in surprise. So the protection period really does have a temperature control effect. Too tired to worry about it further, he pulled out an apple and crunched through it in a few bites. Whatever, I'll eat and sleep. Everything else can wait until tomorrow. His young body fell asleep easily. As time passed, cold winds occasionally howled outside the wooden cabin, but they didn't disturb his deep, steady breathing. The night passed without incident. At dawn, Lin Jiang woke naturally and sat up. His first action was to check his watch. 9:30 a.m. Temperature, 1°C. After a quick wash, he emptied the burnt coal from the furnace and refilled it with wood to keep it burning. He also crafted another batch of wooden fences and mist campfires, stuffing them into his backpack. Carrying the fog lamp in his left hand and his second apple in his right, he stepped out of the cabin while munching, muttering to himself. Today's the last day of protection time. Should I take the chance to extend the fence another 10 meters? Having made up his mind, he finished the apple in a few bites, first scattered some pure, natural, pollution-free fertilizer around the sapling by his door, then pulled out the incredible axe from his backpack and headed toward the forest. Thunk! Thunk! The axe blade fell, sending wood chips flying. With the protection period still active, he didn't have to worry about being attacked by anything while chopping wood outside. Carrying the fog-dispersing lantern, as long as he didn't venture too far, it would be fine. Since there were the most trees behind the wooden cabin, Lin Jiang decided to start chopping from the back. He raised his axe and struck the tree trunk repeatedly, with chips flying as the dull sound of chopping echoed clearly through the thick fog. After a full hour, he had cleared all the trees behind the cabin, then inserted wooden fences along the cleared area and lit mist campfires. The orange-eared flames expanded his rear vision from the original 10 meters to 20 meters, dispersing the fog into a clear circle. Next, he cleared the trees on both sides of the cabin. After installing fences and lighting campfires on the left and right sides, his vision extended to 20 meters in those directions as well. After more than 2 hours of continuous axe swinging, hauling lumber, and setting up fences, Lin Jiang finally sat down in front of the cabin, leaning on his knees and breathing heavily. Checking his wrist, it was just past 12, right at noon. Phew, I'm exhausted. My ordinary person's physique really is pathetic, he muttered self-mockingly. Although he had harvested plenty of wood, his stamina was mostly depleted. After all, his attributes were no different from an ordinary person's. He simply sat on the ground, ate an apple to restore his energy, and rested quietly for half an hour. Then he stood up, brushed the dirt off his pants, picked up the fog-dispersing lantern in his left hand, and continued advancing toward the front of the cabin. Within 10 meters, the campfire provided bright illumination. Beyond that, he relied entirely on his lantern to pierce the darkness. Lin Jiang walked while inserting fences into the soft, muddy ground, then placed mist campfires in sequence. The area in front of the cabin was mostly weeds with few trees, so the tree cutting was finished in less than 10 minutes, though he did collect some wood and saplings. As for the weeds, he was too lazy to waste time gathering them. Advancing another 20 meters forward, he stopped and looked beyond the fence. Pitch black, nothing visible. Splash, splash. Water sounds. The gentle sound of flowing water came from nearby, but beyond the 6-meter range of his fog-dispersing lantern. His spirits lifted as he continued extending the wooden fence forward. At about 8 or 9 meters, his path was blocked. A river 3 to 4 meters wide stretched across his way. Since fences couldn't be built on water, he had to give up. Having a water source would make watering saplings and bathing much more convenient. At least he wouldn't need to trade with others for water anymore. At this thought, he couldn't help but smile. Maybe there are fish in this river too. But he didn't plan to catch fish immediately. only set up a mist campfire on the spot before heading back. The rising flames illuminated the surrounding 10 meters, also casting a dim glow on the scenery across the river. Huh? Is that trees? They look much thicker than the ones I cut down. He squinted for a closer look. Those tree trunks were clearly much more robust. Excellent grade trees? This thought made his heart race. He carefully entered the water. The cold river was only waist deep at its deepest point, splashing up streams of water. After a few steps, he stepped onto the soft, wet mud of the opposite bank. Looking up to count 1, 2, 3, 9, a full 9 trees. Tree quality, excellent. Description, trees of extremely excellent quality, needed for many building facilities. They really are excellent grade trees. Seeing the identification information, his eyes lit up like campfires. 9 excellent grade trees. Finally, he had the materials needed to upgrade his wooden cabin. Lin Jiang felt both thrilled and excited. Without delay, Lin Jiang raised his axe and began chopping. Thud. You obtained excellent wood 1. Thud. You obtained excellent wood 1. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by continuous impacts, system notifications flooded the screen one after another. You obtained wood? You obtained excellent sapling 1. After 10 strikes, the thick, excellent grade tree split in the middle and crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, then dissolved into particles of light. Compared to ordinary trees, the process was no different, only the quality of dropped resources was higher. Lin Jiang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He couldn't even spare time to catch his breath as he grabbed his axe and rushed to the next excellent grade tree, raising his arm for another round of relentless chopping. Each strike guaranteed 1 piece of excellent wood, with the final blow dropping an additional sapling. Time passed gradually, and only 1 excellent grade tree remained in the area. Lin Jiang calculated in his mind. After chopping this last one, he'd return to upgrade his wooden cabin. With this thought, he raised his hand and delivered a heavy strike. You obtained excellent wood 1. The familiar notification sound lifted his spirits, but the next second, his right hand holding the axe froze midair. Alert! Congratulations on completing the hidden lumberjack achievement. Total wood obtained through logging, 9,999. Congratulations on acquiring the profession, Junior Lumberjack. Congratulations on unlocking the profession system. Your level can now be increased. The string of congratulations left Lin Jiang dizzy. Had he actually chopped his way into a profession? He quickly opened his character panel. Name, Lin Jiang. Level, 0 experience, 010. Profession, Junior Lumberjack. Gain experience through tree felling. 1 experience per resource obtained. Professional effect, tree chopping drops 1 additional resource. Health, 5,050. Mana, 7,070. Sanity, 101,120. Constitution, 5. Intelligence, 7. Equipment, Eternal Night Bracelet 2. Neural Response, 1. Cellular Vitality, 1. Charisma, 1. Luck, 1. This profession is absolutely perfect for me. Lin Jiang's heart pounded with excitement. 1 experience point per piece of wood chopped. The leveling speed would be terrifying, plus the additional 1 resource bonus. This wasn't just a lumberjack, this was a god of lumberjacking. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and focused on the last unfinished excellent grade tree. The axe blade swung out in a full-powered strike. Thud! The trunk shuddered violently. You obtained excellent wood 1. Professional effect triggered. Additional excellent wood 1 obtained. You obtained excellent wood 2 due to professional trait, experience 2. The notifications chimed in succession as Lin Jiang grinned, so wide his smile nearly reached his ears. If he weren't afraid of startling himself, he would have thrown back his head and laughed maniacally. Stay calm, stay calm. This is just the beginning. He then finished off the excellent grade tree with a few more strikes. Before activating his profession, he took a single swing. Then, with his professional effects activated, 9 axe strikes fell in succession, with each magical axe blow yielding resources. From the first 8 strikes, he collected 16 units of excellent wood, and the final strike produced 2 units of excellent saplings. Following the rule of 1 resource equals 1 experience point, he earned a total of 18 experience points. The calculation was straightforward. Simply add up all the resources dropped from tree cutting. After felling this excellent tree, Lin Jiang remained in a state of excitement. His steps felt light and airy, and while crossing the river, he stumbled and nearly got swept away by the rapids, choking on water twice before regaining his footing. Coughing and patting his chest, he silently cursed himself for getting carried away. He then hurried back to his shelter in quick strides, calmed his racing heart, wiped the water from his face, and began organizing the mountain of resources before him. There was simply too much wood. His 3 resource storage boxes were already packed full. He decided to list nearly half of his wood on the trading marketplace to exchange for other materials. After completing this round of trading, he found his boxes still insufficient, so he searched the marketplace using keywords. This time, 10 resource storage boxes appeared in the results. Without hesitation, Lin Jiang traded wood for all of them and arranged them along the walls of his wooden cabin. After finishing these tasks, he glanced back at the wood he had listed for trade. Of his 5,000 plus wood units, only about 1,000 remained, having been exchanged for a diverse array of items. Large quantities of common grade stone, thatch, and fiber, plus smaller amounts of iron ore, excellent stone, excellent wood, and clay essential for fence upgrades. Lin Jiang made a mental note of the clay quantity would definitely need more later. After roughly categorizing all materials, he stuffed them into the new boxes. Fortunately, the boxes had ample capacity. Each held 20 slots, with each slot accommodating 100 items, effectively solving his storage problem in one go. Seeing the boxes still had space, he simply retrieved all the remaining 1,000+ wood units from the trading marketplace and packed them into the boxes. With basic resources now adequately stocked, he could trade for whatever he needed later. Having too much wood would actually drive prices down. His massive listing had nearly crashed the wood market. Watching prices begin to slide, Lin Jiang decided to remove his remaining wood from the marketplace. Initially, when listing his wood, he genuinely wanted to provide timely help, setting exchange conditions where anyone offering common resources not immediately needed at their current stage could trade for his wood. However, over time, he noticed people deliberately driving prices down. The original ratios of 1 stone for 1 wood or 5 thatch for 1 wood had been inflated to 1 stone for 2 wood and 5 thatch for 2 wood. The trading marketplace's pricing ratios were on the verge of complete chaos, and the mastermind behind all this mayhem was currently chatting away casually in the public channel. Messages kept rolling through the channel one after another. Listen everyone, I don't know who put up all this wood, but one thing's for sure, that person definitely has plenty more in stock. Exactly. Otherwise they wouldn't have listed 5 or 6,000 pieces of wood all at once. If that guy has hoarded so much wood and can't use it all himself, why doesn't he set the exchange rate lower? Help everyone upgrade their wooden houses. Right. With all this extra wood suddenly appearing, whichever big shot is out there, please be kind and lower the prices a bit. Could the wood seller please speak up? Resources are tight right now, and the protection period ends in less than a day. To help everyone upgrade their shelters, please lower the wood prices. I'll owe you a huge favor. Wow, this guy's really a good person, speaking up for the people. Yes. If wood prices come down, big brother, you'll definitely be the hero. 1. Somewhere in the eternal night world, inside a levels-even wooden house. The dim fog-repelling lamp cast the walls in a grayish-yellow hue, and threw sharp shadows across a horse-like face. Ma Yud, in his early 40s, once a successful businessman who had thrived in the commercial world. He leaned back in his wooden chair, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth, alternating his gaze between the public channel's rising chorus of price reduction demands and his inventory screen to check his stock. His backpack interface displayed 5 neat rows of wood, 99 pieces per row, totaling 495 logs. This wood wasn't something he had chopped himself, but rather accumulated through buying low and selling high while others were busy surviving and upgrading, piece by piece from the trading marketplace. The turning point came when Lin Jiang listed massive amounts of wood on the trading marketplace with unlimited basic resource exchange. Ma Yud smelled opportunity and immediately started buying. 1. First, he bought up batches of currently useless, basic resources at extremely low prices. 2. Used these resources to trade for Lin Jiang's wood. 3. Then flipped the acquired wood to continue purchasing more cheap basic materials. At this point, wood and stone were worth several times more than those basic materials in the market, and in just one round, he had snowballed his wood supply. As long as I stir up public opinion, won't the seller have to follow popular sentiment? Ma Yud typed message after message, posing as a righteous knight. Everyone's resources are tight, so sellers should benefit the people. In reality, he was hoping Lin Jiang would actually soften and crash the prices even lower, allowing him to make another killing. As for the other people begging for wood, he dismissed them with just 2 words. Haha. Ma Yud's confidence came from experience. Individual voices had limited impact, but when the entire screen was filled with lower prices demands, it was enough to create psychological pressure on sellers. Meanwhile, Lin Jiang was also watching the public channel's unusual activity through his system interface. The screen was almost entirely filled with calls for price reductions. Helping you all somehow makes me the bad guy? Lin Jiang paused for a moment, then shook his head with self-mockery. His good intentions had earned him public attacks as a profiteer. It wasn't exactly disappointing, just ironically ungrateful. He keenly sensed the puppet master behind the scenes. Someone was deliberately stirring up sentiment, using the banner of speaking for the people to put him on a moral pedestal, then pressure him into lowering prices. The opponent had crafted an image of justice supported by countless people. It was indeed a ruthless move. Of course, it all depended on the timing. Back on the old Blue Star, being criticized by countless people might have actually broken someone down. But now, not only am I not lowering my prices, I'm pulling all the wood I had listed. Hey, tell me, are you mad? Are you furious? Lin Jiang thought leisurely to himself. Since you want to play this game, I'll just flip the table. It doesn't affect me anyway. All trades are anonymous, so they can't trace it back to me. But for these people, losing all that wood from the trading marketplace is a devastating blow. After some thought, Lin Jiang decided to say a few words in the public chat channel. His name was anonymous, and as for his avatar, sorry. All survivors had black avatars that couldn't be customized. Ahem, so, I'm the one who listed all that wood in the trading marketplace. Lin Jiang hadn't even finished his sentence when other messages immediately interrupted him. He's here. He's here. Quick, lower the prices. What are you waiting for? Exactly. Since you're here, hurry up and bring down the wood prices. Right. You have so much wood. Sharing some with us isn't unreasonable, is it? The guy above is right. We're all in the same boat now. We need to help each other out. Give me some wood today, and I'll definitely pay you back later. That's right. Hey you, the wood seller. Hurry up and trade. Everyone thought their pressure tactics had worked. They all looked smug and triumphant. Even Ma Yud was no exception, watching the chat channel with a scheming grin of success. Just then, someone suddenly posted a message in the public chat channel. I just checked the trading marketplace and found that all the wood that was listed there is gone. What? Gone? What happened? How could this be? That person must have withdrawn all the wood from the marketplace. Yes, it has to be him. This guy is really shameless. Exactly. So stingy over a little wood. Watching the messages in the public chat channel, Lin Jiang nodded slightly, finally seeing these people's true colors. To think he had previously wanted to help them when he could. He decided from now on to respect others' destinies and put away his helpful tendencies. After thinking it over, Lin Jiang directly admitted it in the public chat channel. I know you're anxious, but don't be hasty, please let me speak. That's right, I withdrew all the wood because I don't want to sell it anymore. It's that simple. Alright, I'm done talking. You can continue now. This message instantly caused the entire public chat channel to explode. Some accused, some raged, some cursed. But Lin Jiang didn't read any of these messages. After sending that message, he directly closed the chat channel. He was now looking at the information changes on his personal panel. Name, Lin Jiang. Level 1. Experience, 820. Profession, Junior Lumberjack can gain experience by chopping trees. Each tree chopped yields resources 1 and grants 1 experience point. Professional effect. As a Junior Lumberjack, you gain an additional 1 resource when chopping trees. Health, 6,060. Mana, 8,080. Sanity, 100,140. Constitution, 6. Intelligence, 8. Eternal Night Bracelet, 2. Neural Response, 1. Cellular Vitality, 1. Charisma, 1. Luck, 1. Lin Jiang looked down, and some notification messages appeared below. Notification, congratulations on leveling up. Your level has increased to 1. Your Constitution and Intelligence have each increased by 1 point, and you've gained 1 free attribute point. You now have 1 free attribute point to allocate as you wish. His Constitution and Intelligence had automatically increased by 1 point each, and he held 1 free attribute point in reserve. Leveling up was indeed the fastest way to grow stronger. Lin Jiang closed his eyes and carefully felt the noticeably enhanced power within his body. Though it was only 1 point of Constitution, it was enough to elevate him significantly above ordinary human levels. As his Constitution and Intelligence improved, his maximum health and mana also increased accordingly. He looked at his character panel. Small plus signs flickered next to Strength and Intelligence, while attributes like Charisma and Luck remained grayed out, probably requiring special conditions to allocate points. Lin Jiang didn't dwell on it. After a moment's consideration, he decided to invest that 1 free attribute point into Constitution as well. Intelligence was supported by the Eternal Night Bracelet for now, so there was no rush, and with higher Constitution, he could at least run away if he couldn't win a fight. As they say, health is the foundation of everything. Having made up his mind, he clicked decisively. His Constitution jumped to 7 on the panel, and his health climbed to 70. Fresh power spread through his limbs and body, filling him with joy. Nothing more to say, time to chop trees and level up. Unfortunately, before obtaining the lumberjack profession, he had already cleared all the trees around the shelter. But without doing that, he wouldn't have triggered the profession in the first place. Lin Jiang walked around to the back of the wooden cabin. That's where most of the trees were, a substantial forest. Within 20 meters of the shelter, he had placed mist bonfires every 10 meters, their flames illuminating the surroundings brightly. Standing inside the fence with the fog-dispelling lamp in his left hand, the orange circle of light clearly revealed everything within 6 meters ahead. Tall tree trunks stood neatly exposed in his field of vision. Lin Jiang's eyes lit up instantly, like seeing a naked beauty that was a screen full of experience points. He removed a section of the fence and stepped toward the nearest tree. Raising the incredible axe high in his right hand, he struck down with full force. Thunk! You obtained Wood 1. Novice Lumberjack effect activated. Additional Wood 1 gained. You obtained Wood 2. Due to your profession trait, you gained 2 experience points. The notification sounded, and Lin Jiang's eyes gleamed. The axe fell again. Thunk! You obtained Wood 1. You gained 2 experience points. Then came a frenzied chopping session. Thunk, thunk, thunk. After 10 strikes, the tree crashed down with a thunderous roar, then dissolved into points of light and disappeared. On his character panel, the experience bar filled up with a whoosh, and he leveled up again. Lin Jiang grinned from ear to ear. Excellent, excellent. Others become gods by slaying monsters. I'll become a god by chopping trees. He immediately made a vow. I must clear every forest in the eternal night world to show my respect. Felling one tree took only about 10 seconds. He gained 20 experience points along with a substantial amount of resources. Lin Jiang's level immediately increased to 2. A surge of newfound strength welled up in his chest, and he quickly opened his personal panel. Constitution 1, reaching 8 points. Intelligence 1, reaching 9 points. Health, mana, and sanity values all increased accordingly. A free attribute point arrived as expected, and he didn't hesitate to click the plus sign next to Constitution. The next second, warm currents surged through his body, boosting his strength, speed, and explosive power all at once, bringing both Constitution and Intelligence to 9 points. The balanced attributes made his entire body feel comfortable, and his control over his strength became much more refined clearly. There were hidden connections between these attributes. He shook his head slightly, not dwelling on it further, and walked to another tree with his axe in hand. With swift strikes, thud, thud, thud. After more than 10 seconds, the large tree crashed to the ground. Still not satisfied, he immediately moved on to the next tree. During this time, he didn't forget to place fences around the area and light campfires, afraid of getting too absorbed in chopping and losing his way in the eternal night world. The sounds of chopping and trees crashing down echoed one after another, and time flowed steadily with this rhythm. After an unknown amount of time, he stopped, feeling as if his entire body was falling apart, especially his right arm, which ached and felt numb from swinging the axe. He raised his wrist to check his watch, showed 9:30 p.m. He was stunned. Had he really been chopping continuously for so long? If not for the constitution boost that came with each level up, he probably would have collapsed long ago. He couldn't say exactly how many trees he had felled, only remembering that his axe had barely stopped, and his chopping area had even extended dozens of meters backward. Tired, hungry, and thirsty, he put away his axe and returned to the wooden cabin. After a quick hot shower that washed away the wood chips covering his body, he ate 3 apples in a row before feeling satisfied. With his enhanced constitution, his appetite had also increased significantly. Thinking that he might become a voracious glutton in the future made him laugh helplessly, though his current supplies were still quite abundant. Let's see what I've accomplished this afternoon. He rubbed his hands together and opened his personal panel with great anticipation. Name, Lin Jiang. Level, 10 cannot be improved. New levels will be unlocked after advancing to intermediate lumberjack. Experience, 100,100. Profession, lumberjack beginner. Maximum level for beginner lumberjack is 10. Please advance your profession to unlock subsequent levels. Professional effect. As a beginner lumberjack, you gain 1 additional resource when chopping trees. Health, 210,210. Mana, 210,210. Sanity, 95,420. Constitution, 21. Intelligence, 21. Eternal Night Watch, 2. Neural Response, 1. Cellular Vitality, 1. Charisma, 1. Luck, 1. The level 10 panel made his eyes light up, but it also brought mixed news. The good news, his strength had visibly skyrocketed. The bad news, level 10 was the ceiling, and to continue improving, he had to advance his profession. He needed to progress from beginner lumberjack to intermediate lumberjack. Although it was a bit disappointing that he could no longer chop trees to level up, Lin Jiang didn't complain. He remained nestled in his bedding and immediately pulled up his personal panel. Constitution, 21 points. Intelligence, 21 points. He had reached these numbers by evenly distributing his 1 free attribute point between Constitution and Intelligence, with each level up compared to an average person's 5 points. His 2 attributes were already 4 times that of ordinary people. His combat power was even more impressive. The strength from 4 times the Constitution meant he could send someone flying with just a light touch, and a full-force punch could even be lethal. To put it in perspective, he could now kill a bull with his bare hands. Absolutely terrifying. The seemingly inexhaustible power surging within his body made his heart race with uncontrollable excitement. Suddenly, his brow twitched. Am I forgetting something important? The next second, he bolted upright, his gaze sweeping around the wooden cabin. Holy crap! I forgot to upgrade my shelter. He had been so absorbed in chopping trees that he'd completely forgotten the main task. Realizing this, he sprang up from the wooden bed with such force that his increased strength nearly split the bedboard in 2. Fortunately, the bed was solidly built without any corners cut. With the upgrade materials already prepared, he immediately went to the workbench and crafted 10 excellent wooden planks and 10 excellent stone slabs, then opened the shelter interface and confirmed without hesitation. Materials consumed. Wood excellent 10. Wooden planks excellent 10. Stone excellent 10. Stone slabs excellent 10. Selection, upgrade. Familiar white light points instantly engulfed the entire wooden cabin, lasting a full 3 minutes before gradually fading away. As the light dissipated, a new information panel appeared. Shelter, level 1 building. Area, first floor 100, second floor 10. Quality, excellent. Upgrade requirements to level 2 building excellent. Wood excellent 20, wooden planks excellent 15, stone excellent 20, stone slabs excellent 15. Durability, 1500-1500. Description, this is an excellent grade building with sturdiness that can withstand excellent grade creatures for a period of time. Congratulations, you now have the basic foundation to survive in the eternal night world. As long as you develop steadily and avoid reckless behavior, your chances of surviving the upcoming environmental challenges and crises will greatly improve. The description was much longer than before and subtly hinted at dangers after the protection period. Lin Jiang's heart sank. Once the protection period ended, the world would likely become truly perilous, and he had to survive. Closing the panel, he frowned as his sense of urgency intensified. However, with insufficient materials at hand, he couldn't continue upgrading to a level 2 building and would have to wait until he had adequate resources. He looked around. With the quality upgraded to excellent, the 4 walls, floor, and exterior facade had all been replaced with thicker, more attractive materials that appeared to be more than twice as sturdy. Everything was developing in a positive direction. After the wooden cabin became a building, an additional floor appeared inside with a spiral staircase erected in the center. He stepped on the new wooden steps, treading lightly as he slowly climbed to the second floor. Upon reaching the top, he estimated the space roughly matching what the information displayed, about 10 square meters. However, there was unexpectedly a window that offered a clear view far ahead of the shelter. Through this small, elevated window, he could faintly make out the opposite bank of the small river at the front, where the water's surface reflected blindingly bright light, though the scenery on the shore appeared blurry due to the distance. Lin Jiang silently assessed that this location could serve perfectly as a vantage point. If monsters attacked, he could spot them immediately from the window, and if he had a ranged weapon in hand, it would be even more perfect. With this thought, he immediately opened the trading marketplace. The protection period would end tomorrow, so he had to get his hands on a decent weapon for self-defense first. Although his basic attributes weren't low, if he could kite enemies from a distance, why engage in close combat with monsters? He typed ranged weapons into the search bar, and the first result was a slingshot. A slingshot might work for hunting rabbits, but using it against monsters would clearly be a death wish. Fortunately, there was a page navigation button in the bottom right corner, and after Lin Jiang swiped, he finally saw several bows. The marketplace had 4 bows listed in total. The first 3 were ridiculously cheap, costing only 3 pieces of wood or 3 pieces of stone. The last one, however, demanded an outrageous price: 10 wood, 10 stone, and 10 food. For such an unremarkable-looking wooden bow to dare ask such a high price, he couldn't help but click to check the details. Wooden bow. Quality, excellent. Durability, 2020. Description, this is an excellent grade bow that increases the user's accuracy by 10 and damage by 10. No wonder the price was several times higher. Lin Jiang was somewhat tempted but didn't rush to place an order. He searched again for bow crafting blueprints. The results came up empty, so he had to abandon the idea of crafting his own and simply bought the excellent bow. For him, these resources weren't much of a concern. With the bow in hand, he casually sent a private message to the seller. I'd like to buy several more excellent grade bows. Do you have any more? Bows had durability, and once they broke, it would be troublesome, so he needed to stock up on several. In less than 2 seconds, the marketplace notified him that the item had been delivered. Lin Jiang drew out the bow to inspect if bowstring was taut. The grip felt smooth, and he pulled it a few times with satisfaction. Not bad. Just as he was about to continue purchasing arrows, the seller replied, still anonymous, like everyone else who hadn't enabled real names. Yes, how many do you want? The person was brief. Lin Jiang was equally direct. 3 more excellent grade bows. All right, wait a moment. About a minute later, 3 identical bows appeared in the trading window. The seller simultaneously typed, same price. By the way, do you need arrows? Lin Jiang's mouth twitched. Bundled sales? But arrows had to be bought somewhere anyway, so he filled the corresponding resources into the slots and replied with one word. Yes. 1 piece of wood for 5 arrows. How many do you want? 300 for now. The seller was clearly somewhat surprised by his stockpiled resources, but didn't ask further questions. After the arrows were paid for, the other party sent a friend request. Lin Jiang accepted without hesitation. Once they became friends, the hidden username appeared, Lu Shooting, which sounded like a woman's name. Lin Jiang shook his head slightly without dwelling on it. After adding each other as friends, the other party didn't make small talk, and he was too lazy to initiate casual conversation either. After casually closing the chat interface, Lin Jiang refocused his attention on the trading marketplace. After a moment of thought, he first searched for arrow crafting blueprints. The results were still blank as usual, and he could only shrug helplessly. thinking he had long grown accustomed to this broken marketplace's inventory. He then typed skills without much hope, but was surprised when several skill books appeared. A game's got to have skills, right? He muttered. Clicking into the list, there were only 3 books total. 1. Throwing skill book. Quality, basic common. Description, after learning, throwing technique and accuracy greatly improve, projectile power 10. 2. Spearmanship skill book. Quality, basic common. Description, after learning, gain basic proficiency with polearms, spear power 10. 3. Archery skill book. Quality, basic common. Description, after learning, gain basic proficiency with bow and arrow, longer range, higher accuracy, arrow power 10. When he saw the 3rd book, his spirits lifted, and he clicked purchase without hesitation. As soon as the skill book landed in his inventory, he immediately took it out and silently thought, learn. The pages transformed into points of white light that drilled into his body. Notification, congratulations on mastering the passive skill Archery Basic. Passive skills can automatically level up through use. No additional conditions required. When skill levels increase, some of your basic attributes will also grow. It can level itself up and adds attributes too. Lin Jiang's eyes lit up. Then I've got to get the other 2 as well. He decisively purchased both the throwing and spearmanship skill books. While common quality wasn't exactly expensive, it still cost more than most excellent grade materials. No wonder hardly anyone was buying them. This bit of attribute bonus was negligible to others. With the skill books in hand, he continued learning. Notification, congratulations on mastering the passive skill Spearmanship Basic. Notification, congratulations on mastering the passive skill Throwing Basic. As the 2 system notifications ended, his mind was instantly filled with the rhythm of spear thrusts and strikes, and the judgment of projectile trajectories. All those previously blank movements now became clear flowcharts stored in his consciousness. Since he had learned them, he had to test them out. Lin Jiang endured his body's fatigue and stepped outside, looking up to lock onto the fence 30 meters away across from him. He nocked an arrow and drew the bow. The bowstring produced a deep hum when pulled to full draw. Whoosh! The sound of cutting through air was sharp and piercing. The wooden arrow became a thin line that instantly pierced into the fence, its fletching still trembling slightly, showing the tremendous force behind it. Lin Jiang's constitution was quite high now, so naturally his strength was considerable as well. This arrow was shot at full draw, with half the shaft buried deep into the wooden fence. 30 meters wasn't particularly long range, but it certainly wasn't point blank either. With Lin Jiang's skill level, while he couldn't claim perfect accuracy, landing 8 out of 10 shots was effortless. He drew the bow again, pulling the string to a full moon arc, and released several arrows in rapid succession. The fletching traced nearly overlapping trajectories through the air, all striking the same target point, finally earning him a satisfied nod. 10 arrows in total, every single one fired at full draw. Looking at the cluster of arrows embedded in the fence, he smiled slightly. The bow's power was impressive. However, thinking back to the mist-gray wolf he'd encountered on the first day, his heart still raced with unease. That beast was a full level 11, an entire level above the level 10 bottleneck, making the power gap far from trivial. How many arrows would it take to bring one down? Worse yet, mist-gray wolves were pack animals. If the surrounding area was crawling with level 10 plus wolf packs, the mere thought was enough to make his scalp tingle, forcing him to consider the worst-case scenario of having to restart. Lin Jiang rubbed his temples in frustration, then walked to the fence to retrieve every single arrow. Wooden arrow. Quality, common. Durability, 12. Description, an utterly ordinary arrow, prone to damage and breakage, with limited lifespan. As expected, useless after 2 shots. He nodded slightly, storing the visibly worn arrows in his pack. Then he turned his attention to the bow in his hands. Wooden bow. Quality, excellent. Durability, 1920. Description, a lightly used excellent grade bow. Firing 10 arrows had only reduced durability by 1 point. By that calculation, this excellent grade bow could handle 200 full power shots. Quite remarkable indeed. After confirming the stats, he stored the bow in his pack and turned his gaze back to the saplings in the courtyard. Oh no, except for the one by the entrance, I haven't watered the other saplings yet. He slapped his forehead, then remembered his mana had climbed to 210 points, enough to cast with Spirit Orb 21 times. Each casting could mature 10 saplings, meaning he could tend to a full 210 trees. Plant first, worry later. He immediately pulled out his tools and began digging holes on both sides of the shelter, planting 1 sapling every meter. Following the principle of maximum efficiency, he prioritized excellent grade saplings and apple saplings, with vine saplings coming second. Excellent wood was the scarcest resource at this stage. Apples could satisfy both hunger and thirst, and vines had numerous uses, appearing in many crafting recipes. After planting all the saplings, Lin Jiang expended his mana to activate Wood Spirit Orb on each one, directly having their growth cycles. However, Wood Spirit Orb could only affect each sapling once. If it could stack infinitely, this item's quality would far exceed mere excellent. Finally came watering all the saplings. After finishing the watering, he checked the number of saplings he had planted. The lone sapling by the entrance was the most conspicuous, while 50 saplings stood in 2 neat rows directly in front of the shelter, with additional rows extending on both sides, totaling 210 trees. Altogether, 261 saplings stood quietly in the night, as if they were simply waiting for time to pass before bearing enough fruit for him to be self-sufficient, provided, of course, that no wild beasts or monsters came to disrupt things. After emptying the last bucket of water, Lin Jiang turned the wooden bucket upside down and clapped his hands in satisfaction. For this batch of saplings, he had made several trips to the small river. If he still had his ordinary human constitution from before, he would probably be suffering from back pain and sore legs by now. But his current physical condition was incomparably better than before. After all this work, he wasn't tired at all. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. No back pain, no sore legs, awesome. He let out a light yawn and lifted his wrist to check his watch. 11 p.m., -5 degrees Celsius. Was the temperature still dropping? Lin Jiang frowned. Could it be that the eternal night world would become increasingly harsh as the protection time elapsed? Or perhaps, once the protection period ended, the world's true brutality would finally reveal itself? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. His forehead began to throb faintly, and whenever he got a headache, his old habit of wanting to sleep kicked in again. Having been busy all day, he was already exhausted, and now his drowsiness doubled. Pushing open the door and entering the house, he saw the warm, cozy bedding and made a brief but futile struggle before obediently crawling in. Once under the covers, he symbolically shifted around a couple of times, but his young body was honest, his head tilted to one side, and he fell into a deep sleep. Youth was wonderful. He could fall asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Time passed bit by bit in the darkness, and the protection time was consumed along with it. Suddenly, Lin Jiang groggily sensed the surrounding temperature plummeting sharply. It wasn't his imagination. With his intelligence at 21 points, his perception had also improved, and changes in hot and cold couldn't escape his senses. Soon, the true cruelty of the eternal night world would be unveiled. But he simply rolled over and continued sleeping no matter what was happening outside. He was determined to get his rest. In the blink of an eye, the 4th day arrived. Lin Jiang didn't wake up naturally, but was startled awake by sudden commotion. At the same time, a system notification abruptly appeared. Alert! The shelter's wooden fence is under attack. Durability: 495,500. 490500. 485,500. 480,500. Losing 5 durability points every 2 to 3 seconds. This rate was quite alarming. Lin Jiang, who had originally wanted to stay in bed longer, instantly sat bolt upright and rolled out of bed. With no time to wash up, he grabbed an apple and took a couple of bites while rushing upstairs. The dramatic increase in his constitution attribute made him incredibly fast. He reached the window in just a few steps. He finished the last few bites of the apple, and with something in his stomach, his spirits lifted as well. He leaned against the window frame and peered out, his gaze sweeping across the dim courtyard before finally focusing on the fence 30 meters away. Through the mist, several gray wolves were tearing at the wooden barrier with their fangs and clawing at it with their sharp talons, their frenzied movements repeatedly shaking the fence. Every few seconds, numbers kept appearing above the wooden barrier. Durability 5. Durability 5. Well, would you look at that, beasts are already attacking on the very first day after the protection period ended? Lin Jiang looked up from the window and saw several blurry gray shadows outside the wooden fence. 5 mist gray wolves were clawing and ramming against the railings with bared fangs, sending wooden splinters flying everywhere as the durability numbers kept dropping. If the fence got destroyed, the beasts would charge into his shelter, and with his limited viewing angle, he'd have a hard time dealing with them. Time was running short, so he quickly pulled out the longbow and quiver he'd prepared earlier from his backpack, skillfully drew an arrow, nocked it, and pulled back the bowstring. The moment the bowstring reached full draw, Lin Jiang held his breath and locked onto the gray wolf 30 meters away that was swiping its claws, centering it in his sights. Whoosh! The arrow cut through the air, instantly passing through the gap between the railings and precisely piercing the gray wolf's shoulder blade. A whoo! The wolf's howl carried pain as the beast staggered backward. The arrow shaft only penetrated a quarter of the way before getting stuck in the tough muscle. A pale red number immediately appeared above its head. 25. Then, a complete health bar popped up. Health: 5,580. A full draw arrow only takes away a quarter of its health. Lin Jiang's brow furrowed, but there was no time to analyze the damage calculations. His fingers moved to grab another arrow, and the bowstring sang again. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows flew out in succession, creating whistling sounds as they cut through the air. Lin Jiang's basic archery skills were nearly perfect within 30 meters, and the rain of arrows pierced through the gray wolf's ribs, neck, and abdomen. 25. 25. 25. Health: 080. The gray wolf let out a hoarse whimper, convulsed twice, then collapsed lifeless. The mist swirling around the corpse gradually faded, followed immediately by a system notification. Notification: congratulations on killing level 8 Mist Gray Wolf Common 1. Since you are not a combat class, you cannot gain experience from battle. You obtained Mist Gray Wolf Meat Common 1, Mist Gray Wolf Bone Common 1, Mist Gray Wolf Blood Common 1, Mist Gray Wolf Hide Common 1. No experience? Killing monsters to level up doesn't work for me. Lin Jiang frowned inwardly, but quickly accepted it. You win some, you lose some. At least the drops are generous. He glanced at his backpack, noting the 4 new resources, and nodded slightly. Meanwhile, the first gray wolf's corpse was slowly dissolving as if being devoured, seemingly absorbed back into the mist. Its death left the remaining 4 gray wolves momentarily stunned, but then their fury intensified, and they resumed pounding the fence with claws and fangs, sending wood chips flying again. Suddenly, one of the larger gray wolves raised its head and howled, its piercing call seemingly summoning reinforcements. Can't let it finish that howl, that'll spell trouble. Lin Jiang's heart tightened as he instantly drew the bowstring to its limit, aiming the arrowhead directly at the howling wolf's throat. Thunk! The wooden arrow embedded in the wolf's body. 25. Lin Jiang didn't pause, immediately firing 2 more arrows. 25. Health, 090. In less than 2 seconds, the level 9 Mist Gray Wolf's health bar emptied, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Notification: congratulations on killing level 9 Mist Gray Wolf Common 1. You obtained Mist Gray Wolf Meat Common 1. The levels aren't fixed, but the health and damage patterns are quite consistent. He mentally noted the data and raised his bow again. The remaining 3 gray wolves were driven into a greater frenzy, but they were still within his optimal shooting range. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every 4 arrows claimed a wolf's life. Occasionally, a few arrows missed due to the beast's frantic movements, but it didn't affect his overall rhythm. A few more arrows missed their mark later on, but it was no big deal. Hiding in the shelter and shooting from cover, Lin Jiang easily took down 5 mist gray wolves. In less than 3 minutes, the wolf corpses by the wooden fence 30 meters away quickly dissolved into the mist. Lin Jiang put away his bow and shook his wrists and shoulders. Each arrow had been drawn with full force, and while it wasn't exhausting, the continuous shooting had still drained considerable stamina. After stretching his muscles, he turned to jump down from the second-floor window. The second floor was only about 3 meters from the ground, easily manageable with his current physical condition. But just as he placed one hand on the windowsill and prepared to leap, whoosh, a gray shadow came flying from across the small river. By the campfire's light, he saw what it was, a mist gray wolf. Raising an eyebrow, he reached out his hand, and a bow appeared from thin air. Without hesitation, he drew the bow and released. The arrow hit its mark precisely. 25 HP, 75100. The gray wolf whimpered in pain, clearly a level 10 individual. Lin Jiang nodded slightly, preparing for his second shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gray figures kept leaping across from the opposite bank, more than 10 in total before they stopped. They appeared almost in formation outside the fence and immediately began tearing at the wooden barriers. Lin Jiang's expression darkened, his hand gripping the bowstring, trembling slightly, whether from fear or adrenaline. He couldn't tell. It made sense though. Someone from Blue Star who had never even killed a chicken, who instinctively stepped back when large dogs barked, now suddenly facing a pack of wolves the size of small tigers who wouldn't panic? He took a deep breath, pushing the fear back into his chest. This was definitely not the time to freeze up. Over 10 mist gray wolves swarmed forward, and the durability of several wooden fence panels in front dropped rapidly. 396500, 389,500, 379,500. If he didn't stop them immediately, the fence would be torn apart in minutes, and the shelter itself would be next. With this thought, he acted decisively. Swoosh. First arrow. Swoosh. Second arrow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows flew in rapid succession as his movements of grabbing, knocking, and drawing never ceased. Due to nervousness, his first few arrows missed, but after adapting to the rhythm, his accuracy quickly improved. After all, these beasts were merely flesh and blood with no tactical coordination. The alpha wolf seemed absent, and they were only charging on instinct. Lin Jiang gradually realized that with high ground advantage and a reliable ranged weapon, clearing these monsters wasn't particularly difficult. About 3 minutes later, crash. The 3 wooden fence panels directly in front were smashed to pieces by the wolf pack and collapsed with a clatter. However, as the fence fell, Lin Jiang's tense nerves actually relaxed somewhat, because when those 3 fence panels were destroyed by the pack of mist gray wolves, Lin Jiang seized this precious blocking time and successfully eliminated all the mist gray wolves. Notification: congratulations. You have slain a level 10 mist gray wolf common 1. You have obtained Mist Gray Wolf Meat Common 1, Mist Gray Wolf Blood Common 1, Mist Gray Wolf Bone Common 1, Mist Gray Wolf Hide Common 1. Notification: congratulations. You have slain a level 9 Mist Grey Wolf Common 1. You have obtained Mist Grey Wolf Meat Common 1. Notification congratulations. You have slain a level 8 Mist Grey Wolf Common 1. You have obtained. The continuous system notifications echoed in his ears, but he couldn't spare any attention for them. Lin Jiang's gaze remained fixed ahead, on the opposite bank of the stream about 30 meters away where countless mist gray wolves had somehow gathered, at least several dozen by rough count. The darkness and mist beyond swallowed everything else, making it impossible for him to determine how many more lurked in the shadows. Just the wolves visible before him were enough to rapidly drain his stamina. Not to mention the alpha male capable of mating with the level 11 female, the true wolf king, who had yet to show himself. The bowstring trembled slightly between his fingers. It wasn't fear, but exhaustion. To intercept that initial wave of charging wolves, he had fired over 100 arrows in succession. His impressive constitution of 21 points kept him standing through prolonged combat, but continuously drawing the bow to full tension had left his right arm burning with fatigue, and his stamina was more than half depleted. If the pack across the river launched an assault now, he dared not imagine the outcome. Lin Jiang suppressed his exhaustion and maintained his drawn bow stance, arrow tip aimed steadily at the opposite shore, using his actions to declare to the beasts that he could still fight. Time crawled by as both sides remained locked in standoff. The mist gray wolves waited warily on the far bank. They could easily leap across the 3-kilometer-wide stream, yet they hesitated to take that crucial step. In their fierce eyes flickered wariness toward this human who had slain over 20 of their kin. Suddenly, a sharp yet deep howl pierced the night. Oh whoa. The moment that sound rang out, the dozens of gray wolves across the river turned without hesitation and vanished into the misty depths. Lin Jiang's heart sank. The howl had come from the Wolf King. Any creature capable of commanding level 8, 9, and 10 common gray wolves had to be an elite-grade beast. At least they had been temporarily driven back by a show of force. He slowly lowered his longbow and exhaled a heavy breath, then collapsed onto the ground without regard for dignity, gasping deeply as he allowed his taut nerves to finally relax. The dual toll of high-intensity combat and mental strain was more draining than a long-distance march, like a 100-meter sprint that leaves your legs weak and heart pounding after just seconds. Fortunately, Lin Jiang's exceptional constitution meant his recovery was outstanding. In just this short while, some strength had returned to his body. Lin Jiang pushed himself up from the ground, his right arm still aching terribly. He flexed his wrist and headed downstairs with urgent steps. The damaged wooden fence was waiting to be repaired. If left unattended, there was no telling when that pack of mist gray wolves might return. Without the fence as a buffer, he wouldn't have the confidence to take them down so easily a second time. The resource storage box on the first floor lay open, with wood and vines neatly arranged inside. He grabbed a ripe red apple and headed outside. The cool breeze carried the scent of blood as he walked, taking large bites of the apple. Juice dripped between his fingers, quenching the thirst from the recent battle. Without much delay, he reached the edge of the battlefield. Broken stakes and twisted spikes from the fence lay scattered everywhere, with wooden arrows littering the ground. Lin Jiang crouched down to collect them, checking each arrow shaft and stuffing the usable ones into his backpack, thinking every bit saved counted. His gaze swept over the fence. 3 entire sections were completely destroyed, and the remaining sections had little durability left. A system prompt appeared in his vision. Repair damaged wooden fence. Required materials, wood 7, vines 7. Lin Jiang clicked confirm without hesitation. The wood and vines from his backpack transformed into particles of light that fell to the ground. A white flash passed, and the broken stakes rapidly grew and reassembled, looking brand new in the blink of an eye. Seeing the fence restored, he let out a long breath. This wooden wall was like the exoskeleton of his shelter, and without it, he always felt vulnerable. Instead of rushing back inside, he looked up and pulled up the fence information. Level 10 wooden fence common. Upgradable to level 1 stone wall excellent. Required blueprint, stone wall excellent. Upgrade materials, stone excellent 1, clay 1. Durability, 500,500. Description, level 10 wooden fence provides some protection, but its main function is to expand shelter range. Lin Jiang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I need range combat capability, which means I need a safe firing platform. Upgrading this to a stone wall would hold off the wolf pack long enough for me to shoot with confidence. With his mind made up, he immediately opened the trading marketplace and searched using keywords. Within seconds, a stone wall blueprint excellent appeared before his eyes. Such basic construction blueprints held limited value for most survivors and were often traded for miscellaneous resources. Lin Jiang purchased it for 10 pieces of wood and immediately returned to his shelter. In the warehouse, the excellent grade stone and clay he had previously traded wood for sat neatly arranged. He grabbed them, and the materials instantly filled the upgrade slots. Upgrade. Accompanied by the familiar burst of white light, the wooden fence surface rapidly turned to stone. The wood grain faded away, replaced by rough gray stone that reflected a cold, hard gleam in the sunlight. At this moment, the level 10 wooden fence had become a level 1 stone wall. An information panel appeared on the wall. Level 1 stone wall. Quality, excellent. Upgradable to level 2 stone wall. Upgrade requirements. Stone excellent 1, clay 1. Durability, 10001000. Description. This is a relatively sturdy stone wall that can protect you from monster attacks below excellent grade for a period of time, including excellent grade monsters. After reading the panel, Lin Jiang nodded with satisfaction. The durability had doubled, and the description clearly stated it could block excellent grade monsters, which gave him tremendous confidence. Even if he encountered another excellent grade mist gray wolf, he could hide in his shelter and play the role of a camper, shooting arrows from behind the wall. If the stone wall were truly destroyed, he still had his trump card at excellent grade shelter, which had even higher durability than the stone wall. After upgrading the wooden fence at the gap to a stone wall, he temporarily stopped and didn't continue upgrading other fences. Instead, he looked around and pondered. Since there was no limit to the number of fences, there was great potential here. Why not create a triple inner, triple outer, multi-layered defense for the shelter? If the mist gray wolves wanted to break through, they'd have to chew through plenty first. At this thought, he excitedly called himself a genius. He immediately got to work. Lin Jiang first stored the newly upgraded stone wall in his backpack, then replaced it with a wooden fence section at the same spot. He returned to the shelter and rummaged through everything, carrying out wood, vines, and other resources. Standing before the fence, he casually upgraded it to level 10, then stepped back 1 meter and began crafting wooden fences by hand. Fences had to be spaced 1 meter apart, but this wasn't difficult for him. In no time, another ring of fences surrounded the shelter. Upgrade, step back, build again, upgrade again actions repeated in cycles. Only after completing 10 rings, all upgraded to level 10, did he call it quits. 20 meters out, those concentric circles of level 10 wooden fences resembled dense tree rings, wrapping the shelter in layers and giving him an immense sense of security. Even if the alpha of the mist gray wolf pack came, it would take considerable time to fight its way through. If a single claw swipe could shatter the fences, then no amount of wood would matter. So Lin Jiang shook his head and decided 10 layers were more than sufficient. The real main event was just beginning. Lin Jiang walked to a position 1 meter from the shelter and placed another complete ring of wooden fences, incorporating the previous stone wall section among them. He planned to upgrade this entire ring to stone walls, forming the core stone ring. Upgrading wooden fences only required wood and vines, materials he had in abundance. Wouldn't mind building 10 rings. But stone walls were problematic. Clay was manageable, but excellent grade stones were in short supply. Lin Jiang searched through the trading marketplace and could only scrape together 300 to 400 pieces. Without hesitation, he exchanged all his wood at a 10-to-1 ratio for them. He then contacted his friend Li Jiang and made a resource trade. Stone 108, stone excellent 26, iron or excellent 10, copper or fine 4. These ores were what Li Jiang had mined in the caves during this period. After organizing his resources, Lin Jiang began upgrading the wooden fence surrounding his shelter within a 1-meter perimeter. He started by upgrading all these fences to level 10. First, the wood consumption was negligible for him. However, when he planned to upgrade further to level 1 stone walls, the cost became somewhat painful. With the shelter covering 100 square meters and extending outward by 1 meter, he would need to upgrade a total of 48 stone wall sections. The system's recipe required excellent stone 1, clay 1. This meant he would need to spend at least 48 pieces of excellent grade stone. Phew, Lin Jiang glanced at his backpack. Excellent stone 573. The quantity was sufficient, but he couldn't afford to be wasteful since he still needed materials to upgrade the shelter itself. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to prioritize safety first and proceeded to build a circle of stone walls. After spending some time, 48 stone wall sections took shape one by one. The rock and clay fitted together seamlessly, with gray-white walls encircling the shelter thick and reliable. Lin Jiang admired his handiwork, feeling much more secure, then turned and entered the shelter. He climbed the stairs to the second floor and looked outside through the window. After just a few seconds of observation, his brow furrowed. The second floor was still too low, with his view blocked by surrounding tree canopies and walls. For an archer who prided himself on ranged shooting, this was not good news. I need to figure out a way to build a platform or balcony, Lin Jiang muttered while opening the trading mall, typing building blueprints in the search box. Numerous related items appeared, and after filtering through them one by one, he finally selected a rooftop blueprint, exchanging it for a small amount of wood. After casually storing the blueprint in his backpack, he searched for skill books. The results page was empty, not a single one for sale. Lin Jiang was about to close the trading mall when he suddenly realized that if he wasn't watching, someone might list skill books or equipment blueprints the next second, only to have them snatched by other survivors. So he decided to keep the mall open, leaving the interface on the blank skill books page, waiting for prey to appear. To expand his book acquisition channels, he switched to the public chat channel and shouted, buying basic skill books at high prices. He repeated this 3 times in a row. However, the next second, a system notification popped up. Notice, you have used up your daily public chat channel message limit. What the heck? How is there suddenly a limit? Lin Jiang was stunned, guessing it might be due to the end of the protection period. With confusion, he continued browsing the public channel. Messages weren't scrolling fast, with only scattered complaints appearing intermittently. How can we only send 3 messages a day? That's right, and you just wasted one. You wasted one too. So did you. So cold. I'm still in short sleeves and shorts. How am I supposed to survive? I'm getting frostbitten. Could some kind soul spare some wood? I'd be grateful for life. No wood left, used it all to upgrade the shelter. Everyone's running short now. Yeah, nobody could have imagined the environment in this eternal night world would be so cold. Indeed, after the protection period ended, it feels like the entire world environment changed, completely impossible to adapt. Without a fire, people will really die. Hey everyone, I've already caught a cold and feel really weak. You guys should be careful too. By the way, does anyone have cold medicine or anything to treat this kind of illness? Geez, you're all a bunch of rusted brain idiots. This isn't Blue Star anymore, so how could the environment be the same? Heat, cold, or other extreme conditions. You should have considered all this since you crossed over and prepared for what comes after the protection period ends. You're absolutely right. Let me give everyone a piece of advice. If you can't change your mindset and keep acting like you're still on Blue Star, you won't survive here. This place is extremely dangerous. You need to think through every action carefully, or there's only one outcome, and that is. The public chat channel scrolling speed had noticeably slowed down, with sporadic messages appearing one by one, barely readable. Most survivors were being economical with their words, saving their 3 free messages for truly critical moments. Lin Jiang glanced at it a few times before closing the chat window. He opened his backpack and selected the building blueprint he had just acquired. Shelter modification blueprint rooftop. Quality, excellent. Description, build a rooftop on top of your shelter. A clear view is beneficial at any moment. Learn and use, he thought to himself. The blueprint instantly transformed into a white light that merged into his body, and immediately, the option for shelter rooftop modification appeared in his blueprint crafting interface. The material requirements weren't complicated. Excellent stone 20. Lin Jiang clicked build, and the familiar white light spiraled up from the center of the second floor, shooting toward the roof. After more than 10 seconds, a spiral staircase appeared out of thin air in the center of the second floor, connecting to the stairs leading to the first floor. He stepped up. The rooftop was about the same size as the second floor, roughly 10 square meters, with railings installed around the perimeter. The 2 floors combined were only about 6 meters high. Even if he fell, it would just scrape his skin at most. Standing at this height, his view suddenly opened up. If the mist and gray wolves came in greater numbers, flanking from the left, right, and rear previously, he could only peek outside through a single window, unable to cover many angles. But now, no matter which side showed movement, nothing could escape his eyes. With the shelter as solid as a fortress, he felt relieved. Next, upgrade the shelter. Lin Jiang brought up the information panel. Shelter. Level 1 building. Area. First floor 100, second floor 10. Quality, excellent. Durability, 1500-1500. Requirements for upgrading to level 2. Excellent wood 20. Excellent wooden planks 15. Excellent stone 20. Excellent stone slabs 15. Description, an excellent grade building that can withstand excellent grade creatures for a period of time. He had all the materials on hand, only needing to process the logs and stone blocks into planks. Lin Jiang went down to the first floor, approached the workbench, placed excellent wood 15, excellent stone 15 into the slots, and clicked to craft 15 excellent wooden planks and 15 excellent stone slabs. Crafting wooden planks and stone slabs on the workbench takes time, as these are semi-finished materials. Each piece requires a full minute to make, and with 15 wooden planks plus 15 stone slabs needed, that's at least half an hour. Lin Jiang had no intention of standing around waiting by the workbench, so he turned and walked over to the furnace in the center of the room. The firewood inside had almost completely burned down to gleaming black charcoal. He scooped the hot coals into his resource storage box and dumped a fresh load of wood into the furnace with a loud clatter, causing the flames to leap high. Other survivors would probably be green with envy if they saw such extravagant fuel consumption. As soon as the protection period ended, the outside temperature plummeted. But Lin Jiang didn't feel cold, partly because his constitution attribute was naturally high, and partly because the furnace burned continuously, keeping the interior nice and warm. As for the campfire outside his shelter, he regularly replaced the fuel, since materials were just pocket change to him. He glanced down at his watch and frowned slightly. The temperature had already dropped to -10°C, and it was only 1 p.m. The cold was still intensifying, leaving ordinary people with virtually no chance of survival. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it, but his stomach began to protest. He pulled out an apple and took a bite, then suddenly remembered today's hunting spoils 20 portions of mist gray wolf meat, along with the corresponding blood, bones, and pelts. With this in mind, he opened his backpack and examined each material's information. 1. Mist gray wolf meat quality. Common. Can be eaten raw or cooked. For personal level 10 and non-advanced professions, every 3 portions consumed increases constitution by 1 point, maximum 3 points. 2. Mist gray wolf blood quality. Common. When combined with common mist flowers, using 3 mist gray wolf blood 1 mist flower can increase intelligence by 1 point for levels 10, maximum 3 points. 3. Mist gray wolf bone quality. Common. Can be consumed directly, used to feed other beasts, or ground into powder for various purposes. 4. Mist gray wolf pelt quality. Common. From mist gray wolves, can be crafted into equipment with attribute bonuses, requires corresponding blueprints, and has potential for further enhancement. After reading the descriptions, Lin Jiang was somewhat surprised. He'd expected ordinary beast drops, but it turned out every part was valuable, with the meat and blood even providing attribute boosts. However, the attribute increases were capped at 3 points and only effective for players below level 10, so he didn't think too much about it and decided to try the taste first. He pulled 3 portions of mist gray wolf meat from his backpack, substantial servings that could easily feed an ordinary person for an entire day. The stove and cookware were already prepared and could finally be put to use. He planned to make a pot of wolf meat stew. Having decided on the cooking method, he nodded and efficiently set up the pot, lit the fire, and added water in one smooth sequence. After all, during his financially tight days on Blue Star, he'd often cooked for himself and had long since mastered these movements. He then tossed the 3 portions of mist gray wolf meat into the pot, covered it with a lid, and began cooking. After eating apples for so many days, though he wasn't starving, his mouth felt utterly bland. Lin Jiang crouched beside the makeshift stove, determined to make this rare meat meal properly. He opened the trading marketplace and browsed page by page for edible seasonings. The available options were extremely limited, and he finally found preliminary processed sea salt, tucked away in a corner with red text warning, "Do not consume excessively." Without much hesitation, he immediately exchanged points for a pack, returned to the pot, pinched a few grains between his fingers, and sprinkled them into the bubbling wolf meat soup, hoping to add some saltiness. After covering the pot, he left the rest to time and heat. While the wolf meat simmered, he picked up the fog-dispelling lamp and walked outside the shelter. It had fog last night, leaving the ground perfectly moist. He first watered the few saplings that had already taken root. Since he had no fertilizer for now, that step had to be skipped except for the tree by the entrance, which enjoyed a daily dose of pure, natural, pollution-free fertilizer from above, the droppings left by the mist wolves. After unlocking his profession, his mana would slowly recover over time, returning to full capacity after a night's sleep. With this in mind, Lin Jiang felt confident. He would plant another ring of trees around the shelter. After all, walls and fences wouldn't obstruct the saplings, and those wild beasts never gnawed on trees. His backpack still held over 1,000 saplings, perfect for the task. Lin Jiang wielded his shovel, digging holes and planting a sapling every meter with repetitive yet fluid motions. After completing a small section, he would take out the wood spirit orb and accelerate their growth in batches. His mana was limited, so he couldn't rush them all at once. After 2 full hours of back-and-forth work, he had planted all the saplings and accelerated about a third of them. Checking his wrist, he realized it was about time the wolf meat in the pot should be ready. "Little ones, don't let the wolves dig you up tonight." He patted the trunk of the nearest sapling and headed back to the shelter with his fog-dispelling lamp. Steam was still rising from the pot inside. Lin Jiang lifted the lid, and the aroma of wolf meat mixed with a hint of saltiness hit him full force. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The chopsticks he had acquired when trading for cookware earlier came in handy now. Lin Jiang fished out a piece of meat directly from the pot, bit into it, and slurped up the broth with a satisfied sound. The taste wasn't spectacular, but it was far better than monotonous apples. The meat was firm and chewy. With his 21-point constitution, his appetite was enormous, and he devoured the entire pot of wolf meat in no time. Just as he swallowed the last bite, warmth surged from his abdomen, as if his blood had been ignited. Ding! He immediately pulled up his personal panel and, as expected, his constitution had increased from 21 to 22 points. Though it was only a single-point increase, he could vaguely feel his strength had grown. He glanced at the remaining broth in the pot and smacked his lips with lingering desire, but his stomach was already uncomfortably full, so he had to give up. "I'll have more next meal." If he could consume mist flowers along with mist wolf blood, the enhancement would be even greater. He wondered if anyone in the trading marketplace was selling mist flowers. After his constitution improved, he turned his attention to his intelligence attribute. He then opened the trading marketplace and began searching for mist flowers. Fortunately, although he had never heard of this item before, it wasn't completely unavailable. Sure enough, Someone in the trading marketplace had listed mist flowers, 11 of them in total, all of common quality, priced uniformly at 10 wood each. Mist flowers were naturally rare, making their price significantly higher than other common materials. But Lin Jiang had plenty of wood. What he truly lacked right now were the flowers, so he decisively traded wood for all 11 blooms. The recipe was simple: consume 3 portions of mist gray wolf blood plus 1 mist flower to permanently increase intelligence by 1 point. With this in mind, he looked down to clean his pot, then pulled out Mist Gray Wolf Blood 3 from his backpack and poured it in with a splash. The crimson plasma bubbled and frothed, releasing a fishy stench that hit him in the face and made his scalp tingle. For the sake of the attribute boost, he could only force himself to endure the nausea. Next, he took out a grayish-white mist flower. Thread-like wisps of mist swirled around its petals, as if it were breathing. Lin Jiang took a deep breath and tossed the flower into the blood. Instantly, the blooms silently dissolved into streams of white mist that merged with the blood, causing the pot to suddenly emit what looked like steam. Bottoms up for true friendship. He gritted his teeth, lifted the pot, and tilted his head back to gulp it down. The first mouthful of blood hit his skull with its metallic taste, making his stomach convulse and nearly causing him to vomit on the spot. Fortunately, there wasn't much total volume, so he simply chugged it down in several large gulps until the pot was empty. With the blood plasma in his stomach, his insides churned violently and cold sweat beaded on his forehead, but for that 1 point of intelligence, he endured it all. After a few minutes, his roiling stomach finally calmed down. He pulled up his attribute panel. Intelligence had jumped from 21 to 22. Lin Jiang let out a long breath. The suffering was worth it. Coming back to his senses, he suddenly remembered the wooden and stone boards in his workbench. Holy crap! I almost forgot. Upgrading his shelter was also a top priority. He quickly retrieved the completed excellent wooden boards and excellent stone boards, opened the shelter interface, and declared with a grand gesture. Consume excellent wood 20, excellent wooden boards 15, excellent stone 20, excellent stone boards 15. Upgrade it for me. As his words fell, fine white light surged from all directions, wrapping the shelter inside and out completely. After about 10 seconds, the light particles dispersed and the interior brightness returned to normal. Though the exterior appearance had only changed slightly, the overall quality had clearly improved. He didn't bother examining the outer walls closely and directly pulled up the new information panel. Shelter, level 2 building. First floor, 100 square meters. Second floor, 20 square meters. Quality, excellent. Requirements for level 3 upgrade. Excellent wood 30, excellent wooden boards 20, excellent stone 30, excellent stone boards 20. Durability, 2000, 2000. Description, an excellent grade building with considerable durability that can withstand attacks from excellent grade creatures for a considerable period. The first thing that caught his eye was the newly added total area data. Above it showed the second floor's 20 square meters. Lin Jiang went straight up to the second floor. Looking around, he confirmed that the upgraded second level had indeed expanded to 20 square meters. After checking everything, he climbed up to the third floor and found that the rooftop area had also expanded proportionally, giving him a much broader view. It made perfect sense that when the second floor grew larger, the rooftop would extend accordingly. He opened the shelter panel. The materials required for the next level had increased: 30 pieces of wood and 20 wooden planks, which meant he needed to prepare 50 pieces of excellent grade wood. The same applied to stone materials. As for durability points, each upgrade would add another 500 points, which was standard for all shelters after level 10. Quite reasonable, really. Lin Jiang nodded with satisfaction and closed the panel. Checking his backpack, he found he still had enough excellent grade wood and stone, so he decided to continue upgrading immediately. He hadn't mass-produced wooden planks and stone slabs at the workbench earlier because he was worried the material requirements might change unexpectedly, but now that he knew what was needed, there was no reason to hold back. At the workbench, he placed 20 pieces of excellent grade wood and 20 pieces of excellent grade stone into the material slots, converting them all into planks and slabs. The system notification appeared. Each item would take 1 minute to process, requiring 40 minutes total. Since he had nothing urgent to do anyway, he simply sat down on the nearby wooden bed and waited for the progress bar to advance. Feeling restless, he was about to open the public chat channel to see what was happening when he noticed several red notification dots flashing on his private message interface. There were both anonymous messages and private messages from his friends Zhang Long and Li Jiang. Zhang Long's message had been sent an hour ago. "You there, bro? I found a blueprint in a treasure chest while searching through some bushes. Take a look and see if you need it." Lin Jiang had been busy with upgrades at the time and hadn't noticed, so he naturally replied now. "Just finished what I was doing." "What kind of blueprint?" "Send it over so I can take a look." The response came back instantly, along with the blueprint information. Beast hide clothing blueprint. Quality, common. Description, once learned, allows crafting of equipment using wild animal fur. Seeing this, Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Wouldn't the mist gray wolf pelts be perfect for this?" "I definitely need this," he replied. Why aren't you keeping it for yourself? Zhang Long sent back a bitter smile emoji. I don't have any beast pelts, just grass and fiber. Alright, equipment blueprints are rare right now, and there aren't many on the trading market either. What resources do you want? Wood, stone, and some food. Whatever you think is fair, boss, hehe. Lin Jiang thought for a moment and made an offer. 10 wood, 10 stone, and 5 apples for your blueprint. How does that sound? Deal, absolutely no problem. With the price agreed upon, both parties immediately initiated the trade. A few seconds later, the materials were deducted and Lin Jiang successfully acquired the common quality beast hide clothing blueprint. Even though it was only common quality, clothing equipment was scarce at this stage, as evidenced by the gaps in the trading market. Lin Jiang had plenty of mist gray wolf pelts, so he could craft some for himself and sell the rest on the market at high prices. People would still fight over them. It was a guaranteed profit. With the blueprint in hand, Lin Jiang naturally had to craft the equipment. He first pulled out the beast hide clothing blueprint that emanated a cold gleam from his backpack, lightly tapped it with his fingertip, and silently thought, learn and use. The next second, the blueprint transformed into a wisp of white light that merged into his body, as if the information had been directly etched into his bones. He casually opened his personal panel, and sure enough, the beast hide clothing option had appeared in the crafting pages list. Lin Jiang excitedly clicked craft, but the page merely flickered quietly without showing a progress bar. Immediately after, a line of bright red text appeared at the bottom of the interface. Warning, equipment must be crafted using a sewing machine. Please first construct the prerequisite facility sewing machine. I need to get a whole machine. He rubbed his temples, grumbling internally. Everything's already digitized. Does it really need to be this complicated? But complaints aside, the work still had to be done. He quickly opened the trading marketplace and set the filter to building facilities blueprints. His luck wasn't bad. Sewing machine blueprints weren't scarce, with several copies displayed on the shelves, all uniformly common quality with quite reasonable prices. He spent a few pieces of wood to buy one, then selected Learn and Use. With a flash of light, the blueprint was officially archived in his personal knowledge base. According to the description, the sewing machine itself had to be crafted at the workbench. Fortunately, he already had a workbench set up in the corner. Lin Jiang threw in the materials, stone 5, wood 4, fiber 10, and after confirming, the progress bar steadily advanced. Moments later, a gray-white sewing machine appeared, slightly larger than a household sewing machine, with gleaming quality, common characters etched on its body. The description proudly stated, Description, any equipment must be crafted using me. Too lazy to complain further, he casually placed the sewing machine next to the workbench, connecting the two devices end to end. As the machine touched the ground, a new operation interface immediately popped up, with the beast hide clothing icon particularly prominent. Beast hide clothing. Quality, common. Materials, any beast hide 1, hemp cloth 5. Description, requires wild beast hide to craft. The better the quality of the hide, the easier it is to create beast hide clothing with attribute bonuses. Without hesitation, Lin Jiang directly threw in the misty gray wolf hide he had obtained earlier. After system detection, it was marked as misty gray wolf hide 1, meaning one hide could make one piece of clothing. As for hemp cloth, he already had stock. If he ran short, he could always trade grass with Zhang Long later. The misty gray wolf hide's annotation was crystal clear, can be used to craft equipment with attribute bonuses. This wasn't ordinary beast hide clothing. The attribute benefits were more important. He pressed the craft button and watched the progress bar slowly climb. About 15 minutes later, the sewing machine's mechanical arm stopped swaying, and a brand new upper garment appeared in his backpack's equipment slot. Lin Jiang dragged it into his hands for careful examination. Misty gray wolf upper garment. Quality, common. Attribute bonus, Constitution 1. Durability, 1010. Description, this is a beast hide upper garment made from the hide of a high-level misty gray wolf. When worn, it not only provides excellent warmth, but also grants you a constitution bonus. The garment was overall gray-white in color, with a fluffy outer layer that gleamed with a subtle luster. From chest to hem, it flowed seamlessly, complete with a wolf head hood where even the nose bridge and fong details were crafted realistically. Lin Jiang's face lit up with joy. Too lazy to remove his thin hemp cloth shirt, he simply pulled the misty gray wolf upper garment over it. A system notification instantly popped up, Constitution 1, and he could clearly feel that subtle yet real surge of power within his body as he clenched his fist. 1 point of Constitution gained. My strength has improved another level. He knew well that in this perilous world, any attribute enhancement could potentially save his life. Unfortunately, his character level was currently stuck at a bottleneck. Only advancing his profession would allow further improvement. Otherwise, given his tree chopping efficiency, won't his leveling speed be incredibly fast? With higher levels comes greater strength. Killing mist gray wolves and other monsters was no longer a desperate struggle for Lin Jiang, but rather a smooth and effortless harvest. He brushed the remaining wolf blood from his sleeves, shook his head to pull his wandering thoughts back to the present, and shifted his gaze from the coat, made of mist-gray wolf hide, to the chat interface floating before him. Earlier, he had purchased a large batch of thatched grass from Zhang Long in one go, planning to turn it all into linen. Mist-gray wolf hide combined with linen could craft a complete set of armor materials that were currently in high demand in the trading marketplace. Lin Jiang poured the thatched grass into the sewing machine's hopper, and the machine hummed to life with its spindle spinning rapidly. The system showed that crafting one piece of linen would take only 30 seconds. He decided to max out the progress bar, and a long production queue appeared on screen. While the sewing machine worked at high speed, he returned to the private chat interface to clear his unread messages. He still hadn't replied to private messages from Li Jiangguo and several other acquaintances. He clicked on Li Jiangguo's avatar first. Li Jiangguo, I found a treasure chest in the mine and got an equipment blueprint along with some miscellaneous materials. Buddy, are you interested in this blueprint? Below the message was an image of a blueprint glowing with pale blue light and its detailed description. Bronze spear blueprint. Quality, fine. Effect, can be used to craft a bronze spear with considerable power. A spear. Lin Jiang's eyes lit up. His skill set included both basic spear technique and basic throwing, and a spear could serve as both a close combat polearm and a throwing weapon. If these two passives could stack, the damage potential would be incredible. Even if the passives couldn't stack, fine quality cold weapons were virtually extinct in the trading marketplace, so acquiring it would be worthwhile. Besides, he genuinely lacked a reliable primary melee weapon. Lin Jiang, I'm interested. But why aren't you keeping it for yourself? Wouldn't it be better to craft the finished product and sell it in the marketplace for steady income? The reply came in less than 3 seconds. Li Jiangguo, hey, I'd love to, but I'm desperately short on resources. Apart from having plenty of stone, I'm running low on both wood and food. The temperature keeps dropping, and without stockpiling tons of wood and provisions, I won't survive. Plus, this spear definitely needs copper, or right? I have copper or but lack other materials, so I have to sell it for resources. After reading these two replies, Lin Jiang nodded slightly. The fine bronze spear was indeed valuable, but without raw materials, the blueprint was just waste paper. Li Jiangguo's decision not to let the blueprint gather dust and instead cash it in for immediate resources made perfect sense. Moreover, while Li Jiangguo had traded with many people, he found Lin Jiang's prices the most reasonable and never exploitative, which was why he thought of Lin Jiang first. After some negotiation, the fine quality bronze spear blueprint was settled at, with 700, apples 70. Once the trade was completed, Li Jiangguo excitedly posted 3 ha-s in the channel. He knew the blueprint was valuable, but hadn't expected it to be worth this much, and certainly hadn't anticipated that Lin Jiang could produce such massive inventory in one go. This guy was definitely a hidden powerhouse. With the trade complete, Lin Jiang's inventory now contained a bronze spear blueprint. He closed the private chat window, a satisfied smile crossing his lips, but didn't immediately begin crafting. He had copper ore, but he'd finish handling other messages first. In the public channel, his earlier call for high-priced purchases of basic skill books had attracted responses. Lin Jiang clicked through them one by one. While these people all claimed to have skills, only one actually provided skill book information. An image slowly materialized. Eagle Eye Skill Book. Basic. Quality. Common. Description. Eagle Eye Skill Book. Basic Quality. Common Description. After learning this skill, you can enhance your insight and perception. Additionally, attacks have a 10 chance to trigger a critical hit effect, which doubles the damage. Seeing this description, Lin Jiang didn't hesitate to acquire the skill book through the private chat channel. Using some resources, his instincts told him this was another powerful passive skill. Inside the shelter, he sat on the flimsy wooden plank bed, his heart pounding with anticipation as he pulled 2 items from his backpack. A fine quality bronze spear, blueprint, and a common quality basic Eagle Eye skill book. Although the bronze spear had higher quality, he valued the skill book more. Without any pause, he silently recited, learn and use, in his mind. The next second, both the blueprint and skill book dissolved into fine white light and merged into his body. Notification, congratulations on mastering the passive skill Eagle Eye Basic. As the white light faded, he immediately felt as if the world's resolution had been enhanced. His vision became clearer, his perception sharper, and he could even detect subtle air currents around him. The basic archery, basic throwing, and basic spearmanship he had learned before barely felt like improvements. But the changes brought by the Eagle Eye skill were tangible and real, which amazed him, though he didn't dwell on it. He casually opened the crafting interface, and the bronze spear crafting option had appeared. However, after clicking the craft button, a familiar system notification popped up. Notification, weapons must be crafted in a forge. Please first construct the prerequisite facility forge. He was already accustomed to this process. Lin Jiang opened the trading marketplace, first glancing at the skills section completely empty, then searched for forge. Several forge blueprints appeared in the results, and he breathed a sigh of relief, spending some wood to purchase one. With the blueprint in hand, he again silently recited, "Learn and use," and white light surged into his body. Then, he found forge in the crafting list at his workbench. Required materials: stone 20, clay 30, quality, common. The material requirements weren't insignificant, but compared to his current inventory, they were negligible. He directly clicked craft and prioritized the forge construction before the wooden planks and stone slabs. 1 minute later, the completed forge quietly appeared in his backpack. Lin Jiang stood up and walked to the furnace, placing the new forge right beside its stone structure. Over 2 meters tall, occupied half the wall space, and he finally understood why it required so much stone and clay. Next came the spear. Lin Jiang eagerly opened the bronze spear crafting interface. Bronze spear. Quality, fine. Attribute bonus, Constitution 3. Durability, 3030. Description: a fine quality bronze spear with impressive penetrating power, suitable for both melee combat and throwing, capable of piercing through enemies. Crafting materials: fine bronze ingot 5. Wow. Plus 3 constitution points and 30 durability. Lin Jiang marveled. His only piece of fine equipment was the Eternal Night wristwatch on his wrist, which only provided 2 intelligence points. But the next second, he frowned. Bronze ingots? How do I get those? This was yet another unfamiliar material, causing him a slight headache. Bronze ingots, copper. Wait, didn't I trade for copper, or with Li Jiangguo? The screen clearly displayed. To smelt any mineral, you must first master the corresponding blueprint. Lin Jiang decided to open the trading marketplace directly when in doubt. Browse the marketplace first, a strategy that never failed. With such a massive player base, even the most obscure items could potentially be listed for sale. He typed bronze ingot blueprint into the search bar. Sure enough, one result appeared. Bronze ingot blueprint. Quality, excellent. Description: learn to craft bronze ingots after use. Despite being excellent grade, it cost only slightly more than superior grade materials, since it was merely a crafting recipe. Lin Jiang placed the order without hesitation, and the transaction completed within seconds. Silently commanding use, the blueprint instantly transformed into a beam of light that merged into his consciousness. Next, he went straight to the furnace and dumped all his copper ore inside. The system prompted: craft bronze ingot. Required materials: copper ore 1. Time: 1 hour. That meant 5 bronze ingots would take a full 5 hours, and crafting a bronze spear required 5 bronze ingots, so he'd need to wait at least 5 hours before he could start making spears, with additional time likely needed afterward. He had 54 pieces of copper ore in total, all now queued in the furnace. Once fully smelted, he could craft 10 bronze spears, an excellent choice, whether for selling or as throwable weapons. With everything arranged, he glanced at his watch. For PM, temperature minus 11 degrees Celsius, even colder than before. Danger still lurked outside, and with only one life to live, playing it safe was the wisest choice. About half an hour later, the workbench notified him. Excellent grade wooden planks and stones completed. Lin Jiang immediately retrieved them into his backpack, then opened the shelter information page and selected upgrade. Required materials: wood excellent 30, wooden planks excellent 20, stone excellent 30, stone slabs excellent 20. Familiar white light particles rose from the ground, enveloping the entire shelter. After more than 10 seconds, the light faded and the upgrade was complete. Shelter, level 3 building. First floor, 100. Second floor, 30. Quality, excellent. Durability, 2500-2500. Upgrade to level 4 requires wood excellent 40, wooden planks excellent 25, stone excellent 40, stone slabs excellent 25. Description: excellent grade building with high durability, capable of withstanding excellent grade creatures for a considerable time. The information hadn't changed much, but Lin Jiang had figured out the upgrade material pattern. It seemed the building type wouldn't change anymore, just needed to prepare sufficient excellent wooden planks and stone slabs. After 2 consecutive upgrades, he still had over 400 pieces each of excellent wood and stone, enough for several more levels. The only bottleneck was the crafting time for planks and slabs. So he loaded another 100 pieces of excellent wood and 100 pieces of excellent stone into the workbench, maxed out the queue, and began mass-producing excellent grade wooden planks and stone slabs. With nothing else to do, he went up to the 3rd floor rooftop, carefully surveying the surroundings along the railing. After confirming no anomalies, he returned to the 1st floor and lay down on the wooden plank bed, planning to take a short nap. After all, whether it was the bronze ingots in the furnace or the wooden planks and stone slabs in the workbench, everything needed time. Several hours passed quickly. Lin Jiang opened his eyes, first rubbing his sore eyelids, then rolled over and sat up from the hard wooden bed. Oh, what time is it? He yawned, instinctively glancing down at his wristwatch. 22:00. The night was deep, but it was also a perfect time for action. He remembered that the work left at his workbench and furnace should be completed by now. Walking first to the workbench, he lifted the panel to find 100 excellent wooden planks and 100 excellent stone slabs neatly stacked inside, marked as completed by the system. Lin Jiang collected them all into his backpack and, without stopping, moved to the furnace. Opening the furnace door, the slightly red walls reflected the metallic luster of 6 bronze ingots. The furnace produced 1 ingot per hour, and he had slept for exactly 6 hours. Perfect timing. After processing the materials, he opened the shelter information interface. Upgrade. With a press of the confirmation button, white light spilled from the screen, lasting for over 10 seconds. As the light faded, the level 3 building successfully advanced to level 4. Both the second floor and rooftop expanded to 40 square meters each. The durability limit increased by 500 points to a total of 3,000 points, quite impressive numbers. Immediately after, the system displayed the requirements for the next level. Excellent wood 50, excellent wooden planks 30, excellent stone 50, excellent stone slabs 30. Lin Jiang glanced at his backpack had enough materials, so he immediately clicked upgrade again. White light appeared and disappeared once more, and the shelter jumped to level 5. The second floor and balcony expanded to 50 square meters, with 3,500 durability points. The interface immediately refreshed with level 6 requirements, 10 each for excellent wood and stone, 5 each for excellent wooden planks and stone slabs. With materials still abundant, he clicked for the third time without hesitation upgrade. After more than 10 seconds, the level 6 building appeared on the panel. Lin Jiang stroked his chin and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, a level 6 building. Unfortunately, the remaining excellent planks and slabs in his backpack couldn't support another upgrade, so he had to pause for now. He returned to the workbench, inputting 200 excellent wood and 200 excellent stone to queue up production of new batches of planks and slabs. With current inventory running low, he could only wait until tomorrow to see if anyone was selling in the trading market, then exchange ordinary wood for materials. The weather was getting colder, and heating firewood absolutely couldn't run out otherwise. One night would be enough to freeze a person into an ice sculpture. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the batch of coal produced in the furnace. Just because I don't need it doesn't mean others don't. Coal was smokeless and odorless, safe for sleeping without choking, perfect for survivors to warm themselves by the fire at night. So he opened the trading market and listed all the coal, setting the price at double that of ordinary. With the smelting process took time, so it definitely couldn't be 110. After setting the price, he casually switched to the skills tab and looked again, still completely empty, which was somewhat disappointing. Shaking his head lightly, he went to the forge, placed 5 bronze ingots in sequence, and clicked craft bronze spear. Crafting the bronze spear also required time. 1 hour materials aside. Just crafting a single bronze spear takes 6 hours. While the forge was still roaring, Lin Jiang's stomach growled loudly. The wolf meat from his last meal had been completely digested. When hungry, one must eat. With this thought, he simply took out 3 portions of mist gray wolf meat. He walked to the stove, added water, threw in firewood, and lit the fire. A series of practiced, efficient movements. About half an hour later, he lifted the pot lid and rich, savory aromas hit him in the face. Too hungry to care about the heat, Lin Jiang grabbed his chopsticks and dug in directly. In less than 10 minutes, the entire pot of wolf stew was gone. He let out a loud burp and contentedly rubbed his slightly bloated belly. After cleaning the pot, he poured the remaining 3 portions of wolf blood from his backpack into it, added a mist flower, lifted the pot, and tilted his head back to chug it down. The bloody smell shot straight to the top of his head, and he nearly couldn't hold it down, but forced himself to swallow anyway. After the burning sensation subsided, he quickly bit into an apple. The sweet and sour juice washed away the fishy taste in his mouth, and the churning feeling in his stomach settled as well. A small price to pay for gaining 1 level each in constitution and intelligence, totally worth it. Next, he went to the sewing machine. There was still plenty of linen fabric left from before, so he casually tossed in the remaining wolf pelts and continued crafting mist gray wolf shirts. After finishing all this, another hour had passed. The forge chimed with a notification the bronze spear was ready. Lin Jiang eagerly retrieved the weapon and held it in his hands for careful examination. The spear was 2 meters long with substantial weight. Bronze spear. Quality, fine. Attribute, Constitution 3. Durability, 3030. Description, decent penetrating power. Might have special effects when thrown. 3 points of Constitution bonus and 30 durability points, exactly 3 times that of his mist gray wolf shirt. Lin Jiang excitedly equipped the spear, and power indeed surged through his body. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became, even beginning to fantasize about the future. If he could get a complete set of fine quality equipment, forget excellent grade, just fine quality alone could probably crush entire packs of mist gray wolves, right? Fantasy aside, he quickly pulled his thoughts back to focus on the present. He glanced at the clock on the wall, 11 p.m. sharp. It was late, and nothing was more important than getting proper rest. After using the bathroom, he took a hot shower, then nimbly slipped into the wooden bed's covers, pulled up the blanket, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. Time flew by in his dreams. Eyes closed, then opened. A new day had arrived. Lin Jiang opened his eyes and got up, neither sleeping until he naturally woke nor allowing himself to laze in bed. Mist-gray wolves could attack at any moment, so being cautious was wise. Moreover, he understood clearly in his heart that as his intelligence attribute points increased, his required sleep time would become shorter and shorter. Lin Jiang glanced down at his wristwatch. It was exactly 7 o'clock, and the LCD display reminded him that the outdoor temperature had dropped to -15 degrees Celsius, a bit colder than last night. He simply shook his head, not dwelling on the cold. He quickly splashed water on his face and brushed his teeth in one fluid motion. Then he walked to the stove, methodically adding water, wood, and lighting the fire. Flames crackled at the bottom of the pot, casting an orange glow across his face. Today's ingredients were the same as always: 3 portions of mist-gray wolf meat, the only type of meat that could still boost his attributes. Unfortunately, this would be the last time he'd gain any attribute enhancement from it. After this, it would just be ordinary food. He cut the wolf meat into chunks and dropped them into the boiling water with a satisfying sizzle, then covered the pot and set the timer. During this break, he went to his workbench and pulled out all the wooden planks, stone slabs, and bronze ingots he'd smelted the night before. The bronze ingots were just enough to forge a bronze spear. Without hesitation, he fed 5 bronze ingots into the forge and clicked craft bronze spear. Spears were versatile, good for both melee combat and throwing, plus he could list them on the trading market. It never hurt to have a few extras in his inventory. The crafting time showed 1 hour. Since he had to wait anyway, he didn't bother standing around by the forge. He turned to the sewing machine and listed the freshly made mist-gray wolf tunic on the trading market, setting the price. At this stage, equipment was scarce. Even the most basic gear often cost more than excellent grade materials. After finishing that, he opened his shelter interface and checked his inventory. He had enough excellent wood and stone to upgrade another level. Without much hesitation, he clicked upgrade. The required materials: excellent wood 70, excellent wooden planks 40, excellent stone 70, excellent stone slabs 40 were instantly deducted. White light particles spread from floor to ceiling, enveloping the entire shelter. After about 10 seconds, the light faded and a system notification appeared. Shelter, level 7 building. First floor, 100, second floor, 70. Quality, excellent. Durability, 4500, 4500. Upgrade to level 8 building requires excellent wood 80, excellent wooden planks 45, excellent stone 80, excellent stone slabs 45. That's some solid durability. Lin Jiang nodded with satisfaction. With 4,500 points, even if the Wolf King itself came attacking, it would take considerable time to break through his defenses. More importantly, both the second floor and balcony had expanded to 70 square meters, making the overall space much more spacious. He checked his remaining wooden planks and stone slabs and found he still had quite a bit left, so he planned to continue upgrading. But first, he needed to hit the trading market for more materials. Following his usual routine, he searched for skill books. First, nothing. Then he searched for equipment, crafting blueprint. Still nothing. Finally, he entered excellent wood and excellent stone, and the page displayed a scattered handful of orders, totaling only 400 to 500 of each. After weighing his options, Lin Jiang purchased 300 excellent wood and 300 excellent stone. He didn't buy everything available because he realized that once his building reached level 10, it would likely hit the cap and then transition to fine quality, which would require entirely new materials. 300 of each excellent material should be enough for now. Now that he had all the materials, it was time to continue upgrading the shelter. He wondered if the level 10 building would reach excellent grade. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Lin Jiang's finger was already tapping the shelter upgrade button. With materials rapidly consumed, a gentle white light appeared on the panel as the shelter began its transformation. In just over 10 seconds, the system notification chimed the building had reached level 8. The appearance barely changed, so he merely glanced at it before clicking upgrade again. The second upgrade brought the same material evaporating effect, with white light particles emerging like fireflies. After another 10+ seconds, the level 9 building took shape. Lin Jiang still didn't pause, casually scanning the data before confirming another upgrade. The third upgrade initiated, causing the resource bar in his warehouse to drop significantly as brilliant white light once again covered the entire panel. After another dozen seconds, the notification sounded, and he finally examined the new shelter information carefully. Shelter level 10 building. First floor, 100. Second floor, 100. Quality, excellent. Upgradable to level 1 villa fine. Requirements: fine wood 100, fine planks 200, fine stone 100, fine stone slabs 200, glass 300. Durability: 60006000. Description: max level excellent building with extremely high durability, easily withstands attacks from excellent grade creatures. Nice, he whispered excitedly, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. The 6,000 durability points meant that when the next wolf pack arrived, he could stand confidently on the rooftop and attack without worrying about the walls collapsing. With this newfound confidence, the pressure in his heart immediately lifted. Lin Jiang then turned his attention to the outer defenses, the stone perimeter wall. While materials are still relatively abundant, let me max out the outer wall too. I'll be even more secure when the wolves come again. He organized his backpack and resource boxes, categorizing everything useful. Then, carrying the fog-dispelling lamp, he stepped outside. Under the night sky, the gray-white stone wall surrounding the shelter stood quietly, faintly showing rough stone textures. The excellent grade stone and clay needed for upgrades had long been depleted, so Lin Jiang had to exchange for them on the trading market, also collecting a batch of minerals from his friend Lin Jiang with stone, iron ore, copper ore, and everything else needed. Once prepared, the upgrade began immediately. The stone wall's mechanism was simple and straightforward. Each level required only excellent stone 1 and clay 1. The wall could also be upgraded to level 10. Lin Jiang decided to go all out straight to level 10. He ran along each section of the wall, with light circles illuminating one by one as resource values dropped accordingly. After working for who knows how long, the system notification chimed crisply once more. Level 10 stone perimeter wall. Quality, excellent. Upgradable to level 1 copper wall, iron fortress fine. Requires blueprint, materials, iron or 3, copper or 3, clay 3. Durability, 3000. Description, solid stone wall that can withstand attacks from creatures below excellent grade for extended periods, including excellent grade. Perfect. Even a flying dragon couldn't break through. Lin Jiang grinned widely at the panel. Though the 3,000 durability was only half that of the building, it was more than sufficient. The outer wall stood 3 meters high with considerable thickness. Suspected that if he punched it with full force, the wall would be fine, but his fist would shatter first. Looking around, the level 10 building and level 10 stone wall complemented each other, as if transforming his small territory into an iron fortress. At this thought, his tense nerves finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath. Today marked the 5th day since all Blue Star inhabitants had arrived in the Eternal Night world. Everyone had adapted and grown accustomed to much. The confusion and panic had faded from people's eyes, replaced by contemplation of how to survive in the days ahead. After all the commotion, Lin Jiang gazed at his shelter and the surrounding walls and fences. He nodded, thoroughly satisfied with his masterpiece. A profound sense of accomplishment washed over him, from a bare-handed wild kid to now owning a building with dual defensive lines of walls and fences. It was truly a qualitative leap. It seemed like mealtime. He glanced down at his wristwatch. Half an hour had passed, and the wolf meat in the pot should be just right. Lin Jiang turned and stepped into the house, lifting the pot lid as rich, savory aromas instantly hit his face. Without hesitation, he picked up the pot and devoured the steaming contents with gusto. After all, he was Alanino need for fancy plating. Finishing the entire pot of wolf meat felt much easier than yesterday, which he attributed to his enhanced constitution. His physical capabilities had indeed improved across the board after the attribute boost. As he swallowed the last piece of meat, a familiar warm current flowed through his body, signaling another constitution increase. Without pause, Lin Jiang pulled out 3 portions of wolf blood and poured them into the cleaned pot, then sprinkled in a mist flower. The deep purple blood merged with the petals into an eerie dark gray, completing the mist gray wolf blood plasma that could boost intelligence by 1 point. Deep feelings, drink it all, he mimicked his comrade's catchphrase, raising the pot and chugging it down. Gulp after gulp, the scalding plasma slid down his throat as a system notification appeared. Intelligence 1. Unlike the immediate surge of strength from constitution increases, the intelligence boost was barely perceptible. Lin Jiang shrugged, thinking intelligence was too abstract, or perhaps his level was still too low to notice the difference. Regardless, gaining an extra attribute was never a bad thing. He opened his personal panel for a careful review. Name, Lin Jiang. Level, 10 beginner lumberjack maxed out. Advancement unlocks higher levels. Experience, 100,100. Profession, lumberjack beginner. Professional effect, tree cutting grants 1 extra resource. Health, 280,280. Mana, 240,240. Sanity, 511,520. Constitution, 28 bronze spear 3, mist gray wolf shirt 1. Intelligence, 24 eternal night wristwatch 2. Neural response, 1. Cellular vitality, 1. Charisma 1. Luck, 1. Skills, eagle eye basic, marksmanship basic, archery basic, throwing basic. The panel showed steadily climbing values and a newly added skills section. Lin Jiang felt confident as he closed the panel and stretched his limbs. Well fed and satisfied, time to get to work. He carried the mist-dispelling lamp out of the shelter and into the courtyard. Pulling the wood spirit orb from his backpack, he channeled mana into each immature sapling. Pale green light crawled up the trunks as tender branches thickened in the blink of an eye. After depleting his mana, he grabbed the water bucket and headed toward the small river through the fence. The fence could block monsters, but not him. Storing and replacing it was child's play. He made several trips fetching water and irrigating, leaving the soil gleaming with moisture and the row of saplings looking vibrant. After completing this routine, his wristwatch showed past 11 o'clock. Having eaten so much in the morning, Lin Jiang wasn't particularly hungry yet. He climbed up to the rooftop terrace on the second floor and began staring blankly at the surrounding scenery. Thick fog shrouded the outside world, with occasional cold winds sweeping across the ruins. It was far too dangerous out there. The tall fences and walls surrounding the shelter had been built for precisely this reason. Venturing outside recklessly would be utterly pointless. Lin Jiang had indeed considered going out to chop more trees, but whenever he thought about how the sound of his axe might immediately draw out that pack of mist-gray wolves, he suppressed the urge. Until he cleared out that wolf pack completely, he absolutely would not set foot outside the shelter. Fortunately, he had enough food and wouldn't go hungry. The real problem was that chopping trees no longer gave him experience points, and the path to class advancement remained completely unclear. Since wandering around aimlessly outside offered no benefits, he simply chose to hunker down in the shelter and wait for an opportunity. Today marked the 6th day since arriving in the eternal night world. Lin Jiang stood on the rooftop, utterly bored, and casually opened the public chat channel. The channel was sparsely populated, with messages scrolling so slowly that he could read every single line. Most jarring of all was the population count. Originally 8 billion people, now reduced by a full 200 million. In just a few days, the death toll had climbed by 200 million, row after row of cold statistics that weighed heavily on his heart. It wasn't pity, just the sorrow of seeing his own kind perish. Began wondering how much longer he himself might survive. 1 month? 2 months? Or perhaps 3. If his level could still increase, he might be able to survive longer, perhaps even live more comfortably than he had back on Blue Star. Suddenly, a sharp wolf howl tore through the night. A woo. More howls followed in succession. The mist-gray wolf pack had arrived. Wolves held grudges, and mist-gray wolves were no different. As the saying goes, when a wolf turns back, it's either to repay a favor or seek revenge. Lin Jiang knew perfectly well that these creatures would only choose the latter. He quickly drew his bow, nocked an arrow with a flick of his wrist, pulled the string to full draw like a full moon, and aimed toward the direction of the sounds coming from across the river. Darkness and fog intertwined over there, with only a small patch of ground illuminated by campfire light barely visible. Wolf howls, heavy breathing, the sound of paws trampling fallen leaves, all drawing closer bit by bit. A few seconds later, a mist-gray wolf stepped into the firelight, its gray fur gleaming coldly in the flames. Then came the second, the third. One wolf shadow after another emerged. Lin Jiang's heart pounded as he stared intently ahead, muttering under his breath, "Come on. Come on. I'm going to slaughter you all. I must survive." As if provoked by his defiance, a deafening howl echoed from behind them. The wolves standing by the river bared their fangs and leaped across the narrow river in unison, charging toward the wooden fence on the opposite shore. During their leap, Lin Jiang finally got a clear count, at least 50 or 60 wolves, with a wolf king trailing behind them. Given their strength, the Tumter-high fence couldn't possibly stop them, yet they oddly chose not to jump over it, instead frantically clawing and biting at the wooden posts, as if enraged by this barrier. Lin Jiang felt a wave of relief. The fence could indeed draw their aggro. He took a deep breath and released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow struck precisely into the shoulder blade of the nearest mist-gray wolf. Damage numbers and a health bar appeared above its head. The arrow that struck the misty gray wolf triggered a critical hit by sheer luck. Crimson numbers floated in the air, 68 HP, 060. The system notification followed immediately. "Congratulations. You have slain a level 6 misty gray wolf." Lin Jiang stood frozen in place. 68 points? Did he really have that much damage output? Taking down a level 6 misty gray wolf with a single arrow, could this be the critical effect from the eagle eye passive? Puzzled but undeterred, he continued firing several more arrows. 34 HP, 3670. 34 HP, 4680. 34 HP, 5690. The damage numbers exploded above each wolf's head in succession. 3 consecutive arrows failed to trigger another critical hit, with damage stabilizing at 34 points. Lin Jiang shook his head with a soft sigh, his mind racing through calculations. The number 34 was remarkably close to his constitution attribute of 28 points. If base attack is calculated from my 28 constitution, the fine bow adds 10 for 2.8 more damage, and basic archery also adds 10 for another 2.8. Combined and rounded, that's exactly 34. He nodded to himself, finally understanding the damage formula. With this revelation, he refocused entirely. His bowstring vibrated without pause as arrows rained through the mist, striking wolf hide with deadly precision. Several misty gray wolves' health bars emptied as they let out pitiful howls before collapsing, their corpses dissolving into dark red particles. Meanwhile, New items appeared in his inventory. You have obtained Misty Gray Wolf Meat 1, Misty Gray Wolf Blood 1. System notifications chimed continuously, but Lin Jiang paid them no mind, coldly watching the pack still clawing at the fence. In just half a minute, he had slain 7 or 8 wolves. The elevated safety of the fence allowed him to focus purely on damage output as long as there was no dramatic shift in power. This would be a one-sided massacre. However, when the 10th wolf corpse hit the ground, Lin Jiang's heart suddenly clenched. The wolf king that had been lurking in the shadows finally emerged. At first glance, he knew this was no ordinary elite. The creature's sleek body stretched 3 to 4 meters long, towering above an adult human when upright. Its eyes gleamed with cold intelligence, and razor-sharp fangs glinted menacingly through the mist. Without question, this was the alpha of the misty gray wolves. Flanking the wolf king were 2 other massive wolves, nearly as large. One had a distinctly swollen belly, the pregnant female from earlier. Lin Jiang's pupils contracted. Crash! The first wooden fence barrier exploded under the pack's combined assault, sending splinters flying everywhere. The sudden thunderous noise snapped Lin Jiang from his shock. He locked eyes with the wolf king and muttered through gritted teeth. No matter, let me give you an arrow first, and see just how tough an elite-grade wolf king really is. He swiftly nocked an arrow and drew his bow to its absolute limit. Whoosh! What caught Lin Jiang somewhat off guard was the wolf king suddenly retreated, narrowly dodging the attack. Seeing this, Lin Jiang refused to give up and drew his bow again. 5 arrows flew in quick succession, their whistling sounds echoing through the air, but only one managed to pierce the wolf king's shoulder. At the same time, a translucent battle interface appeared in his vision. 17 health points, 983-1000, 1000 health points. Lin Jiang's heart raced. That's 10 times higher than a level 10 ordinary mist gray wolf. Even more outrageous was that the damage had been cut in half. A system notification immediately popped up. Detection: you are attacking an elite-grade creature. Your tier is 1 major rank lower than your opponent's, resulting in 50 damage reduction for all attacks. What the hell? There's actually such a mechanic. Lin Jiang nearly cursed aloud. He suppressed his emotions and quickly changed tactics, redirecting his arrows toward the ordinary mist-gray wolves prowling outside the fence. Rather than waste arrows on the wolf king with such pitiful hit rates, it was better to clear out the minions first to prevent them from destroying the barriers and causing future problems. Beside the wolf king stood a pregnant female wolf and another male wolf of similar size, both elite grade as well. With 3 bosses commanding the pack, Lin Jiang knew a direct confrontation would be foolish. He had to reduce the pressure first. His fingers moved swiftly as the bowstring vibrated like a drumhead. Arrow after arrow embedded into the gray wolf's flesh, with an average of 3 shots needed to take down each one. Occasional misses didn't matter much after all. While Eagle Eye claimed a 10 critical hit rate, his measly 1 point of luck dragged the probability down considerably. The wolf pack's numbers visibly dwindled, and the wolf king grew increasingly agitated, suddenly charging at the second wooden barrier with full force. Crack! 100 durability, 122, 1000. That single strike had taken away 1/10 of the barrier's durability. Watching as the front barrier's durability approached 0 with only seconds remaining, Lin Jiang remained unfazed, continuing to eliminate the smaller wolves. Within moments, boom, accompanied by flying wood chips, several sections of the frontmost second wooden barrier collapsed, and a large group of mist-gray wolves surged through. However, what awaited them were still layers of wooden walls. Lin Jiang wasn't worried at all, had 8 more barriers of the same level in reserve. By now, he had killed over half of the ordinary mist-gray wolves, leaving only 20 or 30 struggling survivors. With heavy casualties among the pack, the wolf king raised its head and howled in fury. The 2 elite-grade gray wolves that had been resting quietly on the opposite bank were finally provoked. They suddenly rose and leaped across the river in a single bound. Their speed far exceeded that of ordinary gray wolves, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the 8th barrier, joining the pack's fierce assault. After a brief charge-up, their sharp claws struck down hard. 50-50. Though only half the wolf king's damage, it was still not to be underestimated. A level 10 wooden barrier only had 1000 durability at full strength, and at this rate, they could break through another barrier in just over 10 seconds. Lin Jiang continued to ignore them, firing arrows in rapid succession while focusing on harvesting the ordinary gray wolves, all while secretly observing the attack patterns of the wolf king and the 2 elite-grade wolves. Only melee attacks? In that case, this battle should be secure. After observing that the wolf king and the 2 elite misty gray wolves lacked ranged attacks, Lin Jiang on the rooftop finally relaxed completely. His bowstring tensed and released repeatedly, sending arrows raining down like a torrential downpour. One after another, ordinary misty gray wolves collapsed in pools of blood. By the time the 5th wooden barrier was completely gnawed through, he had cleared all the common gray wolves from the field during this process. He even broke one of his excellent quality bows. Soon only 3 enemies remained. the Wolf King and 2 elite misty gray wolves. They continued obsessively gnawing at the barriers before them, completely unaware they had become isolated stragglers. Pick the low-hanging fruit first. Lin Jiang stretched his arms and rolled his shoulders before raising his bow to target one of the elite gray wolves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew simultaneously. The gray wolf narrowly dodged 2, but was pinned in the shoulder blade by the third. 17. A health bar flashed before Lin Jiang's eyes. 683700. Definitely a damage sponge, he muttered, though his face couldn't hide his excitement. The gray wolves had only just reached the 4th wooden barrier, with even higher stone walls still behind it. Imagining their frustration upon discovering more walls to demolish after all their hard work nearly made him laugh out loud. Master Lin the Scratcher was officially online. Lin Jiang's hands never stopped moving, arrow after arrow piercing the gray wolf's body. Blood stained its torn fur as its movement speed visibly decreased. Its health bar steadily dropped as the wolf was quickly turned into a porcupine. The final arrow left the string whoosh. A woo. A piercing wail echoed across the sky as the elite misty gray wolf staggered a few steps before collapsing with a thud, lifeless. At that moment, the Wolf King was awakened by its companion's dying howl, its crimson eyes instantly locking onto the rooftop. A woo. It howled skyward, its fury almost taking physical form, but Lin Jiang showed no mercy, immediately shifting his aim to the last elite gray wolf, a pregnant female. If they caught me, they wouldn't care whether I was a child or pregnant woman. With this thought flashing through his mind, he drew his bow with unwavering resolve. The mother wolf moved sluggishly due to her pregnancy, getting hit by roughly every other arrow. Lin Jiang had expected the Wolf King to protect her and retreat, but instead it attacked the barriers even more frantically. The enraged Wolf King was ignored as all arrows continued targeting the mother wolf. With each quivering arrow shaft, her figure grew more disheveled, blood dripping along the arrow shafts to the ground. Her movements became increasingly sluggish. His health has also dropped to half. At this moment, every arrow Lin Jiang shot could hit it with precision. As expected, the mother wolf collapsed to the ground with a whimper, blood level depleted. Meanwhile, the Wolf King seized the opportunity to violently smash the wooden fence, splintering wood everywhere. The moment the mother wolf fell dead, boom. The 10th layer of the fence was shattered by the enraged Wolf King. Hello. Standing on the rooftop, Lin Jiang remained calm, lifting his bow to lock onto the crazed Wolf King charging at him. Whoosh. The first arrow whizzed past. Whoosh. The second arrow was dodged. It wasn't until the 5th arrow that the arrowhead pierced the Wolf King's fur. The Wolf King was astonishingly fast. Even with arrows blocking its path, it quickly reached the last line of defense, the stone wall. Lin Jiang endured the fatigue, sweat trickling down his temples, his eyes firmly fixed on the target below, drawing the bowstring time and again. The Wolf King battered the stone wall relentlessly, dust flying with each collision. 50, 50, 50. With each charge, it dealt 50 points of damage to the stone wall, half of what it had done to the wooden fence. But Lin Jiang remained unfazed, the bowstring continuing to tremble. The stone wall's durability was 3 times that of the wooden fence, so even an elite Wolf King wouldn't break through in a short time. He glanced at the durability numbers. Stone wall durability, 2750-3000, 2700-3000, 2650-3000. The wall remained solid, just as expected against the onslaught. Lin Jiang felt slightly relieved, took a deep breath, and with trembling arms, drew the bow faster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows were launched in quick succession. Although it wasn't a rain of arrows, completely dodging them was not easy. The continuous battle was exhausting, and even the elite monster, the Wolf King, was rapidly losing stamina. Initially, he needed 5 arrows to hit once, but now he hit once every 3 arrows. The Wolf King bared its fangs, violently smashing against the wall while panting heavily. Huff, huff. Its eyes were cold and fierce, filled with a determination to tear Lin Jiang apart. The opponent fought to the last breath, which suited Lin Jiang perfectly. If this creature escaped, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Wolves held grudges. Crack. The bow creaked, and Lin Jiang paused as the elite bow broke again. Without hesitation, he tossed the broken bow aside and grabbed the last elite bow from his backpack, quickly scanning the remaining arrows. Only 38 wooden arrows left, clearly insufficient. There was no time to think. Lin Jiang raised his bow and shot. 17, 17, 17. Wolf King health, 490-1000. When its health hit half, he was hitting once every 3 arrows, but soon he would run out of arrows. The bow was usable, but the ammunition was lacking. In the brief moment while drawing his bow, Lin Jiang opened the chat panel and quickly typed, "Lin Jiang, are you there? I need more arrows." Lu Shooting replied almost instantly. Lu Shooting. Here, would 300 arrows be enough? Lin Jiang, that's enough. Lu Shooting. All right, I've put the arrows in the trade slot. same price as before. After confirming the details, Lin Jiang said no more and tossed the corresponding wood into the trade box. The 300 arrows were soon in his possession. With the arrows in hand, Lin Jiang immediately closed the chat panel, drew his longbow, and aimed at the Wolf King below once more. The Wolf King was now nearly mad with rage. Its gray-white fur streaked with crimson light as the beast fell into complete fury. Its attack rhythm suddenly accelerated 3 claws per second. Each strike tore away 150 durability points. 150,150,150. The stone wall's durability bar plummeted instantly. 15003000, 10503000, 6003000. Wolf King appears to have entered Berserk mode. Attack power increased by 300. Attack speed increased by 300. The system notification exploded in his ears, making Lin Jiang's eyelids twitch as cold sweat poured down his spine. Stay calm. Even if the wall falls, there's still the shelter. He forced down his fear, gritted his teeth, pulled the bowstring to its limit, and fired arrow after arrow. Crash. In just 5 seconds, the stone barrier collapsed, sending debris flying everywhere. The unobstructed Wolf King roared as it charged toward the shelter, slamming headfirst into the outer wall of the level 10 building. Though the new wall had twice the durability of the stone barrier, it was still being rapidly worn down by the Berserk Wolf King. 150,150,150. 55506,000. The high-frequency claw strikes left deep gouges across the wall surface. Lin Jiang's hands trembled involuntarily, but his bowstring never stopped. Only one belief burned in his eyes. Today, either you die, or I do. The shelter's durability plummeted rapidly, but after the Wolf King delivered for more explosive attacks, the crimson glow suddenly dimmed. The brief 10-second berserk state ended, its aura dropped sharply, and its movements became sluggish. It does have a time limit. Lin Jiang's eyes lit up, a grin spreading across his face as he drew his bow even faster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Without the berserk enhancement, the Wolf King's stamina was quickly depleted. After barely dodging a few arrows, it swayed and collapsed to the ground, its breath coming in faint puffs. Lin Jiang immediately realized this was the side effect of the berserk state. The opportunity had come without even rubbing his nearly uncontrollable, aching arms. He continued his assault. 17, 17, 17. Health. 170, 1000, 153, 1000, 136, 1000. The Wolf King lay motionless, its low whimpers echoing over the ruins. Lin Jiang refused to waste a single moment of this window of opportunity, each arrow precisely taking away 17 health points. Victory was assured. After what felt like an eternity, the Wolf King's mournful cries finally faded completely. On the rooftop, Lin Jiang collapsed to the ground, his arms aching so badly they felt like they no longer belonged to him. In this battle, he had fired continuously for at least an hour. Who the hell could handle this? 2 bows were completely broken, and the remaining one had lost nearly half its durability. Lin Jiang endured the aches and exhaustion coursing through his body, his feet feeling like they were filled with lead as he inched his way down the stairs. He didn't even want to look at the materials in his backpack. His mind held only one thought: rest. Reaching the first floor, he first used materials to roughly repair the damaged shelter. He filled the cracks in the wooden walls with new strips of wood, stuffed the chipped areas of the stone walls with rubble, and smeared them with a layer of mud, working until his arms went numb before barely restoring everything to its original state. Then he ducked into the bathroom, turned on the shower head, and let the scalding water cascade over his muscles. Each droplet hitting his skin carried away a fraction of the heaviness. The hot water gradually steamed away the fatigue in his blood vessels, and he let out a long breath as his nerves finally relaxed. After washing, he collapsed onto the wooden bed with a thud, too lazy even to pull up the covers, and fell into deep sleep within a few breaths. Time quietly passed. A few hours later, Lin Jiang opened his eyes, got out of bed, and moved around casually, surprised to discover that his back no longer hurt and his arms were no longer sore. The recovery power brought by high constitution was indeed formidable. If this were back on Blue Star, climbing 5 flights of stairs would have left his legs aching for a week. Thinking of this, he shook his head with a laugh, marveling at how great it felt to have a strong body. Without dwelling on it further, he grabbed the fog-dispelling lamp from the workbench and pushed open the shelter door. The scene outside looked as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. The wooden fences and stone walls had all collapsed into a straight line of rubble. TSK, an excellent grade Wolf King is just too overpowered, practically like a boss. Lin Jiang clicked his tongue, still feeling some lingering fear in his heart. That thing had forcibly destroyed 11 fences. If he hadn't been cautious as always and set up multiple defensive lines in advance, by the time the Wolf King charged to his door and activated its berserk mode, the 10 seconds of berserk time would have been enough to tear both the shelter and him into scrap metal. Damn, This world is seriously dangerous. If I hadn't been prepared, I'd probably be a pile of crap by now. Lin Jiang cursed under his breath and immediately threw himself into repair work. Fortunately, only the front defenses were destroyed. The saplings still stood safely, their tender leaves swaying in the twilight as if cheering him on. Lin Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and collected the scattered wood and rubble, salvaging everything usable and tossing the completely broken pieces into the campfire pile, where they turned into crackling sparks. After all the commotion, 10 wooden fences were rebuilt and the stone walls restored to their original state. Lin Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead, clapped his hands in satisfaction, turned around, and went inside, sat on the edge of the wooden bed with his legs crossed, and focused his gaze on the notification interface. Notifications. Congratulations on killing level 17 Mist Grey Wolf Excellent 1. Drop Mist Grey Wolf Meat Excellent 1. Mist Grey Wolf Blood Excellent 1. Mist Grey Wolf Bone Excellent 1. Mist Grey Wolf Hide Excellent 1. Beast Crystal Core Excellent 1. There were 3 similar notifications, except that only the Wolf King dropped a Beast Crystal Core. The other 2 excellent grade Mist Grey Wolves had no crystal cores. However, an unexpected notification popped up from the pregnant female wolf. You obtained Mist Grey Wolf Cubs 2. Premature birth drops loot 2. Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow. Mist Grey Wolf Cubs can drop? And premature ones at that. He immediately opened his backpack to check. Mist Grey Wolf Cub. Quality, common. Level 0. Status, premature, malnourished. Description, contains Wolf King bloodline within, possessing the potential to grow into an excellent grade boss. Of course, the prerequisite is that you help it overcome its premature and malnourished state. Friendly tip. Grinding Mist Grey Wolf bones into powder and brewing them with hot water to feed the wolf cubs might have miraculous effects. After reading the information about the wolf pups, Lin Jiang fell into deep thought while feeling somewhat tempted. 2 little wolf pups with the potential to grow into excellent grade boss if properly raised, they could become valuable allies. But how many resources would it take to nurture them? That remained an unknown. After some consideration, Lin Jiang decided to raise these 2 little ones first. Even without the bone powder hint in the description, he would have made the same choice. He wanted to try raising them. If they survived, wouldn't that mean having companions? Being all alone, having a dogno, having wolves for company would be quite nice. As for whether they might not bond with him properly, that was impossible. The 2 wolf pups in his backpack still had their eyes closed, curled up in tiny balls. As long as he took them out, and he was the first thing they saw, the first scent they smelled, they would regard him as their closest person. With some gentle training afterward, everything would work out fine. With this thought, Lin Jiang wasted no time. He started a fire and heated oil. No wait, he heated water. While the water was heating up, he took out an ordinary Mist Grey Wolf bone from his backpack, preparing to grind it into powder on the ground. Just as he crouched down to start grinding, he paused slightly. The trading mall should have grinding tools, right? When in doubt, check the trading mall. Lin Jiang immediately opened the trading interface and began searching. After a while, he actually found what he was looking for: a grinder blueprint. He directly exchanged for the blueprint and learned how to use it. The grinder needed to be crafted at a workbench. The materials were simple, just 2 stones. Without hesitation, Lin Jiang went to the workbench and crafted the grinder. The device wasn't large. He could hold it in one hand. Holding the grinder, he thought for a moment and placed it next to the stove. Maybe he'd need it to process other ingredients in the future. He then put 10 ordinary Mist Grey Wolf bones into it to grind into powder. Each ordinary Mist Grey Wolf bone took 1 minute to grind. After a minute passed, Lin Jiang obtained 5 portions of ordinary quality bone powder. So 1 Mist Grey Wolf bone could produce 5 portions of bone powder. Nodding, he took down the large wooden bowl he had prepared earlier from the stove. He filled it halfway with hot water, then poured in 2 portions of bone powder and stirred evenly. It looked about the same color as milk powder. That should do it. Time to take the 2 wolf pups out of his backpack. Lin Jiang focused his thoughts slightly. The next second, 2 wolf pups slightly larger than his palm appeared in his hands, 1 in each hand. Appearing in the outside world, they slowly opened their eyes. Sniffing the air, they began nuzzling against Lin Jiang's hands while whimpering softly. They seemed very affectionate and not afraid at all. Lin Jiang couldn't help but smile, feeling somewhat happy. Next, he placed the 2 wolf pups on the ground. Unfortunately, being premature and malnourished, they couldn't even stand steadily. Seeing this, Lin Jiang could only support them with his hands as they drank the bone powder water. The sight of the 2 little wolf pups lapping up the water was quite adorable. Watching them, Lin Jiang felt a sense of comfort in his heart. Finally, he was no longer completely alone. With these 2 wolf pups as companions in the future, he probably wouldn't feel lonely anymore. However, these 2 little ones were still too weak at the moment. After drinking the bone powder water, though they became somewhat more active, their status bars still showed premature and malnourished. After playing with the 2 little ones for a while, Lin Jiang settled them into a small nest made of thatched grass. The 2 wolf pups snuggled together softly, next to the glowing red furnace and forge. Warmth filled the room, and despite the howling cold wind outside, they felt no chill at all. The little ones were still quite weak at the moment. After filling their bellies and having a proper nest, they cuddled together, blinked a few times, and drifted off to sleep. Watching this scene, Lin Jiang smiled warmly, then turned his attention back to his backpack. Besides setting up a nest for the wolf pups, he hadn't had time to carefully examine all the spoils from this battle. His gaze swept across the items and stopped on a particular description. Beast Crystal Core Quality, excellent. Description, has a chance to drop only when defeating an excellent grade boss. Can be used to break through the level 10 bottleneck, effective for level 10 basic professions. Whoa, finally got something good, wasn't easy. Lin Jiang clenched his fist, his heart pounding rapidly. This item could make him stronger. Once he advanced, he could continue chopping trees to level up. With this thought, he immediately reached into his backpack and pulled out the green diamond-shaped crystal, about the size of an egg. The crystal core was lustrous throughout, like a piece of jade polished to perfect transparency. The moment the crystal core touched his hand, a new prompt appeared before his eyes. Prompt: detected that you possess a beast crystal core excellent, which can advance your profession. After advancement, you will be able to continue leveling up. Do you wish to use it to begin advancing your basic lumberjack profession? Do you even need to ask? Lin Jiang nodded directly. Use it. Use it right now. As his words fell, there was a crisp crack sound. The beast crystal core shattered in his palm, transforming into specks of fluorescent light that penetrated his body. The gentle glow flowed along his meridians, and moments later, a new prompt appeared. Prompt: congratulations, you have completed your profession advancement. Current profession intermediate lumberjack, maximum level cap increased to 20. Nice. Woohoo, taking off. Lin Jiang pumped his fist, feeling so light, he could almost float. In his excitement, he continued examining the other materials in his backpack. 1. Excellent grade mist gray wolf meat. 3. Consumable after profession advancement. Each portion increases constitution by 2 points. Maximum increase of 6 points. 2. Excellent grade mist gray wolf blood. 3. Must be consumed with an excellent grade mist flower. Each portion increases intelligence by 2 points. Same 6-point limit. 3. Excellent grade mist gray wolf bone. 3. Currently no other use. Can be used to raise beasts. Will save for the 2 wolf pups. 4. Excellent grade mist gray wolf hide. 3. Can craft excellent grade equipment with attributes, but requires corresponding excellent grade blueprints. He currently only has common blueprints, so they won't be useful in the short term. After checking all materials one by one, Lin Jiang stroked his chin and began summarizing the gains from this battle. This time, he had cleared a total of 56 ordinary mist gray wolves, plus 3 excellent grade mist gray wolves, one of which was BOS level. The experience and materials gained were more abundant than expected. Through this battle, he also gained clarity on the situation. Under normal circumstances, fighting across a major tier was indeed extremely difficult, but not impossible. With proper preparation, there was still a fighting chance. For now, it's best to quickly convert these resources into actual strength to survive and handle whatever dangers might come next. Lin Jiang settled on his plan and decided to first craft the ordinary mist gray wolf pelts into mist gray shirts. This time alone, he had harvested 56 ordinary mist gray wolf pelts. If he turned them all into equipment and listed them in the trading marketplace, it would definitely bring in substantial profits. Without hesitation, he walked to the sewing machine and opened the interface. Several completed mist gray wolf shirts lay quietly in the list. He selected them all and put them up for sale, setting the price as stones, clay, excellent stones, or excellent saplings, other saplings, even noting fine-grade items also acceptable for trade, since upgrading to the next tier shelter required fine wood and fine stones. After handling the finished products, he stuffed all the remaining ordinary mist gray wolf pelts from his backpack into the sewing machine at once, maxing out the quantity, then confirmed with the craft button. Equipment with attributes was reasonably priced, and always in high demand. It wouldn't be long before everything was snapped up. With the wolf pelts taken care of, he moved to the stove. He pulled out a piece of excellent grade mist gray wolf meat from his backpack, tossed it into the pot, added water and sea salt, then lit the fire to start cooking. While throwing in all 3 pieces of excellent wolf meat would certainly be generous, excellent grade meat was much larger than ordinary meat, with double the energy and nutrition. He planned to try 1 piece first to test the portion size. To avoid stuffing himself dying from overeating would be quite the dark comedy. After stewing for about half an hour, the meat's aroma grew rich. Lin Jiang picked up a piece with his chopsticks. It was perfectly chewy. The boost to his constitution attribute had strengthened his teeth, and after today's intense battle, he desperately needed high-energy meat to recover. Moreover, since his job advancement, his body had been subtly signaling its need for energy. So he stopped hesitating and dove in with gusto. More than 10 minutes later, the entire pot of excellent grade wolf meat had disappeared into his stomach. Lin Jiang rubbed his slightly bulging belly and grinned with satisfaction. Amazing. As they say, you can only sleep well on a full stomach. He shuffled over to his wooden bed, collapsed onto it, pulled up the covers, and mumbled drowsily before closing his eyes. Ah, so comfortable. Youth truly was wonderful. Fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, the seventh day in the eternal night world. Lin Jiang let out a long yawn, stretched, and got up. He splashed his face and rinsed his mouth in the bathroom. Checking the time, it was past 7 in the morning. Outside remained pitch black, with only firelight illuminating the shelter, but that didn't stop him from having breakfast. The day's plan begins at dawn, he said to himself with a smile, deciding to have another piece of excellent grade mist gray wolf meat to start the day right. He lit the stove, added water, and put in the meat. Thinking of the 2 wolf pups, he ladled out a large wooden bowl of broth just as the water was about to boil, mixed in some pre-ground bone powder, and stirred it evenly. The aroma was heavenly. He placed the wooden bowl in front of the 2 wolf pups who were huddled together. 1 second they were fast asleep, the next their noses twitched, and they immediately opened their eyes, whimpering and whining. Look how eager you 2 are. Lin Jiang chuckled softly, no longer teasing the 2 adorable little wolf cubs as he lifted them by the scruff and placed them in front of the wooden bowl. Today, the little ones could barely stand steady on their own, but being able to eat independently was already a promising start. The constant smacking sounds of their feeding filled his ears, somewhat noisy, yet unexpectedly endearing, adding a touch of joy to the morning. Watching them, Lin Jiang couldn't help but smile, his mood brightening considerably. After observing them for a moment, he turned to prepare his own breakfast, a piece of excellent grade mist gray wolf meat. The instant the meat touched his tongue, a system notification appeared, Constitution 2. He casually stored the remaining portion in his backpack for his next meal. As for the excellent grade wolf blood, it required mixing with mist flowers of the same quality to boost intelligence, but such items were extremely rare. Even ordinary mist flowers were scarce in the marketplace, let alone excellent grade ones. Unable to find suitable materials for now, Lin Jiang had to set this matter aside temporarily. After tidying up, he grabbed the fog-dispelling lamp in his left hand and an apple in his right, munching as he headed out. To pass through the fence, he first stored a section of the wooden barrier in his backpack, squeezed through, then replaced it exactly as before. This had become routine. Reaching the small river ahead, he filled containers with water using pre-prepared vessels, stored them in his backpack, then returned to water each sapling around the shelter. Once the watering was complete, he used his ability to accelerate the growth of unripened saplings until his mana was depleted. He checked their growth progress. Most saplings would be ready for harvest in just a few more days. This rapid progress was due not only to daily watering reducing the growth cycle by 1 day, but more importantly, the initial wood spirit orb had cut the growth time in half. Of course, excellent grade saplings were an exception. They originally required 60 days, and even halved. That meant 30 days, though daily watering could continue to reduce this time further. With the saplings tended to, Lin Jiang found himself with no pressing matters. The next shelter upgrade required fine-grade wood, stone, and sand. Fine-grade materials would likely be impossible to obtain in the short term, and even if someone were selling them, quantities would be extremely limited. They were virtually invisible in the marketplace. Sand wasn't scarce, as some people spawned in deserts where it was readily available, but sand alone was useless. With this in mind, he decided to spend points in the marketplace to purchase a glass-making blueprint. After learning it, he checked his backpack. He had crafted several extra sets of wooden fences, mist campfires, and other tools, planning to venture out for tree cutting and defensive line expansion. Preparations complete, Lin Jiang stepped beyond the outermost fence with his fog-dispelling lamp. The river ahead blocked fence placement, so expansion was only possible to the left, right, or rear. After circling the defensive perimeter, he found the densest cluster of trees at the back, so he began advancing while setting up new wooden fences. After just a few steps, he spotted 4 large trees standing side by side with no potential threats nearby. After scanning the area to confirm safety, he raised his axe and began chopping. Thunk! The axe blade bit into the trunk, and a long-awaited experience notification appeared. You obtained Wood 1. Intermediate Lumberjack Special Effect activated. Additional Wood 2 obtained. You obtained Wood 3. Due to your profession trait, you gained 3 experience points. Congratulations, you've leveled up. You've gained 1 free attribute point that you can allocate yourself. The system notifications continued flooding the screen. Level breakthrough from 10 to 11. Neural response 1. Cellular vitality 1. Lin Jiang stared at the panel, momentarily stunned. 3 pieces of wood from 1 axe swing? He muttered to himself. What's going on? Breaking through level 10 automatically adds neural response and cellular vitality. While puzzling over this, a surge of intense heat welled up from within his body, burning so fiercely he could barely breathe. After a moment, it gradually subsided. As the heat faded, he noticed subtle changes in his body. His strength felt more abundant, his perception sharper. The neural response improvement was hard to describe at the moment, but cellular vitality had a quantifiable concept. Ordinary people only had 1 point, while he now had 2. This meant that the same 1 point of constitution would produce greater actual effectiveness when applied to him. Setting these changes aside for now, he'd check his personal panel back at the shelter. Lin Jiang shook his head and raised his axe to chop again. A notification appeared. You obtained Wood 1. Intermediate Lumberjack Special Effect activated. Additional Wood 2 gained. You obtained Wood 3. Due to your profession trait, you gained 3 experience points. Sure enough, both the wood count and experience remained the same. The benefits of profession advancement were incredible. In high spirits, he swung his axe up and down, the thudding sounds echoing through the forest. With his current constitution, less than 10 swings in under 3 seconds could fell a large tree. His inventory updated, with 27, saplings 3, professional experience 30. Lin Jiang looked at the numbers, unable to suppress his grin. For trees remained nearby might as well finish them all in one go. Thud, thud, thud. For trees fell in succession, bringing in more resources and experience. Afterward, he didn't forget to plant wooden fences and mist campfires in the clearing to dispel darkness and fog. Lin Jiang calculated silently. 1 ordinary tree equals 27 with 3 saplings 30 experience. While others leveled up at a snail's pace chopping trees, he had rule items and an incredible axe, making his experience gain skyrocket. When the 7th tree fell, another level up notification appeared. Congratulations, you've leveled up. You've gained 1 free attribute point. His level increased again, but he didn't rush to open the panel. Instead, he swung his axe even more vigorously. The rhythmic thudding of impacts filled the air as he chopped trees, set up fences, and placed mist campfires in one fluid sequence. Before he knew it, half a day had passed. After chopping trees for half the day, Lin Jiang didn't feel particularly tired, just a bit hungry. He glanced down at his wristwatch. 8:00 p.m., temperature -20°C. The cold was almost visible, but with his high physical attributes and wearing both linen clothes and the mist gray wolf coat, the frigid wind felt like nothing more than a gentle tickle. Lin Jiang gauged the darkening sky. He'd finished chopping the few remaining trees ahead, and then head back to the shelter. Without hesitation, he strode forward with large steps, covering the distance to 3 massive trees in no time. The 3 trees grew together, their trunks and branches intertwined in a peculiar sight. Lin Jiang raised his axe and struck with relentless force. Amid the crackling sounds, the trunks split apart, and soon all 3 trees crashed thunderously to the ground. Just as he was about to turn back, something at his feet caught his eye, a chest lying quietly among the fallen timber. Lin Jiang paused, then his eyes lit up. Well, finally found myself a chest. Only fellow unlucky souls would understand this struggle, folks. He put away his axe, bent down, and reached out as information appeared. Bronze chest. Quality, fine. Description, has a chance to yield fine-grade items, but it all depends on your luck. Lin Jiang frowned hesitantly. Should I open it now? It's not like I can find some lucky person to open it for me. After a moment, he still gripped the lid with both hands. Creak. The chest opened, and several items fell onto the snowy ground. Information popped up in succession. Stone 20. Quality, common. Clay 20. Quality, common. The 2 piles of common materials made Lin Jiang's mouth twitch, but free stuff was still free stuff. He stored them in his backpack before looking at the final item. Indoor plantation. Quality, common. Description, special building that allows crop cultivation within shelter with upgrade potential. Indoor plantation? So it's a building for growing vegetables indoors. Lin Jiang didn't think much of it and stored it in his backpack as well. After the items were cleared, the bronze chest quickly faded and disappeared, leaving him no choice but to give up and head back toward the shelter. During this half-day, he had cleared a space several hundred meters in diameter behind the shelter, and the trees were becoming increasingly sparse. Estimated another 2 days would clear them all. As Lin Jiang walked, he planned. Tomorrow he'd explore in the left and right directions instead. Back at the shelter, he first dumped the materials from his back into the resource storage box. Wooden planks, branches, and bark were sorted and stored properly, finally emptying his 10-slot backpack. Thinking about how his backpack was becoming increasingly insufficient, he muttered, others can't even fill half a backpack, and here I am complaining about too few slots. Being too efficient at tree chopping is its own problem. After tidying up, Lin Jiang took out his last portion of superior grade mist gray wolf meat, placed it in the iron pot, added water, and lit the fire. First, let's get some food sorted. Lin Jiang skillfully opened the trading marketplace and immediately searched for skills, but the page came up completely empty. He tried equipment crafting blueprints next, which yielded nothing as well, so he gave up. On a whim, he typed in backpack, and several interesting items popped up. One item caught his eye, a backpack upgrade crystal marked as excellent quality. The description was straightforward. Using it would upgrade his backpack to excellent quality, adding 10 slots and increasing the item stacking limit by 101. Lin Jiang assessed it silently. Definitely useful, but at this stage when most people couldn't even fill their stomachs, who would be willing to trade scarce resources for an expansion stone? No wonder the price was so cheap. The seller was clearly desperate for basic supplies, asking for only 10 pieces of wood and 3 apples. He placed the order without hesitation. His warehouse had plenty of wood and apples, so this small expense was nothing. The moment the crystal arrived, he activated it immediately. The pale blue crystal shattered in his palm, dissolving into specks of light that merged with his backpack interface. A notification window appeared. Your backpack has been upgraded and can now hold more items. Lin Jiang opened his backpack to check. The new slots had indeed doubled from the original 10 to 20, and the stacking quantity had increased by 101. While it could only be considered barely adequate, at least he wouldn't have to worry about space in the short term. He nodded slightly, closed the interface, and walked over to the sewing machine. All the mist gray wolf pelts in the machine had been crafted into mist gray wolf shirts, with not a single piece of ordinary gray wolf hide remaining. Rather than hoarding them, he might as well convert them to cash. Lin Jiang listed all the finished garments on the marketplace one by one, setting the exchange resources: stone, clay, excellent stone, iron ore, copper ore, fine-grade stone, excellent grade mist flowers, plus fine-grade wood. As an optional item, he was currently short on these two fine materials, but lacked a stable source. After listing the new merchandise, he casually checked the trading records for the morning batch of mist gray wolf shirts, all sold out. The prices hadn't been high to begin with, and the exchange conditions were quite reasonable. The only somewhat rare requirement was the excellent grade mist flowers. The traded resources instantly flooded into his backpack. Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Someone actually had excellent grade mist flowers? Unfortunately, there was only one, but it was better than nothing. His asking price had been 1 flower for 1 shirt, and now that precious excellent grade mist flower lay quietly in his backpack. Besides that, common materials like stone, clay, excellent grade stone, and sand were piled up in rows. Stone was nearly extinct in his vicinity, and relying solely on Li Jiangwo's individual supply was ultimately too slow. Since someone was selling, stockpiling some was definitely the right move. Clay and excellent grade stone were essential for building the perimeter wall. Lin Jiang planned to replace the entire wall with stone construction, ensuring that even if another excellent grade boss showed up, his shelter would remain rock solid. As for the Sanda, had already purchased glass-making blueprints and could now use the furnace to craft glass. Lin Jiang approached the furnace and opened it to take a look. The copper ore inside was almost completely smelted. He retrieved the finished bronze ingots and placed them into the forge to craft a bronze spear. This was the main event: an excellent grade bronze spear that could be used for both close combat and ranged attacks would definitely come in handy. Glancing at the furnace that ran continuously, Lin Jiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. One furnace seemed insufficient, as he would certainly need many more smelting operations later. Well, he might as well craft 2 more furnaces since there was no limit on how many he could place. With this thought, he quickly walked to the workbench, added some materials, and clicked to craft 2 furnaces. Soon, 2 common quality furnaces were ready. He put them in his backpack and went to the second floor to place one, filling it with wood to continuously produce charcoal. Finally, he placed another one on the rooftop, loading it with sand and wood to make glass. After setting up the furnaces, Lin Jiang clapped his hands with satisfaction. Looking around the rooftop, he felt it was a bit dark, so he placed a mist campfire. The firelight illuminated the area, bringing him considerable peace of mind. Having finished these tasks, Lin Jiang went downstairs and picked up the 2 sleeping wolf pups from their den. The little ones whimpered and whined at being disturbed from their sleep. After playing with them for a while, Lin Jiang contentedly put the 2 wolf pups back. Then he prepared a large bowl of bone meal and meat soup, placing it in front of their den. The 2 little ones were obviously hungry and immediately scrambled up eagerly, slurping away. Watching this scene, Lin Jiang smacked his lips. It was making him hungry too. He got up and went to the stove where the wolf meat had finished cooking. Picking up his chopsticks, he began devouring it, finishing the entire pot of wolf stew in just a few minutes. This was the last portion of excellent grade wolf meat, which naturally provided the final 2 points of constitution attribute bonus. A warm sensation flowed through his body, and Lin Jiang felt pleased about becoming stronger. He then quickly cleaned the pot and took out a portion of excellent grade mist gray wolf blood, pouring it into the pot. He added an excellent grade mist flower and waited for it to completely dissolve. Soon, a small pot of fragrant blood plasma that increased intelligence was ready. Lin Jiang swallowed and gritted his teeth. Holding the pot with both hands, he poured it directly into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After finishing it, he smacked his lips in surprise. This excellent grade wolf blood wasn't as unpalatable as he had imagined, whether due to the different quality grade or the addition of the excellent grade mist flower, he wasn't sure. This brought him an increase of 2 intelligence points, though Lin Jiang still didn't feel any significant changes. Never mind, he wouldn't dwell on it. Having eaten and drunk his fill, it was naturally time to sleep. But first, a bath. He entered the bathroom, where hot water had already been heated. After bathing, he felt much more refreshed. Lin Jiang climbed into bed and opened his personal panel, which he hadn't checked in a long time, wanting to see what changes had occurred. Name: Lin Jiang. Level: 20 cannot be increased. Advancement to Advanced Lumberjack required to unlock new levels. Experience: 10001000. Profession: Intermediate Lumberjack. Maximum level for Intermediate Lumberjack is 20. Please advance your profession to unlock subsequent levels. Professional effect: as an Intermediate Lumberjack, you gain 2 additional resources when chopping trees. Health: 440,440. Mana: 360,360. Sanity: 800,800. Constitution: 44. Bronze Spear 3, Mist Gray Wolf Jacket 1. Intelligence: 36. Eternal Night Bracelet 2. Neural Response: 2. Cellular Vitality: 2. Charisma: 1. Luck: 1. Skills: Eagle Eye excellent. Basic Marksmanship. Archery excellent. Basic Throwing. Unallocated free attribute points: 10. The changes on his personal panel were honestly quite significant. Lin Jiang stared at the panel, scanning through every line of data, his brow furrowing slightly. Without realizing it, he had already reached level 20. The experience from chopping trees came fast, which wasn't surprising, but having his new level capped again was still frustrating. This job advancement won't require me to kill an elite grade boss, will it? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a dull ache in his stomach. He hadn't even encountered an elite grade monster yet, let alone a stronger elite grade boss. Rushing into such a fight would likely get him killed. While job advancement was important, his life was more important. After weighing his options for a moment, he decided to play it safe for now. Wait until he had experienced the strength of ordinary elite monsters before considering advancement. Setting aside his worries for the time being, Lin Jiang shifted his attention to the unallocated free attribute points section. Having gained a full 10 levels during his tree chopping session, the system had given him 10 free attribute points all at once, which he hadn't distributed yet. After much deliberation, he still chose the balanced approach. Constitution 5, Intelligence 5. Better to have no advantages than fatal weaknesses. This was his consistent principle. He had no desire to experience being targeted at his weak points. After confirming the allocation, the panel data shifted slightly. Health: 490,490. Mana: 410,410. Sanity: 900,900. Constitution: 49. Bronze Spear 3, Mist Wolf Shirt 1. Intelligence: 41. Eternal Night Bracelet 2. His attributes had indeed increased considerably, though the improvement was limited. He rolled his shoulders, feeling reassured by the new strength coursing through his body. Next, he focused his attention on the skill section at the bottom. The quality of both skills had quietly upgraded from basic to excellent. Opening the details. 1. Eagle Eye. Quality: excellent. Attribute bonus: 2. Intelligence not activated. Description: automatically advanced due to high-frequency use in combat. Excellent grade Eagle Eye makes perception and insight sharper. Critical hit double damage trigger rate increased from 10 to 20. 2. Archery. Quality: excellent. Attribute bonus: 2. Constitution not activated. Description: automatically advanced due to high-frequency use in combat. Excellent grade Archery makes arrows more accurate with greater range. Hit rate and damage bonus increased from 10 to 20. The fact that passive skills could advance on their own came as a pleasant surprise to Lin Jiang. However, to gain the attribute boost after advancement, he still needed to manually click activate, otherwise, it would all be for nothing. No wonder his attributes hadn't increased earlier. Was stuck at this step. Without hesitation, he clicked activate. 2 barely perceptible flashes of light passed by, and the skill attribute bonuses officially took effect. Though the bonuses were small, every little bit counted. Understood the principle of accumulation all too well. After activating the skill bonuses, some information on his personal panel underwent subtle changes once again. Health: 510510. Mana: 430430. Sanity: 940940. Constitution: 51. Bronze Spear 3, Misty Gray Wolf Coat 1. Archery 2. Intelligence: 43. Eternal Night Wristwatch 2, Eagle Eye 2. The changes were minimal. Lin Jiang glanced at his status panel and, seeing no significant fluctuations in his attributes, didn't bother looking further. He lay down fully clothed and quickly fell asleep. The night passed silently. He woke naturally just after 6 in the morning. His enhanced intelligence had drastically reduced his sleep requirements. Unless extremely exhausted, he could rarely sleep in anymore. After a quick wash, he opened his storage compartment and casually heated some ordinary ingredients for breakfast. The excellent grade wolf meat from last night was already finished, and even if there had been any left, he planned to sell it directly on the trading market for resources. After all, eating it now wouldn't boost his attributes much, so it was better to convert it into more tangible benefits. After breakfast, he picked up the 2 little gray wolves to feed them. After days of care, the little ones had glossy coats and bright, lively eyes, growing more spirited each day. Watching them bounce around playfully, Lin Jiang felt a touch of sentiment. It had been exactly 8 days since he arrived in this world, and each day he had grown rapidly. This lifestyle had an appealing freedom: no need to wake before dawn to squeeze onto the subway. No need to be bombarded by work group messages late into the night. But he also understood that the wilderness, with no protective mechanisms, could present danger at any moment. However, with his current strength, he wasn't losing sleep over it. Putting on his misty gray wolf coat, he picked up the fog-dispelling lamp and stepped outside. The fog in the courtyard was dispersed by the lamplight. He first watered the saplings, then used the wood spirit pearl to accelerate the growth of the batch he had missed yesterday. After half an hour of work, rows of saplings stretched their branches and leaves, with the first batch showing time to maturity, 1 day. He nodded with satisfaction. Tomorrow, he could harvest lumber and collect his first timber profits. Remembering the special building indoor plantation he had drawn from last night's treasure chest, Lin Jiang realized he had forgotten to place it. Since he remembered, he acted immediately, pulling the building model from his backpack and, after confirming the coordinates, placed it against the back wall of his shelter. The next moment, white light blazed, and an all-wooden greenhouse seemed to grow from nothing, naturally connecting with the shelter's back wall. After several minutes, the light faded and the new building was complete. Returning to his shelter, Lin Jiang discovered that a door had automatically opened in the back wall. He pushed through, and soft white light automatically illuminated the space, with the air carrying a faint earthy scent. At the same time, a line of information appeared. Level 1 indoor plantation. Quality, common. Upgrade to level 2 requires wood 200, stone 200, clay 200, sand 200. Capacity, can plant any saplings 100. Growth acceleration, reduces growth cycle of ordinary saplings by 50. Description, the indoor plantation features automatic watering and fertilizing functions, provided the internal storage is stocked with water and fertilizer. Any saplings? With 50 growth acceleration. Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow, wondering if this effect could stack with the wood spirit pearl. As soon as the thought occurred, he acted immediately, investing all 100 saplings from his inventory into the plantation. The operation was extremely simple. Drag the saplings into the list, click confirm, and the ground would automatically split open with slots where the saplings would settle securely before automatically covering with soil. In less than 10 minutes, all 100 saplings were planted, and the system indicated sufficient water and fertilizer. Looking at the neat rows of greenery, Lin Jiang smiled with satisfaction. Wouldn't need to spend much time planting and cultivating saplings anymore. Lin Jiang planted 100 ordinary saplings inside. After all, the indoor plantation could currently only accelerate the growth of ordinary grade saplings. Once planted, the system instantly activated the growth acceleration function. Within just a few seconds, tender green branches broke through the soil surface, their young leaves unfurling without the slightest pause, and the entire process consumed no mana whatsoever. Although Lin Jiang didn't currently have any skills that relied on mana, there was no guarantee he wouldn't need them in the future. If he exhausted all his mana on the wood spirit orb only to find himself out of ammunition when he actually needed to cast skills, that would be quite embarrassing. If only I could accelerate the growth of higher grade saplings, he muttered while pouring water into his storage space. As the clear water flowed in, the garden automatically activated its irrigation system, fine mist evenly sprinkling over the newly matured saplings. Seeing this, he nodded approvingly. Another convenient feature. Right, the indoor plantation can also be upgraded. Let me upgrade its quality to excellent grade first, and see what changes. As soon as this thought arose, he remembered the wood spirit orb in his backpack. But before that, let me test if the orb has any additional effects. He took out the wood spirit orb and channeled a thread of mana into it. Notification, saplings within range have already been accelerated and cannot be accelerated again. Just as I thought. Lin Jiang wasn't surprised. If an ordinary quality orb could truly accelerate growth repeatedly, that would be far too overpowered. With the acceleration attempt failed, he didn't dwell on it, and instead prepared to upgrade the indoor plantation. Opening his resource storage box, he grabbed handfuls of wood, stone, clay, and sand, stuffing them into his backpack before clicking upgrade. Upgrade to level 2 requires stone 200, wood 200, clay 200, sand 200. He had plenty of these common resources in stock. Whoosh, a white light flashed, and the upgrade was complete. Level 2 indoor plantation. Quality, ordinary. Level 3 upgrade requirements. Wood 300, stone 300, clay 300, sand 300. Capacity, can plant 200 saplings of any type. Growth acceleration, can reduce ordinary saplings growth cycle by 50. Description, saplings will be automatically watered and fertilized, provided water and fertilizer are available in storage space. The upgraded plantation had expanded in area, with planting capacity increased from 100 to 200. Undoubtedly good news for Lin Jiang. If he moved all his saplings inside, he could save considerable effort. The next level required 300 of each material, quite a substantial amount. He hesitated for only a moment before choosing to continue upgrading. Another familiar white light flashed. The indoor plantation reached level 3. The functional changes were still reflected in capacity. It could now accommodate 300 saplings, while everything else remained the same except for further increased upgrade material requirements. Lin Jiang then clicked upgrade 2 more times in succession. White light flashed repeatedly as the indoor plantation's level climbed all the way to level 5 before he finally stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but his materials were running low, had stockpiled the most wood. Sand was cheap, and he had hoarded large quantities last time, but only stone and clay were nearly depleted. Lin Jiang wasn't in a hurry. He calmly opened the trading marketplace, where a mist gray wolf upper garment was originally listed. Now everything was sold out. After all, it was a batch of equipment that could enhance physical attributes, and with such reasonable prices, it had been snapped up long ago. Lin Jiang stuffed all the materials he'd traded for into his backpack. Stones, minerals, clay, various miscellaneous resources instantly made his backpack bulge, requiring several trips to fit everything in. After a quick organization, he found that his remaining storage boxes could barely hold these items, but it clearly wasn't enough. So he simply ordered another batch from the trading marketplace. Soon, 50 brand new resource storage boxes were neatly arranged in his room, finally providing enough space for a while. Lin Jiang nodded with satisfaction, took out the stones and clay to put back in his backpack, then turned toward the indoor plantation to begin the next step: upgrading. Upgrading the indoor plantation was indeed a money pit. Level 12, 200 each of wood, stone, clay, and sand. Level 23, 300 each of wood, stone, clay, and sand. Level 34, 400 each of wood, stone, clay, and sand. After that, each level required an additional 100 of each material. With abundant resources at hand, he decided to push the plantation straight to level 10. Level 10 Indoor Plantation Common Grade. Plantable saplings, 1000. Growth acceleration, common sapling, growth cycle 50. Note: automatic watering and fertilizing functions require additional water and fertilizer input. 1000 saplings. That scale was practically a miniature forest. The exterior remained a 100 square meter building, just looking more refined, but the interior space had mysteriously expanded several times over. Lin Jiang marveled at this, finally experiencing the true charm of special buildings. With materials still sufficient, he continued upgrading the plantation to excellent grade, finally witnessing the change he'd been dreaming of. Growth acceleration, common and excellent sapling growth cycle reduced by another 50. Capacity, can plant 1,200 saplings, with each excellent grade level adding another 200. Required materials same as common grade, except wood and stone quality upgraded to excellent. Nice. Seeing the growth acceleration effect, Lin Jiang nearly jumped with excitement. Without hesitation, he planted all the saplings he'd been collecting during this period. From now on, the wood spirit orb could retire with honor, no longer needing to consume magic power for growth acceleration, and tree planting would be much more convenient. Just as he was celebrating, 2 notifications suddenly popped up. Indoor plantation water storage insufficient. No fertilizer stored in plantation storage space. Lin Jiang grabbed the fog-dispelling lamp and rushed out the door, heading straight for the nearby stream. After countless round trips that left even his robust physique breathless, the water level still hadn't reached full. He suspected this thing might have unlimited water capacity and muttered to himself that next time he could try running a pipe. Afterwards, Lin Jiang opened the trading marketplace. He typed fertilizer for planting into the search bar, not expecting much, but to his surprise, results actually appeared this time, with several pages of listings. Lin Jiang stared at the screen, scrolling down carefully, but his smile gradually faded. All the items for sale were exactly the same type. Mutant fire beetle dung. Description: excrement produced by mutant fire beetles, provides abundant nutrients for seedlings, making it excellent fertilizer. Dozens of listings, all the same product. Lin Jiang scratched his chin. Could it be the same person hoarding stock? He immediately opened a private chat window and messaged the seller. Hello? How much of this fertilizer do you have? He had an alarming number of saplings on hand, and the marketplace inventory definitely wouldn't be enough, so he could only hope the seller could provide long-term supply. In less than half a minute, the system chimed with a reply from a user nicknamed Anonymous. Yes, I have lots, and I get more every day. I can sell you however much you need. The text was followed by a string of exclamation marks, showing the seller's excitement. Lin Jiang nodded to himself, understanding why. Fertilizer wasn't edible, so normally no one wanted it, making bulk purchases quite rare at this stage. After all, very few people were planting seedlings now since the effort and reward were completely disproportionate. Maybe it would improve later when profession bonuses were unlocked, but that was still in the future. Having figured this out, Lin Jiang took out some wood and apples, trading with Anonymous for plenty of mutant fire beetle dung, and casually mentioned he'd be a regular customer. The seller was thrilled and immediately sent a friend request. Thinking it would be convenient for future trades, Lin Jiang accepted without much thought. Before long, Anonymous initiated another trade request. Lin Jiang assumed it was more fertilizer and was about to reply, I have enough for now, but noticed the item icon was a different color, so he curiously clicked for details. Blood bread tree sapling. Quality, excellent. Description, this sapling must be watered with blood to grow and bear fruit. The fruit is bread that can be eaten directly. A bread tree? That needs blood watering. Lin Jiang nearly dropped his water pouch. This was the first time he'd heard of bread growing on trees, and he felt his knowledge was quite limited. He couldn't help but message asking about its origin. After adding friends, the seller's real name was revealed, Long Dawei. The response was straightforward. Got it from opening a treasure chest, pure luck. Since it was a chest drop, Lin Jiang didn't ask further. A tree that could grow its own bread sounded incredibly appealing. Thinking about eating warm, fresh bread in the future made him smile slightly. Long Dawei proactively offered to give him the sapling as a gift to celebrate their long-term partnership. However, Lin Jiang didn't take it for free, using various resources to complete a proper trade. Business was business, better to avoid owing favors that would be hard to repay later. After all, accepting favors creates obligations, and Lin Jiang preferred to keep such entanglements to a minimum. When he traded items, he always insisted on fair exchanges. He never haggled prices up or down. If a deal could be made, great. If not, he'd simply move on. That was just his easygoing nature, relaxed, patient, and willing to take things as they came. Once Lin Jiang got his hands on the blood bread tree sapling, he immediately carried it into his indoor plantation. Crouching down, he carefully dug a small hole in the soft soil and gently placed the sapling inside. A system notification popped up instantly. This plant doesn't drink water, it only drinks blood. After a moment's thought, he opened his resource storage and hauled out the pile of common mist wolf blood. He'd never been able to sell 60 or 70 portions, quite a substantial amount. Wolf blood was useless on its own and had to be paired with mist flowers to boost attributes. Since it wasn't in demand anyway, it was perfect for feeding the tree. The moment he poured the first portion of blood, the sapling's information panel updated, making him gasp in amazement. Blood bread tree sapling. Quality, excellent. Fruit, when adequately supplied with blood, produces 1 blood bread every half day. Receives 50 growth acceleration bonus. Description, this sapling is extremely unique, requiring blood irrigation. Each portion of blood produces 1 blood bread. Higher quality blood yields higher quality fruit, up to excellent grade. The incredibly fast production time thrilled Lin Jiang. Fresh bread every half day? How could he not be excited? He eagerly poured all the remaining common mist wolf blood from his backpack onto the sapling. The crimson liquid seeped into the soil through the roots, and the sapling's leaves seemed to perk up noticeably. He still had 2 portions of excellent grade mist wolf blood left in his backpack, but he didn't touch those. They were reserved for himself. Once he found some excellent mist flowers, consuming them together would boost his intelligence by 4 points, a significant enhancement that was definitely worth saving for. After all that bustling around, the morning flew by in a blink. He'd spent half the day setting up this indoor plantation, but it would make future tree planting much easier. The effort was well worth it. He casually munched on a few apples to satisfy his hunger and mixed some bone meal water for the 2 wolf pups. The little ones had recovered quite a bit of energy, but were still too small to take along on expeditions without being a distraction, so he let them continue sleeping soundly at home. Lin Jiang didn't have high expectations for them anyway. As long as they could guard the house and keep him company, that was enough. Being alone in this godforsaken place was just too lonely. After getting everything in order, he grabbed the mist-dispelling lamp in his left hand and hoisted the terrifyingly sharp axe with his right, heading to the outermost edge of the fence on the right side of his shelter. Yesterday he'd cleared most of the trees behind his base, so today he'd explore to the right. Before setting out, he stuffed his backpack full of wooden fencing and mist torches. As he ventured outward, he laid down fencing and lit torches along the way, chopping down every tree he encountered. Even though he was level capped and couldn't gain experience, he still collected the wood, never had too many materials. Time slipped away bit by bit, and before he knew it, half the day had passed. He'd pushed his cleared area over 100 meters to the right. This area had fewer trees and was mostly covered in weeds, with a few rocks jutting out of the ground here and there. Though since he hadn't brought the right tools, he couldn't be bothered with them. After chopping down the last tree in sight, he dusted off his hands and headed back home. After a while, Lin Jiang followed the flickering light of the misty campfire back to the shelter. As soon as he pushed open the door, 2 wolf cubs immediately pounced toward his feet, nuzzling his pant legs with their snouts and making soft whimpering sounds. Seeing them looking freshly awakened and starving, he chuckled and crouched down, gently rubbing the soft fur on their necks before standing up and walking toward the stove. He first put water on to boil, then went into the bathroom to relieve himself and take a hot shower. Soon after, Lin Jiang emerged feeling refreshed, shaking his still slightly damp hair and changing into a clean set of linen pajamas. She certainly couldn't go to bed in dirty clothes. By then, the water in the pot was boiling. He poured the hot water into a small bowl, mixed in bone powder, and placed it in front of the wolf cubs. The milky aroma mixed with the fishy smell of bone powder filled the air as the 2 little ones buried their heads and lapped eagerly, their mouths covered in white foam, looking absolutely delighted with their meal. Lin Jiang watched with great satisfaction, gently stroking their backs while pulling up his status panel to check. The red text indicating malnutrition had disappeared, leaving only premature birth remaining, though its color had dimmed somewhat, clearly showing the symptoms had lessened. He nodded to himself approvingly and continued playing with them for a moment before getting up to prepare his own dinner. Still 3 apples, filling and hydrating, just monotonous in taste. As he bit into the crisp, sweet flesh, he mentally grumbled about wanting some variety, but with such limited food options available, he had to give up the idea. Having something to eat is already good enough. What's there to complain about? He thought self-mockingly, shaking his head as he finished the last bite of fruit and tossed the core into the nearby compost bucket before heading around to the backyard garden. In the darkness, the seedling stood quietly upright. His gaze quickly locked onto the blood-red tree he had planted that morning. The entire plant was blood red. Even the leaf veins seemed soaked in blood, with an astonishingly dense canopy. It's grown this thick in less than half a day, he marveled, walking 2 circles around the trunk to confirm its vigorous growth. According to the panel's indication, it would bear fruit around midnight, so he wasn't in a hurry. After checking the other seedlings once more, he returned inside. The furnace fire was blazing, and the previous batch of bronze ingots had cooled and solidified in the hearth. He retrieved stones, iron ore, copper ore, and other materials she hadn't forgotten about the resource exchange he had arranged with his friend Li Jiang. Then he stuffed a new batch of copper ore into the smelting furnace and moved to the forging furnace beside it. Opening the furnace door, 10 gleaming bronze spears had been completed. He raised an eyebrow, collected them all into his backpack, then placed the freshly retrieved bronze ingots into the molds to continue production. Looking at the 10 excellent-grade bronze spears now in his backpack, Lin Jiang couldn't help but ponder. While these high-quality weapons were good and priced accordingly, the few he had listed for sale last time still hadn't sold. It wasn't that no one wanted to buy them. Some people also sent him private messages or friend requests. Lin Jiang glanced at the prices they offered and clicked reject without hesitation. These prices are pathetic. Forget it, I'll sell them slowly. I'm not running a charity here, there's no point. He sighed softly and put all the fine-grade bronze spears up for sale in the trading marketplace. After finishing that, he casually collected the remaining resources he had previously obtained by trading Mist Grey Wolf shirts. The common quality Mist Grey Wolf shirts were quite popular and had almost sold out completely. The materials he got in return filled his backpack to the brim. Wood, stone blocks, animal hides, grass rope, all sorts of miscellaneous items. He had to organize everything several times just to barely free up some space. Just then, his movements suddenly paused, and he muttered a quiet, "Huh?" Someone else was offering to trade an excellent grade mist flower. A single mist flower wasn't particularly useful on its own, but those 3 words, excellent grade, made it quite rare. Lin Jiang squinted at the small grayish-purple flower, thinking to himself, having more people around really is great. Without hesitation, he walked straight to the stove, poured an entire bottle of excellent-grade wolf blood into the iron pot, and dropped the mist flower in. The thick blood plasma quickly merged with the petals, and faint gray mist rose from the pot. Lin Jiang picked up the scalding iron pot and downed it in one gulp. The fishy taste mixed with the bitter flavor of herbs flooded his mouth. He frowned as he swallowed, then exhaled heavily. Phew, the taste is as awful as always. But hey, 2 extra intelligence points make it worth it. I'll deal with it. Tossing the pot back onto the stove, he dusted off his clothes and sat down on the edge of his crude wooden bed, beginning to organize his plans for what came next. 1. Tomorrow morning, first thoroughly explore the left side area of the shelter to get a complete picture of the surrounding environment. 2. Then advance along several main lines. Personal strength, shelter upgrades, fencing, indoor plantation, equipment and weapons, and advancement items. Personal strength. He was stuck at a career bottleneck and could only break through with beast crystals dropped by fine-grade bosses. Without crystals, everything else was pointless. Shelter. The upgrade requirements were harsh, needing plenty of fine-grade materials that he simply couldn't gather in the short term. He'd wait until more survivors ventured out to explore and the market became more active, but he should start stockpiling what he could. Fencing. The wooden fence could still be upgraded to stone, and ideally he could add 10 or 8 more layers, maybe even push for the fine-grade, impregnable fortress. He hadn't searched for blueprints in the marketplace, yet he'd need to look carefully later. Indoor plantation. It could be upgraded further, but it wasn't urgent and could wait. Equipment. Apart from that eternal night wristwatch, his entire outfit consisted of just one common mist gray wolf shirt, absolutely pathetic. Though he had excellent grade wolf hide, equipment blueprints were extremely scarce, and he worried whether he could even buy any. Weapons. The fine-grade bronze spear was sufficient for now. The excellent-grade bow and arrows for range combat were somewhat lacking, but there wasn't anything better available in the marketplace, so he'd have to make do. Advancement items. Crystals, crystal cores, and similar items were incredibly rare finds that most people kept for themselves. It would all come down to luck. Lin Jiang sorted through all of this, establishing clear priorities. To boost his combat power, he'd start with equipment and weapons while continuously stockpiling materials to prepare for major upgrades to his shelter and fencing. Because having a safe and cozy little nest to retreat to was also very important. After sorting out what needed to be done next, Lin Jiang sprang into action. He grabbed stones, adhesive, and other upgrade materials from his resource storage box, then pushed open the door and stepped out of the shelter. The night was silent, with cold wind sweeping past the stone walls. He crossed the first stone barrier and stood before the second wall, immediately feeding materials into it without hesitation. White light flashed and dimmed, the glow dancing rhythmically across the wall's surface. As time passed, the materials in his backpack rapidly dwindled while the second, third, fourth, and fifth walls were reinforced in succession. Looking at the 4 newly upgraded stone walls before him, he smirked with satisfaction, including the original one. His shelter now boasted 5 complete layers of defense. Next time I encounter an elite-grade mist gray wolf boss, I'll definitely keep it locked outside. It won't even get to touch my house, he said, patting the wall with complete confidence. Though some sections of fencing still needed upgrading, the night had grown deep, so he decided to save that work for tomorrow. Back inside, Lin Jiang first played with the 2 wolf pups, settling them into their soft little den before returning to bed. Following his nightly routine, he checked the trading marketplace. Searching for skill books yielded nothing. Searching for equipment blueprints came up empty as well. Disappointed, he posted a message in the public channel, paying top prices for blueprints and skill books, then casually closed the chat panel and drifted off to sleep. Time flowed by with each breath, and what felt like merely a blink later, Lin Jiang awoke around 6 in the morning. Today marked his 9th day in the eternal night world. After getting up, using the bathroom, and washing up briefly, he grabbed some dried rations without bothering to check on the blood-bread trees in his plantation, then headed straight out of the shelter. Outside, the first batch of saplings had fully matured, their trunks thick and sturdy, bark glowing with a faint silver-gray, harvestable aura. Lin Jiang felt a surge of accomplishment. Wasn't just cutting down trees, he was growing them too, creating a sustainable resource cycle. Mist-Dispelling lamp in his left hand and the special effect axe in his right, he raised the tool and began chopping. Thunk, 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 thunk. Dull sounds of woodcutting rang especially clear in the shadowy world. Thanks to his enhanced physical attributes and the axe's bonus damage, it wasn't long before all the trees lay felled on the ground, with apples, lumber, and new saplings piled into small mountains. Returning home with a backpack full of spoils, he first fed the 2 wolf pups, then pushed through the door into the indoor plantation at the back. Scanning the rows of newly planted saplings, his gaze settled on the blood-bread tree. At that moment, the tree's crimson canopy hung heavy with elongated bread-like fruits, deep red in color, but shaped remarkably like baked baguettes. Witnessing bread literally growing on a tree, Lin Jiang couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, marveling at this eye-opening sight. He then pulled up the tree's information panel. The blood-bread fruits had ripened and would drop when the tree was harvested. This information left Lin Jiang somewhat bewildered. This couldn't be a one-time sapling, could it? That doesn't make sense. I watered it with quite a bit of wolf blood. He frowned and watched for a while, but finding no other options, he stopped overthinking. Lin Jiang drew his axe and swung the first strike at the blood-bread tree trunk. You obtained blood-bread 1. Intermediate lumberjack skill activated. Additional blood-bread 2 obtained. The notification flashed by, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he expected the tree to fall like ordinary timber, the trunk remained standing firmly in place, with only the tree's information panel changing. Tono fruit produced cannot be felled. So the blood-bread tree only drops fruit. The tree itself doesn't disappear. Lin Jiang nodded to himself. The notification indeed didn't mention giving wood. Having figured this out, he left the indoor plantation with light steps. Back inside the house, he placed the blood bread from his backpack into the resource storage box. The bread was elongated and golden yellow, as long as an adult's arm. Too bad I just had breakfast, otherwise I'd try the taste right now. He shook his head, casually rubbing the soft heads of the 2 wolf cubs, then gathered his tools and materials before heading out. The fog in the left area remained thick. Lin Jiang carried the fog-dispelling lamp, first connecting the wooden fence end to end, then lighting mist campfires at key positions. Along the way, he saw no decent trees, stones were scattered sparsely, and while there was plenty of weeds, he was too lazy to bend down and collect them. After walking several hundred meters with the same barren landscape, he simply set up the final section of fence and a pile of campfires on the spot, then returned to the shelter. Too poor, going further would just waste time. He sighed inwardly. Perhaps the other side of the stream had better resources, but it was getting late. After entering, Lin Jiang first mixed bone powder water for the 2 wolf cubs. Watching the little ones lick it up happily, he grabbed an apple to quench his thirst. Then he took out the blood bread again to examine it. Blood bread common provides long-lasting satiety when consumed and restores sanity points. It can restore sanity too? Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow. This was the first food he'd encountered that could increase sanity. He glanced at his personal panel. Sanity, 839,940. Only about 100 points lost in a day, hardly a shortage, but that didn't stop him from wanting to try something new. He picked up the bread and took a big bite. The soft bread had a sweet and sour taste, and looking down, he noticed the center was slightly reddish. It has filling? Doesn't taste like blood though. After hesitating for a moment, he took 2 more bites. The texture was excellent, sweet and sour, becoming more fragrant with each chew. Whether it was made with wolf blood or not, he couldn't be bothered to investigate after all. He'd even drunk raw wolf blood before. Soon, he finished the entire loaf in just a few bites. "We so full. I'll say this thing really is filling." Lin Jiang nodded, muttering to himself. Since the bread was filled, Lin Jiang didn't feel the slightest bit of dryness after eating 2 bites of the soft bread. After filling his stomach, he walked to the furnace in the center of the room and reached in to extract the finished bronze ingots from the glowing red chamber, their edges still radiating a warm luminescence. He then poured a handful of copper ore into the furnace and added several pieces of dry firewood, causing the flames to flare up instantly. Once he confirmed the temperature was stable, he closed the furnace lid and turned his attention elsewhere. Next, he stepped over to the nearby forge and neatly arranged the bronze ingots he had smelted today from his backpack, then clicked Craft Bronze Spear on the control panel. The crafting bar flashed with blue progress light as he retrieved several completed spears, their cold gleam particularly sharp in the firelight. After completing all the smelting processes on the first floor, he grabbed some spare materials and climbed the stairs to the second floor, then up to the rooftop. The glass kiln and charcoal furnace they were already burning hot. He first collected the transparent, glowing glass blocks and shiny black coal into his backpack, then refilled both furnaces with raw materials, adjusted the heat, and let them continue their work. Having finished this round of tasks, he pushed aside the bathroom curtain and enjoyed a refreshing hot shower. In the rising steam, his fatigue completely melted away. After drying off and returning to bed, slipping into the still warm covers, he opened the trading marketplace. He listed all the bronze spears he had forged today, along with some glass and coal for sale. Finally, he checked his old spear listing. Sure enough, several more had sold. He clicked the collect button, and resources poured into his backpack with a satisfying sound, nearly filling all available slots. The money-making power of excellent-grade weapons lived up to its reputation. Just 5 or 6 spears had brought back plenty of materials. Totally worth it. He casually searched for skill books and equipment blueprints, but the results remained blank as usual. Lin Jiang closed the marketplace and was about to sleep when he suddenly remembered the message he had posted in the public channel last night. Maybe someone had actually sent him a private message. So he reopened the chat interface. Sure enough, unread private messages were stacked in a row. Lin Jiang's fingers quickly scrolled through, filtering out most irrelevant information, and finally found 2 treasures. The first came from an anonymous survivor, with item information. Swift Step Skill Book. Quality, Basic. Description, Single use, consumes 10 mana points, increases speed by 10 for 10 seconds, 3-minute cooldown. Good for escaping or close combat harassment, Lin Jiang thought to himself. He wasn't picky about active skills, so he immediately traded some materials for Swift Step, though he didn't learn it right away. The second anonymous private message was even more stunning. Magic Arrow Skill Book. Quality, Excellent. Description, for every 10 mana points consumed, randomly enchant your arrows with one of 5 attributes: ice, fire, water, lightning, or wind, adding magical damage based on intelligence value. Holy crap, an excellent grade skill book. Lin Jiang cursed out loud when he saw the description. This wasn't just rare, it belonged to the most mystical category of ranged magical attacks. He absolutely had to get it. He immediately replied. Lin Jiang, hello, how much for this skill book? Swift Step and this thing were in completely different leagues. Plenty of people would be drooling over it, but couldn't afford the trade. Moments later, the other party responded. Anonymous, this is an excellent grade skill book, magical attack type. Fixed price 1,000 wood, 500 any food items, immediate deal. The seller clearly wasn't stupid. Excellent grade items were almost impossible to find on the market now. Lin Jiang responded enthusiastically. Lin Jiang, deal. I've put what you want in the trading slot. Anonymous, holy crap, are you really that loaded? I suddenly feel like I'm asking for too little. Lin Jiang typed this message in the private chat, then added another line. You did say it was a fixed price, so you won't back out now, right? The anonymous player on the other end replied. Of course not. I was just talking casually. All right, I've put the item up. We can complete the trade now. The trading interface popped up, and both players' slots lit up green simultaneously. Once both parties clicked confirm, the items would automatically exchange. Being cautious, Lin Jiang first examined the other party's slot carefully. It was indeed the long-coveted Magic Arrow skill book he'd been wanting, without any errors. Only then did he decisively press confirm. Ding, trade completed. A book with a deep blue cover appeared in his inventory, its name clearly glowing. Magic Arrow Excellent. Lin Jiang's fingertips trembled as he took it out, nearly dropping it. The next second, he activated it directly. Notification, congratulations. You have learned the active skill Magic Arrow Excellent. Notification, congratulations. You have learned the active skill Swift Step Basic. Two system messages appeared in succession, clean and efficient. Lin Jiang's heart bloomed with joy, especially over Magic Arrow Ice, Fire, Water, Thunder, and Wind enchantment effects. Just thinking about how his arrows could carry 5 different attributes in the future nearly made him jump off his wooden bed. Magic skills? Will they be as cool as an anime? While he was lost in wild thoughts, red dots suddenly appeared on his friends' list avatars. Lin Jiang currently had only 5 friends. 1. Li Jiang, who mined stone all day. 2. Zhang Long, who specialized in pulling weeds. 3. Chen Yu, whose luck was ridiculously good. 4. Lu Shooting, who sold bows and arrows. 5. The newly added Long Dahuo specialized in selling mutant fire beetle dung. The red dots were flashing on Chen Yu and Lu Shooting. Lin Jiang clicked on Chen Yu first. Chen Yu, I have some equipment blueprints I can't use. Want them? I'll sell them cheap. Lin Jiang, what equipment blueprints? Don't try to fool me with ordinary junk. Chen Yu, don't worry. Do I look like someone who'd peddle trash? Lin Jiang, true. Your luck is ridiculously good. What blueprints? Show me. Chen Yu, I'm sending you the blueprint info. Take a look. The information window automatically expanded. Beast hide clothing crafting blueprint. Quality, excellent. Description, after learning, can craft excellent quality tops using excellent grade beast fur. Beast hide pants crafting blueprint. Quality, excellent. Beast hide boots crafting blueprint. Quality, excellent. These were exactly the equipment slots Lin Jiang desperately needed. Chen Yu couldn't use them himself, but they hit Lin Jiang's pain points perfectly. Lin Jiang was so envious he could drool, wiping the corner of his mouth as he replied. Lin Jiang, forget about cheap. Let's trade at market price. But you're not holding back something big, are you? I feel like you have more stuff. Chen Yu, hee, can't hide anything from you. Fine, I'll sell it to you anyway. I doubt anyone's richer than you right now. The next second, a purple icon flew into the chat window. Fog Dispelling Crystal Core. Quality, superior. Description, can enhance excellent quality fog dispelling lamps. Chen Yu, I don't need to explain how important fog dispelling lamps are, right? This crystal core costs at least 3 times more than other superior items. After reading this, Lin Jiang agreed without even hesitating. Fog dispelling lamps were lifelines for wilderness operations. Without them, the nighttime fog could trap people to death. Lin Jiang, deal, what resources do you need? Chen Yu, same as usual, I'll take some of all the basic materials. I've been taking 2 big steps and pulling something. My basic infrastructure hasn't kept up at all. I need to start working on my shelter too, so I'll be trading with you for construction materials regularly. You have them, right? Lin Jiang, I do, but I need time. Chen Yu, that's fine, as long as you have them. In the end, Lin Jiang spent quite a few basic resources to acquire these items. After the brief transaction ended, only his chat window with Chen Yu remained on the screen. The two exchanged a few more casual words, but tactfully avoided topics about professions and levels. Given Chen Yu's luck, he had most likely already changed classes, though his specific profession and level remained unknown. Lin Jiang shook his head, closed the chat window, and casually opened another private message. Lu Shutting, you there? Want some excellent quality bows? This simple sentence instantly piqued Lin Jiang's interest, and he replied directly. Yes. You have some. Almost an instant reply came back. Lu Shutting, I do, just finished making them. Let me send you the stats. Exquisite longbow. Quality, excellent. Durability, 3030. Description, when used, arrow power, range, and accuracy 20. After reading it, Lin Jiang nodded with satisfaction. This could completely replace the superior longbow in his hands. While he was still hesitating, Lu Shutting sent another message. Lu Shutting, just buy 5 excellent longbows, and I'll throw this in for free. Iron Arrow Blueprint. Quality, superior. Description, features iron arrowheads with impressive power, excellent for mass production. Though superior grade blueprints weren't rare, they were extremely practical. Lin Jiang's heart itched with desire, so he first probed about the price. Lin Jiang, alright, but let's talk price first. Also, why don't you make and sell the arrows yourself? Lu Shutting, I already learned one blueprint, so this one's extra, and I don't have enough materials. Don't worry, I'll price the exquisite longbows at standard excellent weapon rates. Lin Jiang, deal. I'll take all 5, and the blueprint must be included. Lu Shutting, no problem, I've put everything in the trade window, please confirm. Lin Jiang opened the trading interface and dragged the materials she requested into the slots one by one. After confirming everything was correct, he clicked to complete the transaction. Light flashed, and both parties got what they needed. Looking at the additional longbows and blueprint in his inventory, he was in high spirits, rubbing his hands together and muttering. Taking off. Another small leap forward, Not bad at all. He immediately learned the iron arrow blueprint, and the interface displayed the required materials. Iron arrows. Quality, superior. Crafting 10 arrows, superior wood 1, black iron ingot 1. The materials weren't scarce. He had plenty of superior wood in stock, and in a few more days, the superior saplings planted outside his shelter would mature, providing a steady supply of wood. As for black iron ingots, Lin Jiang guessed they were similar to bronze ingots and would need to be smelted and forged from iron ore. However, he'd probably need to learn the blueprint for crafting black iron ingots first. With this thought, Lin Jiang immediately opened the trading marketplace and carefully searched through the semi-finished blueprints section, quickly locating the black iron ingot blueprint. Since black iron ingots had virtually no market demand at the moment, the player who listed the blueprint had simply tossed it into the marketplace for open bidding. Lin Jiang acquired the blueprint with just a small amount of miscellaneous materials, casually clicked Learn, and the crafting recipe was instantly etched into his personal panel. Next, he crafted another furnace and placed it right beside the one that had been smelting bronze ingots. The first furnace ran almost year-round producing bronze, with no time to spare, so he might as well build a second one dedicated to black iron ingots. After setting up the furnace chamber, he stuffed it full of dry wood, then dumped an entire backpack's worth of iron ore that he'd been stockpiling. The system notification read, 1 iron ore could smelt 1 black iron ingot. Taking 30 minutes per piece. Just looking at those numbers told him not to expect quick results. Lin Jiang shook his head slightly, but since he was already committed, he let it burn slowly. While waiting, he pulled out the excellent grade wooden bow from his backpack. Now that he had acquired the fine grade exquisite longbow, the old bow had been completely relegated to backup status. After a moment's consideration, he listed the half durability old bow in the trading marketplace at half the price of similar quality weapons, partly because he didn't want to rip off newcomers, and partly because with his current resources, he couldn't be bothered with such small price differences. Fair is fair. After posting the listing, he began thoroughly organizing his backpack. Everything that could go into the resource warehouse went in. 1. That incredible axe he'd picked up in the dungeon. 2. A pile of apples for sustenance, ready to eat whenever hungry or thirsty. 3. Wooden fencing for expanding his shelter. 4. Essential campfires for dispelling darkness and fog. For weapon configuration, he kept melee, 2 fine grade bronze spears. Ranged, 2 fine grade exquisite longbows he'd just traded with loose shooting. The remaining 3 longbows went into his storage chest. Weapons couldn't stack, each taking up 1 slot, so carrying extras was pointless. His arrows were still the wooden version since he hadn't started producing iron arrows yet, so he'd have to make do for now. All told, 9 of his 20 backpack slots were already occupied, not to mention various other materials, leaving his space critically tight again. Fine, might as well use this thing. Lin Jiang muttered, fishing out a fine-grade fog-dispelling crystal core from the bottom layer. This item could upgrade his fog-dispelling lamp. He'd never once triggered the active effect from the last upgrade. But survival gear always followed the principle of better to have and not need than need and not have. In his mind, the fog-dispelling lamp was as important as his shelter itself. As the crystal core touched his hand, the familiar semi-transparent notification window appeared. Notification: you have obtained a fine-grade fog-dispelling crystal core, which can enhance the quality of your fog-dispelling lamp. Upgrade to fine grade immediately? Lin Jiang clicked confirm without hesitation. The next second, with a soft crack, the crystal core in his right hand shattered into countless points of light that fluttered toward the fog-dispelling lamp in his left hand like fireflies. The lamp body floated in midair, wrapped in layers of pure white light, the radiance pulsing like a heartbeat. The entire upgrade process took over 10 minutes, and after the light suddenly dimmed, the fog-dispelling lamp settled steadily into his palm. Lin Jiang cradled the lamp in both hands and eagerly opened the lamp's information panel to examine it. A panel displaying information unique to the fog-dispelling lamp appeared before Lin Jiang's eyes. Fog-dispelling lamp. Quality: fine. Special effect 1. Blocks mental intimidation from fine-grade aberrations. Aberrations excel at invisible mental attacks that can cause paralysis and mental stagnation. Special effect 2. Reduces mental damage from fine-grade aberrations by 50. When sanity drops below 10, the soul will be devoured by aberrations. Description: when held, disperses gray fog within a 12-meter radius, providing illumination and moderate heat. The fine-grade fog-dispelling lamp not only gained a second practical effect, but its illumination and fog-dispelling range had also doubled. After reading the panel, Lin Jiang's excitement nearly overflowed. Facing unknown aberrations, he finally had genuine mental protection. While the beasts of this world were certainly vicious, aberrations were more like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, striking directly at the soul once they bit. He would rather never encounter them face-to-face for the rest of his life. He shook off the chaotic worries in his mind and turned to the workbench. After adding some stone fragments to the stone hopper, he crafted 2 more furnaces. The first floor already had 2 furnaces, and his mild OCD told him that the second floor and rooftop should also have two for symmetry. This way, simultaneously smelting coal and glass wouldn't be a problem. As for the smaller quantities of iron and copper ore, one furnace would be sufficient for gradual processing. After finishing with the furnaces, he turned his attention to the excellent-grade beast hide equipment. Having learned the blueprints, excellent-grade beast pelts could now be used to craft excellent equipment. Without hesitation, Lin Jiang took out 3 excellent-grade mist gray wolf pelts and approached the sewing machine. Beast hide shirt. Quality, excellent. Crafting materials. Any excellent-grade beast pelt 1, hemp cloth 20. Description: excellent-grade beast hide equipment that provides attribute enhancement and significant warmth, allowing the wearer to withstand the cold of ordinary regions in the eternal night world. The recipes and descriptions for beast hide pants and boots were identical, differing only in the body part they covered. He had already mass-produced hemp cloth with the sewing machine days earlier. Making hemp cloth only required fiber, and Zhonglong had mountains of thatched grass and fiber that were easy to trade for. What followed was another busy session: cutting hides, stitching, applying adhesive, and pressing seams. 3 pieces of excellent-grade equipment were completed one by one to the rhythmic clacking of the machine. By the time he finished, night had fallen deep, nearly reaching the early morning hours. Lin Jiang brushed the debris from his hands, went down to the first floor, got into bed, turned off the lights, closed his eyes, pulled up the covers, and instantly fell into slumber. That night passed peacefully. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the 12th day arrived. Around 6 in the morning, Lin Jiang opened his eyes right on schedule and climbed out of bed, despite having gone to sleep somewhat late the previous night. Despite his considerable intelligence, he didn't need much rest. A few hours of sleep was sufficient. At dawn, he sat up and turned over, his wristwatch clearly showing the 10th day since arriving in this world. Lin Jiang rubbed his drowsy eyes and casually checked the temperature display: minus 29.8 degrees. The numbers kept dropping, making him gasp involuntarily. If it continued falling like this, those survivors who hadn't prepared heating supplies in advance would likely be completely wiped out by this hellish weather. He shook his head lightly, pushing the worry aside. With his current high constitution, he had enough resistance to both extreme cold and scorching heat. Moreover, the excellent-grade beast hide equipment that had been completed overnight by the sewing machine was ready and waiting. His morning routine remained the same. First to the bathroom to handle personal needs, then a quick face wash with ice-cold well water. Water droplets dripped from his chin as he shivered at the dim wooden window, then pulled out his breakfast: a bright red apple and a piece of blood bread the length of an adult's forearm. Crunch, crunch. Finished the apple in 2 bites, immediately moistening his dry throat. Carrying the blood bread, he approached the sewing machine and clicked the interface. 3 brand new pieces of equipment lay quietly in the finished goods section. Misty gray wolf shirt. Quality, excellent. Durability, 2020. Attributes: Constitution 2. Description: excellent grade cold resistant shirt, superb for warmth and protection. Misty gray wolf pants. Quality, excellent. Durability, 2020. Attributes: Constitution 2. Description: same material pants, combining flexibility and strength. Misty gray wolf boots. Quality, excellent. Durability, 2020. Attributes: Constitution 2. Description: thick inner lining, silent movement. Damn it, no set bonus attributes. Lin Jiang complained verbally, but his actions showed no hesitation as he quickly equipped all 3 pieces. The supple gray wolf hide conformed to his limbs, and warmth instantly surged from his feet all the way to the back of his neck. The power boost from 6 points of constitution made him unconsciously clench his fists. Just as satisfaction settled in, he suddenly remembered the 2 little ones in the corner. Though the wolf pup's injuries had stabilized overnight, they were still weak and needed feeding. He quickly lit a fire to heat snow water, and when the surface began to simmer, he lifted the lid and poured in bone powder. The snow-white liquid was stirred into a creamy color with a wooden spoon. Lin Jiang carried the wooden bowl to the nest and gently picked up the 2 furry bundles, placing them beside the bowl. The sudden lift left the little wolf pups blinking in confusion, clearly not fully awake yet. Regardless of whether they could understand, he said softly, "Eat first, then sleep." The rich, gamey aroma filled the air. Whether they understood the command or were simply hungry, both wolf pups buried their heads and lapped up the food, quickly licking the bowl completely clean. After confirming they were full, Lin Jiang put on his cloak and pushed the door open. Whimper! The little ones wobbled on their short legs trying to follow, but he ruthlessly shooed them back inside. Outside the shelter, he could see another batch of saplings had grown tender leaves, signaling their maturity. The second batch of saplings, originally planted just 1 day after the first, had also fully grown today. Lin Jiang wasted no time, pulling out that incredible axe from his backpack and swinging his arms in wide arcs to begin chopping. The axe blade fell with continuous whooshing and chopping sounds. In just 3 to 5 minutes, an entire row of trees toppled one after another before dissolving into points of light. The corresponding resources instantly flowed into his backpack. Wood, apples, vines, regular saplings, and apple tree saplings, nothing was missing. He turned back to the house, stuffing all the harvest into the storage chest, then grabbed the watering can and fertilizer to water and feed the few excellent grade saplings outside. The regular saplings needed no care and would all mature by tomorrow. After tending to the saplings, Lin Jiang loaded the materials needed to upgrade the stone walls into his backpack and walked to the wooden fence. He systematically reinforced the remaining 5 wooden fence sections into stone barriers. Considering material consumption, he didn't expand too far at once, instead placing stone barriers at 1-meter intervals around the shelter's perimeter, creating 10 layers in one go. If the system didn't require 1-meter spacing between barriers, he would have wanted to place them wall-towel in a complete circle. Next, he upgraded all 10 stone barriers to maximum level, and the 3-meter-high dark gray walls immediately appeared sturdy and imposing. Without pause, he took out more lumber and continued adding wooden fences to the outer ring. For a full hour, he ran back and forth, upgrading all 40 wooden fence sections inside and out to maximum level, reaching 2 meters in height. Standing on the shelter's rooftop and looking down, the entire 50-meter radius was densely packed with walls and fences, layer upon layer, with gaps so tight that even a mouse couldn't squeeze through. Lin Jiang nodded with satisfaction. If monsters came to attack, just seeing this formation would probably crush their morale first. 3-meter-high maxed-out stone walls and 2-meter-high maxed-out wooden fences, forget about climbing over them. They'd have to demolish dozens of barriers first. He knew that in this semi-digitized world, buildings naturally attracted aggro, and as long as survivors hid inside, monsters had to break through the structures to reach them. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but exhale deeply. This sense of security was overflowing. Even if an elite-grade monster showed up, he was confident he could scrape it to death. After all, he was a professional at dealing chip damage. Returning from the rooftop to the first floor, he collected the newly crafted arrows into his backpack, organized his other supplies, and immediately set out. Holding the fog-dispelling lamp in his left hand, he soon arrived at the small river in front of the shelter. In the frigid air, the river water still flowed with a babbling sound, unfrozen, which surprised him slightly in this temperature. If he stepped into the water and got soaked, that would be trouble. For future convenience, he decided to build a simple bridge first. Opening the trading marketplace, he searched for bridge structures and soon found blueprints for a wooden bridge. He nodded in confirmation and immediately learned it. After learning and using it, he could craft a wooden bridge with his bare hands. Of course, large and medium-sized structures require construction time. If they could be placed instantly, the people of Blue Star would definitely exploit that to no end. The materials needed for building a wooden bridge were just wood, which was incredibly simple for Lin Jiang. He turned back to the shelter, grabbed a bundle of cut logs, and returned to the small river. Moments later, a small wooden bridge took shape under his hands, planks interlocked, ropes binding them together. Though crude, the bridge was sturdy enough to support a single person crossing. Lin Jiang placed the wooden bridge across the river, successfully connecting both banks so he wouldn't need to wade through water anymore. After putting away his tools, he picked up the mist-dispelling lamp that could clear darkness and fog within a 12-meter radius, then stepped onto the bridge toward the opposite shore. Compared to last time, this lamp provided much better visibility. He maintained a straight path, stopping every few steps to look back and confirm his direction, afraid of taking a wrong turn and losing sight of the campfire on the riverbank. Just as the firelight was about to be swallowed by darkness, Lin Jiang set up a circle of wooden fencing at his current location and placed a mist campfire in the center as a return marker. Only then did he continue deeper. During his journey, he saw trees, stones, weeds, and other basic resources, but didn't bother collecting them. The shelter had plenty of these materials. The more important goal of this expedition was to explore unknown areas. He would only take action if he encountered excellent grade resources, or better. The halo from the mist-dispelling lamp swayed around him as Lin Jiang's expression grew serious, each step planted with extra care. He remained highly alert, worried that some monster might pounce on him at any moment. After walking for a while longer, he suddenly stopped, his gaze drawn to a pale gray color. Huh? Is that a mist flower? He quickly approached. The petals were wrapped in thin gray mist, the distinctive mark of mist flowers. For flowers grew in neat arrangement. Though unfortunately all were common quality, not a single one reached excellent grade. Lin Jiang felt slightly disappointed, but didn't waste time. He bent down to pick all 4 mist flowers and stored them in his backpack. Then he set up fencing nearby, lit a mist campfire as another marker, and turned to continue exploring deeper. Before he knew it, he had traveled far from the riverbank. In the darkness, the beam from his mist-dispelling lamp seemed isolated. Suddenly, a chill ran up his spine to his scalp, and Lin Jiang's heart pounded wildly. This was a warning from his perception skill. Oh no! The thought flashed through his mind as he instantly activated wind step, executing a sideways roll to create distance before landing and turning around. Under the light of the mist-dispelling lamp, a gray-white shadow had somehow appeared, its twisted face seeming ready to devour him. Ah! A piercing shriek exploded, the ear-splitting sound waves nearly tearing at his eardrums. Lin Jiang quickly covered his ears with both hands, but still felt his mind buzzing. Immediately after, a line of pale blue text appeared. Alert! You have suffered a mental attack from a cursed wraith. Mist-Dispelling Lamp Special Effect 1 activated, negating the mental confusion debuff. Mist-Dispelling Lamp Special Effect 2 activated, reducing mental damage received by 50. Your sanity is rapidly declining. 50-50. Holy crap. A wraith? Lin Jiang's mind went completely blank. Facing this kind of monster for the first time, he had absolutely no idea how to handle it. The red warning on his interface flashed frantically. His sanity was plummeting at a terrifying rate, dropping 50 points at once. Who could withstand that? Even with his usually impressive sanity reserves, he couldn't afford this kind of drain. In a split second, he stumbled back 2 steps, reached into his backpack, and pulled out his meticulously maintained pristine longbow along with several iron arrows. He raised the bow, drew the string, and with a sharp twang, sent an arrow whistling through the air toward the gray-white malevolent spirit. The piercing shriek stopped abruptly. Finding its mental control ineffective, the wraith simply lunged forward. Its gray-white form swept through the air like torn fabric, not even bothering to dodge the incoming arrow. Adorably stupid? Lin Jiang felt a flicker of hope, but his smile froze instantly. The arrow passed straight through the wraith without any resistance, as if shot into thin air. Immune to physical attacks. His breath caught, his face went pale, and he rolled desperately across the ground, barely avoiding the wraith's lunge. His shoulder brushed against the cold, ghostly aura, sending a sharp pain through him. His sanity instantly dropped another 100 points. Damn it, Lin Jiang cursed under his breath. Just grazing the wraith cost him 100 points. If this monster landed a direct hit, and his sanity fell to 10, his soul would be destroyed. Against supernatural creatures, sanity was his health bar? Alarms blared in his mind. He frowned, raised his bow again, and fired another direct shot. Midway through its flight, the wraith still didn't dodge, its gray-white claws nearly reaching his throat. Just as the arrow was about to pass harmlessly through again, boom. Brilliant lightning erupted from the arrowhead, electric arcs dancing wildly, instantly engulfing the wraith. Ah! The piercing scream was deafening as the ghostly form writhed violently. Lightning elements were supremely effective against supernatural beings, even surpassing light magic clearly. This arrow had triggered the random lightning enchantment. Lin Jiang's spirit soared. So supernatural beings were immune to physical damage, but vulnerable to elemental attacks. He had activated Magic Arrow on a whim, and it had randomly triggered lightning. While the wraith was stunned by electricity, he drew his bowstring repeatedly, arrows raining down like a storm. Each one carried elemental enhancement. Without it, they'd be useless. A data bar immediately appeared above the wraith's head, 181.820.2000. The first arrow dealt 180 damage and inflicted paralysis. The arrows continued like meteors. The second triggered fire elements, leaving burning marks. The third triggered wind elements, dealing only half the damage of lightning. Just as the wind arrow hit and the paralysis wore off, the wraith swayed. About to dodge, the fourth arrow exploded with lightning again, pinning it in place once more. Lin Jiang couldn't suppress his grin, his bow movements becoming increasingly fluid. This is actually pretty fun, except for the initial confusion about the wraith's mechanics, which let it move around a bit. From that point on, it was nothing but taking a beating. The battle came and went quickly. In less than a minute, the cursed wraith's health bar was depleted, and it dissolved into wisps of white smoke. Lin Jiang relaxed his bowstring and let out a long breath. Phew, battle over. The excellent grade skill Magic Arrow had proven its worth, truly deserving of its excellent quality. However, he still wasn't sure if it would maintain this level of dominance against beast-type monsters. As he pondered this, a system notification appeared. Notification: congratulations on defeating level 20 Cursed Wraith. Excellent. Rewards: Wraith Crystal Fragment 1, Soul Crystal Fragment 1. Lin Jiang immediately opened his inventory and found 2 translucent crystals had indeed been added. He didn't examine their properties closely. It wasn't safe out here. Better to study them once back in the safe zone. Quickly stowing his pack, he set up a simple perimeter fence and lit a campfire, using the firelight for a brief rest. Status check. 1. Health full. 2. Men over half remaining, roughly enough to handle 2 more excellent grade aberrations. 3. Sanity had dropped by 300 points earlier, partly due to operational mistakes. With faster reactions, he could have finished the wraith sooner. Live and learn: next time he encountered similar aberrations, he'd have experience. This also basically confirmed his suspicion. Aberrations likely relied primarily on mental attacks. After this brief assessment, he continued deeper into the mist. After walking some distance, Lin Jiang stopped, hung the mist-dispelling lamp at his waist, drew his exquisite longbow, and warily stared ahead. Through the thinning fog, a small patch of swampland came into view, with an enormous boar wallowing in it, 6 to 7 meters long, 3 to 4 meters tall at the shoulder, easily twice the size of that excellent grade mist gray wolf boss. The visual impact of its thick hide and massive bulk made Lin Jiang's palms sweat. The boar quickly spotted its target, bared its tusks, and let out a piercing shriek. Though sharp, the sound was far less intense than the cursed wraith's wail. Seeing it lift its hooves to charge, Lin Jiang didn't hesitate and fired first, hoping his initial arrow would trigger the lightning element's paralysis effect. Whoosh, the arrow cut through the air and struck the boar dead. The enchanted element exploded, but it wasn't lightning, it was ice. The unexpected frost instantly froze half the boar's body along with the mud pit. Immediately after, a health bar appeared above the boar's head, 3,000 health points. Definitely a tank. Two sets of numbers flickered alternately, physical damage and magical damage, with the latter more than double the former. While the freeze effect lasted, Lin Jiang retreated while firing rapidly. With this brief freezing duration, instantly killing the boar wasn't realistic half the kite while dealing damage. His upgraded excellent archery had increased his range to 60 meters, and combined with the exquisite longbow's bonuses, as long as his line of sight was clear, he rarely missed within 60 meters. But the darkness and mist still limited his vision. The freeze and lightning control durations were similar. As his third arrow left the string, the boar broke free from the ice and charged at him with bloodshot eyes. The third arrow struck the charging wild boar. Fire elements exploded from the metal arrowhead, instantly igniting its coarse bristles as flames engulfed the tusked beast in its rampage. Unfortunately, this marsh boar seemed completely mad despite being ablaze. Its speed didn't decrease one bit. Lin Jiang cursed under his breath. With his current health, taking a hit like that would leave him at least half dead. Swift step. Green light flickered beneath his feet as his body shot backward, barely brushing past the wild boar. Drawing his bow and releasing the string, the fourth arrow followed immediately. Thunk. The iron arrow, infused with water element, pierced deep into the boar's thick hide. The next second, with a sound like an overturned bucket, water elements cascaded like a waterfall, completely extinguishing the flames that had just ignited. The continuous damage vanished instantly, leaving Lin Jiang nearly speechless at his own tactics, playing with fire 1 second, dousing it with water the next. The mountain boar also paused for a moment, as if thinking, is this human insane? However, pain reminded it not to get distracted, and it continued charging toward Lin Jiang, though its speed was noticeably slower. Slow effect. A secondary effect of the water element. Lin Jiang's heart leaped with joy. The halved speed was exactly what he needed. While the slow effect lasted, he retreated and kite, firing 3 arrows in succession. As the slowing glow dimmed, the boar's charge ability was forcibly interrupted, its overall movement becoming sluggish as if trapped in a quagmire. Here's my chance. Lin Jiang gripped his bow like the wind, arrows streaking across the bowstring in rapid succession. Wind element bleeding wounds. Fire element ignition once more. Wind fed the flames, making them burn fiercer. Ice element frost spreading, freezing joints. Water element stacking slow effects, extending freeze duration and range. Finally, thunder element charged up, purple lightning coiling around the arrow shaft. It neither repelled other elements nor interfered with the water element's synergy. The moment it struck, it splashed into a web of electric arcs with paralyzing effects, simultaneously detonating all remaining status effects. Boom. Thunder light drowned out the boar's death cry as its massive health bar instantly emptied, and it crashed to the ground. The battle completion notification chimed, and Lin Jiang exhaled deeply. The excellent grade magic arrows was absolutely overpowered, grinding down this boss through sheer persistence. However, his mana was nearly depleted, definitely couldn't handle another fight like this, and needed to retreat quickly. System notifications floated by his ears. Congratulations on defeating Marsh Boar, level 20. Obtained. Marsh Boar Meat Excellent 1. Marsh Boar Blood Excellent 1. Marsh Boar Bone Excellent 1. Marsh Boar Hide Excellent 1. Beast Core Excellent 1 inch. As expected, monsters with charge abilities are indeed bosses, Lin Jiang muttered to himself. Beast Cores are rare drops that only bosses have a chance of yielding. It seemed Lin Jiang's luck wasn't as terrible as he'd imagined. With this thought, he paused mid-step and returned to the muddy swamp where the marsh boars had been dwelling, searching the area carefully. The swamp wasn't large, and after circling it once, he completed his exploration quickly. To his delight, he discovered something valuable: mist flowers, and excellent quality ones at that. 3 blooms grew along the damp edges of the marsh. This unexpected windfall lifted his spirits considerably. He swiftly collected all 3 excellent grade mist flowers into his pack, then wasted no time heading back toward the shelter, following his original route in the distant firelight. The journey out had been slow due to exploration, but the return trip took less than half an hour. The moment he stepped into the sanctuary, Lin Jiang's taut nerves finally relaxed. The interior was secure, and the dense perimeter walls outside provided additional comfort. Finding a spot on the ground, he sat cross-legged and opened his pack to inventory his gains. During this expedition, he had slain 2 creatures, one excellent grade cursed wraith and one excellent grade boss marsh boar. The cursed wraith had dropped 2 items, a wraith crystal fragment and a soul crystal fragment. Wraith crystal fragment. Quality, excellent. Description, dropped after defeating a cursed wraith. Can be crushed and used directly by holding in hand, increasing maximum mana by 20 points. Usage limit of 10 times per quality tier, with other potential applications. Soul crystal fragment. Quality, excellent. Description, dropped after defeating a cursed wraith. Can be crushed and used directly by holding in hand, increasing intelligence attribute by 2 points. Usage limit of 10 times per quality tier, with other potential applications. Direct mana and intelligence boosts. Absolutely fantastic items. Lin Jiang's eyes lit up, and he even entertained the thought of immediately heading out to hunt more wraiths. However, he quickly suppressed this impulse. His mana reserves were insufficient for another battle. Without magic arrows, he posed no threat to supernatural creatures, making any venture outside tantamount to suicide. It would be wiser to wait for his mana to fully recover before taking action. Staying calm was the key to survival. Next, he turned his attention to the other portion of his spoils, the materials dropped by the marsh boar. Marsh boar meat. Quality, excellent. Description, dropped after defeating a marsh boar. Consumption increases constitution by 2 points. Maximum consumption limit, 3 times. Marsh boar blood. Quality, excellent. Description, dropped after defeating a marsh boar. Consumption increases maximum health by 50 points. Maximum consumption limit, 3 times. Additionally, there were marsh boar bones and marsh boar hide. The bones served a similar purpose to the mist wolf bones he'd obtained earlier. It could be used to feed and train beasts. The hide could be crafted into equipment. Lin Jiang briefly examined these 2 materials, but his primary interest remained focused on the boar meat and blood, which could directly enhance his constitution and health, and valuable items for increasing his personal strength. Lin Jiang felt a surge of excitement. He knew that using all the materials in his backpack would give his attributes another small boost, but he wasn't in a rush. First, he neatly arranged the sliced marsh boar meat in an iron pot, added water, and lit the fire, listening to the bubbling sounds of cooking meat echoing through the room. Then he grabbed the sticky marsh boar hide and skillfully fed it into the old sewing machine, pumping the foot pedal up and down until he had sewn together a thick, rough beast hide shirt. After finishing these preparations, he eagerly pulled out the wraith crystal fragment and soul crystal fragment. Both crystals were small enough to fit entirely in one hand. He gripped one in each hand and squeezed hard with his knuckles. Crack. 2 crisp shattering sounds overlapped almost perfectly. The fragments dissolved into points of fluorescent light that burrowed into his skin like fireflies, quickly penetrating through the surface. Within seconds, the light points completely disappeared, and these 2 items that could boost intelligence and mana had been absorbed. He felt no obvious changes in his body, just shook his head slightly, and didn't think much more about it. Next, he pulled out a bag of marsh boar blood and poured it into a measuring cup. The fishy smell hit his nose, making him wrinkle his brow as he raised the cup to eye level, took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and drained it in one gulp. The system notification showed maximum health 50. Drinking blood to replenish blood was perfectly normal for him. Remembering there was still an excellent grade mist flower in his backpack, he decided to down the remaining wolf blood as well, ensuring no useful benefits went to waste. After taking care of himself, he didn't forget about dinner for the 2 wolf pups. As usual, he soaked bone powder in meat broth, stirred it into a thick paste, and served it in a wooden bowl before carrying it over to the little ones. The moment the aroma reached their noses, both wolf pups started howling nonstop. He reached out to rub their heads, teasing them for a few seconds before setting the bowl down and letting them feast. After some more time passed, the marsh boar meat in the pot was finally perfectly tender and flavorful. Lin Jiang grabbed a pair of bamboo chopsticks and started eating right there by the stove. Slurp, slurp. The meat was firm and the juices fragrant. In just 3 to 5 minutes, the entire pot of pork was gone. He symbolically picked his teeth and sighed with satisfaction. Wild boar meat is so firm and chewy, delicious. A full day of running around, plus the exhaustion from 2 brutal battles afterward, left him wanting nothing more than a hot shower and a good night's sleep. He let out a long yawn, stretched, and headed toward the bathroom. He was out in less than 3 minutes, toweled his hair completely dry, and slipped into his warm bed. Ah, this feels absolutely amazing, he murmured to himself. Out of habit before sleeping, he pulled up his personal status panel. Name, Lin Jiang. Level, 20 cannot be increased. New levels unlock after advancing to Senior Lumberjack. Experience, 10001000. Class, Lumberjack. Intermediate. Maximum level for Intermediate Lumberjack is 20. Please advance your class to unlock subsequent levels. Class effect, resources gained from tree cutting 2. Health, 630,630. Mana, 70,510. Sanity, 550,1070. Constitution, 58. Equipment, Bronze Spear 3, Excellent Mist Wolf Shirt, Pants, Boots 6, Archery 2. Intelligence, 49 Eternal Night Bracelet 2. Eagle Eye 2. Neural Response, 2. Cellular Vitality, 2. Charisma 1. Luck, 1. Skills, Magic Arrow Excellent, Eagle Eye Excellent, Swift Step Basic, Spearmanship Basic, Archery Excellent, Throwing Basic. Looking at the string of attribute changes, he nodded slightly. Although his level was stuck at 20 and couldn't continue rising, he could still keep boosting his panel stats using materials dropped by monsters. Of course, each type of material had a usage limit and couldn't be stacked infinitely, but as long as he accumulated bit by bit, the results would still be impressive. Yes, everything was developing in a positive direction. Lin Jiang felt delighted and casually closed the panel. After pulling up his blanket, he closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. Time flew by quickly. The next morning, just after 6 o'clock, he opened his eyes right on schedule and rolled out of bed. After a quick wash, grabbing a bite to eat, and adding food for the 2 wolf cubs, he walked energetically toward the indoor plantation. The bread on the bloodbread tree had ripened, so he harvested it before taking a quick look around at the other saplings. They weren't fully grown yet, so he turned and left. Strapping on his fog-dispelling lamp, he pushed open the door and stepped outside the shelter. The last batch of ordinary saplings from the night had grown into towering trees, leaving only those few excellent-grade saplings that would need a few more days. He pulled out his incredible axe from his backpack and began chopping away with loud thwacks. Before long, he had cleared all the surrounding trees, harvesting plenty of wood, vines, apples, and saplings. The once densely packed forest instantly became spacious, leaving only the perimeter wall and that small patch of excellent-grade young trees. Lin Jiang organized his backpack, stuffing materials he wouldn't need immediately into the resource storage box, then stepped through the gate to continue yesterday's unfinished exploration. Following the trail he had marked the night before, he planned to venture deeper in search of higher quality resources, hopefully encountering excellent-grade trees while hunting wild beasts and anomalies to obtain materials that could boost his attributes. Soon, he reached the muddy pond where he had killed the swamp boar yesterday. As usual, he set up a fence and campfire, marked the spot, then continued forward. Walking and stopping along the way for about 10 minutes, his eagle eye skill made his eyes brighten slightly. Something seemed hidden among the weeds, shaped like a treasure chest. Finally found another treasure chest. He raised his hand to investigate, but suddenly stopped. Being cautious, he first hung the fog-dispelling lamp at his waist and drew his exquisite longbow, knocking an arrow whoosh. One arrow shot through the grass. A second arrow, third arrow, fourth arrow. Arrows flew continuously, nearly turning the small patch of grass into a honeycomb. Seeing no movement inside, he nodded and put away his bow, switching his bronze spear to his right hand while using his left to part the waist-high weeds. A silver-white treasure chest lay quietly there, its entire surface glowing faintly. Lin Jiang's heart began pounding. Could this be a silver-grade treasure chest? The gleaming silver chest sparkled in the morning light, as if silently beckoning. Come and play, big guy. Such temptation was irresistible. He immediately rubbed his hands together, showing a mischievous grin while approaching with gleeful chuckles. He placed both hands on the treasure chest, caressing it carefully while speaking in a suggestive tone. Ha ha ha, my precious treasure, you'd better cough up something good for this master. Silver treasure chest, excellent quality description. A relatively rare silver treasure chest from which excellent grade items can be obtained at maximum provided, of course, that your luck is good enough. With his heart pounding and hands trembling with excitement, Lin Jiang didn't hesitate for a moment. He lifted the lid of the silver treasure chest with both hands, and it opened with a creaking sound as blinding white light burst forth instantly. Perhaps moved by his earlier sincerity, or perhaps disgusted by that nauseating performance, the radiance seemed particularly magnificent, instantly igniting Lin Jiang's emotions. Could there really be treasure inside? As soon as he spoke, several items tumbled to the ground one by one. Wood 300. Stone 300. Upon seeing the first 2 items, Lin Jiang's face immediately darkened halfway. Then he forcibly shifted his attention to the remaining dropped items. Arrow Tower Blueprint 1. Beast Crystal Core Fine Quality 1. The moment that crystal core appeared, Lin Jiang's eyes lit up. Holy crap! A fine-quality beast crystal core was more valuable to him than ordinary excellent-grade items. Without time to think further, he quickly scooped up the beast crystal core and arrow tower blueprint into his backpack, then reluctantly swept the wood and stone into his bag as well. Honestly, he no longer paid much attention to these basic resources. He already had mountains of wood stockpiled. As for stone, the trading marketplace brought him large quantities daily, plus his friend Li Jiang's supply, so he wasn't lacking at all. With his mind entirely focused on that fine-quality crystal core, Lin Jiang didn't hesitate to take it out, and a system notification window immediately appeared. Beast Crystal Core Fine Quality detected. Career advancement available. After advancement, you may continue leveling up. Do you wish to use it and begin advancing to intermediate lumberjack profession? Yes. Use it immediately, Lin Jiang practically shouted. Career advancement meant his level cap would open again, his strength would surge dramatically, and his survival rate would rise accordingly. After he confirmed, it felt like a warm current was flowing through his body. The advancement process would take some time, so rather than wait idly, he continued exploring forward cautiously. About 10 minutes later, another notification appeared. Congratulations on completing career advancement. Current profession, advanced lumberjack, level cap increased to 30. Woohoo! Lin Jiang nearly jumped up. If this place weren't so dangerous, he would have loved to sing a few lines in celebration. Breaking through the bottleneck sent his mood soaring to the clouds, yet he still maintained cautious steps as he scouted ahead. Before long, he discovered a small grove ahead, and his eyes immediately brightened. Just as he was about to reach for his axe from his backpack, his movement suddenly stopped. With his keen perception, he immediately sensed something unusual in the forest. He canceled his logging plan at once, drew his exquisite longbow, nocked an arrow, and aimed the arrowhead at the shadows ahead. A small figure slowly emerged from behind a tree trunk with dark purple skin and cunning, cruel eyes. It looked about 70% similar to the goblins in games. Lin Jiang's heart tightened. Was that a dark night imp? Why did it look somewhat like the goblins from games? A small figure stepped out from behind the tree. Its skin was dark purple, and its eyes revealed a hint of cunning and cruelty. It generally resembled the goblins from games. Ha ha ha. Upon spotting Lin Jiang, the creature's mouth twisted into a grin as it let out a sinister chuckle. The bone-chilling laughter sent a shiver down Lin Jiang's spine, and he cursed silently. Laugh, laugh, laugh. What the hell are you laughing at? The moment this thought crossed his mind, the iron arrow in his hand completed its enchantment. Blazing fire elements instantly wrapped around the arrowhead. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed as the arrow struck the Dark Knight imp squarely in the chest. Seeing it was a physical attack, the Dark Knight imp's face showed contempt, as pure physical damage was nearly useless against their kind. However, the next second, flames exploded with a crackling sound, and its laughter came to an abrupt halt. Fire spread along the arrow shaft, instantly turning it into a blazing fireball. Excruciating pain made it roll on the ground, letting out heart-wrenching screams. The Dark Knight imp's intelligence is indeed quite high, Lin Jiang assessed silently, but his hands never stopped moving. Strike while the iron is hot. He couldn't give this sinister creature any chance to turn the tables. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For magic arrows shot out in rapid succession, their firelight illuminating the dark shadows of the forest. The rolling Dark Knight imp was pierced by more magic arrows, the pain making its movements stiff and hesitant, no longer displaying its previous fearless momentum. After several arrows, it could no longer hold on, its wails gradually weakening until it finally became a charred corpse. Before Lin Jiang could catch his breath, 3 more Dark Knight imps emerged from the small grove behind him. Drawn by their companions' screams, they all froze for half a second upon seeing the human before them the moment they burst through the bushes. Lin Jiang wouldn't waste time being stunned alongside the monsters. His bowstring vibrated as 3 arrows flew out. The first arrow burst with lightning, electric arcs coiling around it. The second arrow condensed frost, ice crystals forming instantly. The third arrow carried azure waves, water vapor scattering in all directions. With good fortune on his side, all 3 elements brought control and slowing effects. Under these negative effects, the 3 Dark Knight imps moved as slowly as if trapped in a swamp. Lin Jiang's bow became a blur of afterimages, magic arrows raining down like a storm, sharp whistles, and wind-cutting sounds interweaving. Soon, the 3 Dark Knight imps fell one after another amid piercing screams, their black blood seeping into the fallen leaves. Notification: congratulations on killing a level 16 Dark Knight imp elite. Obtained. Imp Crystal Fragment 1, Soul Crystal Fragment 1. Notification: congratulations on killing a level 17 Dark Knight imp. Obtained. Imp Crystal Fragment 1. Notification: congratulations on killing a level 18 Dark Knight imp. Obtained. Imp Crystal Fragment 1. 4 Dark Knight imps in total, all eliminated. Spoils of War. Imp Crystal Fragments 4, Soul Crystal Fragments 4. Lin Jiang knew the purpose of Soul Crystal Fragments, but this was his first time seeing Imp Crystal Fragments. He shook his head, deciding not to open his inventory for now. The wilderness was no place for daydreaming. As a high-attack, low-health archer, if monsters got close to him, he could only flee in panic. Fortunately, these Dark Knight imps were far less terrifying than cursed wraiths, with just over 1,000 health points. The damage they dealt to him was almost negligible. Aside from consuming a third of his mana, he remained unharmed. After making brief adjustments on the spot, Lin Jiang continued forward, stepping slowly into the small grove. The dense trees obscured his vision, so he decided to clear this obstacle first. Simple barriers and mist campfires were quickly set up, and only after confirming no dangerous enemies were nearby did he relax slightly, drawing out that incredible axe. Gripping it with both hands, he swung the axe blade thunk, 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 accompanied by the clear rhythm of chopping. Wood chips flew from the tree trunks. With each axe strike, notifications appeared accordingly. You obtained Wood 1. Advanced Lumberjack Special Effect activated, gaining an additional Wood 3. You obtained Wood 4 total. Due to your profession trait, you gained 4 experience points. Notification: congratulations on leveling up. You gained 1 free attribute point to allocate as you wish. Your level has broken through level 20, reaching level 21. Therefore, your neural response increased by 1 point and cellular vitality increased by 1 point. The familiar burning sensation quickly spread throughout his body, but this time, Lin Jiang could clearly handle it. His body seemed to have grown accustomed to this enhancement. After 3 minutes, the burning sensation faded, and he distinctly felt the comprehensive improvement in himself. His strength was more abundant, his senses sharper. If an ordinary person threw a punch, it would look like slow motion to him, slowed down several times over. I've gotten stronger again. Lin Jiang shook his sweat-dampened bangs, narcissistically running his fingers through his hair as he contemplated the loneliness of being invincible. His peripheral vision swept over the tree stump he had just chopped down nearby, and he opened his backpack to check his harvest. The wood and saplings he had just cut were all excellent grade. The deeper I go, the higher the quality. It would be great if I could encounter fine-grade trees. He muttered to himself, then shouldered his axe and continued deeper into the forest. As he progressed, he placed wooden fences and mist campfires at regular intervals, casually chopping down every tree he could see regardless of quality. After all, cutting trees gave experience points, so he couldn't let any tree escape. Walking and stopping along the way, observing his surroundings, placing defenses, and collecting timber, he didn't encounter any danger, though the resource quality remained capped at excellent grade. As the sky gradually darkened, he decisively stopped exploring and returned the way he came. With his post-upgrade agility, he sprinted through the night for half an hour and returned to his shelter, then sorted the common wood, excellent wood, and corresponding saplings from his backpack into storage boxes, also carefully storing several common quality mist flowers. As for other scattered resources, he planned to trade wood for them later rather than waste time collecting them now. After organizing his supplies, his gaze settled on the bottom of his backpack, that fine-grade arrow tower blueprint he had obtained from the silver treasure chest. Although it wasn't epic grade, it was still a product of a silver treasure chest, so he opened it without hesitation to examine it. Arrow tower blueprint. Quality: fine. Description: can construct a semi-automatic attack arrow tower. When placed around your shelter, the arrow tower will automatically fire arrows. Ammunition must be loaded in advance as soon as invaders step within its range. This. Holy crap. Lin Jiang's eyes widened, his heartbeat involuntarily accelerating. An automatically attacking arrow tower? With this thing, what monsters are there to fear? No more talking, let's get building. After the initial shock, Lin Jiang didn't hesitate to slap the arrow tower blueprint in front of him and immediately chose Learn. He had originally thought the fine beast core he'd drawn was the biggest surprise, but it turned out the real showstopper was this automatic arrow tower blueprinted defensive structure that could lock onto targets and fire automatically. Just hearing about it made his blood boil with excitement. Learning successful. A new crafting option appeared on his panel. Lin Jiang rubbed his hands together eagerly, as if he could conjure the tower into existence the next second. But when the materials list popped up, his smile instantly froze. Construction materials. 1. Wood fine 20. 2. Stone fine 10. 3. Vines 50. 4. Soul crystal fine 1. Never mind, can't afford it. He rubbed his forehead with a long sigh. He had plenty of vines stockpiled, but not a single piece of fine wood or stone. And as for soul crystal, he'd never even heard of such a thing. Lin Jiang suspected it might be related to soul crystal fragments, but for now, he could only stare helplessly. Fine, I'll put the arrow tower aside for now and build it the moment I have enough materials. He waved his hand, shaking off the disappointment, and continued rummaging through his backpack. His backpack still contained 2 spoils from killing the night imp. 1. Imp crystal fragment excellent. Description: crushed to permanently increase mana limit by 20 points. Can be used up to 10 times. 2. Soul crystal fragment excellent. Description: crushed to. He skimmed through and found this soul crystal fragment was identical to the one dropped by the cursed wraith earlier, sharing the same usage count. The imp crystal fragment, however, was a brand new mana boosting item that could give his stats another small bump. Not bad. Let me check how many levels I actually gained today. Lin Jiang thought to himself, tapping his finger to open his personal information. Name: Lin Jiang. Level: 25. Experience: 11005000. Profession: Advanced Lumberjack. Level cap 30. Professional effect: 3 additional resources when chopping trees. Health: 690,690. Mana: 90,560. Sanity: 5551180. Constitution: 64. Intelligence: 54. Neural response: 3. Cellular vitality, 3. Charisma, 1. Luck, 1. Skills, magic arrow excellent, eagle eye fine, swift step basic, marksmanship basic, archery fine, throwing basic. Unallocated attribute points, 5. Pretty decent level gain. Lin Jiang nodded. His level had shot up to 25, his profession upgraded to advanced lumberjack, and his tree chopping yield increased once again. Though the experience bar had lengthened, for him, it was just a matter of chopping a few more trees to fill it up. Attribute-wise, the 5 to both constitution and intelligence from those 5 levels brought visible increases to his health, mana, and sanity, while neural response and cellular vitality also rose accordingly, one making his thinking sharper, the other speeding up his recovery. Looking at those 5 free attribute points, Lin Jiang didn't hesitate to dump them all into intelligence. After all, Magic Arrow is my trump card. The more mana, the better, that way he could kill more monsters each day to gather materials. After deciding on the attribute point allocation, Lin Jiang didn't hesitate to dump all 5 free attribute points into intelligence. He then rummaged through his backpack and grabbed a handful of imp crystal fragments and soul crystal fragments. Crack! A crisp shattering sound exploded between his fingers. 3 more identical snaps followed as all 4 imp crystal fragments dissolved into specks of light and were absorbed by him. Each fragment increased his maximum mana by 20 points, totaling 80 points. Next, he crushed the 4 soul crystal fragments to dust, each one granting 2 intelligence, making it 8 points total. That's quite a decent boost, he calculated silently. If survivors relied solely on leveling up to slowly increase their attributes, they'd never keep pace with the monster growth rate in this world. Elite grade bosses were all damage sponges. Attacking them heat-in was like giving them a gentle massage. Without his magic arrows, he wouldn't dare challenge monsters in the open field and would have to lure them outside the fence, slowly whittling down their health through dozens of barriers and walls. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, he focused on his updated attribute panel. Mana, 100,770. Sanity, 560,1310. Intelligence, 67. His maximum mana had skyrocketed from 560 to 770, while his intelligence jumped from 54 to 67. 5 free attribute points plus 8 from crystal bonuses, perfectly adding up to this number. The numerical increase brought him a sense of solid reassurance. The stronger he became, the better his chances of survival. Any opportunity to enhance his power couldn't be overlooked. Closing the panel, he spent some time playing with the 2 wolf pups before preparing minced meat and clean water for them. The well-fed pups wagged their tails and crawled back into their den to sleep soundly. Lin Jiang noticed they had grown nearly a third larger quite rapidly indeed. When you're fully grown, I'll take you both adventuring with me, he said, patting their little heads before turning to the furnaces. The flames in both furnaces had dimmed to a dark red, with bronze and black iron ingots lying neatly in the chambers. He collected them into his backpack. Opening the forge nearby, he tossed in the bronze ingots, filled it with wood for fuel, and crafted a bronze spear in one smooth motion. As soon as the weapon took shape, he listed it on the trading marketplace while collecting the materials he'd received in exchange: stones, sand, clay, iron, ore, copper, or saplings, an assortment of resources. Unused materials went straight into storage chests, while iron and copper ores were tossed back into the furnaces to continue smelting. Next, he carried sand and wood up to the second floor and rooftop, collected the coal and glass from the furnaces, listed some items on the marketplace, then added a new batch of sand and wood to keep the flames burning. After finishing his work, he returned to the first floor and pulled out a piece of blood bread and an apple from a chest. Holding bread in his left hand and apple in his right, he alternated between bites. The mix of sweet and sour with salty metallic wasn't exactly delicious, but it was better than expected. After a quick rinse and wiping away the water, he officially called it a day. Lin Jiang crawled into bed, closed his eyes, pulled up the covers, and drifted into sleep. Time flew by. Another day had dawned. Lin Jiang rose early as usual, washed up, grabbed a couple of pieces of dried rations to fill his stomach, and poured some meat scraps into a wooden bowl to feed the 2 hungry wolf pups in the corner of the courtyard. After finishing these tasks, he picked up his fog-dispelling lamp, quietly unlatched the door, and stepped onto the misty grass, heading outside the shelter. Crossing the small river, Lin Jiang traveled swiftly and soon reached the starting point of the new path he had marked with wooden stakes the day before. The scene before him suddenly changed. A cursed wraith, gray-black throughout and floating unsteadily, was lurking in the mist, its narrow ghostly light fixed intently on the approaching figure. Without hesitation, Lin Jiang hung the fog-dispelling lamp at his waist, reached back into his pack, and drew out an exquisite longbow and iron arrows. He pulled the bowstring to full draw. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air. The wraith turned toward the sound, but completely ignored the speeding arrow, lunging straight at Lin Jiang. Unfortunately for it, its immunity only applied to pure physical damage. Crack! The arrow exploded with silver blue lightning inside the wraith's body. accompanied by a piercing wail. The lightning's paralyzing effect held it in place. Lin Jiang stepped back several paces and fired 4 arrows in rapid succession. By the time the 4th arrow left the string, the wraith had barely broken free from the paralysis, but its health had already been reduced by a third. Lin Jiang remained calm and drew his bow again this time. The arrowhead glowed deep blue with surging water elements. Upon impact, the cascading water flow applied a 50% slow effect. The drastically slowed wraith couldn't catch up to him at all, and within moments it dissolved into black mist under the continuous rain of arrows. System notification: you have slain a level 20 cursed wraith. Drops: Wraith Crystal Fragment 1, Soul Fragment 1. The 2 new items in his pack lifted Lin Jiang's spirits considerably. He checked his mana reserves, plenty remaining. He silently appreciated the boost to his intelligence attribute, which made the elemental effects of his magic arrows last longer. It had taken only about 10 arrows to kill this wraith. Confirming he was in good condition, he continued forward. At regular intervals, Lin Jiang planted wooden fence posts and lit mist campfires as markers for his return journey. No matter how good one's sense of direction, getting lost in the fog was still highly likely. About an hour later, rustling sounds came from the bushes ahead. Lin Jiang crouched down to observe and saw 3 marsh boars, 1 large adult, and 2 much smaller ones facing off against a massive black bear. Roar! The black bear's bellow shook the leaves violently. It raised its paw and struck with tremendous force, sending one of the small boars flying. The little pig rolled 5 or 6 meters before finally coming to a stop, shaking its head and ears, clearly suffering internal injuries. Seeing its offspring knocked away, the large marsh boar's eyes turned bloodshot as it lowered its head and charged with a furious growl. The black bear roared again, showing no intention of dodging. It reared up on its hind legs and met the charge head-on with both paws. Even Lin Jiang at level 25 wouldn't dare take a charge skill attack directly, yet this black bear had stopped it cold. One could only imagine the tremendous power hidden within those bare paws. The 2 beasts collided with tremendous force. Accompanied by a dull, thunderous crash and the fierce roars of both creatures, Lin Jiang's eyelid twitched violently. He scanned left and right, spotting a cluster of waist-high weeds ahead, and immediately crouched low, rolling into them like a slippery eel. Grass blades scraped across his cheek as he held his breath, not daring to make the slightest sound. With both hands, he parted the vegetation to peer through, keeping his eyes locked on the massive beasts grappling in the clearing. The mist-dispelling lamp glowed faintly against his chest, but he felt no concern aside from survivors. No monster could detect that light, as if some special rule had established it as a safety baseline. Taking advantage of the 2 giants' deadlock, he quickly pulled up their information panels. The first was a marsh boar nearly 1/3 larger than the one he had previously killed. Marsh boar. Gender: female. Level: 29. Description: this is an enraged marsh boar. Do not attempt direct confrontation, as you have no chance of victory. That was all the information available, but it was enough to tell the story elite grade. No wonder it dwarfed the previous excellent grade specimen. The second creature, an even more imposing black shadow, came into view. Blackrock bear. Gender: male. Level: 28. Description: this is an exceptionally violent blackrock bear whose paws can shatter even stone, so do not attempt to wrestle with it. So this is a blackrock bear? Lin Jiang stared at the beast, which was even larger than the elite grade marsh boar, his expression growing grave. This was his first encounter with such a creature, and his instinct told him it was stronger than a marsh boar of the same tier. Despite being 1 level lower, it seemed to hold the upper hand. Roar! The blackrock bear threw back its head and bellowed, its massive paws surging with power. Crash! The marsh boar's hind legs trembled violently as it was forced backward, unable to hold its ground, carving 2 deep furrows in the mud. 2 smaller marsh boars immediately lunged forward, flanking the blackrock bear from left and right. The bear swung its paws back with 2 resounding thud sounds, sending both attackers half buried into the muddy ground. Just as it opened its jaws to finish off one of them, the elite marsh boar recovered and charged again, sending the blackrock bear flying 4 to 5 meters away. Lin Jiang lay flat in the grass, thinking to himself that this battle would likely be a war of attrition. Since these massive creatures had blocked his path anyway, he was in no hurry. If he could play the opportunist and let them tear each other apart before swooping in for the kill, that would be perfect. After all, in an unknown fight, he had no confidence he could handle either of them. Time passed amid the carnage, the battle dragging on from morning into afternoon. The health pools of both elite-grade beasts were staggeringly deep. Lin Jiang estimated at least 10,000 points each, or they would have fallen long ago. The tide of battle was becoming clear. Of the 3 marsh boars, the 2 smaller ones had been severely wounded and knocked down, too injured to rise. The remaining elite boar and the blackrock bear had completely lost themselves to bloodlust, covered in wounds but refusing to yield an inch. They roared and charged at each other once more. A brutally simple method of attack. With a thunderous crash, they collided head-on. Lin Jiang crouched in the nearby bushes, his eyes locked intently on the battle circle. The black rock bear and swamp boar charged at each other in a brutal clash, the massive impact filling the forest air with a deafening thud. Both beasts shook their heads and lunged at each other again, fangs and claws churning up mud and water as blood splattered everywhere. Time crawled by as Lin Jiang held his breath, cold sweat seeping through his fingertips. After nearly an hour, a victor finally emerged. The swamp boar lay mangled and bloodied, letting out piercing wails as it crashed into the mire. Though it hadn't died instantly, white mist puffed from its mouth with each labored breath. The black rock bear was equally battered. Instead of standing upright as it should, it now supported itself on all fours, staggering with each step that left trails of dark red blood. The opportunity had arrived. Lin Jiang's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Dropping his backpack, he drew his longbow and rose to his feet, knocking, drawing, and releasing in one fluid motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Magic-infused iron arrows poured forth like they cost nothing, elemental energy exploding at their tips, giving the dying black rock bear no chance to react. The massive bear's chest was pierced through, and it crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, its health bar completely depleted. Lin Jiang felt no surprise the creature's health had already been nearly gone. He kept the bowstring taut, immediately targeting the swamp boars on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 swamp boars total, and Lin Jiang spared none of them. Notification: congratulations. You have slain a level 28 black rock bear, fine quality. You have obtained black rock bear meat, fine quality 1. Black rock bear blood, fine quality 1. Black rock bear bone, fine quality 1. Black rock bear hide, fine quality 1. Notification: congratulations. You have slain a level 29 swamp boar, fine quality. You have obtained swamp boar meat, fine quality 1. Swamp boar blood, fine quality 1. Swamp boar bone, fine quality 1. Swamp boar hide, fine quality 1. Notification: congratulations. You have slain a level 20 swamp boar. You have obtained notification: congratulations. You have slain a level 20. You have obtained. A cascade of notification windows flashed across his vision. Lin Jiang excitedly rubbed his hands together and eagerly opened his inventory. The slots contained a pile of fine-quality materials glowing with a pale blue light, far more valuable than excellent-grade items. After taking several deep breaths to calm his excitement, he set up a perimeter fence nearby, lit a campfire, and temporarily converted the bloody battlefield into a safe zone. Looking at the carnage around him, he muttered, "Why would 2 fine-quality beasts be fighting in this place? Just a simple territorial dispute." Still puzzled, he walked a circle around the battle area. He actually made a discovery: 3 fine-quality trees stood rooted straight up, not far away. Lin Jiang was overjoyed and quickly pulled out his axe. You obtained wood 1. Intermediate lumberjack skill activated. Bonus wood 3. You obtained wood 4. Due to class traits, you gained 4 experience points. Before long, all 3 large trees crashed down. According to his current class bonuses, each fine-quality tree dropped 36 pieces of wood and 4 saplings. The final numbers added to his inventory were: fine quality wood 99. Fine quality saplings 12. Nice. Lin Jiang was thoroughly satisfied with this haul. He searched the surrounding area carefully, but found nothing else of interest. With that settled, he wasted no more time and continued deeper into the dense forest, placing each step carefully on the edges of fallen leaves to minimize noise. As time passed, he encountered 5 shadow imps and 2 cursed wraiths. The shadow imps were mere nuisances, quickly dispatched. The 2 wraiths took more effort, but under the combined assault of flame talismans and holy arrows, they too dissolved into material drops. After collecting his spoils of war, he looked up at the sky. Night had fallen deep. Lin Jiang knew today's harvest was more than sufficient and saw no need to take further risks, so he decisively turned around and began retracing his path back. The journey was eventful, but ultimately safe. About an hour later, Lin Jiang stepped back into the shelter. The moment he pushed the door open, 2 wolf pups shot toward him like arrows from a bow, circling around his legs and whimpering excitedly. Lin Jiang chuckled softly. Looks like you 2 are starving. All right, I'll get you something to eat right away. He initially planned to mix some bone powder with water, but after searching around, he discovered the container was completely empty. He had no choice but to take out a few bones from the mist-gray wolves to grind fresh powder. The moment the bones appeared, the 2 little ones became even more excited, their tails wagging like tiny windmills. Lin Jiang paused. Do you want to gnaw on these directly? He brought a bone closer to test their reaction, and the next second, sharp teeth clamped down hard on it. Seeing this, he simply let go and allowed them to carry it away. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Jiang pulled up the information panel to check. Mist Gray Wolf Juvenile Stage. Gender male. Level 1. Health 1010. Attack power 1. Description: this is a normal wolf pup that has entered its juvenile stage. With proper care, it may soon become a valuable ally. All the negative status effects are gone, and now there's a level system they're actually developing. Lin Jiang nodded to himself. mentally noting that beast attribute panels are much simpler than survivor panels. Suddenly, he heard whimpering nearby. Turning around, he saw the two wolf pups snarling at each other over the same bone. Lin Jiang immediately scolded them. What's all that noise about? If you keep being aggressive toward your own family, I'll give you both a smack. The moment he spoke, both creatures immediately dropped to the ground, looking up at him pitifully, not daring to continue gnawing. Lin Jiang found it amusing and crouched down to pet their fur. That's better. Here, one for each of you. He tossed out another bone. With food secured, the conflict immediately ceased, and each wolf pup took their bone and began crunching away. Despite their small size, their bite strength was impressive. Seeing this, Lin Jiang began organizing his backpack, stuffing and used materials into the resource storage box, then pulled out the excellent grade black rock bear meat and put it directly into the pot to cook. He had already tried the swamp boar meat, so tonight he would try the black rock bear. Black rock bear meat. Quality, excellent. Description: item dropped after killing an excellent grade black rock bear. Can be eaten raw or cooked. Consumption increases constitution 3. Maximum consumption limit, 3 times. These types of beast materials not only filled the stomach, but also improved constitution attributes and health points. The excellent grade black rock bear meat provided the same enhancement as the excellent grade swamp boar meat. Both offered constitution 3 and could be consumed 3 times. Black rock bear blood. Quality, excellent. Description: dropped after killing an excellent grade black rock bear. Can be consumed directly. Consumption increases maximum health 100. The excellent grade swamp boar blood similarly increased maximum health by 100 points. Besides these excellent materials, Lin Jiang's backpack was also stuffed with numerous superior grade monster materials. During today's journey, he had killed 3 cursed wraiths and 5 dark night imps. You obtained monster materials, wraith crystal fragments 3 and soul crystal fragments 3. Next, you collected imp crystal fragments 5 and soul crystal fragments 5 from the slain imps. The pot of fine-grade black rock bear meat on the stove was still bubbling away, its rich aroma filling the air, though it needed a bit more time before it would be ready to eat. Taking advantage of the wait, Lin Jiang pulled out all the attribute-boosting materials from his backpack, sat cross-legged in the center of the floor, and arranged them in rows. After scanning the items, he focused on the soul crystal fragments. He had already used excellent grade soul crystal fragments 5 times before, and using 5 more would reach the 10-use limit. With this in mind, he nodded and without hesitation grabbed the 5 soul crystal fragments from the ground, clenched them tightly, and applied gentle pressure crack. A series of sharp sounds rang out as the 5 crystals dissolved into points of light that seeped into his body. Each excellent grade soul crystal fragment provided 2 intelligence points, giving him a direct boost of 10 intelligence points this round. Lin Jiang's lips curved upward, but he didn't stop there. Next came the wraith crystal fragments. He swiftly grabbed 3 pieces, tightened his grip, and once again heard the crisp sound of shattering. Each fragment increased his mana limit by 20 points, so 3 pieces meant 60 points. The imp crystal fragments met the same fatal 5 were crushed, adding another 100 points to his mana limit. In just a few minutes, he had gained 10 intelligence points and 160 mana limit points, quite a harvest. However, the 10-use limit for excellent grade soul crystal fragments was now maxed out, so further stacking would require finding higher quality crystals. The excellent grade wraith crystal fragments still had 6 uses remaining, while the excellent grade imp crystal fragments had only 1 use left. Lin Jiang made a mental note. Intelligence and mana limit are about set. Now it's time for constitution and health points. His eyes gleamed as he turned to the remaining materials. 1 portion of fine-grade black rock bear blood, and 1 portion of fine-grade swamp boar blood. Lin Jiang tilted his head back and gulped them down in 2 large swallows. The fiery liquid burned down his throat, directly raising his health limit by 200 points. Following that, he lifted 2 portions of excellent grade swamp boar blood and forced them down, adding another 100 points to his health limit. With this, the usage count for excellent grade swamp boar blood had also reached its maximum. After swallowing the last drop of blood, he exhaled a hot breath tinged with metallic sweetness. His stomach churned violently, but fortunately his constitution was strong enough to endure it. Seeing that his health limit had increased by a full 300 points on his attribute panel, he finally showed a satisfied smile. He quickly gathered the remaining materials: fine-grade swamp boar meat 1, excellent grade swamp boar meat 2, along with the hide and bones, stuffing everything into the resource storage box. Bear meat for today, I'll deal with these tomorrow. He patted the box lid, stood up, and turned toward the stove. By now, the bear meat in the pot had been stewed to tender perfection, its rich aroma wafting through the air. Lin Jiang grabbed a large ladle and began eating directly from the pot. In no time, he had devoured the entire pot of fine-grade black rock bear meat, his constitution attribute rising by another 3 points. He let out a satisfied burp, wiped his mouth, and headed straight for the indoor garden. Lin Jiang transplanted all the fine-grade saplings into the planting beds, gently covering them with soil and watering them. Though he couldn't accelerate their growth, natural development was still possible. Fine-grade saplings had a normal growth cycle of about 4 months, but with daily watering and fertilizing, they would still need over a month to mature. He figured once his resources were more abundant, he'd upgrade the entire indoor garden to fine-grade to shorten the cycle. With these thoughts, Lin Jiang shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Before leaving, he harvested a few bloodbreads, then pushed open the door and left the garden. After enjoying a blissfully hot shower, Lin Jiang collapsed onto his simple wooden bed with complete satisfaction, steam still rising from his body with the lingering warmth of the hot water. He raised his hand and opened the personal panel floating before him, where a series of data leaped into view. Health, 10201020. Mana, 991,030. Sanity, 7451440. Constitution, 67. Intelligence, 77. These were the attributes that had changed the most tonight. Seeing both his health and mana break through the 1,000 mark, he grinned with satisfaction. Health and mana both over 1,000. Not bad at all. He hadn't done much tree cutting during today's outing, so his experience bar remained completely unchanged, still stuck at level 25. But he wasn't in any hurry. Swinging his axe would always grant experience, and when there were no more trees to cut outside, the saplings in his plantation would soon mature. Materials and experience would eventually come flooding in. After confirming his personal attributes, he switched to the trading marketplace and searched for keywords like skill books and equipment blueprints, but found the same empty results as always. Everyone kept the good stuff for themselves, which no longer surprised him. The next moment, he remembered the long-delayed wall upgrade and searched for wall upgrade blueprints. Sure enough, he found an iron wall blueprint tucked away in a corner of the listings. With materials being so scarce at this stage, most survivors couldn't afford to waste resources on wall upgrades, which allowed him to easily snag this bargain. With the blueprint in hand, he immediately learned it. The system prompted, max stone walls can be further upgraded. Required materials, iron or 3, copper or 3, clay 3. Since the materials didn't conflict with shelter upgrades, he could pursue both tracks, simultaneously fortifying his defenses while stockpiling resources for shelter improvements. Over the past few days, he had traded equipment, coal, glass, iron arrows, and bronze spears for quite a bit of ore. The iron and copper ore he'd acquired last night had all been thrown into the furnace and smelted into black iron ingots and bronze ingots, with only today's fresh batch remaining untouched. Tomorrow I'll start putting up the first layer of stone walls around the perimeter, he calculated in his mind. Suddenly remembering that he hadn't yet examined the equipment he'd crafted last night using the excellent grade swamp boar hide, he simply waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I'll check tomorrow. A long yawn escaped him, and he rolled onto his side, quickly falling into peaceful sleep. The night passed without incident. Just after 6 in the morning, Lin Jiang opened his eyes right on schedule. After getting out of bed and stretching, he headed straight to the bathroom to wash up. Upon returning, he pulled 2 ordinary bones from his storage box and tossed them to the 2 wolf cubs curled up in the corner. As the crunching sounds began, he recalled the panel's description. Bones could be used to train wild beasts and accelerate their growth. He crouched down to ruffle the soft fur of the 2 little ones before standing up. Lin Jiang then took an apple from the box. While eating, he walked over to the sewing machine. Lin Jiang opened the control panel and discovered a new piece of equipment had been crafted. He collected the finished item into his backpack and examined its attribute: swamp boar tunic, quality, excellent, constitution 2, max health 100, durability 2020. The description read, crafted from the thick hide of swamp boars. Wearing this item enhances constitution and increases maximum health. Hey, not bad. It even boosts max health. He grinned and immediately took off his mist wolf tunic, putting on the new garment. His health bar instantly increased by 100 points. Next, he pulled out the remaining 2 excellent grade swamp boar hides from the chest and fed them into the sewing machine to craft pants and boots. Since excellent grade equipment took some time to make, he turned around and headed to the stove. He tossed the last piece of superior grade swamp boar meat from the chest into the pot. 3 points of constitution. The sooner I eat it, the sooner I benefit. He grabbed some sea salt and sprinkled in chili powder he'd obtained from the trading marketplace. The spicy aroma filled the air as the pot bubbled and simmered. While the rice and meat cooked, he rummaged through his supplies, packing the materials he'd need next into his backpack. Then he picked up the mist-dispelling lamp and stepped outside the shelter. The old mist-repelling campfire had long since burned out, and darkness and gray fog were creeping closer. He quickly set up new campfires, working busily around the shelter's perimeter until the defensive line was rekindled. Returning inside, he found the meat perfectly tender. The spicy chili and rich pork fat created an enticing aroma. He lifted the pot and ate directly from it, devouring the entire contents in large gulps. Warmth spread through his body like a gentle current, and his constitution increased by 3 points. After finishing his meal, he immediately returned to the sewing machine and retrieved the 2 newly crafted items. Swamp Boar Pants, quality, excellent. Constitution 2, max health 100, durability 2020. Swamp Boar Boots, quality, excellent. Constitution 2, max health 100, durability 2020. As expected, both pieces provided an additional 100 health points. Delighted, he quickly removed his Mist Wolf pants and shoes, equipping the complete Swamp Boar set for a total of 300 additional health points. Health, 1350. Constitution, 70. With his stats climbing again, he flexed his arms, feeling the surging power within. He was many times stronger than when he'd first arrived. This world was fraught with danger, but it was also full of opportunities for those capable of seizing them. After savoring his progress, he began organizing his backpack, storing unnecessary supplies in the resource chest along with 2 damaged, exquisite longbows. Then he selected 3 pristine, exquisite longbows to carry with him. With everything prepared, Lin Jiang set out to explore. Lin Jiang made his way to the deepest point he had explored the previous day. Stepping on fallen leaves dampened by the night mist, he dismantled old campfires along the route and erected new fire posts. Dry wood, beast oil, and a pinch of mist spirit powder were sufficient. Replacing them along the way barely consumed any resources. Compared to yesterday's perilous battles with 2 elite-grade beasts, today was much quieter. He walked intermittently, chopping down thick tree trunks, setting up posts and connecting them to build fences, carving conspicuous marks on the bark. He encountered a few low-tier monsters along the way, dispatching them with a few swift strikes of his blade without further incident. Half the day passed in a flash. Having found no treasures worth taking, he shook his head slightly and returned along the same path with some disappointment. He arrived back at the shelter at dusk. Lin Jiang pushed open the door and dumped most of the miscellaneous materials from his backpack into the storage chest, arranging only the useful spoils in a neat row on the stone table. Drops from 3 cursed wraiths and 4 shadow imps. Excellent grade wraith crystal fragments 3. Excellent grade imp crystals 4. Excellent grade soul crystal fragments 7. The routine enhancement began. Wraith crystal fragments. He crushed 3 pieces, and blue-white light particles seeped into his body through his fingers, increasing his mana limit by 60. The materials had 3 uses remaining. Imp crystal fragments limited to 1 use only. He casually crushed 1 piece, raising his mana limit by another 20 points, rendering the remaining material useless. Soul crystal fragments already at the usage cap. These could only be stored temporarily. He tossed the remaining imp crystals and all soul crystals into the resource chest for future use. After finishing, Lin Jiang looked up at the sky and began preparing dinner. 2 portions of excellent grade swamp boar meat from the chest were thrown whole into the iron pot, sizzling as oil splattered. With his 74 constitution points, 2 portions of meat exactly reached his usage limit. In the meantime, he grabbed a handful of beast bones and tossed them to his 2 little companions. They had grown another size larger since yesterday and crunched away noisily. As the meat's aroma intensified, finding plain meat too greasy, he opened the trading marketplace and exchanged some common materials for a bundle of wild vegetables. He tore them up and threw them into the boiling broth, where the green leaves tumbled and immediately brightened the soup's color. As soon as the pot came to a boil, he picked up his bowl and devoured the meal. After eating, a notification appeared, Constitution 4. He opened his personal panel. Health, 13901390. Mana 601,110. Sanity, 9001510. Constitution 74. Intelligence, 77. His attributes fluctuated slightly, but this still counted as gradual accumulation. He casually closed the panel. Night had completely fallen, marking the end of today's journey. After a simple wash, he collapsed onto the wooden bed and closed his eyes to contemplate future plans. Finding no clear direction after much thought, he simply stopped thinking, rolled over, and fell into a deep sleep. For him, living in the present was the right approach. He possessed no profound wisdom nor excelled at long-term planning. If he could have arranged everything perfectly, he wouldn't have ended up in such circumstances back on Blue Star. No one could ever predict whether accidents or tomorrow would arrive first. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lin Jiang would choose to seize the day. Another night passed without incident. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the second day had arrived. A new day meant more toil and travel. After finishing breakfast, Lin Jiang pushed open the wooden door of his shelter and casually tossed 2 meaty bones to the wolf cubs before shouldering his gear. He followed the bark markings he had carved the day before. The entire old path remained eerily quiet, not a single monster in sight. Lin Jiang felt both relieved and disappointed, especially regarding the cursed wraith's spirit crystal fragments. He needed just 3 more pieces to maximize his daily usage limit. Such treasures that directly boosted attributes were worth every fragment he could get, but there was no forcing an encounter when none presented itself. With the fog-dispelling lamp hanging at his waist and his longbow and quiver in hand, he stepped on the damp fallen leaves and slowly ventured deeper into the mist. After walking roughly a few hundred meters, he found an open area and planted wooden stakes, forming a waist-high perimeter fence. In the center, he set up a mist campfire, its sparks crackling and popping. Just as he finished putting away his tools, a series of soft heh-heh sounds drifted from the bushes ahead and to his right. Lin Jiang's heart tightened as he spun around, only to see over a dozen night imps swarming out with their tattered weapons. Individual imps weren't particularly troublesome, but in groups they demanded serious attention, at least at his current level. He couldn't afford to tank their attacks heated. Swift step. As the skill activated, his movement speed increased by 10. Lin Jiang immediately retreated while knocking an arrow and releasing his first enchanted shot with a sharp whoosh. The arrow cut through the fog and struck the leading imp squarely in the chest. Ordinary night imps had just over 1,000 health points, and this one was no exception. The arrow's magic exploded on impact, instantly removing a fifth of its life force, while wind elements swirled into fine blades that continuously sliced its skin, causing the imp to shriek in agony. The remaining imps hesitated momentarily, but upon realizing their numerical advantage, they howled and charged forward with renewed fury. Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, night imps were just like goblins in certain anime. The more there were, the bolder they became. With this thought flashing through his mind, he kept his bowstring busy, continuing to kite while maintaining his barrage. The two sides maintained a distance of about 10 meters, allowing Lin Jiang near-perfect accuracy. Each arrow found its mark on the foremost charging imp, followed by explosive bursts of fire, water, lightning, and wind elements in rotation. Some imps ran around like human torches, others cursed furiously while being restrained by water currents, and still others convulsed from electrical paralysis. After several minutes of intense maneuvering, the final wail faded into the mist, signaling the end of combat. Ranged classes couldn't afford to lace. If enemies closed the distance, trouble would multiply exponentially. Fortunately, these dozen or so night imps were only excellent grade creatures, no higher than level 20, while Lin Jiang had already reached level 25. As long as he avoided being surrounded, kiting remained relatively manageable. Scattered across the ground lay 12 excellent grade imp crystal fragments and 12 excellent grade soul crystal fragments. He glanced at his pack and sighed helplessly. Already at the usage limit, keeping more would just take up space. After a brief rest on the spot, his mana had indeed been significantly depleted, but his body remained uninjured and his sanity barely affected. With his condition stable, Lin Jiang shouldered his longbow and gazed toward the deeper mist that could continue exploring further into the depths. He walked at a leisurely pace, stopping frequently along the way. Without encountering any monsters, Lin Jiang enjoyed the peace and quiet while staying alert to his surroundings and keeping an eye out for resources. After spending most of the day searching, he had only found 8 excellent grade trees, 2 superior grade trees, 3 common mist flowers, and 1 excellent grade mist flower, hardly a bountiful harvest. As darkness fell and twilight swallowed the forest silhouette, Lin Jiang glanced at the dusky sky and decided to retrace his steps. The ash from campfires and markers along the path were clearly visible, allowing him to easily follow the signs back toward his shelter. Just as he neared the shelter, 3 wandering cursed wraiths silently emerged, blocking his path. Upon spotting a living person, they immediately threw back their heads and shrieked, their piercing wails tearing at his nerves. The triple screams layered together, causing his sanity to drain like water from an overturned bucket. Lin Jiang didn't hesitate. He drew his bowstring to full moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot out like lightning. The left arrow burst with water element, blue mist wrapping around the wraith and drastically slowing its speed. The right arrow splashed with frost, instantly freezing its target. The middle arrow erupted in flames, adding a burning effect, but failing to stop the wraith's frenzied charge. In the firelight, the ignited wraith rushed forward like a rabid dog. Lin Jiang shouted, "Wind step," and his form flashed backward several meters, leaving a long afterimage. As the wraith lunged at empty air, he flicked his wrist and fired again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow barrage left pale white trails as he moved in its pattern, delivering precise strikes. In less than a minute, all 3 cursed wraiths were pierced by his magic arrows, their black mist dispersing as silence returned to the forest. Lin Jiang checked his backpack and felt a surge of joy. Wraith Crystal Fragments 3, Soul Crystal Fragments 3. The Wraith Crystal Fragments were exactly the enhancement materials he desperately needed. Without lingering, he strode back to his shelter. After pushing through the door, he first stuffed the useless materials into his resource storage box, then took out the 3 Wraith Crystal Fragments and crushed them on the spot. Each piece increased his maximum mana by 20 points, totaling 60 points from all 3. His attribute panel flashed with an update, mana 4001170. He casually closed the panel without examining it further. Having finished his business, Lin Jiang crouched down to play with the 2 wolf pups. In just a few days, the brothers had grown to nearly half a meter tall, their fur a mix of gray and white, their eyes showing greater intelligence. The panel information refreshed accordingly. Mist Gray Wolf Juvenile Stage. Gender male. Level 4. Health 4040. Attack power 4. Description: this is a mist gray wolf that has entered its juvenile stage. With proper care, it may become a significant asset in the future. Both little ones had reached level 4, with their health and attack power growing accordingly. Watching them develop so healthily filled Lin Jiang with satisfaction. After all, he had raised them from infancy with his own hands. Finally, he grabbed a few more bones and tossed them over. The wolf pups crunched on them enthusiastically, their tails wagging rapidly as their bodies continued to grow larger. Their appetite would naturally increase as well. For now, each wolf pup still only needed 1 bone per day to fill its belly, showing no visible changes yet. But who knew what the future would bring? Lin Jiang shook his head slightly, pushing these wild thoughts aside. Future problems can wait for the future. What matters most is the present. He rubbed his protesting stomach, muttering, "I'm starving. Nothing in heaven or earth is more important than eating." Then turned to the resource storage box, pried open the lid, and grabbed some dried meat and bread to devour hungrily. After filling his stomach, he brushed the crumbs off his hands, went into the bathroom to wash away the day's fatigue, letting the warm water slide over his skin and carry away the chill from his body. After his shower, he dried himself off, casually hung the damp towel on a nearby rack, and prepared to slip into bed. His fixed routine before sleep couldn't be skipped. Opening the trading marketplace, skill books and equipment crafting blueprints remained completely empty as usual. Out of boredom, he clicked on the miscellaneous blueprint category, his fingertip continuously scrolling down the light screen. Suddenly, a gleaming blueprint stopped in the center of the screen. Crystal Smelting Furnace Blueprint. Quality: rare. Description: this is a blueprint that's not only rare, but also quite uncommon. While its applications aren't very broad, perhaps it might be useful in other ways. Rare grade? Could it be above excellent? Lin Jiang's heart skipped a beat. Such high-quality items were actually being put up for sale? He was full of doubts until he saw the phrase, "applications aren't very broad," which somewhat explained why the seller was offering it for trade. Should he make the exchange? He hesitated for a moment. Although he didn't know what the smelting furnace could do, it was rare grade after all. What if it came in handy later? First, let him check the asking price. The trading window listed 3 lines of requirements. Wood 2,000, stone 1,000, food 500. Trading a rare blueprint for basic materials? Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow, then nodded. In the eternal night world, who could stockpile so much stuff? No wonder this blueprint had been listed for so long without any buyers. It couldn't directly boost combat power or indirectly save lives. Everyone was more concerned with staying fed and warm. At this moment, the outside temperature hovered around -50 degrees. People without heating supplies couldn't survive more than a few hours outdoors. Wood and coal were snapped up the instant they appeared on the market, and each tree only yielded 1 piece of wood when chopped. Just thinking about it was overwhelming. After weighing his options for a moment, Lin Jiang proactively contacted the seller. Seeing someone inquire, the person's tone revealed excitement, and without even waiting for Lin Jiang to start haggling, they said, "As long as you can provide half the materials, we have a deal." A rare blueprint at half price. This was no losing deal. Lin Jiang readily agreed. After all, he had abundant supplies stockpiled, and losing a few hundred wood and stone wouldn't hurt him at all. Soon, both parties completed the transaction. The light screen flashed a notification. The blueprint dropped into Lin Jiang's inventory, and he immediately clicked to learn it. Crystal Smelting Furnace. Quality: rare. Crafting materials: any crystal fragments 50. Description: once built, you can use it to smelt crystal fragments. Perhaps it will bring you unexpected surprises. Looking at the instructions, Lin Jiang was completely bewildered. He pondered over the system's mention of a surprise repeatedly, but couldn't make heads or tails of either surprise. What kind of surprise? He just hoped it wouldn't turn into a shock instead. Shaking his head helplessly, he set aside this tantalizing mystery for now. Instead, the words crafting materials caught his attention. To craft new equipment, it simply stated any crystal fragments. At this thought, he looked down at the 2 small piles in his backpack: imp crystal fragments and soul crystal fragments. Will this work? He muttered to himself, casually selecting them to try. The progress bar slowly advanced and finally lit up with a green completion mark. It worked. Both types of fragments could be used separately or combined. However, reality threw cold water on his plans. Insufficient quantity meant he couldn't actually start crafting the crystal smelting furnace yet. With that being the case, he had to suppress his urge to craft immediately and postpone his plans. He browsed through the trading marketplace and chat channels, confirming there were no orders worth placing or messages requiring responses, then simply closed his eyes to rest. Sleep had always been the best way to steal time. Close your eyes, open them again, and night had quietly slipped away. Just after 6 in the morning, he opened his eyes right on schedule. Using the bathroom, washing up, soaking dried rations in hot water, feeding the wolf pup, the entire process flowed smoothly, revealing an almost rigid self-discipline. Afterward, he reorganized the supplies in his backpack, checked his weapon's sharpness and food and water reserves, then walked to the door and reached out to push it open. However, the moment his fingertips touched the door handle, his movement froze as if suspended in time. The next second, a crimson notification panel suddenly exploded across his retina, forcibly occupying his entire field of vision. Blood-red text scrolled across the panel. World announcement survivors. 1. Congratulations on surviving this far. 2. From now on, the real danger begins. 3. Please note the approaching crisis. In 3 days, the first wave of monsters will reach every survivor's shelter. Duration, 6 hours. Total rounds, 3. Monster strength, dynamically adjusted based on individual circumstances. Repel them, or be devoured by them. You have no escape route. Struggle with all your might. Friendly reminder. After surviving 3 monster waves, a new chapter will begin. Profession, rank, Eternal Night Grey Tower, and other systems will be fully unlocked. Some lucky ones may have already obtained professions and achieved impressive levels. Everyone, don't let the latecomers overtake you. The cold mockery hit him like a wave, and Lin Jiang's brow immediately furrowed into a tight knot, his chest feeling as heavy as lead. He wasn't angered by the taunting tone. What truly surged through him was bone-deep fear and helplessness. This sudden notification was different from any previous announcement, seeming to hide a puppeteer's hand between the lines. The survivors were like marionettes dangling from strings, every move under the control of that unknown entity. Suddenly, he remembered the incredible axe in his backpack, and his face turned pale. Even the weapon drops seemed orchestrated. From the moment he stepped into this world, he had been like a carefully placed chess piece, his fate already written in the opponent's script. This feeling of being manipulated was nauseating, yet he could only accept it. To that terrifying entity, he was nothing more than an ant. Resistance was out of the question. Sigh? I'll just take it one step at a time. He let out a long breath, burying his emotions deep in his heart. The door was slowly pulled open, and gray morning mist immediately poured through the gap. Lin Jiang stepped out of the shelter, raised the fog-dispelling lamp in his hand, and its weak but steady light cut through the murky air. Holding the fog-dispelling lamp, he began a new day of exploration. After several days of exploration, Lin Jiang had gradually mapped out the unfamiliar wilderness. Now he stepped carefully through fallen leaves, pushing deeper into the unknown with heightened vigilance. Along the way, he scavenged useful resources while eliminating every monster that emerged, whether shrieking insects or ambushing hyenas. He harvested them all, knowing that stockpiling materials was never a mistake. Today's expedition proved equally routine, no new discoveries, but he had gathered several excellent-grade trees and a few fine-grade specimens. Monsters remained plentiful, and he cleared them systematically, his backpack growing heavier with materials. As the sun dipped westward, time slipped away unnoticed. After a long morning of searching, Lin Jiang paused and glanced at his wristwatch. Evening was approaching. He decisively turned back, retracing his path homeward. About an hour later, he pushed open the wooden door of his shelter. His first task was inventorying the spoils. Usable items went into the resource storage box, excess materials were sorted and filed away, while over a dozen saplings were transferred to the indoor plantation. Next, he invested resources to upgrade the plantation to excellent level 10, capable of housing 3,000 seedlings with doubled yield. Though upgrading to fine grade was tempting, he needed to reserve materials for more critical shelter improvements. Almost there. Tomorrow I should have enough materials to upgrade the shelter, he calculated mentally. With so many survivors around, someone always brought rare materials like fine-grade wood or stone blocks. Individual quantities were small, but collectively they added up significantly. Thanks to his fair pricing in the trading marketplace, his listed goods sold almost instantly. After finishing his listings, the next step was collecting from production lines: alloy ingots from the furnace, bronze spears from the forge, hide armor from the sewing machine. He fed the newly acquired excellent swamp boar hide into the sewing machine for processing, then dumped all finished products into the marketplace before retrieving freshly traded materials and stacking them in storage boxes. With these tasks complete, he turned his attention to the crystal fragments glowing in his backpack corner. Today's monster hunting had yielded another batch, but combined with last night's remainder, he still fell short of crafting a crystal smelting furnace. He could only store them temporarily. Tomorrow I need to farm more monsters and try to gather enough. Having finished organizing everything, he exhaled deeply and muttered to himself, "The monster wave in 3 days, who knows how fierce it'll be. If only I could build arrow towers to complement the walls beforehand." However, the soul crystals required for arrow towers remained elusive, giving him a headache. If he couldn't withstand the monster tide, there was only one outcome: death. But he was still young and clearly had no intention of dying. With that thought, filling his stomach took priority. After quickly preparing dried meat with wild fruits for dinner, he grabbed a batch of upgrade materials and headed outside. Under the moonlight, a ring of maxed out stone walls stood silently. Lin Jiang inspected them thoroughly, nodded with satisfaction, then systematically upgraded each 1 copper and iron fortification. Level 1 copper and iron fortification. Quality, fine. Upgrade, level 2 copper and iron fortification. Fine grade material requirements. Iron or 1, copper or 1, clay 1. Durability, 100, 001, 0000. Description, this wall forged from iron and copper already shows the prototype of a city wall, capable of withstanding attacks from monsters below fine grade for an extended period, including fine grade monsters. After reading the information about the copper wall, Lin Jiang immediately gasped in shock. The excitement that followed instantly surged through his entire body. A level 1 copper wall already possessed 10,000 durability points, far superior to a maxed out stone wall. Standing 4 meters high and half a meter thick, the system description simply read, prototype city wall. He couldn't help but wonder, if upgraded to level 10, what kind of monster would it become? Though the monster wave was approaching, without elite-grade giant monsters, this wall should provide adequate defense. However, Lin Jiang had always been cautious, prioritizing stability above all else. With this thought, he decisively began upgrading. Several flashes of white light later, the level 1 copper wall was pushed to level 10, and its attribute panel refreshed. Level 10 copper wall. Quality, fine. Durability, 20, 00020, 000. Next tier, level 1 steel wall excellent. Required materials, 100 forged steel excellent 1, stone fine, 3 blueprint required. The 20,000 durability points gave him great peace of mind, but the unfamiliar term, 100 forged steel, brought him back to reality. Had never even heard of such material, let alone seen it. Breaking through again in the short term seemed nearly impossible. Since quality was out of reach, he would compensate with quantity. Having just one level 10 copper wall still didn't give Lin Jiang a sense of security. He glanced at the remaining or in his backpack and muttered to himself, let's start with 8 or 10 more. He quickly walked to the nearest maxed out stone wall and clicked upgrade. The familiar white light spread in sheets, and the gray-brown stone wall instantly took on a bronze luster, becoming a brand new level 1 copper wall 4 meters high. After upgrading to maximum level, it directly became 5 meters tall, even higher than the entire shelter. Time quietly passed as Lin Jiang forcibly upgraded all 10 stone walls to level 10 copper walls. The iron and copper ore accumulated over 2 days was instantly depleted, leaving the remaining 40 stone walls to wait. Though it pained him, he was also relieved. Row upon row of copper walls surrounded the area like steel rings tightly securing the shelter. Climbing to the rooftop, he discovered that the wall height completely blocked his view, couldn't even see into the distance. He could only pray that tomorrow's shelter upgrade would raise it higher, otherwise shooting visibility would become a major problem. Could they withstand the monster wave in 3 days? As he pondered, inspiration struck. Instead of defending passively, why not arrange the stone walls into a giant maze, making monsters run in circles outside, entering through the front door and exiting through the back, then concentrating firepower at the exit? Wouldn't that be perfect? With this plan in mind, he could no longer sit still and immediately went downstairs to set up outside. The 10 copper walls stood firm as rocks. He moved only the remaining stone walls, creating left turns and right bends, interlocking loops, and the maze prototype quickly took shape. Even if monsters became furious and tried to topple the walls, the copper walls with their 20,000 durability points would hold. The Lin felt completely confident. He spent several hours on this endeavor. By midnight, Lin Jiang had finally arranged the 40 stone walls according to his pre-drawn blueprint, creating an interlocking maze. Once monsters entered through the entrance, no matter how they wandered, they would only be trapped between the stone walls. After confirming the last wall section was properly positioned, he clapped his hands in satisfaction, returned to his shelter for a hot shower, and collapsed into bed. Sleep was the fastest way to restore both sanity and mana points. Without it, both values would recover at a painfully slow rate. The night passed without incident. When dawn broke, his mood hadn't lightened despite the rest, as anxiety and worry still lingered. He had lost count of how many days he'd been in this world. Every day was consumed by resource gathering and survival pressure, leaving no time to keep track of dates. Rather than dwell on what he couldn't figure out, he efficiently completed his morning routine of getting up, using the bathroom, and washing up. He crushed some bones to feed the 2 half-grown wolf pups for breakfast, while hastily eating some dried rations himself. With his routine complete, he grabbed the fog-dispelling lamp and prepared to head out. The 2 little ones eagerly followed, but he heartlessly shut them back inside. It was too dangerous outside, and he couldn't bear to lose the cubs he'd worked so hard to raise. Outside, the mist churned and rolled. He hung the fog-dispelling lamp at his waist and drew his exquisite longbow and quiver from his backpack. Crossing the babbling stream in front of his shelter, he followed the markers he'd left the previous day, advancing until he reached the final mark at the deepest point. Though he encountered no ambushes or wandering monsters along the way, he maintained his alert stance with bow drawn, slowly stepping into the unexplored gray territory. Time slipped away during his silent advance. After walking for an unknown duration, Lin Jiang keenly noticed the surrounding air becoming oppressive, as if a stone pressed against his chest. At the same moment, monster density spiked dramatically every 30 to 40 meters, brought encounters with one or several creatures. Whether ordinary beasts or bizarre aberrations, they were all excellent grade, no higher than level 20. Using skill and marksmanship, he efficiently dispatched them with precise shots and tactical movement, conserving his mana. Venturing deeper, as he crouched to place a coordinate marker, a deafening roar suddenly erupted behind Hema Black Rock Bear. The massive creature burst through the mist. Without hesitation, Lin Jiang triggered Wind Step, rolling along the ground to avoid its thunderous charge. The moment he landed, he retreated while drawing his bow, quickly calculating. Black Rock Bears had high defense and fierce attacks. A direct confrontation might not guarantee victory. Enchanted arrows fired in rapid succession, but the Black Rock Bear charged forward without dodging. Arrow tips pierced its rock-like hide, and the exploding water element created a splash that enveloped the bear's body in a water curtain, instantly halving its speed. Lin Jiang felt secretly relieved and continued kiting, hoping the next shot would trigger hard crowd control. Unfortunately, his wish went unfulfilled. The following arrows triggered fire and wind elements instead. Flames licked at its fur, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning. Wind blades sliced through flesh, sending blood spraying. The dual pain drove the Black Rock Bear into a frenzy, its fangs grinding audibly as its blood-red eyes locked onto its prey. Several more arrows produced wind and fire combinations. Though the damage was substantial, it was far from enough for a quick kill. The bear's roars grew increasingly savage. The pain had sent it into a complete rage, and its speed surged even higher. The Black Rock Bear was already faster than Lin Jiang without his Swift Step ability. Even after forcibly activating Swift Step, Lin Jiang could barely match its pace. But now the creature had somehow exceeded his maximum speed with the enhancement, steadily closing the distance. Lin Jiang sucked in a sharp breath of cold air, his legs constantly retreating while his hands dared not pause. The bowstring's vibrations were drowned beneath the howling wind, as he could only shoot arrows in rapid succession while backing away. Come on, give me a hard control element. Don't screw me over here. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging at his temples. If he couldn't shoot a hard control elemental arrow soon, he'd inevitably be caught. The Black Rock Bear's charges could shatter stone and split wood. His measly 1,000+ health points wouldn't withstand such an impact. He knew all too well that elemental enchantment triggers depended entirely on luck value, and with his pitiful 1 point of luck, having no effect after a dozen arrows was perfectly normal. But the problem was over 20 arrows now, and not a single hard control effect. How was he supposed to survive? Swift Step's duration was nearly exhausted, and despair almost reached his throat. At this very moment, the Black Rock Bear's claws had reached within a meter, the claw wind stirring up debris and dust, disheveling his hair and sending chills down his spine. Lin Jiang took a deep breath and knocked his last enchantable arrow. Crack! Crackle! Icy blue frost patterns exploded across the arrow's surface. In the next instant, the Black Rock Bear's massive form was locked in place by crystalline ice, its movements frozen like a sculpture. Lin Jiang was stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy, his hands trembling with excitement as he drew the bow, muttering continuously, "Heaven hasn't abandoned me. Heaven hasn't abandoned me." Hard control finally triggered. He immediately seized the opportunity to create safe distance, running while continuing his assault. As arrows pierced the bear's body one after another, the Black Rock Bear's health bar rapidly dropped below 20%. Health 15, 69018, 000. The health pool of elite-grade monsters was truly ridiculous, he cursed inwardly. If elite grade was this tough, what about excellent grade? His desperate flight was also due to environmental factors. A ranged archer without proper positioning was practically useless. If he were in his shelter, using the walls for cover, he could easily kite this Black Rock Bear to critical health or even kill it outright. Even 3 more wouldn't necessarily frighten him. But here in this open space, he could only rely on occasionally triggered hard control magic arrows to barely maintain the situation. Time stretched like a taut string. Lin Jiang continuously retreated along his original path, the whistling of arrows and bear roars alternating. As he gradually approached the small river in front of his shelter, he felt his mana depleting. Unable to infuse elements any longer, he could only switch to pure physical arrows. Fortunately, the Black Rock Bear now had less than 30% health remaining, covered in blood with matted fur, and even its exposed fangs showing signs of fatigue. Its severe injuries had significantly reduced its speed, so even though Lin Jiang had lost his mana and could no longer activate Swift Step, the Black Rock Bear couldn't catch up. Without magic, he'd have to rely on pure physical damage. After some time, thunderous crashes echoed by the clear stream in front of the shelter. A massive creature covered in pitch-black rock armor collapsed heavily to the ground, sending water splashing across the river's surface. The Black Rock Bear lay motionless, Lin Jiang had worn it down through precise strikes, one after another, until it finally died. His stamina was more than half depleted, and his mana completely drained. Watching the black rock bear's corpse slowly dissolve into points of light, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, the familiar pale golden panel appeared. Notification: congratulations on defeating a level 30 black rock bear, fine quality. You have obtained black rock bear meat fine 1, black rock bear blood fine 1, black rock bear bone fine 1, black rock bear hide fine 1, beast crystal core fine 1. His inventory instantly filled with a row of softly glowing materials. The fine quality beast crystal core that dropped as a bonus made the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. This desperate fight had been worth it. But the hollow emptiness of his depleted mana reminded him that staying any longer would mean certain death. Lin Jiang didn't dare delay. He leaped across the stream and hurried through the maze-like walls and fortifications, pushing through the door back into his shelter. Inside, he finally relaxed completely. Two half-grown wolf pups caught his familiar scent and immediately bounded over, tails wagging, whimpering softly with hunger written in their eyes. Lin Jiang understood perfectly, reaching into a chest to pull out two ordinary bones and toss them down. The wolf pups devoured them with enthusiastic a-woo sounds. He chuckled softly and turned toward the stove. The fine black rock bear meat he'd just obtained was neatly placed into an iron pot. He lit the fire, added water, sprinkled salt, and threw in a few dried herbs, each movement flowing smoothly. While the meat stew bubbled and boiled, rather than standing idle, he took inventory of the day's gains. He still hadn't collected 50 fragment crystals, so the crystal smelting furnace from the rare blueprints would have to wait. But at today's pace, one more expedition tomorrow should do the trick. The day after, however, he absolutely couldn't venture out. The monster tide, mentioned in the world announcement, would sweep through, and getting caught in it meant certain death. Thinking about this, he could only hope his shelter would hold. Pushing the thought aside, Lin Jiang pulled out the still warm, fine black rock bear blood from his pack. This item could permanently increase his health limit by 200 points, and he never hesitated when it came to resources that boosted his strength. Here goes nothing, he muttered, downing the blood in one gulp. Warm power spread through his chest like fire, and his status panel immediately updated. Health: 15901-590. While still limited compared to high-tier monsters, it was significant progress for him at this stage. At the same time, this black rock bear blood now had only one use remaining. Casually putting away the empty vial, he checked his resource storage chest once more, retrieving all the materials he'd exchanged in the trading marketplace. He sorted and arranged them, quickly packing all the materials needed for the shelter upgrade into his inventory. After finishing these tasks, Lin Jiang let out a long breath, finally gathered everything needed to upgrade his shelter to fine quality. With this thought, he couldn't contain his excitement and immediately opened the shelter information panel. The interface he hadn't checked in a while looked the same as always. Shelter: level 10 building, first floor 100 square meters, second floor 100 square meters. Quality: excellent. Upgrade: level 1 villa, fine quality. Required materials: fine wood 100, fine planks 200, fine stone 100, fine stone slabs 200, glass 300. Durability: 60006000. Description: this is a maxed out excellent grade building with impressive durability that can easily withstand attacks from excellent grade creatures. Lin Jiang glanced over the shelter's information and nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, the materials stockpiled in his backpack instantly transformed into points of light wood, planks, stone slabs, glass. All the fine grade materials were depleted, then converted into a gentle white glow that enveloped the entire shelter from inside out. This upgrade was noticeably slower than previous ones. The transition from excellent to fine quality required every brick and tile to be completely reshaped. The white light flowed slowly across the walls like a new shell being wrapped around the building. After more than 10 minutes, the light barrier remained steady with no signs of dissipating. Lin Jiang decided to stop watching the progress bar and turn to attend to other tasks at hand. In the corner of the first floor, flames still danced in two furnaces. The black iron ingots and bronze ingots had finished smelting. He put on heat-resistant gloves and used tongs to carefully extract the scalding metal blocks, placing them precisely into the forge. Since the bronze spears took too long to craft and occupied the entire furnace chamber, he simply built another forge, one dedicated to spear making and another for mass-producing iron arrows, with clear division of labor. The sound of hammering mixed with flickering flames, and soon a batch of brand new bronze spears and iron arrows took shape. He arranged the weapons neatly and quickly headed upstairs to the second floor, then up to the rooftop. The furnaces had already produced a batch of coal and gleaming glass. He skillfully lifted the furnace lids, collected the finished products, and refilled the chambers with fresh charcoal and quartz sand to keep the fires burning. After finishing these tasks, he remembered the sewing machine. The thick hides from the excellent grade beasts he'd hunted over the past few days had been crafted into sets of excellent grade leather armor. all lying beside the sewing machine. Lin Jiang listed all the equipment and weapons on the trading marketplace with set prices, putting up only half of his coal and glass, while keeping the rest for emergencies. Time continued to pass quietly under the white glow, but the upgrade bar hadn't entered its final stage. His stomach chose that moment to growl in protest, so he turned to the stove. The pot bubbled with fine-grade black rock bear meat, thick chunks in a broth that gave off rich aromas from the addition of sea salt, chili powder, and wild vegetables. Lin Jiang picked up his chopsticks and ate directly from the pot, finishing both meat and broth in just 3 to 5 minutes until the bottom was visible. Warm energy spread from his throat throughout his limbs, and he felt a surge of heat explode within his body, a long-awaited constitution boost. A glance at his personal panel showed his constitution had increased from 74 to 77 points, with only one use of black rock bear meat remaining. He grinned. Use it while you can. With the monster wave approaching, even a single point of additional attributes meant better chances of survival. He casually placed the bowl and chopsticks in the wash basin, then looked again at the shelter still surrounded by white light. The upgrade progress remained slow. With no other choice, Lin Jiang walked through the living room and pushed open the door to the indoor greenhouse behind it. Under the green lights, crops were ripening in batches. He bent down and began harvesting the mature bloodbread. Seeing that the ordinary saplings planted here had fully matured, Lin Jiang raised the iron axe in his hand and once again entered the rhythmic chopping routine. Bang, 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 bang. Dense impacts echoed throughout the empty woodland. Following his pre-planned route, he felled one sturdy trunk after another. Wood chips flew, leaves swirled, and soon he had cleared the entire area completely. Only when the last tree crashed to the ground did he catch his breath and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Accompanied by a soft ding, a warm current surged through his entire body. Level up. His level broke through the bottleneck directly, soaring from 25 to 30, reaching the limit of advanced lumberjack. Both constitution and intelligence increased by 5 points each, with 5 free attribute points flashing on the interface. Magic Arrow is the trump card. All points go to intelligence. Without hesitation, he allocated all 5 points to the intelligence stat. A skill with both high damage and crowd control deserved nothing less. Even a second's hesitation would be disrespectful to Magic Arrow. After completing the allocation, he opened his personal panel, which he hadn't examined closely in a while. Name, Lin Jiang. Level, 30. Experience, 100, 0100000. Class, Lumberjack Advanced, max level 30. Can continue advancing after class evolution. Class effect, Tree Harvesting Resources 3. Health, 16701670. Mana, 1551270. Sanity, 9991690. Constitution, 82. Intelligence, 87. Neural Response, 3. Cellular Vitality, 3. Charisma, 1. Luck, 1. Skills, Magic Arrow Excellent, Eagle Eye Good, Swift Step Basic, Marksmanship Basic, Archery Good, Throwing Basic. With various equipment and passive bonuses stacked, his constitution had reached 82 points, and intelligence had climbed to 87 points. Yet the most glaring thing on the panel remained that phrase, max level 30. To continue leveling up, the only option was class advancement. Based on previous experience, he would most likely need an excellent grade beast core. Theoretically, killing an excellent grade beast had a chance of dropping one, but the problem was, he had nearly been torn to shreds by a fine grade beast, so an excellent grade 1? Going there now would be too far even for a suicide mission. He sighed quietly and shelved his advancement plans. Perhaps he could obtain an excellent grade core from a high-level treasure chest, but that would depend on luck. Looking down at his pitiful luck, 1, Lin Jiang immediately dismissed the impulse to go outside and try his luck with treasure chests. Last time he had stumbled upon a silver treasure chest by sheer dumb luck, which should have yielded excellent grade items, but instead only produced a pile of common materials plus 2 fine-grade pieces of equipment. While he was quite satisfied with those 2 pieces, getting only fine-grade items from a chest capable of producing excellent-grade loot clearly revealed just how terrible his luck was. Better stick to the steady approach. He shook his head and pulled his thoughts back. Just then, the white light points that had surrounded the shelter all night finally faded away quietly. Lin Jiang didn't pay attention to other changes, but quickly opened the upgraded shelter information to examine it. Shelter, Level 1 Villa Quality Fine Upgrade. Level 2 Villa Fine Quality requires fine wood 200, fine planks 300, fine stone 200, fine stone slabs 300, glass 400. Durability, 20, 0002000. Description, this is a fine-grade villa with exceptionally high durability that can withstand attacks from fine-grade creatures for extended periods. After reviewing the information panel changes, Lin Jiang stood stunned for several seconds. Setting aside the material requirements, the 20,000 durability points alone were outrageous. Even a maxed-out Iron Wall ability only reached that number, and this villa had just been upgraded to level 1. Unfortunately, fine-grade materials were extremely difficult to obtain. Upgrading the villa to maximum level before the monster wave arrived? Forget 1 or 2 days, even half a month, would be questionable. Lin Jiang shook his head, pushed the thought aside, closed the panel, and turned his attention to examining the shelter before him. The original two-story building had completely transformed into a four-story luxury villa. Spacious balconies hung from the exterior walls, an azure swimming pool was embedded in the courtyard, and several young trees were planted in the small yard. The overall layout exuded an upscale, refined elegance. The interior space alone was several times larger than the old building, not to mention the additional balconies, pool, and courtyard. By rough estimate, it covered at least 300 to 400 square meters. As the villa expanded, the surrounding walls were systematically moved outward by the system, maintaining their original appearance while remaining perfectly intact. The interior walls had been replaced with smooth, decorative stone slabs that were pleasing to the eye. Lin Jiang excitedly walked several laps around the house. A young man from humble beginnings suddenly owning such a mansion, even if it was a system reward, was enough to make anyone's blood rush with excitement. Humming a tune, he headed straight for the bathroom, which was much more spacious than before and could easily accommodate a large bathtub. He enjoyed a luxurious hot bath. Feeling so comfortable, he nearly hummed aloud. After his bath, the empty living room instantly dampened his enthusiasm by half. So he opened the trading marketplace and selected a batch of furniture: tables, chairs, cabinets, ordering everything. Ordinary furniture was now virtually ignored by everyone. Resources were precious, and people would rather lay down some straw to sleep and squat on the ground to eat. Perhaps when overall living standards improved, more people would consider acquiring household items. But Lin Jiang didn't. Wanted to live comfortably. Besides, these furniture pieces had no attribute bonuses and were ridiculously cheap, so buying more wouldn't hurt his finances. The goods arrived quickly, and he moved the tables, chairs, and cabinets into the house one by one, arranging them piece by piece. After finishing the furniture arrangement, Lin Jiang nodded with satisfaction. He then took out the only piece of furniture with special effects that he had obtained from trading and moved it directly into the master bedroom. It was a massive Simmons mattress, measuring 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, covered with fine springs and soft fabric that looked luxurious at first glance. Its core advantage lay in its special attributes. Quality: excellent. Description: sleeping on this bed significantly improves sleep onset speed, enhances sleep quality, and doubles the recovery rate of mana and sanity. He had invested considerable resources to acquire this bed. Now that the furniture was in place, he was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. He leaped onto the soft mattress and rolled around several times. The comfort was incomparably better than his previous wooden plank bed. Since the master bedroom upgrade was complete, the old wooden bed could serve as a new nest for the two wolf cubs. Lin Jiang waved his hand and dragged the wooden bed to a corner, gifting it to them. The sudden, luxury mansion delighted the little ones, who rolled around on the bed continuously, finding it much more comfortable than their previous straw nest. Time to sleep. There's still work tomorrow, he murmured softly, no longer paying attention to the wolf cubs. He covered himself with the blanket and, after closing his eyes for just a short while, fell peacefully asleep in the comfortable embrace. The two wolf cubs, who had been playing excitedly, saw their master had entered dreamland and obediently stopped their rolling to avoid waking him. The room instantly became quiet, and the night passed without incident. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. When the alarm rang, Lin Jiang got up promptly, stretching until his joints cracked, and couldn't help but sigh. An excellent bed really makes a difference. Though reluctant to leave, he still got out of bed, went to the bathroom to take care of his physiological needs, and efficiently washed up. After coming out, he first tossed a large bone to each of the wolf cubs, then casually ate some dried food himself. After getting ready, Lin Jiang picked up the fog-dispelling lamp and continued his patrol according to the coordinates. He replaced the burnt-out mist campfires along the way, and when he stepped into that oppressive, unknown area again, he had already raised his guard mentally. The monster density here was ridiculously high, most likely the lair of some dominant, highly intelligent, powerful monster, possibly closely related to tomorrow's monster tide. But he didn't plan to overthink it. When water comes, use earth to block it. When soldiers come, generals will meet them. Currently, the most important thing was to kill monsters and gather materials to craft the crystal furnace as soon as possible. A rare-grade furnace would definitely produce extraordinary items, otherwise its quality ranking wouldn't be above excellent. So far, the quality hierarchy he had figured out was common, good, excellent, superior, rare. The system hadn't revealed what came beyond that yet. The hints mentioned that surviving 3 rounds of monster tides would unlock professions and levels, but the prerequisite was staying alive until then. Lin Jiang was confident in himself. An excellent grade villa shelter with 20,000 durability, 10 maxed out iron wall defenses, each also with 20,000 durability, plus an outer stone wall maze. As long as he could build arrow towers in advance, the safety factor would be nearly zero risk. Thinking of this, he shook his head, cast aside all distracting thoughts, and focused on the present. As the mist churned, more and more monsters came into view. He clipped the fog-dispelling lamp to his waist and drew an exquisite bow and arrows from his backpack. This was his last exquisite bow. The others had all been used until they broke down. Lin Jiang glanced at the monsters closing in around him. His expression remained calm as he knocked an arrow with his left hand, drew the bowstring with his right arm, and released his fingers. The arrow shot through the air, trailing cyan-white magical runes. His movements flowed like water after days of slaying countless monsters. Fear had been completely worn away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The enchanted arrows pierced through each charging target with precision. They were all excellent-grade creatures, none higher than level 20, while Lin Jiang had already reached level 30. With his level advantage, he cleared out the surrounding monsters in just a few minutes. The ground was littered with piles of materials: beast meat, blood, bones, hides, and several crystal fragments extracted from the aberrant creatures. He glanced at his inventory, confirmed nothing was missed, then nodded slightly and stepped forward. Before long, a new wave of monsters came charging, a mix of beasts and aberrants. Lin Jiang showed no mercy, his arrows continuously igniting magical runes as he struck them down one by one. Excellent-grade materials were valuable whether for personal use or sale, and couldn't be wasted. He encountered no elite-grade monsters along the way. Excellent-grade creatures posed no threat to him now. Time passed quietly. As the distance grew, so did the number of fallen monsters. Only when his mana was completely depleted and he could no longer enchant his arrows did he decisively stop. Without magical attacks, dealing with aberrants would be difficult, and pushing forward would only mean death. This wasn't cowardice, but strategic retreat. Over an hour later, he safely returned to his shelter. Inside the villa, Lin Jiang immediately processed his spoils of war. 1. Fed beast hides into the sewing machine to craft equipment, then casually listed them on the trading market. 2. Sorted meat, blood, and bones into separate containers. 3. Emptied the furnace, replenished necessary materials, and put surplus resources up for sale. After finishing, he went to the courtyard. The small yard was surrounded by a circle of excellent-grade saplings that had just matured. He swung his axe and efficiently chopped them down, stacking them into lumber. When he finished, his gaze fell on the artificial hill and pond in the center of the courtyard, feeling they lacked some vitality. After a moment's thought, he drew water from the indoor greenhouse and poured it into the pond. As the clear water flowed in, it surprisingly circulated back through hidden channels at the base of the artificial hill, creating small water jets that formed a miniature fountain. The water droplets sparkled in the sunlight, adding a touch of life to this refuge courtyard. Maybe I could raise some fish in the future? He stroked his chin thoughtfully, then shook his head with self-mockery. But I don't have time to play with fish right now. Back in the villa, he counted the crystal fragments he had accumulated over the past few days. Over 40 imp crystal fragments. More than 20 wraith crystal fragments. 60 to 70 soul crystal fragments. The quantity was sufficient to craft a crystal smelting furnace. His mind raced as he immediately rushed to the workbench. The clanging of metal rang out as sparks flew. Minutes later, with the final rivet in place, a new piece of equipment lay quietly on the table's surface. It was the crystal smelting furnace. Lin Jiang stored the crystal smelting furnace in his backpack and curiously opened it to examine its details. Crystal smelting furnace. Quality: rare. Description: single functions: melt various crystals or crystal fragments to forge the crystals you need. Smelt various crystal fragments to create the crystals I need. His eyes lit up. That means, if I melt the remaining crystal fragments, I could make a soul crystal? Once he had a soul crystal, he could build an arrow tower. With the arrow tower in place, wouldn't the monster waves be completely obliterated? At this thought, his blood began to boil with excitement. However, whether he could actually synthesize a soul crystal remained uncertain. He hurriedly placed the crystal smelting furnace in the master bedroom, wiped down its metal exterior, and opened the crafting interface. The furnace's list displayed various colorful crystals. After flipping through several pages, he finally found his target. Soul crystal. Quality: excellent. Synthesis materials: wraith crystal fragment fine 10, imp crystal fragment fine 10, soul crystal fragment fine 10. Description: extremely versatile, can be used for construction, weapons, and equipment manufacturing. Can also be used directly, but must be combined with mist flowers of corresponding quality. It can be used directly too? Probably boosts intelligence. He speculated silently without dwelling on it further. Checking his backpack, he had exactly enough fragments to synthesize one soul crystal, so he dumped them all into the smelting furnace. A progress bar appeared. Time remaining, 2 hours. Since it wouldn't be ready immediately, he turned to attend to other matters. He pulled out 2 beast bones from his resource chest and tossed them to the 2 wolf cubs circling around him. The bones hit the ground with a crack, and the little ones excitedly began gnawing on them. He crouched down to rub their heads and played with them for a few minutes before standing up. Feeling somewhat hungry, he pulled out a crisp apple to quench his thirst first, then grabbed a piece of blood bread and devoured it in a few bites. Suddenly remembering he'd accumulated quite a bit of fine-grade beast blood over the past few days, he thought about watering the blood bread tree with it. Perhaps it would produce fine-grade blood bread. Would that have special effects? Without hesitation, he headed to the indoor plantation. The blood bread tree's branches twisted and coiled, with dark red fruits hanging low. He first picked the regular blood bread that had ripened today and stored it away, then slowly poured a bottle of crimson beast blood onto the soil around the tree roots. The blood seeped into the earth and was completely absorbed within just a few breaths. Regular blood bread, 1 every 24 hours, with plantation acceleration 12 hours. Fine blood bread, 1 every 48 hours, with acceleration 24 hours. The data flashed through his mind. After confirming it was correct, he shook his head slightly and walked away. Steam filled the bathroom as he enjoyed a refreshing hot shower, then soaked in the bathtub for a while. His muscles relaxed, and his entire body felt so comfortable he could almost float. Afterward, he sat cross-legged on the king-size bed, his mana and sanity rapidly recovering thanks to the room's double restoration effect. But this was definitely not the time to sleep. The soul crystal wasn't finished yet. The arrow tower was nowhere to be seen, and most importantly, all his bows and arrows had lost their durability and were damaged. Lin Jiang sat cross-legged on the soft bed, thinking silently to himself. All the exquisite bows were completely damaged. He needed to sort out the weapon situation first. Otherwise, what would he use to fight the monster tide tomorrow? With this thought, he casually opened his friend's list and sent Lu Shooting a message. Purchase some more exquisite bows. Just as his finger left the screen, a new private message from Chun Yu popped up at the top of the list. Before Lu Shooting had a chance to reply, Lin Jiang clicked on Chun Yu's chat window. Chun Yu, you there? Got something to show you. Do you need this thing? The message was followed by an image and item description. Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow. What good stuff had this guy found now? Honestly, he was a bit envious of Chun Yu's luck. The image finished loading. Magic amulet. Quality, excellent. Durability, 4040. Attribute bonus, intelligence 4, maximum mana 400. Description, when equipped, recovers 1 mana point per second. Holy crap. Equipment that recovers mana. Lin Jiang shot upright, his heart pounding. However, after the brief excitement, he quickly calmed down. Excellent grade, boosting both intelligence and maximum mana, plus a built-in recovery effect. The price would definitely be steep. Equipment that boosted constitution was already hard to find, and intelligence-boosting gear was even rarer. This amulet was exactly what he'd been dreaming of. During exploration trips, he'd be forced to retreat once his mana was depleted. If he could recover 1 mana per second, his endurance would multiply several times over. He gritted his teeth and decisively replied. Lin Jiang, I want it. Name your price. Chun Yu. Oh, looks like this equipment is pretty important to you. Letting me set the price directly, aren't you afraid I'll rip you off? Lin Jiang. Can't help it. This equipment is too important to me. Rip me off if you must. Chun Yu. TSK, just kidding with you. Am I that kind of person? Since you need it, I'll sell it to you cheap. We've been friends for so long, and you've never let me lose out on any deal. This time I'll take the loss and give you a low price. Reading this, Lin Jiang felt a warm feeling in his heart. Not all human relationships were about scheming and betrayal. When he treated people sincerely, friends would reciprocate genuinely. Lin Jiang, no need. Everyone's resources are hard-earned, and I'm sure this equipment of yours is no exception. Let's trade fairly as we should. Chun Yu. All right then. Do you have any fine-grade beast cores? If not, that's okay. Give me more regular wood and stone, and throw in some superior-grade materials too. He didn't continue insisting on a lower price. After all these years, he knew Lin Jiang never cheated anyone and didn't like haggling over prices. This was precisely why the two could be friends. Lin Jiang, what do you need so many basic materials for? You've traded several batches with me over time, still not enough? Chun Yu. Hey, the monster wave is coming tomorrow, so we need to prepare more supplies. At that moment, the chat window flickered before Lin Jiang's eyes. Lin Jiang. All right, I've put all the materials in the trading slots. Take a look. Chun Yu replied with a simple, okay, but moments later his tone suddenly shot up. Holy crap, you actually have an excellent grade beast crystal core. How did you get that? Isn't this thing only dropped by killing excellent grade beasts with a certain probability? Lin Jiang calmly replied. Oh, that? I got it from opening a silver treasure chest. Chun Yu was stunned, then sent a long string of ellipses. I really don't know if your luck is good or bad. I always get superior grade items when I open silver treasure chests. Hearing this, veins bulged on Lin Jiang's forehead. Listen to what this guy is saying. What does he mean I always get superior grade items from silver treasure chests? Lucky bastard, damn it. Having lost the mood to continue chatting, he quickly finalized the trade and closed Chun Yu's message window. The next second, a new notification chimed. Lu Shooting had sent a message. Lu Shooting. Sorry, I was busy just now and couldn't reply. How many exquisite longbows do you need this time? Lin Jiang. No problem. I'll take 10 this time. I'm worried there won't be enough for tomorrow's monster wave. Loose shooting, that many? Oh right, there's a monster wave tomorrow, so you do need to prepare more. You're a regular customer, so I'll give you the usual price. You know how it is with the monster wave approaching, weapon prices are fluctuating. Immediately, the system's explanation of market conditions flashed through Lin Jiang's mind. With the monster wave approaching, all survivors were frantically hoarding weapons and equipment, naturally driving prices up. Lin Jiang still stuck to his principles. Thanks, but just charge me the market price. Loose shooting, all right. Give me a moment. Okay, all 10 exquisite longbows are in the trading slots. Take a look. Lin Jiang's gaze swept over the trading interface. After confirming the items were correct, he dumped all the materials she needed into the trade. Once the transaction was complete, he didn't bother with small talk and directly closed the chat window. With weapons secured, only the arrow towers remained right, and equipment. He held an excellent grade beast hide in his hands. If he could get the right blueprints, he could completely craft a set of excellent equipment. With this thought, he immediately opened the trading marketplace and searched for equipment blueprints. The results came up blank. He tried searching for skill books next, but found nothing there either. Forget it, he muttered under his breath, casually closing the trading interface and walking toward the crystal smelting furnace in the corner of his shelter. By his calculations, whatever was inside should be ready. He lifted the furnace lid, and pale white steam billowed out. A fist-sized, semi-transparent crystal lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Lin Jiang immediately stored it in his backpack and pulled up its attribute panel. Soul crystal. Quality, excellent. Description, soul crystals are special and quite precious. They can be used as materials for buildings, equipment, and weapons. They can also be used directly in combination with an excellent grade mist flower, increasing intelligence by 10 points and maximum mana by 1000 points. Usage limit, 3 times. Direct use can add this many attributes? Lin Jiang murmured, surprise flashing in his eyes. Unfortunately, he didn't have an excellent mist flower, and even if he did, he wouldn't use it on himself right now. Saving it for building arrow towers would yield higher returns. Thinking of arrow towers, he rushed out of his shelter and paced back and forth on the surrounding grassland, but couldn't find a satisfactory location. Suddenly, inspiration struck. The villa had a rooftop. Placing the arrow tower on the roof would not only provide an excellent view, but also solve safety concerns. The staircase in the 4-story villa was narrow. He bounded up to the 4th floor in a few steps, then pushed open the iron door leading to the rooftop. Night wind hit his face as he stepped onto the spacious, flat rooftop, a natural defensive high ground. Lin Jiang immediately selected Arrow Tower in the construction interface and aimed the cursor at the center of the rooftop. However, a notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Prompt: would you like to build the Arrow Tower attached to the shelter? Once confirmed, the Arrow Tower will become integrated with the shelter. If the shelter's durability drops to 0, the Arrow Tower will also be destroyed. Additionally, every future upgrade to the shelter will cause corresponding changes to the Arrow Tower. Lin Jiang stared at the floating prompt and hesitated for only a few seconds before clicking confirm. His reasoning was simple. If the shelter was destroyed, leaving the Arrow Tower alone would be meaningless. Better to have them share the same fate. At least this way, he wouldn't have to worry about the Arrow Tower being exposed and instantly demolished by monsters. As for the follow-up explanation about changing with shelter upgrades, he couldn't see through it at the moment. Would the benefits outweigh the drawbacks? Or would it be a mixed bag? Or would it depend entirely on the shelter's future development direction? After pondering for a moment without any clear answers, he simply shook his head and dismissed the thought. I'll deal with that later. Right now, I need to focus on the present. Construction began. White light particles appeared in the air, quickly gathering to form the outline of a tower that looked like a simplified watchtower from a distance. Half an hour later, the last traces of light faded, and a brand new Arrow Tower stood atop the shelter's roof. Lin Jiang walked around the tower, carefully examining the panel information. Arrow Tower quality, excellent. Improves with shelter level upgrades. Firing rate, 1 arrow per second. Arrow storage, 01000. Coverage range, 50-meter radius. Description: the Arrow Tower has been integrated with the shelter. Please ensure the shelter's protection. As long as the shelter remains intact, the Arrow Tower can maintain continuous output. Attack modes include targeted shooting and free shooting. Warning: you have not yet loaded arrows into the Arrow Tower. The panel was straightforward, and Lin Jiang understood immediately. 1 shot per second, maximum storage of 1,000 arrows, 50-meter range enough to cover the entire perimeter wall. He continued testing and discovered the tower was climbable. Standing on top provided an excellent view, essentially functioning as a manually controllable elevated platform. After roughly understanding how to use it, he went to the warehouse to fetch a resource storage box and a large quantity of iron arrows. 1. First, he filled the Arrow Tower's magazine with 1,000 iron arrows. 2. Then he dumped all the remaining iron arrows into the box and placed it directly on top of the tower. This way, during tomorrow night's watch, if the magazine ran empty, he could immediately replenish it. After finishing the loading, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could the arrow tower use magic arrows? If it really could, the power would be incredible. He decided to act on the thought immediately. He pulled out an iron arrow, held it in his palm, and activated the magic arrow skill. Light blue magical patterns instantly wrapped around the arrow shaft, and the attribute panel refreshed accordingly. The experiment was successful. The iron arrow was directly upgraded to a magic arrow, and its information changed as well. Magic arrow description. This is an arrow enchanted with magic. When fired, it not only deals physical damage but also unleashes a random elemental attribute from ice, fire, wind, water, or lightning. This is absolutely insane. If I could load all the arrow towers with these magical arrows, the damage would be explosive. What monster wave would I have to fear then? Good thing I have this. Otherwise, my mana really wouldn't be enough. Lin Jiang's lips curved upward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He pulled a piece of equipment glowing with pale blue light from his backpack. A magical amulet. Magical amulet. Quality, excellent. Durability, 4040. Attribute bonus, intelligence 4, maximum mana 400. Description, restores 1 mana point per second. This was his trump card, prepared in advance. Once equipped, a steady stream of mana would replenish his casting consumption. Without hesitation, Lin Jiang raised his hand and fastened the necklace around his neck. The next second, a cool current seemed to seep directly from the air into his bloodstream, transforming into surging magical power that slowly recovered at a rate of 1 point per second. Casting one magical arrow costs 10 mana points, which means one arrow every 10 seconds. Lin Jiang quickly calculated in his mind. 6 arrows per minute, 360 arrows per hour. There are at least 10 hours before the monster wave arrives tomorrow, at least 3,000 arrows. At this thought, his fingers trembled with excitement. With 3,000 magical arrows loaded into the arrow tower, what monster wave would he need to fear? Time to get to work. He sat cross-legged atop the arrow tower, pulling a wooden crate filled with ordinary iron arrows in front of him. Drawing the first arrow, he chanted softly, and blue light flickered instantly. Enchantment complete. Then the second arrow, the third. His pace was like an assembly line. The enchanted arrows were first loaded into the tower's internal magazine, and once the magazine reached capacity, the remainder were neatly stacked in the resource storage box beside him. Throughout the entire night, Lin Jiang never left the arrow tower. His high intelligence attribute kept his mind sharp and free from drowsiness. As the moonlight gradually faded, his movements remained methodical. Draw arrow, enchant, load, repeat endlessly, like an automated machine in a factory. The next day at noon, 12 o'clock, just as he finished enchanting the last arrow, a semi-transparent notification suddenly appeared in the center of his vision. Alert! First wave of monsters will arrive in 3 minutes. Countdown begins. 179, 178, 177. Lin Jiang's heart suddenly tightened. With time still remaining, he grabbed his backpack and hauled the prepared dried food, jerky, and water pouches to the tower's peak. While staying alert to his surroundings, he devoured the food in just a few bites, immediately filling the emptiness in his stomach with warmth and restoring his strength. 3 minutes passed both quickly and slowly. When the countdown reached 1, dense, rhythmic trampling sounds suddenly echoed from across the small river, causing dust to fall continuously. The sound approached from far to near, each step like a heavy hammer striking a drum. Lin Jiang's expression grew extremely grave as his left hand swiftly knocked his bow, and his right hand drew a magical arrow flickering with blue flames, the arrowhead pointing directly toward the river ahead. Soon, the first beast charged out, followed immediately by the second, third, fourth, until there were countless. These beasts weren't all of the same species. Misty gray wolves, swamp boars, and even black rock bears were mixed together, numbering roughly several hundred at first glance. Lin Jiang raised his hand and fired a magic arrow, his first shot pinning an elite-grade misty gray wolf to the ground. He didn't even bother checking the material notification that popped up from the system, as his bowstring vibrated continuously, sending arrow after arrow flying. The monster horde crossed the small river and surged toward the maze-like stone walls, pausing briefly before flooding in. The moment they stepped through the walls, they entered the arrow tower's range. The tower locked onto its targets without hesitation, firing magic arrows at a rate of 1 per second with perfect accuracy. Lin Jiang's intelligence attribute was far superior to what it once was, allowing his magic arrows to deal both magical and physical damage simultaneously. Ordinary and low-level elite misty gray wolves typically fell with a single arrow, while higher-level elite monsters required several more shots. Swamp boars had thick health pools, and even elite-grade ones needed multiple consecutive arrows to bring down. With hundreds of beasts pouring in simultaneously, even Lin Jiang felt overwhelmed for a moment. After taking down over a dozen, he aimed his bow at a rare-grade black rock bear. This creature wasn't just rare-grade. Its attack power exceeded that of same-level swamp boars by a significant margin. If these monsters lost patience wandering the maze and turned to attacking the stone walls directly, the black rock bears would pose the greatest threat, followed by the rare-grade swamp boars. He immediately switched the arrow tower's attack mode to designated targeting, where the tower would focus fire on whatever he aimed at, effectively doubling their damage output instantly. Thanks to the tower's magical enhancement, its arrows even dealt slightly more damage than his own. Standing atop the tower, Lin Jiang simply drew his bow without worrying about the black rock bear's furious claw swipes. Not even needing to dodge it was effortless. A few minutes later, the first rare-grade black rock bear crashed to the ground. Feeling the efficiency the arrow tower provided, Lin Jiang silently celebrated the doubled effectiveness. The entire monster horde contained 5 black rock bears total with 1 down, 4 remained. Without pause, his bowstring sang again, and the second black rock bear fell amid roars of helpless rage. 3 left, continuing on. Time ticked by as arrows and roars intertwined. After more than 10 minutes, all 5 black rock bears lay dead in the maze. Had his mana not been running critically low, the process could have been faster. Unfortunately, with his mana shortage, he had to stop and recover, letting the arrow tower maintain the firepower. Let the arrow tower hold the line for now. The tower's magic arrow firing didn't consume much of anything. As long as there are sufficient arrows, it can keep firing continuously. The arrow tower's relentless barrage made Lin Jiang consider building several more, but unfortunately, crystal fragments were in short supply, making it impossible to forge new soul crystals. Since expansion wasn't feasible, he focused his attention on the approaching monster tide. The system notification used monsters rather than beasts, indicating that hordes of aberrant creatures could strike at any moment. At this moment, the area below the tower still echoed with the roars of wild beasts, yet not a single aberrant shadow could be seen. Lin Jiang simply sat cross-legged atop the arrow tower, closing his eyes to meditate and restore his stamina and mana. Once the aberrants appeared, he would concentrate firepower to instantly eliminate the most troublesome ones. Those creatures were immune to physical damage and could only be dealt with through magic. Earlier, he had personally used magic arrows to eliminate 5 elite-grade black rock bears, then ceased his attacks, leaving all damage output to the arrow tower. Excellent-grade beasts posed limited threat to the stone walls, so they could be ignored for now. After clearing a small wave of excellent-grade beasts, he switched the arrow tower's priority targets to elite-grade monsters. Within the maze-like walls, 8 elite-grade swamp boars were rampaging about. Though their attack power was inferior to the black rock bears, they could still weaken the wall's durability in a short time. While they were still wandering in the maze, they had to be eliminated first. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The arrow tower fired at a rhythm of 1 shot per second, targeting the nearest swamp boar. No matter how the creature turned or dodged, it couldn't escape the firing range. After one boar had smashed spiderweb cracks into the stone wall, it was pierced through and collapsed on the spot. Time passed gradually, and after about half an hour, all 8 elite-grade swamp boars had fallen. With the high-tier threats eliminated, the remaining beasts grew restless from wandering in the walls and simply launched a demolition assault on the nearest stone wall. However, their levels maxed out at 20, making their destruction efficiency extremely low. Completely dismantling the walls was impossible, and for every block they failed to remove, the arrow tower would reward them with another arrow. Suddenly, the arrow tower ceased fire. Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow, immediately realizing the arrow reserves were depleted. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. He opened the resource box at his feet, grabbed 1,000 magic arrows, and quickly reloaded. The arrow tower paused for only 3 seconds before resuming its urgent bowstring melody. During this sustained combat period, Lin Jiang had also rested for half an hour, recovering most of his condition. He raised his hand to draw the bow, firing 2 magic arrows in rapid succession that instantly shattered an excellent-grade mist gray wolf boss. The arrow tower's firepower never ceased, and the beast horde's numbers visibly dwindled in less than 10 minutes. They dropped from several hundred to fewer than 100. Just as Lin Jiang was about to finish them off, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed from across the small river ahead. It was the distinctive sound of cursed wraiths, and there were definitely many of them. If not for the distance, that single cry alone would have caused his sanity to plummet drastically. He immediately stopped shooting, turning both his gaze and arrow tip toward the opposite bank. As the shriek faded, a mass of gray-white phantoms surged forth from the forest. By rough estimate, no fewer than 100 cursed wraiths were howling toward the sanctuary. Although the cursed wraiths floated in the air, they still couldn't truly fly and could only hover less than half a meter above the ground as their form of walking. Seeing the dense swarm of wraiths surging through the gray mist, Lin Jiang frowned slightly, but showed no signs of panic. He raised his bow and drew the string, arrows whistling through the air as he cleared the outer wraiths while quickly searching for elite-grade targets. Within just a few breaths, he had locked onto 5 elite-grade wraiths in the rolling tide of spirits. In the next moment, he directly selected one as his primary target and adjusted the arrow tower's command to designated attack. Human and tower worked in perfect coordination, maximizing both physical and elemental damage as flames and lightning continuously exploded across the wraiths' translucent forms. Cursed wraiths weren't particularly high health monsters, with elite grade ones having just over 7,000 health points. In less than half a minute, the focused wraith shrieked as it dissolved into a large cloud of black mist. Lin Jiang felt slightly relieved and immediately switched targets. While shifting his gaze, he silently felt grateful that despite these wraiths possessing mental shock and soul-devouring abilities, they were still blocked by the towering stone walls. If they could truly phase through walls, this survival game would become completely unplayable. Even he would have no choice but to give up. The worst-case scenario hadn't occurred, so he continued drawing his bow with peace of mind. After spending some time, all 5 elite-grade cursed wraiths had fallen. The remaining ordinary wraiths could be left to the arrow towers to slowly clear out. And as for the roaring beasts on the perimeter, they posed no immediate threat, so he simply ignored them for now. Time passed gradually. When his mana was completely depleted, Lin Jiang lowered his bow and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to meditate. As his mana and stamina began to recover, the arrow towers continued their relentless humming, grinding the remaining wraiths to pieces one by one. His mouth felt somewhat dry, so he pulled a green apple from his backpack and took a crisp bite, his gaze peering through the gaps between arrows to quietly observe the battle situation outside the maze. The stone walls remained intact, and the situation was as stable as a fortress. Just when he thought victory was assured, another large group of shadow imps burst from the dark corners. Their black mass was even greater in number than the previous beast horde and wraith tide combined, roughly estimated at nearly 1,000. Individual imps weren't frightening, but swarms of shadow imps were absolutely not to be underestimated, especially since their minimum rating was all excellent grade. Lin Jiang gripped his bow without moving, observing first 13 elite-grade shadow imps were mixed within the center of the formation. Fortunately, these aberrant-type monsters generally had low health, with elite-grade ones having only 3,000 to 4,000 points, but they only took damage from magic, making them much more troublesome to deal with than beasts. Enchanted arrows meant double damage output, so he decided to use the same strategy as before. Lock on, focus fire, elemental arrows exploding. Elite-grade imps were torn apart one after another by flames and lightning, their shrieks rising and falling in succession. The arrow towers coordinated by unleashing magical arrow storms, pushing Lin Jiang's damage to its peak. Before long, 12 elite-grade shadow imps had been completely cleared out. Sometime later, Lin Jiang noticed that the attacking monsters were becoming fewer and fewer, with not a single elite-grade creature in sight. Finally confirming it was safe, he let out a long breath and plopped down on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. He'd let the arrow towers handle the remaining small fry-in while he was at it. He loaded the towers with the last of his magic arrows. As the arrow reserves were completely depleted, the 6-hour monster wave finally receded before dusk. Having fought from last night until now, he hadn't slept a wink, and after half a day of intense combat, he was truly tired, thirsty, and hungry. Lin Jiang first grabbed some dried rations to fill his stomach, then rushed into the bathroom for a quick shower. No time for a proper bath, with 2 more monster waves ahead and time running short. The hot water washed away the blood and grime, noticeably lifting his spirits. He fed the 2 wolf cubs, then took materials outside the shelter to repair the damaged walls block by block, and carefully collected every intact arrow that had been shot. After finishing this round of tasks, he returned to the shelter, reorganized the miscellaneous items in his backpack, and neatly packed all the iron arrows. Next, Lin Jiang went to the bedroom and sat cross-legged on the bed. The bed's special enhancement doubled the recovery rate of both mana and sanity, effective even without sleeping. He tried wearing the mana amulet at the same time, and was delighted to confirm that the 2 effects stacked. The amulet already restored 1 mana point per second, and doubling that made it 2 points per second, completely doubling his enchanted arrow production efficiency. This discovery instantly energized him, banishing all drowsiness. With his impressive 91 intelligence points, staying awake for 3 days and nights straight was no problem. With this in mind, he immediately decided to completely abandon sleep for the next few days and work through the nights crafting enchanted arrows. While busy with his work, he suddenly remembered he still had crystals to process, so he stopped and went to the nearby crystal smelting furnace, dumping today's large pile of crystal fragments into smelt soul crystals. Today's spoils were extremely rich: hide, meat, blood, bones, crystals. Everything was there, with many being elite grade. Among the elite materials, some still had uses remaining. First were the Blackrock bear meat and blood, each with 1 use left. Today he had killed 4 elite Blackrock bears, obtaining 4 portions each of hide, meat, blood, and bones, with 1 even dropping a beast core. Lin Jiang first took out a portion of Blackrock bear blood and drank it down, instantly increasing his maximum health by 100 points. Then he threw a piece of bear meat into the kitchen pot to start stewing. Returning to the bedroom, he continued his inventory. Drops from elite swamp boars, cursed wraiths, and dark imps were all in his pack. The swamp boar meat and blood each had 2 uses remaining. Without hesitation, Lin Jiang drank 2 more portions of boar blood, raising his maximum health by another 200 points combined with the bear blood. Today's total was 300 maximum health. As for the boar meat, he glanced at the bear meat cooking in the kitchen and really couldn't eat anymore, so he'd save it for tomorrow morning or as a midnight snack. Finally came the main event: elite wraith crystal fragments, elite imp crystal fragments, and elite soul crystal fragments. All of these had a full 10 uses available. Why they could stack so many times was beyond his understanding, but since the conditions allowed it, he naturally had to use them all. So Lin Jiang rubbed his hands together eagerly and naturally maxed out all the usage counts for these materials. Maxing everything out seems a bit unrealistic, Lin Jiang muttered to himself, frowning slightly as he finished counting the materials in his backpack. He had plenty of fine-grade soul crystal fragments and imp crystal fragments, but the wraith crystal fragments were clearly insufficient. While taking inventory, he sorted each type of material into separate piles on his nightstand. Both cursed wraiths and shadow imps dropped soul crystal fragments, so that part was definitely covered. 13 shadow imps had appeared today, yielding 13 fine-grade imp crystal fragments accordingly. In contrast, only 5 fine-grade cursed wraiths had spawned, leaving him with just 5 wraith crystal fragments. After finishing his count, he shook his head, decided not to dwell on it, and began consuming the materials directly. Crack, crack. Light blue fragments fell between his fingers as he crushed them one by one. 1. Wraith crystal fragment quality, fine. Description: dropped after killing shadow imps, can be crushed and used directly to increase maximum mana by 30 points. Usage limit 10 times. 2. Imp crystal fragment quality, fine. Description: dropped after killing cursed wraiths, can be crushed and used directly to increase maximum mana by 30 points. Usage limit 10 times. 3. Soul crystal fragment quality, fine. Description: dropped by all aberrant creatures when killed, can be crushed and used directly to increase intelligence by 3 points. Usage limit 10 times. These 3 types of materials were already high quality on their own, and when stacked together, they formed a massive source of attributes. Lin Jiang understood that higher-level monsters always dropped better loot. Games had always worked this way, and now it simply confirmed his suspicions. After using all 10 fine-grade imp crystal fragments and 5 fine-grade wraith crystal fragments, his maximum mana skyrocketed by a full 450 points. He then crushed 10 soul crystal fragments, boosting his intelligence attribute by 30 points. Each point of intelligence also provided an additional 10 points of maximum mana. Beyond that, high intelligence enhanced resistance to aberrant mental attacks, and even affected the soul level. A stronger one's mental power, the more stable their soul, and vice versa. At this thought, he scratched the top of his head and forced himself to stop delving deeper. Forget it. I'll think about this stuff later. First, I need to survive the next 2 monster waves. He pushed open the bedroom door and walked to the sewing machine, stuffing all the beast hides he'd gathered today into the machine and selecting craft beast hide clothing repeatedly. Common and excellent grade finished products quickly piled up beside him. As for the beast blood, he kept the fine grade portions for future use and poured all the common and excellent grades into the blood bread book while harvesting the ripe blood bread from the tree. Finally, he picked up the pot containing the fine grade black rock bear meat and devoured it heartily, finishing it in just a few bites. The fine bear meat provided 3 points of constitution, and the corresponding material usage had reached its limit, meaning he couldn't use it again in the future. Lin Jiang didn't mind this at all. There would definitely be other beasts later, or even more advanced ones, but he'd deal with that when the time came. With this thought, Lin Jiang refocused and got back to finishing his remaining tasks. Returning to his bedroom, he immediately began enchanting the large pile of iron arrows in his hands. The long, tedious process slowly ground away at time like sandpaper, but compared to staying alive, this bit of boredom was nothing. Each additional magic arrow prepared meant one more chance of survival. When tomorrow's monster wave arrived, with these arrows he could gather enough soul crystals to build more arrow towers. Even if the magic arrows weren't enough, his stockpile of iron arrows would suffice. Worst case, he'd aim the towers loaded with iron arrows at the beasts and dedicate the magic arrow towers specifically to the aberrations. With clear division of labor, he wouldn't be caught off guard. Time slowly slipped away through the mechanical enchanting motions, passing both quickly and slowly. Repeating the same task inevitably became tedious. It wasn't until 10 o'clock the next morning that Lin Jiang finally stopped, etching the final rune into an arrow shaft. His backpack was stuffed with nearly 5,000 magic arrows glowing with pale blue light. He looked up, rubbing his aching shoulders, and murmured to himself, "This should be enough, right?" Noon was when the second wave of monsters would launch their attack, so he needed to ensure he'd face them at full mana. The magic charm restored 1 mana point per second, and combined with the bed's double recovery rate, he could regenerate 2 points per second. His current mana cap was over 2,000 points, so it would only take about 10 minutes to fill up completely. It would be perfect if he could move that large bed to the top of an arrow tower, but unfortunately the tower tops were only 2 meters square, nowhere near enough space. The rooftop also needed space left open for building towers, so that wouldn't work either. He could only abandon the idea. After more than 10 minutes, his mana was fully restored. Lin Jiang leaped up from the bed and went to the crystal smelting furnace, lifting the lid after an entire night. The high-temperature flames had refined the fragments into 5 excellent-grade soul crystals. He still had a large pile of fragments on hand, but could only synthesize 1 crystal every 2 hours, so time determined the output. Getting 5 more overnight was already very satisfying, equivalent to 5 additional arrow towers. He'd already stockpiled plenty of the other materials needed for arrow towers, so there was no need to worry. After putting the 5 soul crystals into his backpack, he grabbed a piece of excellent-grade swamp boar meat and tossed it into the pot to simmer, then casually picked up 2 gnawed bones and threw them to the wolf pups who were howling with hunger. He should call them big wolf pups now. Through continuous feeding and training, these 2 had already grown into robust wolf forms, with levels approaching 10, and would soon break through to excellent grade. Lin Jiang glanced at them, smiled without much thought, and headed straight upstairs to the rooftop. After investing all 5 soul crystals, white points of light gathered in the air, and the phantoms of 5 arrow towers appeared simultaneously. Just then, a notification appeared before him. Notice, your shelter level is excellent grade, arrow tower limit, 6 towers. As your shelter level increases, the arrow tower limit will also increase accordingly. So it's only 6 towers. Lin Jiang was slightly disappointed, but quickly felt relieved. While 10 or 20 arrow towers would certainly be devastating, 6 was already plenty powerful. The arrow towers would take another half-hour to form, and he didn't plan to just wait around. He turned and went downstairs, first heading to the bathroom to relieve himself and wash up, then pushed open the door to the indoor plantation in the back. All the excellent grade trees in the garden had matured by now, so he picked up his axe and chopped them down one by one. It took nearly half an hour of cutting and hauling back and forth to stuff all the piles of excellent grade lumber and a bunch of saplings into the storage chest. Finally, he planted a new batch of saplings in neat rows, brushed the sawdust off his hands, and Lin Jiang turned to leave the plantation. Once inside, he headed straight for the kitchen. The premium swamp boar meat was bubbling in the pot, sending up waves of heat, with glistening oil droplets floating on the surface, filling the air with savory aromas. Lin Jiang grabbed the spice pouch from beside the cutting board, tossed in several handfuls of salt, pepper, and dried wild scallions, then couldn't even be bothered to put the lid back on, just picked up the ladle and started devouring. Hunger gnawed at him, and he'd never been one for table manners. A few large spoonfuls of meat and broth went down, leaving his lips glistening with grease. Minutes later, the pot was scraped clean, and he let out a satisfied burp. The premium swamp boar meat had boosted his constitution by another 3 points. With his belly full, he crouched on the floor to organize his backpack, pulling out commonly used potions, bandages, a small amount of ammunition, and several bundles of repair materials to stuff into the outer pockets, while tossing everything else into a corner for backup. After finishing this task, he grabbed his gear and rushed toward the stairs. His footsteps had barely faded when 2 light paw sounds followed behind the 2 wolf cubs, now fully grown. He didn't look back, just raised his hand in a gesture. Keep up, don't fall behind. He'd always positioned this brother-sister pair as companions rather than combat assets, hoping only that they wouldn't be scared senseless by the battlefield atmosphere. The 2 young wolves were leaving the shelter for the first time, their claws clicking against the concrete rooftop as they sniffed around, darting here and there, poking their heads over the wall to peer outside, their gray-blue eyes filled with curiosity. From birth until now, their entire world had been confined to this shelter. The outside scenery was as fresh to them as another dimension. Lin Jiang smiled slightly, then turned his attention back to the defensive structures before him. On the rooftop, 5 newly built arrow towers formed a semi-arc with the original one, their fresh wooden beams and metal supports gleaming coldly in the evening light. After a moment's consideration, he made his allocation. 1. 3 arrow towers loaded with magic arrows, specialized for aberrations. 2. The remaining 3 loaded with iron arrows, primarily defending against ordinary beasts. Without delay, he hauled over crates of arrows, loading and calibrating the triggers of each tower in turn. By the time he finished the last one, the light on the horizon had rapidly dimmed. The system countdown appeared before his eyes, numbers beeping, 3, 2, 1, 0. The next second, roars, trampling, shrieks, and howls layered together like torn fabric. Lin Jiang leaned forward to look. The opposite bank of the small river was already packed with monsters. Ordinary beasts and aberrations were actually charging simultaneously, with none of yesterday's staggered waves. The numbers had clearly doubled, at least several thousand. Elite-grade figures were visible to the naked eye. A rough count showed 30 to 40, exactly double yesterday's number. No breathing room. He muttered, raising an eyebrow. The world notification had said monster waves scaled with survivor strength, but no one could explain the exact criteria. At a mere level 30, he was theoretically only equivalent to elite-grade beasts did that really warrant deploying such a massive force of elite monsters? He grumbled internally, then glanced behind him. 6 arrow towers, solid walls, complete living facilities. These probably counted as strength in the assessment too. With this possibility in mind, he surveyed the defensive fortifications once more, double-checked the arrow supplies, then took a deep breath, his fingertips brushing the hilt of the dagger at his waist. The howling wind mingled with the monster horde's roars, leaving only him and 2 curious young wolves on the rooftop. Lin Jiang seemed to understand. If only a few hundred monsters showed up, with just a handful of elite-grade ones, it would be like receiving a free gift. He shook his head slightly, pushing aside these stray thoughts, and began reconfiguring the attack patterns for his arrow towers. 3 towers loaded with magic arrows locked onto the eerie creatures drifting through the air, while the other 3 towers equipped with iron arrows aimed at the wild beasts charging across the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 towers fired in unison, launching 6 arrows per second in intersecting arcs that formed an impenetrable net in the sky twice as fierce as yesterday's firepower. Common-grade beasts dropped instantly upon impact, their bodies tumbling into the feet of their companions. The monster horde couldn't all surge into the walled maze at once. The entrance was completely suppressed by the rain of arrows, and even Lin Jiang couldn't help but feel amazed. Just 6 arrow towers could be this powerful? Gripping his longbow, he hesitated for a moment before finally locking his gaze on an elite-grade cursed wraith floating in dark purple miasma. Drawing his bowstring to full moon, he activated his magic arrow skill. The enchanted arrow, wrapped in pale blue light, shot forth and struck its target repeatedly. He could handle 1 to 3 elite-grade cursed wraiths with ease, but if their numbers doubled, he'd be stretched thin. As more and more elite-grade monsters approached the sanctuary, the arrow tower's shooting strategy adjusted once again. Iron arrow towers focus fire on 1 elite-grade beast until death, then move to the next. Magic arrow towers similarly target elite-grade aberrations until their spectral forms were scattered. As for monsters below elite grade, they were temporarily ignored. Even if they reached the walls, they could hardly shake those elite-grade stone fortifications. The second wave contained more than double the monsters of the first, and the assault would last 6 hours. With just 1 arrow tower, Lin Jiang might not have lasted until the end, but now with 5 additional towers boosting his firepower, he silently congratulated himself on his decision to build early. Below, over 1,000 monsters roared as they pressed toward the narrow entrance of the stone walls. The entrance could only accommodate a limited number of monsters at once, and they were torn to shreds by arrows the moment they stepped into the maze. Only after the towers shifted focus to elite-grade targets could common and excellent-grade monsters gradually break through to the interior, where they could only wander in circles through the winding passages. These dim-witted creatures, filled with rage and unable to find an exit, simply began attacking the walls. Lin Jiang, standing atop one of his arrow towers, glanced down and looked away. That little damage was barely a scratch. Today's elite-grade monsters numbered 30 to 40, and more than half had already been eliminated by the combined efforts of the 6 towers and himself. Time ticked by, and the number of elite-grade monsters falling to the arrow barrage climbed steadily, with the situation rapidly improving. About half an hour later, as the last elite-grade black rock bear crashed to the ground, Lin Jiang and his arrow towers completed the sweep. He breathed a sigh of relief and set the towers to free attack mode. Iron arrows continued clearing beasts, while magic arrows harvested the aberrations. The 6-hour assault was only half over, yet the monster horde had already been completely slaughtered. Honestly, he hadn't expected this either. With the assistance of 6 arrow towers, it had been so simple and effortless. This wave of monsters was finally wiped out. Afterward, scattered creatures continued to emerge. The timer for the second wave hadn't finished yet, but the scale was much smaller than before, at most 300 to 500 at a time. With such numbers, Lin Jiang couldn't be bothered to act personally and left everything to the arrow towers. He sat cross-legged atop the arrow tower, holding a bright red apple in his left hand, taking crisp bites one after another while keeping his eyes glued to the battlefield below, watching with great interest. The arrow towers fired in rapid succession, their bowstring sounds rising and falling. Ordinary monsters, regardless of their level, were precisely shot through with single arrows, falling without a sound. Elite-grade monsters had thicker health, but still fell within 3 to 5 shots. No rare-grade beasts or aberrations appeared anymore, indicating this wave's intensity had peaked. Time quietly passed, and 6 hours flew by in a flash. As the last monster fell, the second monster wave finally came to an end. Lin Jiang let out a long breath, his entire body relaxing. He stood up and surveyed the battlefield. Corpses littered the ground, but no living creatures remained. The second wave was over. As long as he could endure tomorrow's third and final wave, he should be safe. Few after 2 days and nights without sleep, Drowsiness was indeed swirling in his mind. But with tomorrow's decisive battle approaching, he still had to pull an all-nighter tonight to grind resources. Sleep would have to wait. Once he got through today, he could sleep for days without anyone caring. In this battle, the magic arrows were almost completely depleted, though plenty of iron arrows remained. Iron arrows could be automatically produced by the forge as long as materials were fed according to the recipe, so supply wasn't a concern. However, magic arrows had to be crafted by his own hands, and without replenishing them, he'd be at a disadvantage against aberrant monsters tomorrow. Thinking of this, Lin Jiang sighed softly, climbed down from the tower, and left the rooftop with his 2 gray wolves, who were still whimpering and stunned by the massive battle. The stairwell was dimly lit with yellow light. He glanced back at Big Wolf and Second Wolf following behind him. Both gray wolves still had drooping ears and tucked tails, looking utterly dejected and clearly not recovered from the shock. Lin Jiang chuckled. "Look at you 2 cowards." "Awoo." The 2 wolves howled while pitifully wagging their tails. "All right, stop howling. I'll give you both extra food tonight, okay?" Lin Jiang said, pulling 2 bones from his storage box. Not ordinary bone fragments, but 2 leg bones from elite-grade beasts. Elite-grade bones were more beneficial for beast growth, and these 2 were nearly level 10. Gnawing on these might push them to level 11. The moment the bones appeared, Big Wolf and Second Wolf's eyes instantly lit up like little light bulbs. Their drooping ears perked up, and their tails wagged like windmills. Wherever Lin Jiang's hand moved, their gazes followed with lightning speed, making him shake his head. "You 2 gluttons." He tossed the bones out, and both wolves pounced on them, gnawing away. The elite-grade bones clearly held tremendous appeal for them, their chewing sounds crackling loudly. Lin Jiang paid them no more attention and went about his arrow-making business. As for the casually chosen names, Big Wolf and Second Wolf, he was satisfied with how easy they were to remember. In this vast world, eating comes first. You need to eat well to have the energy to work. He walked to the stove in the kitchen and lit a fire to boil water. Flames licked at the black-bottomed iron pot, and the water gradually began to bubble. He tossed a piece of fine-grade marsh boar meat into the pot, and the savory aroma instantly filled the air. While the meat was stewing, Lin Jiang quickly turned to handle other tasks. In several furnaces, the iron ingots and bronze ingots had been heated until they glowed red-hot. He put on thick leather gloves and retrieved the metal ingots one by one. The heat hit his face, so intense it made his eyebrows curl slightly. What needed storing was stored. What needed selling was Listita kept the iron and bronze ingots to craft iron arrows and bronze spears respectively, while putting the other finished products directly on the trading market. He didn't sell a single iron arrow, storing them all in his warehouse. Tomorrow's monster wave was unpredictable in scale, and having plenty of ammunition would give him peace of mind. While he was at it, he realized he needed to stock up on fine longbows too. He opened the friend channel and placed an order with Lu Shooting. "Need another batch of fine bows and arrows. Urgent." She quickly replied, agreeing to the trade. The sewing machine by the furnace continued humming. The hundreds of beast hides he'd collected yesterday, the fine-grade ones, were temporarily useless, so he locked them all in a chest. The common and excellent grade hides were fed into the sewing machine in batches, working day and night. Now nearly 100 pieces of hide equipment were piled up like a small mountain. Though most were only common quality, at this stage, cheap gear that still boosted stats was something no survivor would refuse. Strike while the iron's hot, list them for sale. After dealing with his inventory, he picked up the fog-dispelling lamp and stepped outside. The wooden walls surrounding his shelter had been breached by last night's monsters, with fallen timber and broken branches scattered everywhere. He rolled up his sleeves and reinforced each gap with wooden planks and iron nails. In less than an hour, all the damage was repaired, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Missing even one layer of defense always made it hard to sleep soundly. When he returned to the kitchen, the marsh boar meat in the pot had been cooked until tender, with fat glistening on the surface of the broth. He dove in and devoured it hungrily. Warmth surged through his body, and his constitution attribute increased by 3 points. With that, this batch of fine-grade marsh boar materials had reached its enhancement limit. Eating more would only fill his stomach without providing any attribute bonuses. Since his attributes could still increase, he couldn't stop now. He remembered the fine-grade wraith crystal fragments in his backpack. He'd used 5 yesterday, so using 5 more today would hit the limit perfectly. Without hesitation, he crushed 5 crystals in his palm with a crack, and they transformed into clusters of white light that penetrated his body, instantly boosting his mana limit by 150 points. With everything wrapped up, Lin Jiang returned to his bedroom. The wooden plank bed was against the wall, and Big Wolf and Second Wolf were already snoring early tonight. He glanced at them curiously, and after confirming they were fast asleep, paid them no more attention. On his spring mattress bed, he sat cross-legged and began enchanting the iron arrows. When casting the magic arrow skill, a wisp of blue light would dance at his fingertips, brief as firework sparks, yet capable of firmly imprinting enchantment energy into the arrow shaft. He didn't understand the principle and was too lazy to investigate, simply repeating the mechanical process. Pick up arrow, channel light, enchant, set aside. The pile of arrows at his feet grew larger while the night remained long. One iron arrow after another was enchanted in his hands, nothing special about it, just practiced familiarity. Right now, all he could think about was crafting more magic arrows to deal with tomorrow's final monster wave. Based on his years of gaming experience, monster waves inevitably grew stronger with each round. The difference between yesterday and today had already proven everything. Tomorrow would be the final round, most likely featuring big guys, the massive bosses commonly found at the end of dungeons, probably breaking through level 30 and entering the excellent tier. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Lin Jiang's judgment was wrong, and perhaps tomorrow's monsters would be fewer. Certainly hoped so. But cautious as he was, he still had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. In this perilous world, even the slightest carelessness could be fatal. Driven by this sense of urgency, his hands moved with increasing speed, and time flew by. Before he knew it, the second day had arrived. As usual, the monster wave would come precisely at 12 o'clock. At 11, Lin Jiang stopped his enchanting work, wiped his forehead with his sleeve, confirmed that his backpack was packed full of magic arrows and iron arrows, nodded with satisfaction, and headed straight to the fourth-floor rooftop. He loaded the 6 arrow towers in sequence, the 3 on the left with iron arrows, the 3 on the right with magic arrows. After finishing and coming down from the towers, he returned to the first floor, used the bathroom, did some quick grooming, and felt much more refreshed. As he grabbed some dried food to satisfy his hunger, Big Wolf and Second Wolf suddenly burst out from the corridor. The 2 gray wolves appeared exceptionally energetic, their bodies having grown noticeably larger, which made Lin Jiang secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He crouched down to stroke their thick neck fur, wondering to himself, they went to sleep early last night, yet the changes today are so obvious. It must be because they ate those excellent grade bones. He pulled up the status panel to confirm. Mist Gray Wolf. Quality, excellent. Level, 11. Health, 11001100. Attack power, 25. Description: this is an excellent grade Mist Gray Wolf with decent combat capabilities, can be further cultivated with higher grade beast bones. Excellent grade? The bone-eating method really worked. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly accepted it, pulling out 2 more excellent grade bones to give them. The 2 gray wolves crunched through them rapidly, their size now approaching that of the original Wolf King. If the villa weren't large enough, it really couldn't accommodate them, though that wooden bed would probably be done. For this problem would have to be dealt with later, as the priority now was the final monster wave. After devouring the bones, the gray wolves didn't collapse into sleep like yesterday, but remained energetic, suggesting that after reaching excellent grade, they indeed needed energy from higher tier bones to sustain themselves. Lin Jiang nodded slightly and climbed back up to the rooftop. The upgraded Big Wolf and Second Wolf were no longer timid, following behind with heads held high and chests out, looking completely confident. Lin Jiang chuckled, having no time to pay them much attention, and climbed the frontmost arrow tower in a few steps, looking down at his watch. Still more than 10 minutes until 12 o'clock. Lin Jiang wasn't anxiously looking around or sitting restlessly. Instead, he glanced around briefly, and seeing no movement, Lin Jiang slowly relaxed his tense shoulders and walked to the top of the arrow tower to sit cross-legged in meditation. The ache from several sleepless nights throbbed at his temple. She had to pull his mind back from the brink of collapse, even if just by an inch, before the monster wave truly arrived. More than 10 minutes passed in a flash, and the system notification for the final monster wave suddenly appeared, with its cold countdown flickering before his eyes. Lin Jiang immediately opened his eyes and checked the arrows, magic crystals, and rations already prepared in his backpack. As he confirmed everything was in order, the countdown reached 0. The next second, deafening roars and howls erupted from deep within the mist, with heavy footsteps like dense drumbeats approaching wave after wave. Just like the previous 2 rounds, monsters still swarmed from across the small river ahead, while the rear and sides of the shelter remained quiet. A vague suspicion formed in Lin Jiang's mind, but he had no time to think it through. In the darkness and mist, the monster wave surged toward the shelter like a bursting dam. Looking at the dark shadows that nearly packed the perimeter solid, Lin Jiang's scalp tingled, and his bow-holding hand trembled involuntarily. The numbers were more than double those of last night. Soon, hordes of monsters charged into the wall maze, fully exposing themselves within the arrow tower's range. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 arrow towers immediately opened automatic fire, and the first row of monsters instantly fell. Lin Jiang gritted his teeth, drew his bow, and joined in with supplementary shots. But the incoming monsters still seemed like a disturbed ant nest. As one batch died, another took its place, quickly packing the interior of the walls. With nowhere else to go, the monsters turned to frantically smashing the stone walls, including elite-grade beasts among them. The maxed-out stone walls couldn't hold for long, and were soon toppled layer by layer. An hour later, all stone walls had become ruins, leaving only the final 10 impregnable barriers outside the shelter. These 10 maxed-out copper walls each possessed a full 20,000 durability points, and only a few monsters could attack each wall at a time. Common and excellent grade attacks on the copper walls were practically like scratching an itch. The real danger came from those elite grade monsters. If they were allowed to maintain sustained damage output, even the thickest copper walls would eventually collapse. Realizing this, Lin Jiang immediately adjusted his rhythm, specifically targeting elite grade monsters pressed against the walls. The 6 arrow towers were also switched to the same priority, temporarily ignoring the low-tier monsters ramming while focusing on eliminating elite grade threats first to stabilize the copper walls. The defense line on the brink of collapse was thus gradually pulled back. Time continued to flow, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Jiang's bowstring never ceased, switching to iron arrows when his magic ran out, hunting beasts first while waiting for magic to regenerate, then turning back to clear out the aberrants. In between, he didn't forget to resupply the several continuously firing arrow towers with arrows, preventing them from failing at crucial moments. More than 3 hours had passed. As time ticked by, the monsters kept coming in waves, though their numbers had decreased slightly from the initial onslaught. This slight reprieve had already eased much of the pressure on Lin Jiang's shoulders. Almost there. Just hold on for 2 more hours, and this wave will be over. He muttered to himself from atop the arrow tower, shooting magical arrows down at the enemies below while trying to boost his own morale. If the monster wave maintained its current intensity, he was confident he could last until the 6th hour. Once 6 hours passed, the monsters would automatically retreat. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Just as Lin Jiang was focusing his mind and recovering his mana, a massive figure entered his field of vision. The creature was absurdly large, slowly walking across the small river step by step, not leaping over it, but wading through with its feet on the riverbed, the water only reaching its knees. A few moments later, Lin Jiang saw the newcomer clearly, and his pupils contracted sharply. Outside the walls stood a giant tiger with black stripes covering its body, its head raised and long fangs gleaming coldly. Just by standing there, its head and chest completely towered over the 5-meter-high bronze walls, and considering that the excellent grade black rock bear could only show a portion of its body, this creature was a full size larger. The giant tiger didn't attack immediately, instead lazily pacing along the base of the wall. Lin Jiang quickly pulled up the data panel. Name: Dark Saber-Toothed Tiger. Gender: male. Level: 35. Description: superior grade magical beast with magical attack capabilities, more than capable of crushing you in your current state. Level 35. Lin Jiang's scalp tingled. Anything above level 30 was superior grade, and this was a superior grade beast that could cast magic. His palms grew clammy, and all the contingency plans he'd prepared were forgotten in his terror, leaving only bewilderment. Suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the air. After circling the wall once, the dark saber-toothed tiger stopped directly in front and raised its head to roar at Lin Jiang atop the arrow tower. The thunderous sound snapped him out of his daze. Damn it, I'll fight. Death is the worst that can happen. Lin Jiang gritted his teeth as his fighting spirit surged. He refused to sit and wait for death. Only by giving it his all did he have any chance of survival. He drew his bowstring to its limit, and the magical arrow transformed into a blue gleam, whistling toward the giant tiger. The dark saber-toothed tiger didn't even bother to dodge, merely watching with mocking eyes. The arrow hit, and its health bar flickered. 196, 487, 044, 8900. 48,000. Lin Jiang cursed internally. The health pool was ridiculously thick, far exceeding that of the excellent grade black rock bear. A notification popped up simultaneously. Damage half, superior grade suppression over excellent grade. Though shocked, he didn't collapse. Lin Jiang continued drawing his bow while commanding all 6 arrow towers to fire at full capacity. The towers packed slightly more punch, each arrow dealing just over 200 damage to the dark saber-toothed tiger. That adds up to over 1,400 damage per second. This level of firepower was no longer insignificant, and it actually stunned the dark saber-toothed tiger outside the walls. The playful gleam in its eyes instantly vanished, replaced by bone-chilling fury. The elemental bursts from those volleys of arrows had clearly caused it pain, completely extinguishing its interest in playing. Now it wanted to tear this human apart. Without hesitation, the dark saber-toothed tiger lunged at the iron wall. 3,000. 3,000. With each swipe of its claws, the wall's durability dropped by exactly 3,000 points. Lin Jiang watched with his scalp tingling. 20,000 durability points, and the creature only needed 7 strikes to break through. With no time to think, he and the 6 arrow towers could only desperately maintain their frantic output. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Magic arrows and iron arrows wove together into an endless barrage. Though the dark saber-toothed tiger wasn't an aberrant creature and would still take physical damage, once it went all out, its speed seemed almost incompatible with its massive frame. The enormous body leaped and dodged outside the walls, repeatedly avoiding what should have been unavoidable arrows by mere inches. Fortunately, the elemental control effects from the magic arrow explosions still worked. Though their duration was halved, they could still frequently interrupt the tiger's claw strikes. Without this, Lin Jiang truly didn't know how he would cope. At this moment, both he and the 6 arrow towers were completely focused on tracking the dark saber-toothed tiger's movements, with no attention to spare for other monsters. Lin Jiang knew clearly. As long as he could suppress this dark saber-toothed tiger, he had a chance to survive this monster wave. The ordinary monsters couldn't break through the iron wall in a short time, but if the saber-toothed tiger had even 10 seconds of freedom, it could directly overturn the entire defensive line. Fortunately, the combined damage from the arrow towers and Lin Jiang was sufficiently painful. The elite-grade dark saber-toothed tiger wasn't stupid. While its intelligence didn't match that of a full-grown human, the gap was limited. It constantly dodged through the arrow rain, trying to minimize the damage it took, but its massive body inevitably caught several arrows. As time passed, the dark saber-toothed tiger remained pinned down outside the walls, its attack frequency significantly decreasing. The battle reached a critical juncture. Only half an hour remained. Just 30 more minutes, and the monster wave would retreat on its own. However, Lin Jiang didn't dare hope to kill this saber-toothed tiger. His damage was halved due to tear suppression. The enemy had extremely high attack power and speed, and he had only managed to whittle down about 1/3 of its health. If the dark saber-toothed tiger went berserk and abandoned handheld tactics for a direct charge, Lin Jiang would surely lose. Even combining the power of all 6 towers couldn't achieve an instant kill, while the creature's terrifying claw strikes could destroy 10 iron walls, or even the entire shelter, in a short time. Therefore, Lin Jiang always kept his output controlled within the range of painful but not lethal. Precisely because of this, the dark saber-toothed tiger hadn't been pushed to desperation and maintained its rational handheld tactics, sometimes extending its claws to tear at the walls, sometimes leaping back when arrows approached, repeating this cycle endlessly. Both sides remained locked in stalemate, neither willing to fight to the death. The dark saber-toothed tiger had its own concerns. In this territory, it certainly wasn't the only elite-grade creature. If it became too severely injured here, it would likely be devoured by creatures of the same tier, or even stronger ones when it left. Among monsters, the law of the jungle always prevailed, and conflicts between the strong were commonplace. The only reason they had recently united to attack this human settlement was due to the compulsion of that mysterious voice. That voice could control all monsters below the excellent tier, but its binding power was greatly diminished against beings of excellent tier and above. The dark saber-toothed tiger, seeing that this human had an endless array of tricks, quickly weighed its options. If they fought to the death, victory would only mean injury, while defeat would cost its life. Hardly a worthwhile gamble. But simply turning tail and fleeing would appear too cowardly, so it decided to put on an act. This human clearly doesn't want to fight to the death either. How sensible. The dark saber-toothed tiger mused to itself, then raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves rolled forth with impressive momentum, yet no actual attack followed. Initially, Lin Jiang was startled by the roar, his bow-drawing motion freezing mid-action. But when he caught a glimpse of cunning intelligence flickering in those beast eyes, he immediately understood. His opponent was playing games. So he continued drawing his bow and releasing arrows, but deliberately stopped channeling magic power into them. Without magical enhancement, the arrow's power was drastically reduced, producing only light scratching sounds upon impact, like giving the dark saber-toothed tiger a gentle massage. The giant beast was indeed relieved. This human is quite clever, knowing how to cooperate with this great lord. It leaped left and bounded right, its massive tail swishing through the air with dramatic flair. Its movements appeared labored, but were actually quite leisurely. From a distance, it looked as though Lin Jiang was actually suppressing an excellent tier monster in combat. Quite impressive indeed. Time passed gradually. Seeing that the dark saber-toothed tiger had no intention of resuming battle, Lin Jiang simply redirected his 6 arrow towers to target the other low-tier monsters swarming toward him. Killing them would at least allow him to collect materials in these final moments, whereas attacking this excellent tier dark saber-toothed tiger would yield no spoils whatsoever. 6 hours quickly passed, and the dense monster tide came to an abrupt halt. The remaining creatures shook their heads drowsily as they retreated toward the small river, the eerie red glow in their eyes noticeably dimmed. The dark saber-toothed tiger glanced back at Lin Jiang, as if memorizing this human's appearance, then crouched low and disappeared into the night mist with a few graceful leaps. Finally over. Lin Jiang's entire body relaxed completely. 3 days and nights of intense combat had pushed both his physical strength and mental state to their limits. If he weren't leaning against the arrow tower, he would have collapsed long ago. The overwhelming exhaustion of surviving the ordeal hit him instantly, making his vision blur. He tried to force himself to climb down to the first floor, but his legs gave out after just one step, and he collapsed with a thud, falling unconscious on the spot. The commotion alerted Big Wolf and Second Wolf. The two giant wolves looked up to investigate, and seeing their master collapsed, they quickly got up and circled around Lin Jiang anxiously. Fortunately, they possessed some intelligence. Big Wolf carefully gripped Lin Jiang's collar in its teeth and gently placed him on Second Wolf's broad back. The two wolves crept downstairs to the bedroom and settled Lin Jiang on the soft king-size mattress. After exchanging glances, unsure what else they could do, they could only lie beside the bed and keep quiet vigil. Time passed silently. After a full day and night, Lin Jiang finally awakened. Where am I? He rubbed his throbbing forehead, struggling to recall the scenes before he lost consciousness. I remember collapsing right there. How did I end up in bed? With these puzzling thoughts, he propped himself up and muttered. Just then, Da Lang and Air Lang, the two massive wolves lying by the bedside, noticed Lin Jiang had awakened. Like switches being flipped, both giant wolves perked up their ears with a flutter, their thick tails wagging so vigorously they made the bed frame bang with loud thuds. They kept howling a woo, non-stop, their excitement evident in the hot breath steaming between their fangs. Lin Jiang looked around and quickly grasped the situation after losing consciousness. This pair of brothers must have dragged him onto this wooden bed with its built-in sleep enhancement effect. Otherwise, he would probably still be lying unconscious for much longer. He rubbed his still throbbing temples, trying to estimate how long he had been asleep. Never mind, let's fill our stomachs first. His belly was growling loudly, and he could guess these two big fellows were equally famished. Sitting up from the bedside, he first went to the bathroom to take care of his physiological needs, then hastily munched on some dry rations to tide himself over. Next, he pulled out two excellent grade bones and tossed them to Da Lang and Air Lang. Wolf fangs crunched against bone with crisp crackling sounds, and the air immediately filled with the scent of bone dust and grease. After finishing these tasks, he returned to the bathroom and sank into the bathtub amid the rising steam of hot water, his body and mind gradually relaxing. While enjoying the comfortable water temperature, he opened his interface to check the notification that had just popped up. Notification: congratulations, you have successfully survived 3 waves of monster attacks. You have qualified to unlock a new chapter. The Eternal Night Grey Tower has been unlocked. Please proceed to the designated area to activate it. Once activated, you can perform equipment enhancement, level advancement, skill upgrades, and various other interactions within the Eternal Night Grey Tower. Following that, world notifications appeared. 1. The trading mall will close in 3 days, and all transactions will be moved to the Eternal Night Grey Tower. 2. A new currency system will simultaneously open Eternal Night coins. 3. Equipment enhancement, level advancement, skill upgrades, and other interactions within the Eternal Night Grey Tower will all require Eternal Night coins. There were more scattered notifications below, but they weren't crucial. Lin Jiang glanced through them and closed the interface, tapping his chin with his finger as he pondered. Could this finally mean leaving the newbie village for real? He clicked on the newly appeared Eternal Night Grey Tower icon, the silhouette of a tall tower shrouded in gray mist. Notification: you have not activated the Eternal Night Grey Tower and cannot teleport. The location of the Eternal Night Grey Tower has been marked for you. Please proceed there to activate it yourself. Once activated, I can teleport directly there. This seems to be the main hub going forward. With this thought, he opened another new feature: the map. Aside from previously explored areas, everything else was pitch black, with only a white tower marker blinking, just a few kilometers from his last scouted region. Lin Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to travel to the ends of the earth. Incidentally, he also noticed that his shelter was located at the very edge of the entire map, which explained why there were so few monsters and scarce resources to the left, right, and rear. This was actually the map boundary. He closed the map with a plan already forming in his mind. Clean up the perimeter, then go activate the Grey Tower. More work ahead. He chuckled self-mockingly, rising from the bathtub and stepping onto the floor mat. He dried his body, put on his combat gear, and pushed open the door to step outside his shelter. First task: repair the wooden perimeter wall that had been torn apart by the assault. Second task: recover intact arrows scattered in the grass and ditches, casually tossing the broken ones into the fire where flames crackled as they consumed the damaged arrows. Finally, he inspected his bowstring, blades, and supplies in his backpack, adjusting all equipment to optimal condition. After confirming everything was perfect, he looked up at the gray, overcast sky, took a deep breath of the white mist, and set off toward the coordinates of the Eternal Night Grey Tower. Racing along the previously explored path, Lin Jiang moved with agility while remaining constantly vigilant, never daring to relax as he watched for monsters that might suddenly emerge from the surroundings. During brief moments in his high-speed advance, he would pull out mist torches and plant them along the roadside. The previous batch he had placed had long since burned out, and the new torches were immediately swallowed by the thick fog once lit, leaving only dim yellow outlines to remind him that the safe passage was still extending. After an hour or two, he reached the farthest point of his previous exploration. Opening the map again, the marker representing the Eternal Night Gray Tower showed only 3 to 5 kilometers remaining. However, the upcoming area was completely uncharted territory, requiring extreme caution with every step. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without incident, though it consumed some time before he finally reached the coordinates. Lin Jiang activated his fog-dispersing lamp, sweeping the light around him, but apart from the gray-white mist, there was no sign of any tower. Frowning, he looked down to confirm the map. This is definitely the right place. But why is there nothing here? His mutterings sounded muffled in the fog, yet he refused to give up, circling the coordinates and searching meticulously. After one complete circuit, he only discovered a massive dark object ahead that resembled a mountain, its full form obscured by dust and mist. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Jiang pressed his palm against the mountain surface. As soon as the cold, rough sensation reached him, a system notification appeared. Congratulations on finding the Eternal Night Gray Tower. Would you like to activate it? Activate. He didn't hesitate for a second. This was precisely why he had come. The Eternal Night Gray Tower is activating. Estimated time, 30 seconds. Please wait. Eternal Night Gray Tower activation countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. When the numbers reached 0, another notification appeared. Congratulations. You have successfully activated the Eternal Night Gray Tower. From now on, you can directly click the function icon to teleport inside the Eternal Night Gray Tower. The Eternal Night Gray Tower coordinates have been located. Map function has been withdrawn. What the hell? The map function was one-time use only. Lin Jiang was stunned for a moment, then felt grateful that he had left sufficient markers along the way. Shaking his head, he was about to continue observing when he was shocked to discover that the mountain before him, the Eternal Night Gray Tower, had completely vanished, leaving empty space ahead. Could this just be an activation coordinate? And entering requires teleportation? He muttered to himself, then decided to retreat to his shelter first, since the wilderness was never truly safe. On the return journey, he casually surveyed the surrounding resources, still just trees, stones, and weeds, with the occasional excellent grade tree scattered about. Though disappointed, he efficiently chopped down and collected those few excellent trees. When the trees fell, the ground revealed 4 pale purple mist flowers, 3 excellent grade, and 1 superior gradient unexpected bonus that slightly lifted his spirits. No rare materials appeared after that. In less than an hour, he had returned to his shelter, quickly organized his backpack, then eagerly clicked on the Eternal Night Gray Tower icon. A sensation of weightlessness instantly struck him, the world spinning wildly as his consciousness was violently extracted. When he regained awareness, he found himself in a completely new place. Towering around him were cyberpunk buildings with retro-industrial textures, neon tubes winding along metal facades, and casting a soft glow he hadn't seen in ages. The modern lights reflected in Lin Jiang's eyes, making his heart race involuntarily. Was this the Eternal Night Gray Tower? He had expected it to be pitch black as its name suggested, but instead it was so dazzling that he felt like he hadn't seen modern architecture in years. Whispered conversations and exclamations filled his ears. Looking around, Lin Jiang realized he was standing in the center of a grand teleportation plaza. Every second, brilliant white beams descended from the dome above, flashing and converging before dispersing to reveal another stranger. Are these all survivors? Lin Jiang muttered under his breath. It was indeed strange how the Eternal Night Gray Tower gathered people in such a manner. Being his first time here, curiosity quickly took over. He strolled along the plaza's edge and eventually reached a market street. Both sides were lined with empty stalls, with only a handful of actual vendors. It seemed most people hadn't figured out what they could do yet. He bent down to examine the nearest stall, and a translucent prompt appeared. You can sell items at this stall, but fees apply. The cost is 10 Eternal Night Coins per hour. You can enable automatic selling function for an additional 10 Eternal Night Coins per hour. So after the shop closed, they switched to this offline trading system. Lin Jiang thought to himself, then patted his empty pockets. Not a single Eternal Night coin, not even enough to qualify for renting a stall. He shook his head with self-mockery. Money makes the man, but without money, even a man struggles. How do I get my hands on Eternal Night coins? With this question in mind, he continued wandering through the market street. The crowd was growing, and quite a few survivors had already started hawking various items. Lin Jiang observed them one by one, seeing mostly common materials with the occasional excellent grade rare item mixed in. Strange, where did they get their starting currency? Is there some functional building I missed? From the plaza all the way here, he had scanned almost every visible corner, unless that building wasn't on this street at all. With this thought, he nodded slightly and quickened his pace through the market street. The street was surprisingly long. Exploring it thoroughly would probably take an entire day. At the end was a white light gate, and passing through it, he found himself back at the edge of the teleportation plaza. But directly opposite the market street, a golden light gate stood out prominently. Equipment enhancement, level advancement, skill upgrades, and similar facilities were nowhere to be seen so far, so they were most likely behind that gate. Lin Jiang hesitated no longer and stepped through the golden light gate. The view opened up before him, revealing a spacious hall. A familiar interface panel appeared, accompanied by a mechanical female voice. Welcome, survivor, to the Eternal Night Grey Tower. Here you can enhance equipment, advance levels, upgrade skills, and more. Of course, all these improvements require spending Eternal Night coins. On your right is a vending machine that periodically stocks items, materials, and such. You can also sell your own items to the vending machine for Eternal Night coins at 50 of market price. On your left is an enhancement machine that can strengthen your equipment, advance your level, upgrade your skills, all requiring Eternal Night coins for improvement. After a series of explanations, Lin Jiang finally understood what these things were for. In short, no money, get lost, have money, spend like crazy, he silently complained to himself. Good grief, this scheme is exactly like those 10-cent games. After muttering this, he turned and walked to the vending machine on his right. The machine still had that retro cyberpunk aesthetic, with neon strips flickering on its metal casing, though it didn't look particularly high-end. Lin Jiang raised his hand and tapped the outer shell, then focused his attention on the transparent display window. Inside were neatly arranged various goods, compressed crackers, bottled water, toothbrushes, and even disposable underwear. He couldn't be sure if everyone saw the same items. The prices were prominently marked 1 to 3 Eternal Night coins. For him, these supplies were dispensable. The shelter had no shortage of food and drink. Although some snacks had that long-missed modern taste, he had never been picky as long as there was something to fill his stomach. He didn't need to spend extra coins. His gaze moved downward, and he saw the large text in the center of the control panel sell items. Lin Jiang raised his hand and pressed it. A semi-transparent list immediately popped up beside it, showing exactly what was in his warehouse inventory. He could remotely retrieve and sell items quite convenient indeed. What should I sell? He pondered, stroking his chin. Equipment? Weapons? The system only bought them back at half market price, a huge loss. He needed to find some material he couldn't use but could stockpile in large quantities. As the thought struck him, his eyes lit up. Wood. With that overpowered axe plus his profession bonuses, logging was easier for him than breathing. With a thought, he dragged a huge pile of wood into the selling slot. Wood common. Price, 2 pieces for 1 Eternal Night coin. Sell material, wood common, 2 for 1 coin. Outside it's 1 tin. Wood is this valuable? Lin Jiang was surprised but delighted. With an endless supply of wood at his disposal, wasn't this essentially free Eternal Night coins, allowing him to level up effortlessly? The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. To test the pricing, he also threw a few pieces of wood excellent into the slots. Wood excellent. Price, 1 piece for 5 Eternal Night coins. Sell material, wood excellent. Excellent grade wood could be exchanged for 5 coins here, while outside it could sell for 10 coins, exactly 10 times that of common wood. Quite attractive indeed. But this material was relatively scarce, and he still felt reluctant to part with it. So he simply took the excellent wood back and decided to sell only the common grade. He had countless pieces of common wood, and even after using them up, more would continue to be produced. Having made his decision, he moved his fingers rapidly, throwing a full 10,000 pieces of common wood into the vending machine and decisively clicked confirm. Notification: you have sold wood 10,000 and received 5,000 Eternal Night coins. The monthly limit for selling items to earn Eternal Night coins is 10,000 coins. Seeing these 2 notifications, Lin Jiang's heart sank. He had originally planned to coast along by selling an endless supply of lumber, but the word limit ruthlessly crushed his dreams. Sure enough, the system wouldn't allow any loopholes to be exploited. He let out a long sigh and decided to list 10,000 pieces of ordinary wood all at once, hitting the monthly cap directly. In the next second, 10,000 Eternal Night coins transformed into a cluster of glowing particles and settled steadily into his inventory. To his right, the multifunctional enhancement machine with its black alloy casing stood quietly, blue energy bars flowing along the edges of its screen. Lin Jiang walked over quickly and lightly tapped the metal buttons with his finger. The interface instantly opened, displaying equipment enhancement, level advancement, skill improvement. 3 options floated in the pale blue light screen. He stared for a few seconds, quickly weighing his choices. 1. Equipment enhancement? Pass. Except for 1 magic talisman necklace. Everything else was basic gear, a waste of money with little benefit. If the system worked like those notorious online games where items could shatter in 1 attempt, that would be no joke. 2. Skill improvement? He'd hold off on that for now. 3. Level advancement? This was where real power lay. Without hesitation, he selected level advancement. His mind flashed back to the final wave of monsters from that day. An excellent grade dark saber-toothed tiger roaring toward him with dual debuffs of damage reduction and attack suppression, making even his arrow towers groan under the assault. If he had been at the excellent tier then, Combined with his defensive towers, he would have had at least a 60% chance of victory. A power gap was obvious. The further one progressed, the greater the tier differences became. No amount of fancy maneuvering could match the satisfaction of overwhelming opponents with superior rank. After confirming his choice, a screen about the size of a computer monitor materialized before his eyes. Notification: Survivor level has reached the limit of fine grade. Would you like to spend Eternal Night coins to advance to excellent grade? Low-tier profession detected. Advancing from fine to excellent requires 3,000 Eternal Night coins. Confirm? Low-tier profession? Lin Jiang's eyebrow twitched. He was a lumberjack, yet the system classified him in the lowest category? A wave of disappointment washed over him, but curiosity got the better of him. How exactly are professions classified? The screen responded immediately. Professions are divided into low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier. Grades are classified as common, good, fine, excellent, rare, epic, and perfect. Higher tiers in profession systems cannot be accessed due to insufficient permissions. The answer was straightforward, but Lin Jiang felt no joy. Being in the lowest profession tier meant minimal potential and the poorest attribute gains per level. Thinking about future high-tier professions at rare or epic levels, he felt unwilling to accept this fate and pressed further. Are the differences between professions significant? Can I change professions? The system continued its cold response. Low-tier professions have minimal potential, while high-tier professions have maximum potential. Attribute improvements per level increase accordingly. Your profession is soul-bound and cannot be changed. However, some professions may have hidden advancement paths. After delivering this information, the screen waited quietly. Lin Jiang sighed silently, his stubborn hopes finally worn down by reality. Since this was his situation, he might as well build a solid foundation. Confirm advancement to excellent grade, he commanded decisively. Survivor confirmed. Initiating level advancement. The screen blazed with light as blue radiance poured down from above, flowing like ice water down his spine, while power erupted through his bones and flesh. After several breaths, the light faded, and his status panel showed a clear update. Excellent grade. Advancement complete. Congratulations, Survivor. You have reached excellent grade. 3,000 Eternal Night coins have been deducted. Notification: Congratulations, you have completed your profession advancement. Your new profession is Master Lumberjack, with a maximum level cap of 40. Notification: Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have gained one free attribute point to allocate as you wish. Your level has broken through level 30, reaching level 31. Therefore, your neural response has increased by 1 point, and your cellular vitality has increased by 1 point. A series of golden notification screens flashed across his retina, but Lin Jiang wasn't surprised. The experience required for leveling up had long been maxed out, but the profession's level cap had been locked at 30 before advancement. Now that he had completed the advancement, the level cap was unlocked to 40, and the overflow experience bar immediately pushed him straight to level 31. He raised his hand and swiped his fingertip through the air, bringing up his personal panel. Lin Jiang decisively allocated the newly gained free attribute point to intelligence. The higher the intelligence, the higher the mana cap, and both the attack power and control duration of magic would increase accordingly. Additionally, the automatic Constitution 1 and Intelligence 1 bonuses from reaching level 31 were also applied. Personal information. Name: Lin Jiang. Level: 31. Experience: 0100000. Profession: Lumberjack Master, maximum level 40. Advanced professions can unlock subsequent levels. Profession effect: when chopping trees, gain 4 additional resources. Attributes: Health: 2, 1002, 100. Mana: 2, 6102, 610. Sanity: 2, 1002, 200. Constitution: 95. Intelligence: 125. Neural response: 4. Cellular vitality: 4. Charisma: 1. Luck: 1. Skills: Magic Arrow excellent. Eagle Eye fine. Wind Step basic. Marksmanship basic. Archery fine. Throwing basic. The panel data expanded dramatically. Both health and mana broke through 2,000. Intelligence soared to 125 points, leaving Constitution far behind. Lin Jiang, who preferred a balanced approach, felt somewhat helpless about this specialization, but it was an unavoidable trade-off. The Neural Response 1 and Cellular Vitality 1 were particularly welcome news. These two attributes only increased when advancing major tiers, making their rarity self-evident. The qualitative bonuses from each major tier advancement often equaled the sum of 10 minor level increases. While the numerical changes seemed modest, the combat difference multiplied exponentially. Enemies one major tier below you would have their damage cut in half, another tier lower, and their damage would be halved again. This rule explained everything. He shifted his attention to the skill section. Eagle Eye and Archery had both advanced from good to fine grade. These improvements had occurred during the final stages of the last monster wave, but the combat intensity had been too high for him to check at the time. Only now, opening the panel, did he discover this pleasant surprise before his eyes. The new level cap brought with it an astronomical experience requirement, 100,000 points. This number made even Lin Jiang, who gained experience daily by chopping trees, feel overwhelmed. Other survivors would find leveling up even more difficult. Thinking about this, he shook his head gently. There were always trade-offs. While the lumberjack profession was easy to level up, it had low potential and limited improvements per level. Finally, his gaze settled on the profession effect. Chopping trees grants 4 additional resource drops. Lin Jiang felt somewhat satisfied. The lumberjack profession wasn't entirely without merit after all. With his incredible axe in hand, gathering wood resources would be a piece of cake. The more Lin Jiang thought about it, the more confident he felt. So he pushed aside any lingering awkwardness about his low-tier profession and started planning how to spend his remaining 7,000 Eternal Night coins. I'll definitely need money to rent a stall, so I'll keep 1,000 to be safe. He mentally crossed off that amount. I'll use the remaining 6,000 to look into skill upgrades first, and maybe check out equipment enhancement while I'm at it. Opening his personal panel, his eyes immediately locked onto 4 passive skills: Eagle Eye, Archery, Marksmanship, and Throwing. Passive skills not only provided special bonuses, but also directly boosted attributes, which was what he cared about most. When he had previously upgraded Eagle Eye and Archery to fine quality, his intelligence and constitution had each increased by 3 points. Eagle Eye boosted intelligence, while Archery boosted constitution. Eagle Eye, passive fine excellent, requires 3,000 Eternal Night coins. Archery, passive fine excellent, requires 1,000 Eternal Night coins. They're both fine quality, so why is there such a huge price difference? Lin Jiang frowned, but quickly figured it out. Eagle Eye could be used almost any time, while Archery was useless without a bow and arrows. Understanding this, he set these 2 aside for now. Not that he didn't want to upgrade them, they were just too expensive. Weighing his remaining funds, he opened the other 2 options. Marksmanship, passive basic good, requires 10 Eternal Night coins. Throwing, passive basic good, requires 10 Eternal Night coins. Now that's more affordable. Lin Jiang clicked without hesitation. A notification sound chimed. Upgrading survivor skills, please wait. Upgrade complete. Your skills Marksmanship and Throwing have been upgraded from basic to good level. Total cost, 20 Eternal Night coins. A gentle warmth flowed through his body, and he noticed a subtle fluctuation in his mental state after his intelligence broke 100. These changes became increasingly clear. Looking at his attribute panel again, good level Marksmanship and Throwing each granted 2 constitution points, totaling 4, quite cost-effective. The upgrade list appeared before him again. Marksmanship, passive good fine, requires 100 Eternal Night coins. Throwing, passive good fine, requires 100 Eternal Night coins. The price increased tenfold. Upgrading from fine to excellent will probably cost 1,000. Lin Jiang understood the pattern, but didn't hesitate. Passive skills didn't require specific equipment, and boosted attributes. The sooner he maxed them out, the better the return. He decisively confirmed the upgrade. Upgrading survivor skills, please wait. Upgrade complete. Your skills Marksmanship and Throwing have been upgraded from good to fine level. His Marksmanship and Throwing skills had both advanced to the excellent level, each adding 3 points to his constitution for a total of 6 points on top of his existing stats. Honestly, the boost was quite substantial. Lin Jiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Upgrading to master level was far too expensive. 1,000 Eternal Night coins per book. He calculated silently, thinking that the marketplace stalls might have passive skill books available. If he could acquire several more and upgrade them all to excellent level, the returns would far exceed forcing a single upgrade to master level. With his mind made up, he shelved the upgrade idea for now and decided to browse the marketplace to gauge prices. If he truly couldn't find any passive skill books, he could always return to spend on enhancements later. Decision made. Lin Jiang nodded and closed the enhancement machine before him. The pale blue chamber door slid open, and he stepped out. The hall had filled with quite a few survivors, men and women, all staring blankly into space, clearly accessing their individual enhancement stations or vendor interfaces. Lin Jiang surveyed the scene and understood the system had assigned independent equipment to each person. Otherwise, with so many operating simultaneously, it would have been complete chaos. He shook his head slightly, dismissing further thoughts, and strode quickly across the hall. Outside was a shimmering light portal. Lin Jiang took a deep breath and stepped through. A flash of white light later, he found himself back at the edge of the teleportation plaza. Immediately, he turned and entered another portal marked Marketplace. His vision suddenly expanded. The marketplace stretched endlessly before him. Overhead were pale gray alloy panels. Dim yellow light strips hung along the street, and the stalls were packed with survivors of every description. Hawking calls, voices, and system notifications blended together in a cacophony. Considering this scale and the prospect of searching stall by stall for books, Lin Jiang pressed his cap brim and couldn't help scratching his head. Sigh? I'll just have to browse slowly and hope to stumble across a few passive skill books, he muttered to himself, approaching the first stall. The first stall's owner was a burly middle-aged man with a buzz cut, his arms covered in pale scars. His eyes occasionally flashed with sharp intensity, clearly not someone to underestimate. Anyone who had survived this long in the eternal night was no fool. "Hello there, what can I do for you?" The middle-aged man flashed a hearty smile, his voice booming. Lin Jiang scanned the display. Weapons, potions, and materials filled the space, but not a single skill book in sight. He didn't beat around the bush. "Hello, do you have any skill books for sale?" The man's pupils contracted slightly, his smile faltering for half a second before immediately returning to normal. "Sorry, I don't have any skill books for sale." "All right, no problem." Lin Jiang caught the subtle expression but didn't press further, nodding as he left. The second stall, nothing. The third, nothing. The fourth, still empty-handed. The fifth, sixth, seventh, all the same answer. He'd been mentally prepared for this and patiently questioned stall after stall. It wasn't until he reached the 99th stall that Lin Jiang's steps suddenly halted. There in the glass display case sat a blue and white book, its cover clearly labeled, Passive Skill Book. His heart quickened slightly, but he quickly suppressed the emotion, feigning calm as he looked up at the young vendor behind the counter. The vendor appeared to be in his 20s with tousled hair and unhurried eyes. "How much for this skill book?" Lin Jiang asked. The young man sized him up and smiled with measured warmth. "Brother, we both know the value of passive skills. If I hadn't already learned this one, why would I bear to sell it?" Indeed, anyone who'd survived this long in the eternal night was no fool. Lin Jiang abandoned his last hope for a bargain, keeping his tone steady. "Name your price. If it's too high, I simply can't afford it. Eternal night coins are hard to come by in the early stages." 800 eternal night coins. The young man stated the figure calmly, as if discussing the price of water. "Too expensive." Lin Jiang shook his head slightly and turned to leave. 800 eternal night coin. She might as well add another 200 and upgrade directly to excellent quality. Seeing Lin Jiang turn to leave, the vendor, a young man lounging lazily against his chair, showed no urgency, merely drawling out his bottom line. 500 eternal night coins. If you're paying with other items, that's a different story. Lin Jiang paused mid-step and turned back. "I can trade other things?" "Of course, as long as your items can pique my interest." The young man's lips curved slightly as he reached over to change the skill book's price tag to barter only. Lin Jiang pulled out a pile of dried lumber, several beast-hide equipment pieces, and a bronze spear from his backpack. After brief negotiations, both parties sealed the deal. They nodded at each other in acknowledgement before returning to their respective business. Lin Jiang continued down the vendor street, his goal still clear: hunting for passive skill books. After more than an hour of back-and-forth searching, his persistence paid off. At stall number 455, he spotted another passive skill book. Without beating around the bush, he asked directly, "How much for the skill book?" 600 eternal night coins. The vendor removed his headphones and looked up, then added, "Do you accept bartering?" "Yes, what do you want?" Both parties laid out their backpack materials item by item, haggling for several minutes. Eventually, Lin Jiang traded resources equivalent to the first skill book's value and secured the second one. Both passive skills were acquired through resource exchange, which technically wasn't a loss. The benefits of passive skills were undeniable: the more, the better. However, human greed knows no bounds, and Lin Jiang was no exception. He fantasized about acquiring several more passive skill books, then upgrading them at the enhancement machine. The thought of stacked improvements made his blood race with excitement. Fueled by this enthusiasm, he continued his street search. Hours later, he had combed through thousands of stalls. The latter sections were practically deserted and indeed offered nothing worthwhile, so he gave them only cursory glances before hurrying back. 10 minutes later, he passed through the vendor street without stopping and stepped directly into the brilliant light gate at the hall center. Entering the hall, Lin Jiang went straight to the enhancement machine. First, he learned all the newly acquired passive skill books in one go. From thousands of stalls, he had only managed to gather these few, less than 10 in total. Life Enhancement Passive, Common Quality. Constitution 1. Additionally increases maximum health by 10. Mana Enhancement Passive, Common Quality. Intelligence 1. Additionally increases maximum mana by 10. Speed Enhancement Passive, Common Quality. Constitution 1. Additionally increases maximum speed by 10. Combat Arts Passive, Common Quality. Constitution 1. Allows you to defeat enemies with bare hands. Mental Perception Passive, Common Quality. Intelligence 1. Sharpens perception after learning. Defense Enhancement Passive, Common Quality. Constitution 1. Additionally increases maximum defense by 10. Strength Enhancement Passive, Common Quality. Constitution 1. Additionally increases maximum strength by 10. Soul Enhancement Passive, Common Quality. Soul Strength 1. Additionally increases magic, mental, and soul resistance by 10 each. Soul Strength. As the last skill book dissolved into pale light and merged with his body, Lin Jiang froze. His personal panel had never displayed a soul strength attribute before. This sudden new attribute made him wonder if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. After all, Those 310 maximum resistance bonuses were quite remarkable indeed. What exactly is soul strength as an attribute? Lin Jiang scratched his scalp, feeling a dull ache in his forehead. Rather than dwelling on it further, he decided to pull up the skill panel to upgrade. Just as his finger was about to tap the screen, a translucent light panel suddenly appeared. Congratulations, survivor. You have unlocked the hidden special attribute, Soul Strength. Text scrolled rapidly across the panel. 1. Soul Strength simultaneously enhances magic, perception, spirit, and soul level. 2. Once Soul Strength is upgraded, the quality of mana and spiritual power will undergo a qualitative transformation. 3. Example. Previously, the same amount of mana could only cast 10 spells with 1 attack power each. Now with Soul Strength at level 1, you can cast 20 spells using the same mana, with each spell having 2 attack power. 4. Effects are additive enhancements, not multiplicative. After reading this, Lin Jiang gasped sharply, his pupils contracting. This bonus is ridiculously overpowered. This passive skill is an absolute steal. Then another line of pale golden text appeared on the panel. Learning requirement. Intelligence 100. If his intelligence hadn't already exceeded 100, he would have missed this passive skill entirely. Feeling grateful, Lin Jiang opened the enhancement chamber door, settled into the metal seat, and pulled up the upgrade skills list. Rows upon rows of skills lit up densely. He scanned through them quickly and soon noticed 2 passives with unusually high costs. Mental Perception. Quality, Common. Upgrade to Excellent. 30 Eternal Night Coins. Soul Enhancement. Quality, Common. Upgrade to Excellent. 90,000 Eternal Night Coins. Prerequisite. Intelligence 200 not met. Seeing that string of zeros in 90,000, Lin Jiang nearly shattered the screen. 90,000? You might as well just rob me. Then spotting the words, Intelligence 200, he was completely speechless. He could only take a deep breath and decisively close the Soul Enhancement Upgrade tab. The other passives had normal costs. Common Excellent, 10 Eternal Night Coins. Excellent Fine, 100 Eternal Night Coins. Fine Superior, 1,000 Eternal Night Coins. Lin Jiang decided to quit while he was ahead upgrade all newly learned passives to Fine Quality only, leaving Superior for later. The tally came to 11 new passives excluding Soul Enhancement and Mental Perception upgraded to Fine, 1,100 Eternal Night Coins. Mental Perception Common Excellent Fine, 330 Eternal Night Coins. Previous Marksmanship and Throwing upgrade costs, approximately. Eternal Night Coins total final amount unchanged after combined calculation. In the end, the enhancement machine's billing display showed 1,430 Eternal Night Coins. The mechanical arm retracted, and energy beams passed through his body. Lin Jiang clearly felt every inch of his flesh trembling slightly, while his mental sea felt as clear as if washed by pure water. 13 passives lit up with fine quality markers in his status bar, with only Soul Enhancement remaining at the bottom like an expensive collectible temporarily gathering dust. Lin Jiang felt tremendous changes occurring within his body. This left him somewhat incredulous. Honestly, upgrading passive skills was incredibly cost-effective. Not only did they provide basic attribute bonuses, but the special bonuses were frighteningly substantial. Of the original 7,000 Eternal Night Coins he'd acquired, 5,570 remained. According to his original plan, he'd wanted to reserve 1,000 coins for setting up a stall, but plans never keep up with changes. He decided to keep only a small remainder and upgrade all 5 excellent grade passive skills to superior grade. Lin Jiang didn't rush into action but instead stroked his chin, contemplating how to maximize his returns. 1. First, invest 10 Eternal Night Coins to upgrade the active skill Swift Step. Upgraded to good. No additional attributes. Only 20 speed, 10 seconds duration, 10 seconds cooldown. 2. Then spend another 100 Eternal Night Coins to push Swift Step to Excellent. Excellent effect. 30 speed, another 10 seconds duration extension, another 10 seconds cooldown reduction. A total of 110 Eternal Night Coins spent, leaving only 460 coins for his stall budget. Next, he looked at the upgrade panel for Magic Arrow. Current. Active skill, superior quality. Upgrading to rare quality requires 60,000 Eternal Night Coins. Skill tier cannot exceed the Survivor's own tier. Clearly, this skill was out of reach for now, so Lin Jiang could only shake his head and give up. With 5,460 Eternal Night Coins remaining in his account, he decided to keep 460 for stall fees and dump the remaining 5,000 into 5 passive skills: Life Enhancement, Mana Enhancement, Speed Enhancement, Strength Enhancement, and Defense Enhancement. Life, Speed, Strength, and Defense all belong to Constitution-type bonuses. After reaching superior grade, each would grant another 4 Constitution points, with maximum health respective attribute improvement jumping from 10 to 40. Mana Enhancement focused on intelligence. After reaching superior grade, it granted 4 intelligence points, with maximum mana also increasing by 40. These upgrades were the result of careful consideration. Other passives were either too expensive to upgrade, had harsh conditions, or offered less benefit than these 5. After completing the upgrades, Lin Jiang could clearly feel his strength had surged dramatically once again. With only 460 Eternal Night coins left in his pocket, he resolved not to touch the enhancement machine again and reluctantly turned to leave. Returning to the stall street, he immediately noticed that stall number 10 was vacant. Presumably, the original owner couldn't afford the rent and had fled. He walked straight to the stall, and a prompt appeared. Survivor, would you like to use stall number 10? Stall fee is 10 Eternal Night coins per hour. Yes, use it. As his words fell, the invisible barrier in front of the stall dissipated. Lin Jiang stepped into the stall and immediately began arranging his items, retrieving all his inventory from the trading mall. After all, the mall function would soon be shut down, and it was safer to keep everything in his own hands. After finishing his preparations, he rarely opened the public chat channel, only to be greeted by red text. Notice, the public chat channel will disappear along with the trading mall. This sudden announcement startled him, and he quickly checked the friend chat function. Fortunately, it remained intact, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. But a few minutes later, he discovered that the private trading function had quietly vanished, meaning future trades could only be conducted within the Eternal Night Grey Tower. Lin Jiang shook his head without comment and set his stall to system auto sell. This function cost an additional 10 Eternal Night coins per hour, meaning running a stall would cost 20 coins per hour. A rough calculation showed that his remaining money wouldn't last even a day. What was the point of running a stall then? He'd lose everything down to his underwear. It seemed this stall wasn't selling ordinary items after all. Lin Jiang shook his head slightly and began reorganizing the cluttered goods on the stall. He neatly arranged the common and excellent grade beast hide equipment, placed the fine-grade bronze spear horizontally in the most prominent position, sorted the iron arrows by type into bamboo baskets, and set up a separate wooden rack on the side specifically for displaying the batch of enchanted magic arrows that glowed with an eerie light. The system's pale blue notification appeared before his eyes. Magic arrows, 5 Eternal Night coins each. Iron arrows, 1 Eternal Night coin each. Common beast hide armor, 10 Eternal Night coins each. Excellent beast hide armor, 50 Eternal Night coins each. 100 for those with special bonuses. Fine-grade bronze spear, 300 Eternal Night coins each. All prices were official system assessments. Lin Jiang thought for a moment and decided not to mark them up, simply accepting the standard rates. After casually adding a batch of common and excellent wood to the display, he left the teleportation plaza. The teleportation rune flashed with light, transporting him out of the Eternal Night Grey Tower. When his vision cleared again, the familiar shelter ceiling came into view, with the teleportation landing point exactly as he had left it. Before the dust on the ground had even settled, 2 large wolves seemed to catch his scent and burst out from the corner almost simultaneously. They first circled around Lin Jiang's feet, then looked up and howled, their tails wagging like windmills, clearly having been anxious for quite some time before finally seeing their master return. All right, I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? Lin Jiang patted their broad backs, and only then did Big Wolf and Second Wolf calm down, settling beside him with wagging tails. After this brief reunion, his thoughts returned to business matters. The new chapter's reforms were quite extensive, with the Eternal Night Grey Tower becoming the central hub for future activities, and Eternal Night coins serving as the sole currency. Just upgrading those few skills would require far more than the monthly exchange limit of 10,000 coins, which was merely a drop in the bucket. Thinking about having to earn money everywhere, he sighed helplessly. Sigh, why does a life of leisure seem to be getting further and further away from me? With a self-deprecating chuckle, he entered the bedroom and opened the crystal smelting furnace. The core magic array inside was still operating steadily, with soul crystals dropping into the collection chamber one after another. A quick glance revealed more than a dozen already. Lin Jiang checked his storage space and confirmed he still had 1 fine-grade mist flower. Since crystals were abundant, it was time to boost his attributes. He took out a soul crystal and retrieved the gray-white mist flower from a chest, crushing both simultaneously with his hands. Instantly, the gray mist that burst from the mist flower enveloped the crystal fragments, condensing into fine white light particles that flowed like a gentle stream into his limbs and body. A refreshing coolness rushed straight to his mind, even more pleasant than the warm sensation he had felt when previously enhancing his constitution. Moments later, Lin Jiang opened his eyes, his thoughts exceptionally clear. According to the system description, 1 fine-grade soul crystal could permanently increase intelligence by 10 points and maximum mana by 1,000 points, but crystals of the same quality could only take effect a maximum of 3 times. This was only the first time, so the effect was at its peak. He opened his character panel. Name, Lin Jiang. Level, 31. Experience, 0100000. Profession, Lumberjack, Master level, maximum level 40. Advanced professions unlock subsequent levels. Professional skill effect. As a master lumberjack, you gain an additional 4 life points from tree harvesting resources. Life, 3570-3570, mana, 54465446, sanity, 27592860, constitution, 140, intelligence, 146, soul strength, 1, neural response, 4, cellular vitality, 4, charisma, 1, luck, 1, skills, soul enhancement common, magic arrow excellent, life enhancement excellent, mana enhancement excellent, strength enhancement excellent, speed enhancement excellent, defense enhancement excellent, eagle eye fine, swift step fine, marksmanship fine, archery fine, throwing fine. The changes to his personal stats panel were nothing short of dramatic. At first glance, even Lin Jiang himself was startled. His life points had jumped from over 2,000 to more than 3,000, while his mana had soared past 5,000. Combined with that single point of soul strength, his mana reserves now equaled nearly 2 people combined, and his magical attacks could deal double damage. Lin Jiang was certain that if he encountered that dark saber-toothed tiger again, he could absolutely pin it to the ground and beat it senseless. It was a shame he hadn't managed to tame it on the spot. Riding such a majestic beast would have been incredibly impressive, and its combat power wouldn't have been lacking either. He glanced sideways at the 2 big silly dogs now, big silly wolves beside him, feeling slightly disappointed. These 2 had advanced to excellent grade, and while their strength was decent, there was still a considerable gap between them and his current abilities. The good news was that they could now carry riders. He no longer had to travel on foot, which would save his stamina while allowing the 2 wolves to handle sentry and reconnaissance duties. He couldn't keep this pair of living mascots locked up in the shelter forever. With his power dramatically increased, Lin Jiang decided to explore more distant areas while gathering rare materials. He organized his backpack, tools, lumber, campfires, fog-dispelling lamps, arrows, and weapons. Everything was accounted for. After confirming everything was in order, he pushed open the shelter door and officially embarked on a new round of exploration. This time was different from before. He rode the larger wolf as a mount, his freed hands gripping a bow or spear, while the second wolf followed alongside, its nose constantly twitching to catch scents and ears swiveling to detect sounds. The journey proceeded peacefully. He saw extinguished campfires and casually placed new kindling. The fog-dispelling lamp hung at his waist, driving away the damp darkness. Every tree he encountered along the way, whether common, excellent, or fine grade, fell victim to his axe. After his profession advanced, the level cap increased to 40, and chopping trees once again provided experience. How could Lin Jiang pass up such an opportunity? Approaching an ordinary tree, he raised his axe. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The notification panel flooded like a waterfall. You obtained Wood X1. Master Lumberjack effect activated. Additionally gained Wood X4. You obtained Wood X5. Due to your professional trait, you gained 5 experience points. You obtained. You gained. The dense notifications flashed dizzily, but Lin Jiang had long grown accustomed to it. He had the 2 wolves patrol and stand guard nearby while he focused on chopping. In moments, he had cleared all the small trees in the surrounding area. What had been a lush grove was now a barren clearing. Lin Jiang scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed smile, then mounted his wolf again to continue forward. Throughout the journey, he remained cautious, placing fences and lighting campfires at suitable locations to ensure safe retreat routes, keeping the fog-dispelling lamp constantly lit to provide reliable visibility. As the darkness and mist were dispelled, Lin Jiang could clearly see his surroundings. There was only one word to describe it: barren. Beneath his feet lay scattered stones, with a few sparse trees dotting the surroundings, while waist-high weeds grew more abundantly than anything else. Lin Jiang surveyed the area and couldn't help but grimace. The resources here are pathetically poor. Am I the only one dealing with this? He pointed toward the grass, directing Big Wolf and Second Wolf to patrol separately and keep watch, then shouldered his axe and walked over to those pitiful-looking trees. Thwack, thwack, thwack. He swung repeatedly, and within minutes, all the trees had been felled with swift efficiency. His backpack glowed as the lumber count increased, and his experience bar barely budged. Lin Jiang could only sigh needed a full 100,000 experience points to level up. Currently, each swing yielded 5 units of resources, and each tree took 10 swings, meaning 50 units per tree, which translated to 50 experience points. By his calculations, he'd need to chop 100,000 units of wood just to gain 1 level. Still, compared to monster hunting, tree cutting was much simpler. Though the trees were scattered, they could be found almost everywhere, making this undoubtedly the fastest leveling method available. Sheathing his weapon, he was about to call Big Wolf and Second Wolf back when he noticed both wolves suddenly baring their teeth and growling low toward the same direction, their bodies tensed. Lin Jiang's heart tightened as he immediately stowed his axe in his backpack and drew his exquisite longbow, knocking an arrow and taking aim. Something seemed to writhe within the dark mist, cold and eerie, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. An ordinary survivor would likely see their sanity plummet at this sight. But Lin Jiang steadied his breathing, his gaze sharp and focused. The shadow twisted a few times in the mist before going still. As Big Wolf and Second Wolf growled and tried to approach, he frowned and commanded in a low voice, "Come back." The two wolves reluctantly retreated to his side, step by step. Whoosh! He released the bowstring, sending an arrow into the mist. Hiss! A strange, serpentine hiss echoed back, making Lin Jiang instinctively tense and slide his feet backward. Clearly, the arrow had enraged whatever lurked there. The next second, a blur shot out at nearly impossible speed. But Lin Jiang, enhanced by over 10 passive skills, kept his nerves steel-tight and remained calm, drawing his bowstring once more. Magic energy coated the arrow as cold light flashed. Boom! The arrow struck the shadow deadened, magical energy exploding outward as flames rolled across a 3-meter radius, baking the earth until it cracked and blackened. The power exceeded even his magical arrows from before level 30, impressive enough to make Lin Jiang himself marvel. He waved his hand, signaling, "Fall back." Big Wolf and Second Wolf immediately increased their distance. Within the mist, the creature hadn't fallen. Lin Jiang could clearly sense its life force still pulsing. Obviously, this was not a battle his two pets could participate in. The moment the wolves retreated, the thing shot out again like lightning, lunging straight for Big Wolf and Second Wolf. The mist parted, revealing a massive forma gray-black giant python, easily 20 meters long and as thick as a barrel. The initial shock made Lin Jiang's arm tremble slightly, but when he saw the giant serpent about to devour his pets, his eyes turned cold. Seeking death. It was fast, but the arrow was faster. Whoosh! The feathered arrow sliced through the forest mist, tiny electric arcs crackling around its tail as it struck precisely into the gray-striped python's vital spot. Though the creature was semi-digitized, all its weak points remained intact. Not just humans, but beasts and aberrations alike shared this trait. No creature was absolutely perfect. If one existed, it would be an entity of unimaginable power. But for this python, its vital points remained lethal, and it now lay paralyzed on the ground, scales trembling, unable to even flick its tongue properly. Its health bar plummeted by over 30%, and the status panel flashed. Health, 29, 07039, 000. Thick health pool, though still inferior to that dark saber-toothed tiger, likely an elite-grade monster. Lin Jiang nodded slightly and drew his bow again. Whoosh, 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 a rapid succession of bowstring twangs like a string of pearls. Without the major tear suppression causing damage reduction, combined with his dramatically improved attributes and even hidden stats that weren't displayed on his panel surging wildly, Lin Jiang could now easily crush this elite-grade gray-striped python. Time ticked by as he remained rooted in place, continuously drawing and releasing his bow. After roughly 3 to 5 minutes, a system notification appeared. Congratulations! You have slain a level 33 gray-striped python elite. Obtained, gray-striped python meat elite 1, gray-striped python blood elite 1, gray-striped python bone elite 1, gray-striped python hide elite 1. The sudden addition of elite-grade materials to his inventory brought a smile to his lips. This gray-striped python was significantly weaker than the dark saber-toothed tiger he'd encountered before. As for just how powerful that tiger truly was, he still couldn't judge. After all, it had never revealed its trump card of magical attacks. One thing was certain, the dark saber-toothed tiger was definitely not weaker than this python. Lin Jiang shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. He leaped onto his wolf and continued deeper into the dense forest with his second wolf. The further they traveled, the more frequent the monsters became, and he successively killed several fine-grade beasts and aberrations, collecting a batch of fine-grade materials along the way. After checking the time, he marked his location in the forest and turned back. About 2 hours later, following his markers, he returned to his shelter. Pushing through the door, he first organized his backpack, storing all materials in wooden crates, then pulled out today's greatest prizes, the elite-grade gray-striped python meat and blood. Both were excellent attribute-boosting items. Gray-striped python meat elite. Increases Constitution 4 when consumed, can be consumed 3 times. Gray-striped python blood elite. Increases maximum health 400 when consumed, can be consumed 3 times. Without hesitation, Lin Jiang headed straight to the kitchen, tossed the python meat into a pot, lit the fire, added water, and began cooking in one fluid motion. Then he uncorked the bottle and downed the gray-striped python blood in one gulp. Searing warmth immediately spread through his body, steadily increasing his maximum health by 400 points. From the corner of his eye, he noticed both wolves watching him eagerly, whimpering for food. You two gluttons, don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you. Lin Jiang chuckled, grabbing 2 superior-grade bones from the crate and tossing them over. Both wolves were delighted, clutching their bones and beginning to gnaw away. Over the next few days, Lin Jiang continued exploring deeper territories. His luck was absolutely terrible, barely finding anything worthwhile. It wasn't until today on his way back that he finally discovered a well-hidden silver treasure chest wedged deep between some rocks, which excited him so much he nearly dropped to his knees in gratitude right then and there. Those circumstances didn't allow for such theatrics. Back in the bedroom of his shelter villa, a flash of white light revealed 3 fine-grade blueprints in his backpack: beast hide shirt, beast hide pants, and beast hide boots. Silver chests had the potential to drop excellent equipment, but this one only yielded fine-grade items, leaving Lin Jiang rather speechless. Still, at least it completed a full set, which was a silver lining in his streak of bad luck. He shook his head slightly, learned all 3 blueprints, then turned to feed fine-grade beast hide into the sewing machine. For his first set, he chose black rock bear hide among creatures of the same level. Black rock bears were considerably stronger than marsh boars, and might even come with additional properties. As the sewing machine began humming to work, Lin Jiang headed to the kitchen. Today's prey was an excellent grade gray-striped python. He hadn't encountered that dark saber-toothed tiger again recently, and excellent grade monsters were rare to begin with, averaged less than 1 sighting per day. Fine-grade creatures were somewhat more common at 3 to 5 daily encounters, while lower-tier monsters appeared in droves that he couldn't be bothered counting anymore. He cut the python meat into chunks and tossed them in the pot, then grabbed the bag containing python blood and gulped it down in several swigs. The familiar warm sensation spread through his body. This second serving of gray-striped python blood increased his maximum health by another 400 points. Soon the meat chunks in the pot turned pale from cooking. He seasoned them with chili powder, black pepper, fine sea salt, and spices, then added some wild greens. As time passed, survivors' resources had grown increasingly abundant, and since they could stay alive, everyone began pursuing better quality of life. The pot of snake meat disappeared quickly. Lin Jiang wiped his mouth and sighed contentedly. Delicious. I should try deep frying it next time. Some survivors had already obtained crafting blueprints and refined animal and vegetable oils, selling them sparsely at the Eternal Night Gray Tower. Without the blueprints, the system wouldn't recognize the items, limiting them to personal use only. He couldn't spare much attention for such minor details. Lately he'd been traveling back and forth between his shelter and the misty Gray Tower, sleeping only once every 3 days for just 6 hours at a time. If not for his high intelligence attribute, he would have collapsed long ago. Gradually, though, he'd grown accustomed to eat as long as he avoided high-intensity combat. He could manage. A flash of white light appeared. Lin Jiang stepped into the Eternal Night Gray Tower. The moment he entered the hall paved with gray stone bricks, his armor crafted from black rock bear hide drew countless stares. The dark leather gleamed with a stone-like luster, and the fong patterns preserved on the shoulder guards were particularly striking. Every survivor knew that black rock bears were elite-grade beasts, immensely strong with thick hides, extremely difficult to hunt. In equal-level confrontations, humans without trump cards were often no match for beasts and aberrations. Those capable of hunting black rock bears and crafting equipment from them were either high-tier professionals or the rare few mid-tier professionals with deep foundations. The world's professional system was clearly stratified. The lowest gathering professions: lumberjacks, miners, weed clearers, scavengers, corpse collectors, and such only gained 1 point each in the 4 primary attributes of strength, agility, constitution, and spirit per level, plus 1 free attribute point, making their combat effectiveness quite limited. Mid-tier professions were where the combat ranks truly began: swordsmen, blade wielders, rangers, spearmen, diverse in variety, but all deadly traits. They gained 2 points in each of the 4 attributes per level, plus 2 free attribute points, and received additional damage bonuses with their corresponding weapons, primarily accumulating experience through monster kills. Gathering professions gained experience while collecting their respective resources and improved their output efficiency. As for high-tier professions, their names alone spoke of their extraordinary nature: paladins, sword saints, elementalists, berserkers, dark elves. Each level brought 3 points to each of the 4 attributes, plus 3 free attribute points, with unique talent bonuses so powerful they were absurd. Mid-tier professions paled in comparison like mud to clouds, while low-tier professions didn't even qualify for comparison. However, regardless of rank, survivors had nearly identical base values in neural response, cellular vitality, and several hidden attributes. Lin Jiang had learned this in the enhancement hall inside the Gray Tower. A blue-white light screen half a person's height floated in the center of the hall, available for querying world knowledge at any time. Ranks, monsters, professions, even some aberration intelligence all clearly displayed. The marketplace inside the Eternal Night Gray Tower was packed with people. Stalls lined both sides of the narrow corridor in neat rows, with hawking voices and bargaining calls rising and falling continuously. This was now the only remaining public trading venue without coming here. Selling spoils of war or purchasing supplies was impossible. Lin Jiang navigated through the crowd with practiced ease, arriving at stall number 10 near the entrance. He had rented this stall for several days now, using it to sell self-crafted or hunted equipment, weapons, magic arrows, and various types of lumber. The prime location combined with fair prices made his business booming. Equipment and weapons were often snatched up as soon as they were displayed, but the most sought-after items were still the magic arrows. Those arrowheads adorned with pale blue runes could directly harm aberrations, their explosive radiance bringing peace of mind. At this stage, survivors who mastered magical attacks were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Most people would rather fight vicious beasts to the death than face a single aberration. Therefore, many would stockpile several magic arrows for emergencies. Today, he had sold another large batch of supplies, earning over 4,000 Eternal Night coins. Looking at the flickering numbers in the embedded storage slot at the corner of his stall, Lin Jiang nodded with satisfaction, collecting all the bright orange metal coins into his backpack. He then neatly arranged a new batch of goods on the shelves, set up the automatic vending mode for each item, and after confirming there was no human interference, clapped his hands and turned toward the blue glowing teleportation gate leading to the enhancement hall. After deducting daily stall fees, he had already saved up tens of thousands of Eternal Night coins over these past days, enough for another round of skill upgrades. Before long, Lin Jiang stepped through the softly glowing portal and entered the spacious enhancement hall. First, he walked straight to the vending machine against the wall, bending down to carefully examine the day's merchandise. The usual food, water, and daily necessities still occupied most of the slots, but two new items had appeared at the bottom. 1. Unknown species fish fry, quality, common, description, can be raised in ponds or pools until fully grown, price, 1 Eternal Night coin each. 2. Premium fish feed, quality, common, description, feeds common fish fry and promotes rapid growth, price, 1 Eternal Night coin per bag. That's quite interesting, Lin Jiang thought to himself, calculating that he'd buy a few to take back after upgrading his skills, raise them in the pond, and fish in his spare time. With his mind made up, he casually set aside his shopping plans and turned to the tall, silver-gray enhancement machine on the other side. The screen lit up as he selected Upgrade Skills, and a full list of abilities appeared before him. Lin Jiang first checked his balance. He'd earned over 20,000 Eternal Night coins from tree cutting recently. The number looked impressive, but a few upgrades would drain it completely. Next, he glanced past Soul Enhancement, still unaffordable and unable to be enhanced. As for Magic Arrow, Life Enhancement, Mana Enhancement, Speed Enhancement, Strength Enhancement, and Defense Enhancement, these excellent tier skills conflicted with his current excellent tier level and couldn't be touched for now. He was only level 33, still some distance from the excellent tier limit of level 40, which would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks to reach. Lost in thought, he scrolled to the upgradable section. Passive skills, Mental Perception, Eagle Eye, Archery, Marksmanship, and Throwing all fine tier. Active skills, Wind Step also fine tier. Let's max out Perception first, Lin Jiang decided. Mental Perception passive, quality, fine. Upgrade to excellent requires 3,000 Eternal Night coins. As soon as the system prompt appeared, he decisively clicked Upgrade, and 3,000 coins were instantly deducted. A cool wave traveled up his spine to his brain, immediately sharpening Lin Jiang's senses and increasing his intelligence attribute by 4 points, reducing his chances of being ambushed even further. Next came Eagle Eye. The upgrade conditions were identical to Mental Perception, fine to excellent for 3,000 Eternal Night coins. He didn't hesitate, confirming once again. Light flickered as his balance dropped by another 3,000. After the upgrade completed, his intelligence increased by another 4 points, and he clearly felt his vision become sharper, with some indescribable change that he couldn't quite pinpoint despite careful observation. So he set it aside for now. Then he turned his attention to Archery. Fine to excellent required only 1,000 Eternal Night coins, a piece of cake. He tapped Confirm, and his balance decreased by another 1,000. The moment the update completed, his Constitution attribute increased by 4 points, and a bowstring seemed to hum in his mind. Knew he could shoot more accurately and with greater force. He continued upgrading skills. Spending 1,000 Eternal Night coins, his Archery skill reached excellent tier. This skill added another 4 points to Constitution, making his shots more accurate and powerful. Then spending another 1,000 Eternal Night coins, his Marksmanship skill reached excellent tier. This also boosted his Constitution by 4 points, making his marksmanship better, more flexible, and more powerful. Next, Lin Jiang spent another 1,000 Eternal Night coins, successfully upgrading his throwing skill to excellent level. Again, he gained 4 points in Constitution, along with longer range, better accuracy, and more devastating throwing effects. Finally, he upgraded Swift Step to excellent level as well, though as usual, active skills provided no additional attribute bonuses. As several golden lights descended in succession, he could almost hear his attribute panel climbing steadily upward. Lin Jiang straightened his chest proudly, feeling like he could sweep through enemies unmatched in the next second, though of course, that was just an illusion. If he actually encountered a rare grade monster, it would slap him back to rookie status in minutes. While mentally chanting, "Don't get cocky, don't get arrogant," the corners of his mouth curved up high. He even wanted to shout, "I don't eat beef," at the air, but swallowed the words at the last moment. Above excellent was rare, above rare was epic, and even higher was perfect. As the series of tier names rolled through his mind, Lin Jiang's arrogant enthusiasm was forcibly dampened by half. After all, overconfidence came with a price, and he wasn't ready to die, yet better to play it safe. This wave of passive skill upgrades brought massive improvements. Most of his skills now sat at excellent level, and he felt confident he could dominate within his tier. But the Eternal Night coins he'd spent also hurt. Upgrades became increasingly expensive at higher levels, and his hard-earned savings were nearly depleted. Sigh. I need to find another way to make money, he muttered while closing the enhancement machine. He casually walked to a nearby vending machine and bought some cheap fish fry and fish food, planning to raise them in his pond back home. Leaving through the light gate of the enhancement hall, Lin Jiang headed straight for the market street. A flash of white light, and he stepped into the familiar district. Stalls lined up densely on both sides, crowds flowing through the middle, with hawking and bargaining voices rising and falling. This was the acknowledged safe zone of the Eternal Night Grey Tower, where private fighting was strictly forbidden. Anyone with itchy fists could head to the arena behind the teleportation plaza. The arena offered two modes: death matches where it was kill or be killed, and sparring matches that stopped at first blood. As time passed, and survivors gradually adapted to the tower environment, more people went there to spar. There was supposedly even a dedicated ranking system, but Lin Jiang had been too busy to try it out. Besides, stays in the tower were limited, 1 day maximum each visit, after which you had to return to the real world and stay out for at least a day before re-entering. Otherwise, people would just camp in this safe, well-lit place forever. Strolling through the market street, he looked around hoping to find some bargains. After half an hour, his haul was meager: just a fishing rod with a nice feel that he'd use once his fish fry grew up. He suddenly stopped at a stall, his gaze falling on a small black shadow fluttering in a cage. The stall's sign clearly read, "Black-tailed chicken chick. Gender, female. Quality, common. Description, can be raised in your shelter. Once it grows up, you'll have access to chicken meat and eggs." This thing is quite interesting. Keeping a few chickens at the shelter would provide a steady supply of eggs and meat, and combined with the fish fry from the vending machines, the food variety would improve significantly. Lin Jiang turned to the vendor and asked, "Boss, how much for these chickens?" 10 Eternal Night coins each, and if you buy 20, I'll throw in a pen to house them. 10 Eternal Night coins each. All right, give me 20 chicks, 10 males, and 10 females. Here are the coins. Perfect. These are black-tailed chicken chicks, and here's the pen. Just place the pen in a spacious area back at your shelter, and put the chicks inside. Lin Jiang nodded, paid up, collected the pen and chicken cage, then turned to leave the market street. His luck was rather poor today. After wandering the market for nearly an hour, he hadn't spotted a single skill book. Most people had probably realized the importance of skills and were reluctant to sell, or they were waiting for prices to rise before making a move. Lin Jiang figured that as time went on, skill books would become more common and wouldn't necessarily increase in value, they might even drop in price. He shook his head slightly and left the market street, soon arriving at the teleportation plaza. Just as he was about to teleport back to his shelter, he overheard several people chatting as they walked toward the arena behind him, mentioning something about a sparring match. Lin Jiang initially paid no attention until he heard a familiar name: Chinyu. Could it be the Chinyu from my friend's list? He wondered curiously. According to those people, Chinyu was about to fight in the arena. Since he was also interested in gauging the overall strength of other survivors, he decided to follow them and stepped into the spectator area around the arena for the first time. Two challengers were currently taking the stage. A light screen appeared in midair, displaying both fighters' names side by side with a large VS between them, just like a PK interface in a game. One of them was indeed Chinyu. Lin Jiang focused his attention. The man was young, roughly his own age, but whether this was the Chinyu from his friend's list was impossible to determine since they had never met face to face. 3, 2, 1, battle begins. The moment the system countdown ended, both fighters unleashed their full power. Chinyu's body was suddenly encased in armor plate, mail, and helmet covered him completely, while a weapon materialized in his hands. A spear and shield. He dares to use spear and shield? Lin Jiang's pupils contracted. This meant Chinyu was at least a mid-tier profession, possibly even high tier. The aura emanating from that suit of armor was stronger than his own excellent grade equipment. It was most likely superior grade. Lin Jiang immediately abandoned his previous attitude of looking down on the world. He was just a low-tier professional who had gotten lucky with a good axe. Being ahead temporarily didn't mean much. Mid-tier and high-tier professionals had greater potential and would eventually leave him in the dust. At this thought, he felt melancholy and even a touch of regret. If only he weren't stuck with a low-tier profession like lumberjack, his future might have been brighter. Clang, clang. The dull sound of clashing armor echoed from the stage, snapping Lin Jiang back to attention. He shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside, and focused intently on the ongoing match. At the center of the arena, two survivors engaged in fierce combat. Chinyu wielded a 2-meter spear in his right hand, and carried a massive shield standing 5 feet tall on his left arm, switching seamlessly between offense and defense. His opponent gripped a greatsword nearly as tall as himself, displaying fierce momentum but weak defense. The spear's killing radius far exceeded that of the greatsword, saying, "An inch longer, an inch stronger," wasn't just empty words. Each thrust of the spear tip forced the greatsword wielder to retreat half a step. Even when occasionally managing to close in, just as the heavy sword was raised overhead, Chen would already pull his spear back to his elbow, his massive shield thundering up to block, then spin around for a counter-thrust, forcing his opponent back to a safe distance. The enemy wanted to engage in direct combat, but could never find an opening, only managing clumsy evasions. The situation was clear. Chen could afford multiple mistakes, while his opponent would likely face immediate defeat with just one slip-up. Both fighters possessed considerable strength, their heavy weapons swinging continuously, the dull clang of steel on steel echoing endlessly in the spectators' ears. After more than 10 minutes, the greatsword finally moved a beat too slow, its weapon knocked away by the spear tip, deciding the match. A light screen displayed the updated rankings. Chen 10th place. Lin Jiang glanced at it, thinking to himself that there were at least 9 others of equal or greater strength ranked above him. He had no intention of taking the stage, not from fear of exposing his abilities, but because this arena currently offered no substantial rewards. If he wanted to hone his combat experience, he could return another day. His shelter had a pile of tasks waiting, leaving no time for such idle pursuits. As for whether Chen was the person he knew, he couldn't be bothered to confirm. With that thought, he followed the crowd toward the teleportation plaza. White light flashed past, the brief weightlessness and dizziness lasting only 2 or 3 seconds. When his vision cleared again, Lin Jiang stood in his familiar shelter hall. 2 robust gray wolves circled around him, Big Wolf and Second Wolf. Lin Jiang bent down to stroke their fur, then pulled up his panel to check. Thanks to feeding them excellent grade bones at every meal these past few days, both wolves had gained almost a level per day and were now level 17, just 1 step away from the level 20 bottleneck. As for whether they could break through, he had no immediate solution. When that time came, as long as he had the ability, he would never let them stagnate. With this thought, he pulled 2 excellent grade bones glowing with pale blue light from a chest and tossed them out. Wolf jaws snapped shut, crisp crunching sounds rang out as they devoured them quickly. Lin Jiang watched with a slight smile tugging at his lips. Then his gaze fell on the warehouse. The spoils from these days of monster hunting and exploration had piled up like a small mountain, and upgrade materials were nearly sufficient. He had already advanced to excellent grade, yet his shelter remained at fine grade, quite shabby indeed. More embarrassingly, the ordinary storage chests had too few slots, and his backpack was nearly full. Expansion was long overdue. He quickly sorted through various ores, lumber, and crystal cores, organizing them by category, and packed the resources needed for upgrading his shelter into his backpack. Shelter, level 1 villa quality, excellent. Upgrade to level 2 villa excellent requires excellent wood 200, excellent planks 300, excellent stone 200, excellent stone slabs 300, glass 400. Durability 20, 00020, Description: this is an excellent grade villa with remarkably high durability that can withstand attacks from excellent grade creatures for extended periods. Lin Jiang opened the shelter interface and examined it carefully. He scanned through the attribute panel from top to bottom, then checked his inventory. Wood, planks, stone slabs, glass. The quantities were sufficient, even enough for several more upgrades. Let's upgrade directly. Lin Jiang clicked the upgrade button without hesitation. In the next second, a large amount of materials vanished from his backpack instantly, and a gentle white light enveloped the entire villa as sparkling particles scattered like snowflakes. Since it was only a minor single-level upgrade, the glow didn't last long before fading away. The upgrade was complete. The exterior showed almost no visible difference, but the attribute panel had refreshed level 2 villa with durability increased by 2,000 points, reaching 22,000. A new upgrade list appeared. Excellent wood 300, excellent planks 400, excellent stone 300, excellent stone slabs 400, and glass 800, exactly double the previous requirements. Lin Jiang closed the panel and calculated in his mind. Glass wasn't difficult to obtain since his furnace had been running continuously without stopping, and he had already accumulated a large stockpile. The market demand for excellent shelter seemed quite intimidating. Perhaps he could make a profit? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Anyone with blueprints could smelt glass, and with sand available everywhere as raw material, it was destined to fetch low prices. Better stick to farming. What he called farming was actually planting trees on a large scale. Timber profits remained considerable. Almost all crafting required wood, and in cold weather, materials like wood, charcoal, and coal became even more essential as fuel. Everyone was short on lumber, and basically no one was willing to sell large quantities, except Lin Jiang, who could chop down piles with just a few swings of his axe. Over the next few days, he poured all his accumulated materials into the shelter, upgrading it 2 more levels. Shelter, level 4 villa quality, excellent. Upgrade to level 5 villa excellent requires excellent wood 500, excellent planks 600, excellent stone 500, excellent stone slabs 600, glass 2000. Durability, 26,00026,000. Description, this is an excellent grade villa with remarkably high durability that can withstand attacks from excellent grade creatures for extended periods. Level 4 villa with 26,000 durability, each level consistently added 2,000 points. Material consumption increased exponentially, with glass alone skyrocketing to 2,000 pieces. Lin Jiang looked at the list, shook his head slightly, and closed the panel. The supplies in his backpack originally intended for shelter upgrades were nearly depleted. He had planned to upgrade his indoor plantation as well, but that would have to wait. However, he had accumulated quite a bit of, or during this period, so it was time to focus on the walls. The stone walls needed upgrading to excellent grade, impregnable fortifications. With this thought, Lin Jiang wasted no time organizing his backpack, stuffing all the wall upgrade materials inside, then pushed open the door and walked out to give each section of the courtyard stone walls a new coating. Some time passed. Finally, all the stone walls have been upgraded to impenetrable fortifications. 50 towering walls with a total durability of 20,000 points now encircle the entire sanctuary, creating an overwhelming sense of security at first glance. However, the cost was substantial. Lin Jiang's carefully hoarded stones, minerals, and various construction materials were completely depleted by this upgrade spree. Fortunately, he wouldn't need them immediately, so he could catch his breath and gradually replenish his supplies. Almost forgot. There are still 2 things I haven't taken care of. Just as he reached the courtyard gate, he suddenly remembered the unfinished tasks and turned back toward the villa's courtyard. By the pond, he poured the unknown species fish fry he'd purchased from the vending machine in Eternal Night Gray Tower into the water, then tore open an entire bag of fish food and scattered it across the surface. The water immediately churned like broken silver as the fry eagerly competed for the food, full of vitality. The pond was connected to running water, so oxygen wouldn't be a concern in the short term, though he'd eventually need to change the water. Lin Jiang made a mental note to look for water diversion modification. Blueprints laterite would be perfect if he could channel the small river outside into the courtyard. After settling the fish fry, he retrieved the animal pen from his backpack, something he'd acquired during a buy chicks, get pen free promotion at the Market Street in Eternal Night Gray Tower. Looking around, he placed the pen on empty ground not far from the pond. The villa's courtyard was spacious enough to accommodate it easily. Without hesitation, he released all 20 black-tailed chicken chicks into the enclosure. The palm-sized creatures were all energetic and lively, none showing signs of lethargy, which made him nod with satisfaction. Oh no, I forgot to buy feed for the chicks. Lin Jiang searched through his storage compartments and could only find a few pieces of ordinary blood bread from his chest. Bread should work, right? He tore the bread into crumbs and scattered them bit by bit into the pen. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As the breadcrumbs fell, the chicks flocked together and pecked rapidly. Confirming they could eat it, Lin Jiang finally relaxed. He rarely touched the ordinary blood bread himself anyway, so it was perfect as chicken feed. With their tiny size, they wouldn't eat much. After tending to the living creatures in the courtyard, he set out with Big Wolf and Second Wolf. With his strength enhanced once again, he faced no danger unless he encountered monsters of excellence grade or higher. Along the way, he used mist campfires as markers while replacing many of the burned-out old ones. Having to replant campfires every time felt tedious, and what if something destroyed them? He made another mental note to look for more suitable tools during his next visit to Eternal Night Gray Tower. Big Wolf carried him at a steady pace, while Second Wolf maintained close guard. They encountered no formidable enemies along the route, though he casually hunted several fine-grade beasts plus one mysterious grade creature. As for excellent grade kills, he couldn't be bothered counting. After half a day of effort, the only truly noteworthy spoil was a fine-grade mist flower. When combined with soul crystals, it could provide considerable attribute enhancement, making it quite a decent find. That's enough for today, let's head back. He gently patted Big Wolf's neck, preparing to turn around. Just then, Lin Jiang detected an aura rapidly approaching from behind. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew his bow and released an arrow through the air. Whoosh! Thud! The arrowhead pierced flesh, followed immediately by an eerie hissing sound. Another excellence grade, black-striped python. Lin Jiang turned around, his face completely calm. He raised his hand to knock an arrow, drawing the bow with movements that seemed instinctive, without a single wasted motion. Whoosh! 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 In just 1 second, 10 arrows flew from the string in rapid succession, cutting through the air with sharp whistling sounds, each one striking precisely into the black-striped python that had lunged from the undergrowth. The moment the arrows exploded, wind and fire elements surged forth, scorching heat waves carrying razor-sharp hurricanes that charred the snake's scales to a burnt yellow. Immediately after, Ice, water, lightning, and other elemental magics detonated in sequence, frost freezing, lightning arcs coiling forcibly, pinning the black-striped python in place, unable to even twitch its tail. Throughout the entire process, Lin Jiang didn't move a single step, and he didn't even draw his bowstring fully before releasing his shots. This archer had essentially turned himself into a point-blank warrior. In less than a few minutes, the black-striped python was completely annihilated, its massive serpentine body convulsing as it collapsed. Lin Jiang's expression remained unchanged. With his nearly all excellent active and passive skills, combined with over a dozen terrifying attribute bonuses, this level 34 minor excellent monster was indeed child's play. Congratulations on slaying a level 34 black-striped python. Excellent. You have obtained. The familiar notification appeared. Lin Jiang glanced at the loot and shook his head with a light sigh. Too weak. I should have grabbed a spear for some close combat fun. He silently decided that next time he encountered a beast, he'd go straight for the bronze spear. His melee combat experience was lacking, and that couldn't become a weakness. Lost in thought, he began to reflect. Nearly all his battles relied on archery. While his marksmanship was masterful, he was overly dependent on magic arrows. With his constitution attributes, close combat wouldn't be inferior at all. Moreover, his passive skills included excellent great spear techniques. Not utilizing those additional bonuses would be wasteful. He needed to deliberately practice more with spears going forward. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Jiang retraced his path back to the shelter. As his exploration range expanded, return trips often took several hours, but fortunately, he only needed rest every 3 days, keeping his stamina consumption within manageable limits. Upon entering the house, he first sorted and arranged the resources from his backpack by category, briefly cleaned his weapons and equipment, stretched his muscles, then headed into the kitchen. This time, he wasn't planning on plain boiled meat. He skillfully stacked firewood in the stove and lit it, heating the iron pot until it turned white and began smoking, then poured in the prepared vegetable oil. The oil's surface quickly bubbled, and he grabbed the pre-cut gray-striped python meat, dumping it in with a splash, creating a crisp, sizzling sound. While Lin Jiang's technique couldn't be called professional, his stir-frying and seasoning flowed smoothly, with vegetables and spices added in advance, instantly filling the small house with aromatic scents. Achieving a golden brown perfection was naturally unrealistic, only aimed for not burnt, not too salty. Fortunately, the snake meat itself was tender and juicy, so taste had limited relation to cooking skill. Amid the rising steam, he devoured most of the pot of meat, then tilted his head back and drained the freshly collected gray-striped python blood. Warm currents exploded within his body, and he clearly felt the constitution numbers on his attribute panel surge upward again. This meal alone had given him an additional 4 points of constitution, plus some minor boosts to all attributes. With this, the edible materials from the excellent grade gray-striped python had reached their limit. Lin Jiang hadn't forgotten about Big Wolf and Second Wolf. Not letting them eat with him wasn't about being stingy, it was about making sure these two creatures remembered who was the alpha. They were wild beasts after all, not pets, in the hands of professional beast tamers, so he couldn't rely on contracts to control them. The bond between Lin Jiang and the Wolf brothers was built on the most primitive relationship of following you. Since before their eyes opened, wolves weren't much different from dogs. Raise them from puppyhood, and they'd trust their master completely. But adopt them halfway through life, and no matter how much care you showed, you could never erase their wild nature. Big Wolf and Second Wolf certainly had their wild side too, but they directed their ferocity toward creatures other than Lin Jiang. As pups, they'd bare their teeth and snarl at each other over a single bowl of meat, proof that fierceness was encoded in their genes. Even so, they knew never to harm Lin Jiang, unless they completely lost control. Training was training, but rules had to be established. Lin Jiang clapped his hands. Come here, sit. Good. Now stand up, raise your paws higher. The two giant wolves almost simultaneously released their grip, dropped their food, and rushed over like a whirlwind, obediently following his commands. Lin Jiang satisfyingly rubbed their heads, but didn't snatch the meat from their mouths. That kind of forceful taking would only breed resentment. He chose a different approach, making them abandon their most precious food to prioritize his call. If they could do that, it meant his importance in their hearts outweighed food itself, and that level of loyalty was enough. After interacting with the pair, Lin Jiang stepped into the indoor plantation behind him. The first batch of fine-grade saplings had fully matured, their emerald branches thicker and sturdier than ordinary trees. Time to get to work. He drew his axe, cold light flashing as he swung repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. You obtained wood 1 fine. Master Lumberjack's special effect activated. Additional wood 4 fine obtained. You obtained wood 5. Due to class trait, experience 5. Notifications cascaded like a waterfall. Lin Jiang couldn't spare time to read them carefully as his arms swung the axe faster and faster. In less than 10 minutes, the entire fine-grade forest was cleared, his inventory packed with pale, gold-marked lumber. This batch is satisfying. He smiled. Fine-grade wood was in high demand, but scarce shelters consumed hundreds of units with each upgrade. In the Eternal Night Grey Towers market area, people specifically sought fine wood and fine stone, showing just how large the market gap was. After chopping, he immediately planted an equal number of fine-grade saplings in the fertile soil and watered them. Now he had more and more saplings accumulating, but other survivors weren't so fortunate. Cutting down a tree only yielded materials once, and with bad luck, you might only get stones or other miscellaneous items. Finishing the lumbering, Lin Jiang took a refreshing hot shower, letting the steam carry away his sweat. Then he returned to his bedroom, retrieved a soul crystal from the crystal smelting furnace still warm to the touch. He pulled out today's harvest of fine-grade mist flowers, sat cross-legged by the bed, and crushed them in his hands. Crack! The crystal shattered into countless light particles, mixing with the mist flower's ethereal blue essence. A cool sensation penetrated through his skin into his meridians, as refreshing as chugging an ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day. But the pleasant feeling was fleeting. Fine-grade soul crystal, intelligence 10, mana cap 1000. This was his second use, with only one opportunity remaining. Lin Jiang felt no regret. His old motto still held true: use it early, enjoy it early. After all, rapidly improving one's strength was always the wisest choice in any situation. After that, Lin Jiang sat cross-legged on his bed to rest for a while. In less than half an hour, he grabbed his fog-dispelling lamp, mounted the back of the large wolf, and headed out with the second wolf. This world was called the Eternal Night Continent, where there was no sun for 24 hours, and neither moon nor stars could be seen. Only endless darkness and gray fog remained. Lin Jiang had found information about the Eternal Night Continent in the Eternal Night Grey Tower, but the records were extremely vague. To continue reading further, he would need to unlock so-called permissions. The materials mentioned nothing about how to obtain these permissions, so he could only let things take their natural course. In any case, there was no difference between day and night. Here, thick fog wrapped in darkness made exploration equally perilous at any time. Without specialized equipment to dispel darkness and mist, getting lost would have unthinkable consequences. Riding the large wolf with the second wolf following closely behind, Lin Jiang slowed his pace to expand his exploration range as much as possible. The fog-dispelling lamp needed upgrading. The higher the quality, the wider the illumination range, and the stronger the additional effects, which would prevent him from being at a disadvantage when facing high-level anomalies. Lin Jiang had already reached excellent grade, but his fog-dispelling lamp was still stuck at fine grade, a gap that made his heart tighten. The effect of 50 reduction in mental attacks was enough to make him prioritize this upgrade plan. However, upgrading the fog-dispelling lamp required crystal cores, and obtaining crystal cores depended on luck. Luck! He glanced at the incredible axe in his backpack and shook his head with a bitter smile. All his crystal cores had been mortgaged in exchange for this axe. Whether it was good or bad, he couldn't say for sure. The attribute bonuses from the axe were all practical, but he couldn't help wondering. If he hadn't bought the axe and relied on his previously incredible luck, perhaps he could have randomly opened a chest and found crystal cores? The thought passed in an instant, and he immediately interrupted himself. What was done was done. Overthinking was useless, and dealing with immediate troubles was more important. Roar! The dark fog wall on the left was torn open, and a fine-grade black rock bear burst through the thick mist. Its massive form stirred up rolling dust, and an overwhelming sense of pressure hit him. Lin Jiang's first instinct was to draw his bow, but then he remembered he wanted to hone his close combat skills. He immediately jumped down from the wolf's back, gestured for the two wolves to keep their distance and wait for an opportunity, while he drew his bronze spear. The black rock bear roared as it lunged forward, pushing off with its hind legs and raising both claws high. Lin Jiang didn't retreat at all, relying on his keen perception to capture the perfect moment and thrust his spear upward from below. Squelch! The spear tip cleanly pierced through the massive claw. The black rock bear howled in pain, its injured claw frozen in midair, but its ferocity was completely unleashed. Its other claw, wrapped in fierce wind, swept toward Lin Jiang's forehead. The wind howled, lifting the hair from his brow. Lin Jiang calmly stepped back, shifting his vertically held spear horizontally and raising both hands above his head. Bang! Claw met spear in a hard collision, the dull sound deafening. Lin Jiang grunted, and the ground beneath his feet visibly sank several centimeters. It truly lived up to its reputation as a black rock bear, thick-skinned, tough-fleshed, and incredibly strong. Lin Jiang nearly failed to block that strike. Indeed, the physical gap between humans and beasts was enormous, but it remained within his manageable range. As long as his technique was precise, he could still bridge that distance. Realizing this, he stopped meeting force with force, created distance, and relied on his agility and skilled spearmanship to maneuver around his opponent. In his eyes, the black rock bear's movements seemed sluggish, its attacks riddled with openings. Lin Jiang's spear technique was clean and efficient. Without any flashy flourishes, he tried such showy moves in real combat. the bear's marble-like massive paws would smash into his face in seconds. In battle, only fast, accurate, and ruthless strikes were truly lethal. Those elaborate techniques from fantasy novels were utterly useless in this life-or-death struggle. Therefore, his movements were reduced to the most basic and efficient thrusts and parries, without a trace of hesitation. Anyone who dared to perform elaborate sequences in real combat would be beaten to a pulp in an instant. Lin Jiang understood this perfect lino amount of perfect practice could compare to genuine life-or-death moments. At this moment, the spear in his hands was like a cold, venomous snake, avoiding grand sweeping motions and seeking only to strike unexpectedly with sinister precision. Each flash of the spear tip aimed for the black rock bear's vital points. The massive bear roared repeatedly as it was stabbed, its fan-like claws swinging wildly, but never managing to catch that elusive serpent. Abundant strength, but insufficient speed. The black rock bear's clumsiness was magnified infinitely in this moment. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Jiang suddenly withdrew his spear and retreated half a step. Crash! The bear's massive body thundered to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Phew! Finally dealt with this big fellow. Lin Jiang looked at the rapidly dissipating corpse of the black rock bear and exhaled softly. Through this hard-fought battle, he had gained a clear assessment of his abilities. Relying solely on close combat, killing fine-grade beasts wasn't difficult, but excellent-grade ones were somewhat challenging. After all, his close combat experience was still limited, and facing excellent-grade beasts with just a spear offered no advantage while carrying considerable risk. As for confronting aberrants, without magic arrows, he had virtually no means of inflicting damage on them. After brief contemplation, Lin Jiang mounted his horse, with Big Wolf leading and Second Wolf following, continuing their exploration. He dealt with ordinary beasts encountered along the way using his spear, only reluctantly firing magic arrows when truly facing aberrants. He didn't encounter any more excellent-grade monsters on this journey, but he faintly detected traces of that dark saber-toothed tiger from before. Though extremely vague, the presence was definitely there. He tracked that scent for a long time, ultimately coming up empty-handed and having to temporarily abandon the pursuit, focusing instead on resource gathering. The deeper he ventured, the denser the rare resources became. Mist flowers, once rarely seen, could now be found every few steps. Today's harvest: 1 fine-grade mist flower, 3 good-grade ones, and 7 common-grade ones. He kept the fine-grade for himself. After using it once more, he would reach the usage limit for soul crystals. The good-grade and common-grade flowers were destined for the market stalls at Eternal Night Grey Tower, as many synthesis materials required mist flowers of corresponding quality. Along the way, he felled every tree within sight, marking them with fences and lit campfires. Only after completing all these tasks did Lin Jiang depart with satisfaction. After nearly a full day of exploration outside, Lin Jiang finally returned to the shelter with Big Wolf and Second Wolf. He had already mapped out the terrain along the route, so theoretically there was no need to proceed with such caution, but he still rode on Big Wolf's back, maintaining heightened awareness. Dense grass, fallen rocks, and shadows between branches flashed by until he confirmed no monsters would leap out to attack. Then he relaxed his breathing. With increased speed, it took less than an hour to spot the shelter's walls. Stepping through the door, he first grabbed some dried bread and jerky to fill his stomach, then poured the prepared animal feed into the wolf bowls. The 2 wolves crunched loudly, their tails wagging like windmills. Next, he walked to the courtyard outside the villa and tore open a bag of fish food by the pond. The fine pellets hit the water surface, creating dense ripples with soft splashing sounds. Small fish eagerly surfaced, their silver scales glinting. Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow. In just 2 days, these fry had grown to finger length, and at this rate, they'd be ready for the table in a few more days. Considering whether to let them breed naturally, he suppressed his appetite and decided to wait a bit longer. He moved to the animal pen, where 20 black-tailed chick hatchlings fluttered over to him. The little ones' down feathers were fluffy, and they had clearly grown a size larger. Lin Jiang broke bread into fingernail-sized pieces and tossed them in. Then, feeling the nutrition was too limited, he went to the kitchen to cut several apples, chopping them into small pieces with skin and seeds, and filling the feeding trough. The chicks chirped excitedly, pecking rapidly, which finally put his mind at ease. As soon as he turned around, 2 pairs of bright wolf eyes were staring at him. "You gluttons, didn't I just feed you? What are you up to now?" he laughed and scolded. "Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, I'll give you some." He pulled out 2 pieces of blood bread and 2 apples and tossed them over. The wolves snapped their jaws and swallowed everything cleanly. The taste was mediocre, so after licking their noses, they stopped begging for more. Lin Jiang couldn't be bothered with these silly creatures and went inside for a hot shower, letting the water droplets cascade down his shoulders, washing away all the dust. Then he entered the bedroom, retrieved a soul crystal from the crystal smelting furnace, sat cross-legged on the bed, and practiced with the mist flower. Faint fluorescence penetrated his skin from all directions, a cool, comfortable sensation flowing through his meridians before turning warm. When the coolness completely dissipated, he opened his eyes, feeling more energized. After a brief rest, he threw himself back into work. The furnace blazed with red flames, the forging hammer rang crisply, the sewing machine whirred rapidly, and the crystal smelting furnace glowed brilliantly, several pieces of equipment running almost simultaneously. Mixing, processing, cooling worked until deep into the night before organizing the finished products, equipment, weapons, coal, glass, soul crystals. He also took some unused beast materials, mist flowers, and magic arrows. The remaining slots in his backpack he filled entirely with lumber. With preparations complete, he stood in the center of the teleportation array. A beam of light descended from above, and the sudden loss of gravity brought brief weightlessness and dizziness. When his consciousness stabilized, he found himself in the teleportation plaza of the misty gray tower. Seeing nothing unusual around him, he headed straight for the market street. Stall number 10 waited quietly, as always his long-term rental spot, with shelves set to automatic sales. Lifting the curtain and entering, he categorized and shelved the new merchandise, then casually pulled up the income panel. Actually, based on the decrease in goods at the stall, he had already guessed most of it. It was just to put his mind at ease. On the screen, the number 29,555 Eternal Night coins flickered, reminding Lin Jiang that he had sold over 10,000 items in the past 2 days. The impressive results made him smile slightly, putting him in an excellent mood. He casually dismissed the light screen, dusted off his clothes, and was about to leave his stall to browse the market street, hoping to find some good deals. Through the bustling crowd, several figures charged straight toward his stall. At first, Lin Jiang thought they were customers, but upon closer inspection, their stride and expressions were clearly hostile. 3 men quickly stopped in front of his stall. The leader was a young man with dyed yellow hair, his face fierce as he barked rudely. "Kid, finally caught you. You haven't paid protection money for 3 days' pay up today." Protection money? Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What kind of protection was needed inside the Eternal Night Gray Tower? He had never heard of such an official rule. These 3 didn't look like law enforcement, either more like street thugs. "You're asking me for protection money," he said calmly. "What danger is there in the Eternal Night Gray Tower? Besides, I don't need your protection, do I?" Seeing his indifference, the yellow-haired man sneered coldly and said arrogantly, "Stop playing dumb. 3 days ago our boss set the rules anyone doing business has to pay up. Don't pay today, and I guarantee you won't sell a single thing." The 2 lackeys behind him immediately chimed in with threats. "Don't pay, and we'll make sure you can't survive here." Lin Jiang finally understood these guys were blatantly robbing him. Without legal constraints or strong deterrents, it wasn't surprising things had come to this. He brushed the dust off his shoulders, his tone still calm. "Sorry, but I'm not paying any protection money. You wouldn't dare lay a hand on me in the Eternal Night Gray Tower, would you?" His complete dismissal of them made the yellow-haired man's veins bulge with rage, his fists clenching audibly, yet he ultimately didn't swing. The Eternal Night Gray Tower's rules were clear. Anyone who dared fight inside would be permanently banished at best, or directly eliminated at worst. The yellow-haired man obviously didn't dare take that risk. "Fine. You've got guts," he snarled viciously. "Wait for our boss to deal with you." He then left the market street with his 2 lackeys, cursing all the way. Watching the 3 figures disappear, Lin Jiang shrugged, thinking to himself that they probably didn't dare act because they feared the tower's punishment, so he didn't bother worrying about it further. Collecting himself, he continued browsing the market street, still targeting skill books, preferably passive skills. Of course, he wouldn't reject useful active skills with good effects either. Time quietly passed, and after about half an hour, he finally discovered 2 passive skill books at an inconspicuous small stall. Multiple attack. Quality, common. Attribute bonus, intelligence 1. Description, each attack can release an additional identical attack. Afterimage technique. Quality, common. Attribute bonus, intelligence 1. Description, creates an additional afterimage when moving or attacking. The afterimage is not physical. The 2 books were placed together, and their descriptions seemed somewhat similar. Lin Jiang picked up multiple attack, his eyes gleaming. There was huge potential for creative use, practically a divine skill if applied properly. Then he looked at afterimage technique. Creating afterimages during movement and attacks, confusion, surprise attacks, disrupting rhythm, all advantages. With his current abilities, once activated, the accompanying afterimages would surely disrupt enemy judgment. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, excitement almost overflowing. If used well, both these skills could be divine techniques. Then he glanced suspiciously at the stall owner. Such valuable skill books were surprisingly affordable, and they weren't even priced that high. What the hell? 10,000 Eternal Night coins. In the enhancement hall, Lin Jiang stared at the enhancement machine screen, where cold numbers glowed. Upgrading a skill book from common to excellent quality would cost 10,000 Eternal Night coins. No wonder that guy earlier was so eager to sell, and the price wasn't even that steep. The real money drain was right here. Expensive as it was, multi-strike and shadow step ranked just below soul enhancement among all skills, and their value was undeniable. Lin Jiang gritted his teeth. Expensive or not, he was going for it. He pressed the upgrade button. Whoosh, 20,000 Eternal Night coins vanished instantly, wiping out most of his hard-earned savings from the day. All he could do now was pray it would be worth it. The progress bar crawled forward slowly. Previous skill upgrades had never taken more than a minute, but this one ran for a full 10 minutes. The longer the upgrade time, the stronger the skill. Lin Jiang knew this much. Ding. Upgrade complete. Multi-strike. Quality, excellent. Attribute bonus, intelligence 2. Description, each attack releases 2 additional identical strikes. Shadow step. Quality, excellent. Attribute bonus, intelligence 2. Description, movement and attacks generate 2 additional afterimages. Afterimages are non-corporeal. His triple damage output plus 2 afterimages. The enhancement made Lin Jiang suck in a sharp breath. He wondered, could Shadow Step stack with multi-strike? The descriptions didn't mention any conflicts, so he'd definitely need to test it later. He glanced at his remaining balance, just over 19,000 Eternal Night coins. He'd originally planned to enhance that excellent grade magic talisman with mana recovery effects, but decided to save the money for future upgrades of his 2 passive skills. Equipment enhancement would have to wait. Leaving the enhancement hall, he headed straight for the teleportation plaza. He'd picked up a few useful items while browsing the market stalls, and now everything was ready. He should have gone straight back. But just as he stepped into the plaza, barely a meter from the teleportation array, several people blocked his path. Leading them was the blonde thug who demanded protection money. Kid, come with us. Our boss is waiting for you at the arena. Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow. And if I refuse? The blonde thug snorted coldly. Then don't expect to sell a single item. I'll have people watching your stall like hawks. You can't afford to mess with our Survivors Alliance. Hearing this, Lin Jiang's brow furrowed. What he hated most was trouble, especially when people came looking for it. He just wanted to lay low and develop his strength quietly. Why did they have to come looking for trouble? He still didn't speak, merely nodding slightly to signal the blonde thug to lead the way. Seeing his cooperation, the blonde's lips curved into a smug arc as he turned around and sneered contemptuously. Follow me, kid. Don't come crawling to me later, begging when it's time to pay the protection fee. Lin Jiang's expression remained calm, neither responded nor showed anger. His emotions never showed on his face as he quietly followed behind the blonde and his crew. The corridor leading to the arena in the back was dimly lit with yellow lights, shadows intermingling. Along the way, many passing survivors glanced over, whispering among themselves. How many is this today? The 17th. What does this Survivors Alliance think they're doing? Do they really want to monopolize everything? Exactly. Collecting protection fees inside the Eternal Night Grey Tower. It got some nerve. All they do is bully people here. If they're so capable, why don't they go out and explore, kill some monsters? Chill. Keep it down. You think it's just the Survivors Alliance behind this? What do you mean? I heard there are shadows of the Sword Pavilion and Blade Hall involved too. Hiss. No wonder they dare to pull this off. Survivors Alliance? Sword Pavilion? Blade Hall? What was all this about? Lin Jiang's hearing was exceptional, and every whispered word reached his ears. Though he didn't understand the details of these 3 factions, judging by how people dared to be angry but not speak out, none of them were simple. Looks like collecting protection fees in the market district is a conspiracy between these 3 groups. Want to play capitalist here? The thought crossed Lin Jiang's mind as he deduced further. Controlling the trading market, collecting protection fees, restricting survivors, plenty of possibilities. Soon, they arrived at the arena. Tall iron railings enclosed a square fighting platform, cold white lights casting down, with clearly visible bloodstains still marking the floor. This was Lin Jiang's first time stepping onto this platform, and he was being forced onto it. Logically, he could have simply walked away. Private fighting was prohibited inside the Eternal Night Grey Tower, so no one would dare stop him if he really wanted to leave. But if he did leave, whether he could sell the goods at his stall would be another matter entirely. Given that blonde's temperament, he'd probably scare away all the customers. Most people would choose to avoid trouble and simply go to the next vendor. Boss, we brought him as requested. What do you think? The blonde looked up fawningly at the burly middle-aged man on the platform, smiling as he sought credit. You guys can go down now. The burly man's voice was deep and gravelly. Following orders, the blonde jumped down from the platform with his lackeys. As he passed by Lin Jiang, he couldn't help but click his tongue smugly, his eyes full of mockery. Lin Jiang remained silent, his gaze locked on the burly middle-aged man ahead from beginning to end. You sure can keep your cool. The burly man chuckled lightly, then his eyes sharpened like blades as he spoke in a raspy voice. 1/3. I want 1/3 of your future Eternal Night coin earnings, or you can forget about making it here. Not a single item in that stall of yours will sell. The man's sinister expression seemed to already claim victory. A cold glint flashed in Lin Jiang's eyes as he responded calmly. 1/3 of the earnings, quite an appetite you have there. Just don't know if you can actually swallow it. The burly man didn't get angry, instead grinning menacingly as he spoke deliberately. You're the first person who's dared to talk to me like that. Whether I can swallow it or not, you'll find out soon enough. Just then, a pale blue notification window suddenly appeared before Lin Jiang's eyes. Survivor Song Dajiang challenges you to a sparring match. Do you accept? Lin Jiang glanced at the message without paying it much attention, then looked up directly and said, "Sparring is boring. If we're going to play, let's make it a death match." With that, he sent Song Dajiang a life or death duel invitation. The system notification suddenly popped up, a pale blue screen flickering before Song Dajiang's eyes. He squinted, his fingertip hovering over the accept button but not pressing it immediately. Song Dajiang was indeed confident, but in a death match, only one person could walk off the platform. He couldn't be reckless. The fact that his opponent dared to initiate the challenge meant he had equal confidence and was definitely no ordinary fighter. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Jiang was already leaning over the railing, looking down with a mocking smile. What's wrong? Scared? If you're going to mess around in this world, you need the guts to risk your life. If you're panicking, that's fine too. Just kneel down in front of everyone, kowtow 3 times, apologize, and hand over 1/3 of your Survivors Alliance's future Eternal Night coin earnings. Then we can call it even. How about it? His words cut like a blade. Most people would have been provoked into a rage, but Song Dajiang was no hothead otherwise. He never would have become the leader of the Survivors Alliance. He looked up, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he grinned menacingly. Heh, no need to provoke me. It's just a life or death duel, right? This isn't my first time I accept. With that, he decisively clicked agree. His position didn't allow him to back down. Otherwise, his authority would crumble, the alliance would face internal turmoil, and he might even lose his leadership. More importantly, he firmly believed he wouldn't lose. Ding! The confirmation notification lit up on the other side. Lin Jiang's smile faded, his expression instantly returning to calm. His goal achieved. No more words were necessary. Unlike a sparring match, the life or death arena immediately raised translucent light walls, with the top also sealed by a light barrier preventing escape while maintaining visibility. The survivors in the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. Death matches weren't something you could see every day. A mechanical voice echoed through the arena. Survivor Song Dajiang versus Survivor Lin Jiang. Life or death duel 3, 2, 1 begin. As the countdown reached 0, Lin Jiang was first to draw his bronze spear, his form darting forward. Song Dajiang simultaneously unsheathed his broad-backed saber, both men attacking almost simultaneously, each seeking to seize the initiative. The spear in Lin Jiang's hands moved like a vicious black serpent, its tip flashing as it targeted temples, throat, heart, and even more sensitive areas. In a death match, there was no room for mercy. His gaze was cold and deadly, each thrust carrying lethal intent. Swift wind step. Right from the start of combat, Lin Jiang activated his skill, his already impressive speed surging even higher, leaving afterimages in his wake. The next second, a blade light swept across the air, the saber slashing down diagonally, as if to cleave Lin Jiang in half. Blood splattered, but Song Dajiang's face showed no satisfaction, the impact feeling light and insubstantial. Something's wrong. Damn! Just as he was about to turn and slash horizontally, he felt an icy tearing sensation in his chest. Thunk! The bronze spear pierced through the air and into his body, flesh tearing with a wet, sticky sound. Song Dajiang's speed wasn't slow, but in Lin Jiang's perception, it still seemed sluggish because Lin Jiang was faster. Seems your strength isn't quite as impressive as you were bragging about earlier. Lin Jiang withdrew his spear and flicked it forcefully, blood droplets scattering across the gleaming arena floor. Though his words were mocking, his eyes showed no trace of underestimation. He even subtly retreated a few steps. Bloodthirsty rampage. Gale combo strike. Song Dajiang's eyes blazed with bloodshot fury as he gritted his teeth and activated 2 enhancement skills. Crimson auras layered upon his exposed muscles one after another. The gaping wound in his chest continued to gush blood, but he forcibly twisted his body to keep the injury away from his vital organs. With the skills activated, his speed suddenly surged. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Lin Jiang, his massive blade whipping up a fierce wind as he unleashed a series of vicious slashes, ferocious as a beast hunting for prey. With this reckless, life-or-death approach, he had intimidated countless opponents in the past, achieving miraculous comebacks. But Lin Jiang wasn't buying it. You have combo strikes, I have multiple attacks, Lin Jiang said calmly, his eyes unchanged. Let's see who breaks first. Each thrust of his bronze spear generated additional phantom strikes. Every real spear thrust was concealed among 2 crimson afterimages, making it impossible to distinguish truth from illusion. The phantom spears filled the sky like a torrential downpour. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal exploded across the arena, sending sparks flying everywhere. The 2 fighters' forms intertwined in deadly combat, afterimages and cold gleams crossing endlessly. Within mere moments, Song Dajiang's expression had shifted from vicious to terrified. Initially, he thought those additional spear shadows were mere afterimages, so he focused all his effort on blocking Lin Jiang's real attacks. But he quickly discovered that some of those shadows were actually lethal strikes. Each of Lin Jiang's spear thrusts was so fast it was indistinguishable from the afterimages, reality and illusion layered together. Unless one's strength far exceeded his opponent's, it was impossible to tell them apart or defend against them. This was virtually an unsolvable fighting style. Around the arena, in the undulating spectator stands built into the high walls, a young man had been watching the platform intently. Chen Yu. If Lin Jiang had looked up at that moment, he would have found the face familiar. When the death match began, the light screen above the stage had already displayed both fighters' names. Yet Chen Yu still frowned and muttered under his breath. Is this guy really him? Could it just be someone with the same name? Before the Eternal Night Grey Tower was unlocked, he and Lin Jiang had frequently traded items privately, eventually becoming friends. Chen Yu's gaze swept back and forth as he calculated. If it really is that guy, with his resources, he should be able to win. Although Song Dajiang is the leader of the Survivors Alliance and ranks among all survivors, that person has always been mysterious, with abundant resources. Maybe he really can overcome this mountain. At the center of the arena, the battle continued. No, if one looked carefully enough, it had become a one-sided crushing. Lin Jiang maintained his calm expression, his steps steady as a rock, while Song Dajiang had long been beaten into a sorry state. Blood and sweat mingled on his armor. Countless wounds covered his entire body, and his right thigh had been pierced by the spear, making movement difficult. Whenever he tried to raise his blade to counterattack, the overwhelming spear shadows would rain down like droplets, pinning him in place. Illusion? Reality? Song Dajiang's eyes layered madness upon despair, but he simply couldn't distinguish truth from falsehood, only able to endure through sheer force. Finally, as Lin Jiang's powerful spear thrust approached his forehead, he roared, "Wait, wait, hold on." The spear stopped with a whoosh, its point just an inch from piercing his skull. Lin Jiang held the spear single-handedly with perfect control, lightly shaking the shaft as he gazed down mockingly. "Don't tell me you're begging for mercy?" Mercy." Song Dajiang grinned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You're indeed strong, but I, Song Dajiang, am no coward. Death is death either way, but I want to die understanding what exactly is your profession? A high-tier class." His pupils showed no fear, only madness and a kind of relief bordering on liberation. Such an attitude made Lin Jiang raise an eyebrow slightly, gaining a measure of respect for him. Without keeping him in suspense, he replied flatly, "You guessed wrong. I'm just a low-tier profession." Uffed. Upon hearing these words, Song Dajiang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning extremely pale. He believed Lin Jiang simply didn't want to let him die with understanding. How could a mere low-tier profession possibly be a match for someone of his mid-tier profession? TSK. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Let me put you out of your misery." Lin Jiang shook his head slightly, showing no intention of mercy or sparing his life. Thud. The spear pierced through Song Dajiang's head. His eyes immediately widened, but before long, the light in them dimmed. Thump. Song Dajiang's corpse collapsed to the ground, just like that dead. Humans have many fatal weaknesses. The heart and brain are the most lethal. Once completely destroyed, death is basically guaranteed. No matter how many hit points you have, it's useless unless you've transcended the category of normal living beings. Song Dajiang had about 20% of his health remaining, but one strike finished him off completely. Lin Jiang slowly withdrew his spear and looked down, somewhat dazed, lost in thought. To be honest, this was his first time personally killing another human. He felt no great discomfort, nor any pleasure. After a moment, Lin Jiang looked away and gave his spear a gentle shake, scattering the blood clean. He murmured softly, "Human life really is fragile." With those barely audible words, he turned and left, slowly walking down from the arena platform. He glanced expressionlessly at the blonde punk nearby. The guy and his lackeys were so terrified they dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Song Dajiang made me do it. It has nothing to do with me. Boss, if you spare me, I promise I'll never appear before you again." The sight of the blonde punk and his crew kneeling and begging for mercy bored Lin Jiang. If they had shown the same defiance as Song Dajiang before his death, he might have thought more highly of them, though only slightly. He understood the principle of eliminating threats completely. But here, in the Eternal Night Grey Tower, he couldn't make a move. If he invited the blonde punk to the arena, the guy definitely wouldn't agree. After thinking it over, Lin Jiang felt a headache coming on. Standing around here was just wasting time. Without saying a word, he headed straight toward the teleportation plaza. Seeing him leave, the blonde punk and his crew immediately began kowtowing gratefully. "Thank you for sparing our lives, boss. Thank you for sparing our lives." Actually, Lin Jiang had no intention of letting these people go. They had already provoked him, engaged in conflict, and made enemies they would inevitably harbor resentment. What if they stabbed him in the back when he wasn't paying attention, or used underhanded methods? So it was better to eliminate the threat completely and get rid of them all. As Lin Jiang walked, he pondered how to eliminate these people once outside. Lost in thought, suddenly a figure blocked his path. He frowned slightly. Why were so many troublesome matters finding him today? But then the person said, "Is the magic talisman working well?" Hearing this, Lin Jiang looked up in surprise. Chinyu? Lin Jiang. The newcomer was indeed Chinyu. After much consideration, he had decided to test with the name of a piece of equipment first. If it was just someone with the same name, they definitely wouldn't know and would look completely puzzled. If they knew, then they would also know who he was. Knowing that this really was his friend Lin Jiang, Chinyu said with a smile on his face. "Not bad, kid. You took out the Survival Alliance leader so easily. I knew it. With all that mysterious vibe of yours, your strength had to be impressive. Song Dajiang was ranked 5th, you know, and now your ranking has appeared," Chinyu said, tilting his head to signal Lin Jiang to look behind him. Lin Jiang turned around following the gesture and saw the massive light screen above the arena flickering with silver blue data streams. New rankings were being updated. Song Dajiang's name disappeared before everyone's eyes, while Lin Jiang shot up like a rocket, stopping at the 5th position within mere seconds. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in waves of astonishment. The mighty leader of the Survival Alliance had been killed on the spot by a previously unknown survivor. This scene sent chills through many spectators, who quickly toned down their arrogance, wondering how many similar dark horses might be lurking among them. Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow amid the chatter, his gaze moving upward until he spotted the 3rd position, Chinyu. Just a few days ago, he remembered Chinyu was only ranked 10th. In such a short time, he had already pushed into the top 3. His strength was undeniable. "You're not bad yourself, ranking in the top 3. Much better than me," Lin Jiang said softly, withdrawing his gaze. Chinyu waved his hand with a laugh. "How am I better than you? You definitely didn't use your full strength in that strike, right? Want to have a sparring match with me?" His eyes lit up with excitement as he spoke. "Maybe next time," Lin Jiang declined with a shake of his head. Chinyu nodded with slight disappointment, but didn't press. "I'll hold you to that." After chatting for a while, Lin Jiang suddenly asked, "What's the deal with this Survival Alliance anyway?" Chinyu scratched his hair and explained casually. "Simply put, it's just a group of survivors banding together for warmth, hence the name Survival Alliance. Apart from Song Dajiang, who you just killed and was somewhat decent, the rest are just mediocre players. There are quite a few such groups, but only a few make it to the rankings: Sword Pavilion, Blade Hall, and my Knights Templar. The Survival Alliance ranks at the bottom among them." He gestured with his hands and lowered his voice to add, "The person ranked first also has an organization, but that person is elusive and rarely shows up. By the way, want to join my Knights Templar?" Lin Jiang politely declined. "I'm used to being on my own. Suddenly joining an organization might not suit me. Thanks for the offer, and for telling me all this." "Fair enough," Chinyu shrugged. "Let's hang out again when we have time. Stay in touch." The two waved goodbye. Lin Jiang walked through the crowd into the teleportation plaza, activated the teleportation array, and disappeared in a beam of light. Seconds later, he stepped back into his own sanctuary. The first thing that greeted him was the spacious hall. He neatly laid out his portable supplies and began taking inventory of the day's gains. 1. Resource storage boxes. The ordinary boxes in his villa were already overflowing, so he had specifically gone to the market street of Eternal Night Grey Tower and traded resources for 100 excellent grade storage boxes. Excellent grade boxes had twice the capacity of ordinary ones, with 40 slots each. He simply stacked all these boxes in an empty room, making the entire wall look like it was built from gray-blue blocks, orderly and impressive. 2. Backpack upgrade crystal. He took out a crystal and crushed it without hesitation with a crack. Fine light particles merged into his backpack like stardust, and the next moment, a system notification popped up. His backpack had upgraded from excellent to superior grade. The slot count increased to 40, with a maximum stack of 300. This pretty much solved the problem of insufficient storage space in the boxes and backpack. Leaving the living room, Lin Jiang walked along the gravel path to the villa's courtyard. He pulled out a pale yellow blueprint from his backpack, the circulation water pipe system diagram. The material requirements were extremely simple, just stones. Without wasting words, he immediately began construction. The circulation pipes could extend up to 100 meters, with one end for water intake and the other for outflow. After activating the blueprint, a prompt appeared. Place circulation pipes underground? Requires additional stone consumption. Lin Jiang pondered for a moment and clicked yes. Leaving them exposed on the surface would inevitably lead to damage from monsters and weather. Burying them underground was safer and more convenient. A brilliant white light flashed, followed by slight tremors from underground. The circulation pipes instantly took shape, firmly anchored to the stone walls on both sides of the fish pond. Both ends were equipped with fine filtering nets, allowing fresh water to flow in and out while preventing any small fish from escaping. With the fresh water issue resolved, Lin Jiang struck while the iron was hot and added several more identical pipes. They snaked underground to a small river 100 meters away, all buried beneath the surface. channeling river water into the courtyard. Although called circulation pipes, using them separately didn't affect their function at all. Tools are rigid, but people are flexible, and adaptability is key. Putting away his tools, Lin Jiang clapped his hands in satisfaction, returned to the house, and sorted the miscellaneous materials from his backpack into their corresponding storage compartments. Then he mounted the large wolf, called to the second wolf, and rode out to explore. Along the way, he occasionally scattered handfuls of silvery white powder onto the ground or dust. Its glow could penetrate the gray fog, making it an excellent trail marker. With this stuff, the mist bonfires could remain around the shelter, creating a denser perimeter of surveillance. Time passed slowly. Today's exploration was no different from previous days. Chopping trees, hunting small groups of monsters, searching for scattered resources. Utterly ordinary. Only when darkness began to fall did he turn the wolf around and return along the original path. Back at the shelter, Lin Jiang skillfully sorted the lumber, beast materials, and ores into their proper places, then filled his own stomach before feeding the large wolf, second wolf, fish, and black-tailed chickens one by one. After completing these tasks, he enjoyed a refreshing hot shower. Having barely slept for several days straight, he decided to get a good night's rest tonight. The dark saber-toothed tiger's presence was growing stronger, and a fierce battle might come right after this respite. Though his mind was occupied with battle preparations, he had already drifted into dreamland. Thanks to the sleep bonus, he slept extremely soundly, and 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, Lin Jiang opened his eyes right on schedule and got out of bed. Glancing at his watch, he nodded with satisfaction, then walked into the bathroom to freshen up. Washing up, breakfast, feeding the animals, the entire routine flowed like water. And even he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Fam, I running both a farm and a ranch here? Good grief. If this were back on Blue Star, he might actually strike it rich, marry a wealthy beauty, and reach the pinnacle of life. But for now, it was just about improving his quality of life. Lin Jiang shook his head and chuckled self-mockingly, pushing those fantasies aside. After finishing his daily tasks, he shouldered his pack once more. The Aurora powder was stored in a cloth pouch, swaying gently with his movement and spilling through the gaps onto the ground, creating a faint trail of starlight. With this cheap yet practical navigation tool, he hardly worried about getting lost in the wilderness. Continuing from yesterday's exploration area, the string of silvery white powder dots on the ground served as his best landmarks. After walking for nearly half a day, the terrain ahead began to rise, revealing a dark opening beneath a massive boulder, like a gap torn by some giant beast. The scent of the dark saber-toothed tiger ended abruptly here. This cave was most likely its lair. Standing at the cave entrance, Lin Jiang felt no overwhelming sense of danger. Since his mental power had greatly increased, any potential threat would cause an inexplicable chill to ripple across his skin, but now all was calm. He thought it over. He'd explore first, and if things went wrong, he could quickly retreat. The cave was pitch black, shrouded in gray mist. He lit the mist-dispelling lamp at his waist, its soft white glow illuminating a clear 12-meter radius around him. The spear would be unwieldy in the narrow space, so he drew his exquisite longbow instead, its string wound with runic patterns. Combined with his magic arrow skill, this was his most powerful trump card. Facing the dark saber-toothed tiger that was about to appear, he had no interest in playing the underdog. Overwhelming force was far more satisfying. As a precaution, he left Big Wolf and Second Wolf to guard the cave entrance. If anything approached, the two wolves would howl immediately, covering his retreat. The deeper he went, the colder the air became, and the lingering scent of the dark saber-toothed tiger grew stronger. Lin Jiang held his breath. His nerves stretched. Taut this wasn't just any ordinary excellent grade creature, but one that could truly be called an excellent grade boss. His footsteps stopped abruptly. Steady snoring suddenly echoed from ahead. Lin Jiang paused in confusion. Wild beast snore too? Then he gave himself a light slap. Whatever. Following the sound for 10 meters, a dark shape appeared at the edge of his light circle, lying on the ground with its chest and belly rising and falling gently with each breath. Lin Jiang drew his bow and fired instantly. An arrow shot forth, immediately followed by his passive skills, multiple attack, and shadow technique. Activating 3 physical arrows wrapped in 6 phantom images streaked toward the target almost simultaneously. The whistling sound awakened the dark saber-toothed tiger. Its eyes snapped open, cold light blazing from its pupils, but the arrows were already upon it. Unable to dodge, it instinctively tilted its head to protect vital areas like its eyes and nose. Thunk! The arrowhead buried deep into its shoulder blade. Roar! A heart-rending roar exploded against the cave walls. Magical elements erupted with the arrow wind, blades tore through muscle, flames scorched fur, and water blades penetrated the wound to wreak havoc within. 3 layers of agony struck simultaneously. The dark saber-toothed tiger roared incessantly, its ferocity completely unleashed. The human's face looked vaguely familiar, but since he had attacked, it would devour him alive. Rumble! The massive dark saber-toothed tiger's enormous body sprang into action, charging wildly through the cave. The cave space was neither particularly large nor small, quite spacious for Lin Jiang. But for the dark saber-toothed tiger, even turning around seemed difficult. Fierce winds howled as the creature's charge created powerful gusts that echoed throughout the cavern. Lin Jiang quickly put away his bow and turned to run. The confined cave space wasn't suitable for agile maneuvering. It would be better to lure this massive beast outside for the fight. Swift Step activate. The excellent grade Swift Step provided a 40 speed boost, nearly half again his normal speed. The effect would last for 40 seconds, making Lin Jiang incredibly fast and leaving multiple afterimages in his wake. Seeing several Lin Jiangs before it, the dark saber-toothed tiger was momentarily confused but didn't hesitate long before slashing out with its claws. There was no spray of blood and flesh, and something felt wrong. The dark saber-toothed tiger paused, its movements slowing by half a beat before it realized what had happened and roared in fury, roughly meaning, "Cunning human, I will devour you." By this time, with Swift Step's enhancement, Lin Jiang had already escaped the cave. Once outside, he first ordered Big Wolf and Second Wolf to hide. Although both had reached level 20, they remained stuck at excellent grade. Unable to break through, their potential seemed exhausted. The dark saber-toothed tiger was far beyond what they could handle. The slightest mistake would result in instant death without even surviving a single blow. So it was better to keep them at a safe distance. Actually, Lin Jiang didn't need to remind them. That earlier roar had already scared Big Wolf and Second Wolf into tucking their tails and wanting to flee immediately. Now, seeing his gesture, they dove headfirst into distant bushes without looking back. Their swift movements made Lin Jiang's eye twitch. Had these two already scouted their escape route? Ignoring them, he focused on the cave entrance, continuously backing away until he reached the maximum range of his vision before stopping. Then, howling sounds erupted from within the cave as a massive black shadow burst forth. The dark saber-toothed tiger had emerged. The open terrain was advantageous for both Lin Jiang and the dark saber-toothed tiger, giving them ample space to maneuver during combat. Seeing it emerge, Lin Jiang wasted no time. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. At close range, he released the fully drawn arrow from his bowstring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows in rapid succession. Combined with multiple attack and phantom strike skills, arrows rained down like droplets. The dark saber-toothed tiger, having just emerged from the cave, actually began roaring again, as if declaring its anger. But to Lin Jiang, it seemed foolish. Arrows were practically at its forehead, yet it was still roaring. Who was it trying to intimidate? Thunk! The sound of arrows piercing flesh. The dark saber-toothed tiger's roar was cut short mid-bellow, leaving it bewildered. Why wasn't this human following the script? Shouldn't he be commenting on its impressive aura and intimidating presence during the roar? Weren't they supposed to launch full-scale attacks only after the roaring was complete? What was this situation? Attacking before the roar was finished? The dark saber-toothed tiger felt inexplicably wrong, yet it was still just a 3-year-old child. Lin Jiang, meanwhile, completely ignored its nonsense, continuously firing arrows. Multiple attack and phantom strike kept triggering, creating a mix of real and illusory attacks that were impossible to defend against completely. Even though the dark saber-toothed tiger was boss level within the excellent grade. However, facing Lin Jiang with all his attribute bonuses, the dark saber-toothed tiger still fell short. The dark saber-toothed tiger tried to dodge, but the arrows infused with magical elements flickered between reality and illusion. Whether it was the main arrow or the additional arrows triggered by the multiple attack effect, they all burst into brilliant light in midair, leaving nowhere to escape. After more than 10 minutes, its head, shoulders, and flanks were bristling with arrows, making it look as pathetic as a walking target dummy. Even so, it was still a BOS-level monster. If it had been an elite-grade black-striped python instead, it wouldn't have lasted even 3 minutes before collapsing. At this moment, the dark saber-toothed tiger's health had dropped from its original 40 to 50,000 down to just over 10,000, while Lin Jiang's mana remained abundant, allowing him to maintain continuous output. The additional arrows granted by multiple attack instantly doubled his firepower, with arrows firing like a Gatling gun in rapid rat-a-tat-tat succession. The dark saber-toothed tiger attempted several force charges, but was suppressed by the frontal firepower and couldn't lift its head, only able to frantically leap left and right to avoid the attacks. Being quite intelligent, it clearly understood that continuing this stalemate would only lead to death, so it steeled itself and made a bold decision. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the forest. Lin Jiang's movements involuntarily paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, thinking the creature was about to unleash some ultimate skill or magical bombardment. The next second, the dark saber-toothed tiger flopped to the ground with a thud, then suddenly rolled over, paws pointing skyward, tongue lolling out, panting heavily, the very picture of surrender. It was still young and hadn't even tasted the pleasures of a tigress yet, so it certainly didn't want to die. Herded humans have a saying about the wise adapt to circumstances. This reversal left Lin Jiang stunned. No way. Are you related to those two silly dogs? He held his bow suspended in midair, torn between whether to fire another volley. If he shot, the creature had clearly surrendered. If he didn't, he feared this big fellow might be playing dead to launch a sneak attack. The dark saber-toothed tiger remained motionless on its back, its eyes growing increasingly panicked. If this human can't bring himself to finish me off, that's fine, but please don't decide to kill me after all this hesitation. Maybe I should follow him. Recalling the scene during the monster tide, this human had become ridiculously strong in just a few days. Clinging to such powerful coattails didn't seem shameful at all. After pondering for a moment, Lin Jiang put away his bow for safety's sake and slowly approached. Seeing this, the dark saber-toothed tiger's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity. When Lin Jiang reached within 3 meters, it suddenly flipped over and stood up. Lin Jiang reflexively activated wind step, blue light flashing beneath his feet as he prepared to retreat. But the dark saber-toothed tiger, having just gotten up, obediently lay back down and lifted its massive tiger head toward him. You want me to ride you? Lin Jiang asked tentatively. The dark saber-toothed tiger nodded as if it understood human speech. Half believing, Lin Jiang stepped onto the tiger's back in 2 strides. After confirming he was seated securely, the dark saber-toothed tiger stood up but remained in place, as if waiting for its master's command. You want to follow me? Lin Jiang asked again. Roar, came a low, gentle response, followed by another nod. Powerful wild beasts were typically proud and almost never submitted to humans. Lin Jiang was somewhat puzzled. What's gotten into this guy? After pondering for a while, he still couldn't make sense of it. Lin Jiang shook his head slightly and decided to stop overthinking. Although the dark saber-toothed tiger had submitted to him, he still didn't dare trust it completely. If this beast suddenly turned against him, he wouldn't necessarily suffer, but Da Lang and Er Lang hiding in the grass would certainly be in danger. With this in mind, he didn't immediately summon those 2 reckless dogs. At that moment, the dark saber-toothed tiger let out a low growl, raised its massive head, and nodded toward the cave, clearly signaling Lin Jiang to go inside and take a look. Lin Jiang's first thought was, maybe there's something valuable hidden inside. But if there really was an ambush, Da Lang and Er Lang would only be a burden if they followed. After a moment's consideration, he decided to let them continue lying in wait in the grass while he went in alone. Mounting the dark saber-toothed tiger's broad back, Lin Jiang entered the cave once more. This was the saber-toothed tiger's den, and with it leading the way, the maze-like passages in the stone walls posed no danger. They traveled smoothly and soon reached the deepest part. What met his eyes were irregular crystals embedded throughout the stone walls. The crystals came in 2 colors. One type emitted a subtle yet intense golden radiance, while the other glowed with a silvery white, cold light. They looked like gold and silver, yet were clearly different. To determine their origin, Lin Jiang jumped down from the tiger's back, moved closer to observe, and kept a constant watch on the beast beside him. After scanning the information panel, his heart suddenly jolted. Adamantine ore. Quality, rare. Description, among rare-grade ores, this ranks at the top. Equipment and weapons forged from it possess tremendous power. Mithril ore. Quality, excellent. Description, when fused into weapons or armor, it can resist mysterious forces. Hiss. Good heavens. Lin Jiang drew in a sharp breath. The cave was so deep, and the mineral vein was definitely more than just what he could see. Won't this make him rich? Excitedly, he walked along the stone walls, his fingertips touching every crystal. Wherever he went, the dark saber-toothed tiger crouched low and followed. Suddenly, the beast let out a muffled roar and pounced toward a pile of rubble ahead, its massive claws scraping and digging nonstop. Lin Jiang instinctively gripped his weapon tighter, thinking it had finally lost patience and was about to attack, but he saw the creature was simply focused on digging through the stones, showing no hostility. He relaxed, though he remained puzzled. This tiger was acting like a big dog digging in the dirt. What was it up to? As stones flew in all directions, the dark saber-toothed tiger stopped its movements, turned back to growl at him softly, then looked down at its feet, clearly calling him over. Lin Jiang's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately walked forward and bent down to look closely. At the bottom of the pit, a faint golden light flickered in and out of view. Was it adamantine ore? But the entire stone wall was covered with it. Would it be so excited about this? While he was still pondering, the dark saber-toothed tiger clawed again, completely clearing away the rubble. Instantly, a brilliant golden light flashed so brightly that Lin Jiang could barely keep his eyes open. This is a golden treasure chest? Lin Jiang's eyes widened instantly. He stared intently at the golden chest at his feet, which stood nearly half a person's height and was covered with intricate relief patterns. His heart filled with disbelief as the system description appeared clearly before him. Golden treasure chest. Quality, rare. Description, a rare-grade chest that can yield 1 or more rare quality items at maximum. What you get depends entirely on luck. Seeing the word rare, Lin Jiang was so excited he nearly pounced on it immediately. However, just as his fingertips touched the cold lid, he suddenly paused. Since the dark saber-toothed tiger could discover the chest, it could probably open it too, right? With his pitiful luck stat, he probably wouldn't get anything decent. Why not let this creature try instead? Dark saber-toothed tiger, you open it, Lin Jiang said, turning to gesture at the beast. The massive creature nodded obediently, raised its front paw, and gently pried at the lock with its sharp claws. Click! The lid opened, and a blinding golden beam shot straight up to the cave's ceiling, instantly illuminating the dim cavern like daylight. The brilliant light made Lin Jiang lick his lips, his heart burning with anticipation. Worthy of a golden chest indeed, what a spectacular display. Let's see how lucky you are, big cat. As the golden radiance faded, several items floated out. He immediately examined each one. 1. Ore crafting machine blueprint. Quality, rare. Description: the ore crafting machine can directly forge ores into equipment and weapons. The quality of finished products depends on the ore quality. Excellent. Lin Jiang's eyes lit up. He'd been worrying about all the useless ore piling up in the cave. With this machine, his weapons and equipment could improve by several grades. Any surplus gear could be sold at the market stalls in Eternal Night Grey Tower, guaranteeing a steady flow of Eternal Night coins. 2. Mist-Dispelling crystal. Quality, rare. Description: can upgrade an excellent grade Mist-Dispelling lamp to rare grade. Another rare item. Very useful. Lin Jiang silently praised the dark saber-toothed tiger's impressive luck. 3. Dark headband. Quality, rare. Attributes: intelligence 5, mana 500. Description: rare grade headwear equipment. Besides the standard equipment slots for hat, shirt, pants, and shoes, there were 3 uncommon accessory categories: headwear, hand accessories, and necklaces. Lin Jiang immediately put on the dark headband, feeling his mana pool expand instantly. Now he had all 3 accessory types: headwear, dark headband; necklace, magic amulet; hand accessory, eternal night wristwatch. Not bad at all. 4. Contract or a skill book passive. Quality, common. Description: creatures that acknowledge you will automatically form companion contracts with you, preventing mutual harm. Current contract slots: 1. Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow. This passive is interesting. Though it's not force contracting, it can determine who truly follows you. After storing all the loot in his backpack, he turned back to stare at the dark saber-toothed tiger, his gaze filled with envy and a hint of sourness. This creature's luck was practically overflowing, making him feel like some kind of unlucky charm by comparison. Was he really inferior to even a beast? Bah! What kind of thinking was that? Alert! Dark saber-toothed tiger shows high recognition toward you. Passive skill contract aura activating. Contract completed. Both parties have become partners. Lin Jiang had just learned the passive skill contract aura when several prompts immediately appeared before his eyes. Catching him somewhat off guard, turns out this dark saber-toothed tiger actually had quite favorable feelings toward him. Well, so you genuinely want to pledge allegiance to me? He circled around the saber-toothed tiger and nodded with satisfaction. Fine then. Seeing how handsome and refined you look, Ba, seeing how mighty and imposing you are, this lord shall reluctantly accept you as my underling. The naming process was essential. Lin Jiang stroked his chin. Can't keep calling you dark saber-toothed tiger forever, right? How about fatty tiger? Roar! The dark saber-toothed tiger immediately growled low, clearly rejecting this crude nickname. Lin Jiang completely ignored the protest, leaping onto its back and patting its head. Seems like you're quite pleased with this new name too. Good. From now on you'll be called Fatty Tiger, let's go. Roar. Fatty Tiger could only express its protest through deep tiger growls, yet still carried Lin Jiang as they charged out of the cave. Before leaving, Lin Jiang casually collected all the ore in the cave, mining by hand. How exhausting. He simply commanded Fatty Tiger to swipe with its claws, causing large chunks of ore veins to crash down from the stone walls, both effortless and efficient. After clearing out the cave, Lin Jiang whistled, and Big Wolf and Second Wolf emerged from the grass one after another. The 4 beasts quickly formed a group and headed toward the shelter. Today's harvest was quite substantial, so he decided not to linger and give himself a vacation, returning to properly digest his spoils and convert all resources into actual strength. An hour later, Lin Jiang arrived at the shelter. In terms of speed, Fatty Tiger could have made the trip in half an hour, but Big Wolf and Second Wolf had limited stamina, so he had to slow down accordingly. Upon entering the shelter, his first task was learning the ore crafting machine blueprint. Required materials: stone, iron, ore, copper, ore, mithril, ore, adamantine, or resources he had already prepared, so he quickly crafted the finished product at the workbench. As soon as the crafting machine was completed, he moved this treasure into his bedroom, placing it beside his bed where he could reach it at any time for peace of mind. Next came crafting equipment. The most precious ores Lin Jiang possessed were mithril and adamantine. He had originally planned to use all adamantine for crafting, thinking that rarer materials would produce stronger equipment. However, upon reflection, mithril-crafted equipment could resist anomalies, and combining it with adamantine might yield additional surprises. Without further delay, Lin Jiang stuffed all his adamantine ore and mithril ore into the ore crafting machine. Upon activation, the system prompted, "Please first select the equipment type to craft ore can only forge armor and weapons." Lin Jiang directly selected battle armor. Upper body, 3 adamantine pieces, 3 mithril pieces. Lower body, 2 adamantine pieces, 2 mithril pieces. Boots, 1 adamantine piece, 1 mithril piece. He had expected high-tier equipment to require extensive time, but surprisingly the system showed only 2 hours per piece. Delighted by this surprise, he also selected a bow and a spear. With abundant resources now, his armament naturally needed to be complete sets. Just one word: extravagant. This guy's loaded. Lin Jiang glanced at the weapons and equipment on his crafting list and nodded with satisfaction. They definitely couldn't be made in a short time, so he might as well focus on other tasks first. Since he wasn't sure what quality or strength the equipment would ultimately achieve, he planned to make just one set for himself to avoid wasting the adamantine and mithril ore. After all, excellent-grade mithril and rare-grade adamantine weren't common finds. He had already hollowed out that cave, and if he couldn't locate another ore vein of the same grade later, every bit used would be one less in his reserves. That said, finding one mine suggested there were likely others elsewhere on the continent, so he didn't dwell on it too much. While organizing his backpack, he stuffed in everything he planned to sell: common, fine, and superior-grade beast hide equipment, bronze spears, arrows and magic arrows, plus a large pile of ordinary wood and a small amount of fine wood. After packing everything, he clicked on the Eternal Night Grey Tower icon. The teleportation took a few seconds, bringing a brief wave of dizziness and weightlessness. He steadied himself, opened his eyes, and walked through the light gate into the marketplace with practiced ease. The thugs who had collected protection money last time were nowhere to be seen, leaving the entire street peacefully quiet. With no one bothering him, he leisurely arranged his backpack goods on the stall and priced each item. His positioning was cheap and affordable, with so many stalls and fierce competition. Overpricing meant no sales. Besides, these items weren't truly premium goods, and the longer they sat, the less valuable they'd become. Since his material acquisition costs were low, he felt no pain selling them cheaply. If he ever encountered truly rare items, he'd rather keep them for personal use or collection than sell them at bargain prices. After activating the system's automatic selling function, he collected the Eternal Night coins from his previous transactions, just over 40,000 total. With money in his pocket, the enhancement hall naturally warranted a visit. Improving his strength would create a snowball effect for resource income, creating a cycle where Eternal Night coins would accumulate faster and faster. Entering the enhancement hall, he first upgraded his newly learned contract or a skill. The enhancement machine's panel displayed: common to fine 30 coins, fine to superior 300 coins, superior to excellent 3,000 coins. Lin Jiang didn't even blink as he maxed it out with one click, instantly vaporizing 3,330 Eternal Night coins. While browsing the list, he noticed his combat techniques was still at common grade, so he upgraded that to 1,110 Eternal Night coins to reach excellent grade directly. After reviewing his skills, he glanced at his character panel. Level 37. Experience bar more than half full, just a step away from level 38. Once he reached level 40, he could advance to the next tier, bringing a new surge in power. Next, he looked at the upgrade options for multiple attack and shadow step. Each required 100,000 Eternal Night coins for superior grade. Lin Jiang's scalp tingled as he quickly closed the enhancement machine. Can't afford it. Time to go. He walked over to the nearby vending machine and touched the screen to light it up, wanting to see if anything good had been restocked. Inside the vending machine, the food, water, and daily necessities seemed untouched. Every time he checked, the shelves were fully stocked. Lin Jiang shook his head slightly and continued inspecting the shelves below. The first row still displayed the usual food, water, and several daily necessities, all in clean packaging, as if they would never run out of stock. The second row showcased the mysterious fish fry he had purchased before: common premium fish food, and today's newcomer luxury fish food. Luxury fish food quality: excellent. Description: accelerates fish fry growth when fed, with a certain probability of upgrading ordinary fish fry up to excellent grade. Price: 100 Eternal Night coins per pack. The price wasn't outrageous. Lin Jiang nodded lightly and casually grabbed 10 bags, totaling 1,000 Eternal Night coins. After completing the purchase, he shifted his gaze to the third row. This is... In the center of the third row sat a potion in a deep blue glass bottle, making his pupils contract. Howling Moon Werewolf Potion Quality: superior. Description: grants humans the ability to transform into werewolves when consumed. When consumed by wolves, there's a high probability of evolution into werewolves. Note: may conflict with certain professions. Reckless consumption can have extremely severe consequences. Please choose carefully. One bottle cost 10,000 Eternal Night coins. Lin Jiang furrowed his brow. Use it himself? He had no immediate need for it. But if he gave it to Big Wolf and Second Wolf, allowing them to evolve into Howling Moon werewolves, they could keep up with his pace. Werewolves possessed human-like agility and could handle many tasks he couldn't manage alone. 10,000 Eternal Night coins. Buy it. Those two silly dogs needed a power upgrade anyway. He shook his head, picturing Big Wolf and Second Wolf frolicking and growing up in the camp. Without these two silly dogs for company in this oppressive environment, he would likely end up talking to thin air and struggle to maintain his sanity. Since they were his dogs, he naturally had to care for them. So what if it was expensive? With his mind made up, he decisively made the purchase, spending 20,000 Eternal Night coins on 2 bottles of Howling Moon Werewolf Potion. The remaining items were unremarkable, so he simply left the enhancement hall. Exiting the hall, he headed straight for the market street. He suddenly remembered he was still missing a crucial Materialis superior grade fog-dispelling crystal. He already had 1 rare grade crystal. With just 1 more superior grade crystal, his equipment could jump up 2 quality levels. Lin Jiang wasted no time and searched from stall to stall. Fog-dispelling crystals were extremely rare, usually only obtainable from treasure chests. After inquiring at hundreds of stalls with no success, he felt disappointed but could only continue. Finally, at the 609th stall, he spotted his target. However, that superior grade fog-dispelling crystal had caught another customer's eye, and the deal was about to close. Lin Jiang never claimed to be a good person, nor had he admitted to being a bad one. But this time, he decided to be the bad guy because he desperately needed that fog-dispelling crystal too. Just as the transaction was about to conclude, he spoke up. Looking at the stall owner with a calm expression, he said quietly, "Hold on, I want that superior grade Mist-Dispelling crystal. How about highest bidder takes it?" The vendor was just about to hand the crystal to the customer beside him when he heard this shout. His hand trembled, and he froze for half a second before breaking into delighted laughter. Absolutely. Of course. Good things have always gone to the highest bidder since ancient times. His laughter carried undisguised joy as the atmosphere around the stall instantly grew tense. The 3 customers who were ready to pay all turned grim-faced in unison. Their leader was a woman who appeared to be in her late 20s, delicate features, crimson lips, and a mature fragrance that stood out particularly in this marketplace mixed with herbal scents. She stepped forward half a pace, her gaze cold yet still maintaining politeness. "Friend, I've already negotiated the price for this item. Don't you think it's rather excessive to suddenly butt in like this?" Lin Jiang simply shook his head. Having decided to play the villain, he wouldn't back down halfway. He had been searching for this superior grade Mist-Dispelling crystal for a long time and absolutely wouldn't give up now. "My apologies, but I'm in urgent need as well," he said calmly. "Besides, the money hasn't been paid yet, has it? Since no transaction has been completed, naturally good things go to the highest bidder. If the lady offers more than me later, I certainly won't make unreasonable demands." As he spoke, he discreetly assessed his opponent. Her curvaceous figure was indeed eye-catching, but he had never been one to let appearances cloud his judgment. His gaze quickly withdrew. Beautiful or not, it had nothing to do with him. His indifference made the mature woman's chest rise and fall slightly, clearly angered. Having been pampered like a precious jewel since childhood, she had never suffered such cold treatment in public, and a flash of fury crossed her eyes. "Fine. As you said, highest bidder takes it," she articulated clearly. "Naturally," Lin Jiang replied coolly. The invisible tension between them made passers-by stop in their tracks, while the vendor rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of profit. "Haha, since you're both so straightforward, I'll announce the starting price: 1,500 Eternal Night coins to start. Minimum increment of 100, no upper limit." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman raised her voice almost without hesitation. 1,600, 1,700, Lin Jiang followed immediately. 1,800, 1,900, 2,000. Their bids crackled like rapid firecrackers, climbing steadily and soon breaking through 2,000 Eternal Night coins. This price already exceeded many superior grade items, but this was a Mist-Dispelling crystal after all, rare enough to make people grit their teeth. The woman's gaze was sharp as she added another 100. 2,100. Lin Jiang frowned slightly, but remained calm. 2,200. The price climbed all the way to 2,500, drawing gasps from onlookers while the vendor grinned from ear to ear. Yet neither bidder showed signs of stopping. 2,900. The woman's voice carried a hint of ruthlessness. 3,000. Lin Jiang's figure struck like a final gavel. This time, the woman finally hesitated. She bit her lip for several moments, but ultimately refused to concede. 3,100. Lin Jiang's expression didn't change as he uttered a higher number. 3,500. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. The woman's pupils contracted, fury surging, but she ultimately couldn't speak again. She stepped back half a pace, her face ashen, announcing her defeat. In the end, the superior grade Mist-Dispelling crystal fell into Lin Jiang's hands for the steep price of 3,500 Eternal Night coins. The money spent was somewhat painful, but breaking rules by fighting in the Eternal Night Grey Tower would carry an even greater cost. He could only suppress his emotions, pocket the crystal, and turned to leave. He had barely taken 2 steps when the sharp sound of high heels struck the ground with hatred. The mature woman blocked his path, speaking through gritted teeth. "Stop right there. Do you dare face me in the arena for a match?" Lin Jiang had no intention of indulging her whims upon hearing this. He refused directly. "I wouldn't dare." "What? Can't afford it, so you're planning to make a scene?" His bland words carried a hint of mockery, and his gaze revealed unmistakable disdain. This made the attractive mature woman's cheeks flush red as she took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger, and began to explain. "Listen, I'm not asking for a free sparring match. How about 1,000 Eternal Night coins per round?" Hearing there was money to be made, Lin Jiang's interest was immediately piqued. "Oh, 1,000 Eternal Night coins for a sparring match with you? Seems a bit low." He shook his head with apparent regret and prepared to leave. But seeing this, the woman immediately raised her offer. 2,000. No, 3,000. As long as you spar with me on the arena and win, I'll give you 3,000 Eternal Night coins. But I have one condition: if you lose, you give me that excellent grade Mist-Dispersing crystal you just got. I won't take advantage of you though. I'll pay you 2,000 Eternal Night coins at market price. How about it?" These words made Lin Jiang, who was walking away, stop in his tracks. He turned around and studied the woman carefully. Even if he lost, she was still willing to pay Eternal Night coins for it? Of course, even if you lose, you could just walk away and not honor the agreement. But in that situation, with everyone watching, many people would remember your name and appearance. After that, probably no one would be willing to trade with you. After observing her for a while, until the mature woman's cheeks reddened again, Lin Jiang finally looked away and couldn't help but smile softly. "It seems I've been judging a gentleman's heart with a petty person's mind. I didn't expect to encounter someone so forthright, especially a woman. Truly, women are no less capable than men. All right, as you've said, let's go to the arena." With that, Lin Jiang composed his expression, regained his calm, and strode quickly toward the arena. Seeing this, the mature woman and her 2 companions naturally couldn't have asked for more. They immediately followed, staying close behind Lin Jiang, apparently afraid he might flee. Lin Jiang shook his head slightly and walked straight onto the arena platform. The mature woman followed suit. Both their names appeared on the light screen above. Survivor Lin Jiang versus Survivor Song Yuhan. 3, 2, 1. Battle begins. Neither side wasted time or exchanged pleasantries. As soon as the battle announcement ended, Lin Jiang pulled out his spear from his backpack and gripped it with one hand. Without any fancy spear techniques, he thrust straight forward. The speed was incredible, leaving several afterimages trailing behind like shadows. Looking at Song Yuhan, despite being a woman, her face showed no trace of fear. Wielding a slender longsword, she met the spear from a cunning angle. Clang! The 2 figures crossed paths. Lin Jiang was slightly stunned and looked down. His chest clothing had been slashed open, revealing a bloody mark. The wound wasn't deep, with only a trace of blood flowing out. He then turned to face Song Yuhan and said calmly, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect a woman could be this strong." The first sentence was directed at Song Yuhan, while the latter seemed addressed either to her or to himself. Hearing this, Song Yuhan frowned slightly, her expression darkening. "What? Do you look down on women?" "Not exactly." Lin Jiang shook his head slightly without further explanation. He brandished his spear and continued his attack. This time he was getting serious. He had originally thought Song Yuhan's strength wouldn't be too formidable. Besides, she wasn't malicious by nature, so she didn't want to make him lose too badly. However, she hadn't expected that in just one exchange, Lin Jiang's arm would be slashed by her sword, leaving a bloody mark. Though the wound was minor, it was enough to make him abandon his contemptuous attitude. His spear transformed into cold light, striking in rapid succession, with additional attacks and afterimages layering through the air like an invisible net cast towards Song Yuhan. Lin Jiang, now taking things seriously, was like a completely different person from before. Song Yuhan gripped her sword and retreated, silver light flashing as she moved. Though she appeared strained, she managed to block all the incoming spear shadows. Lin Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly. This was clearly not ordinary basic swordsmanship. Basic sword and spear techniques were both beginner skills and shouldn't produce such afterimages, let alone faintly emanate sword chi. I've been passionate about swords since childhood. I began practicing at 8, mastered swordsmanship at 16, and by 24, I was already on par with sword masters. Song Yuhan deflected the force with a sidestep, her gaze sharp and imposing as a hint of pride appeared on her face. Lin Jiang instinctively slowed his attacks and asked in confusion, "Swordsmanship? You're from Blue Star?" "Of course I'm from Blue Star." Song Yuhan parried and counterattacked, her sword deflecting his spear tip. How could ordinary people know ancient martial arts? Ignorant. So that's it. Lin Jiang suddenly understood. No wonder every move flowed seamlessly with perfect transitions. This was the foundation of a prestigious family. On the Eternal Night continent, Blue Star ancient martial artists naturally possessed inherent advantages. Absolute fairness never existed. He sighed inwardly, then refocused his mind. The slowed spear suddenly accelerated again, its point targeting Song Yuhan's throat, heart, and other vital spots. Her swordsmanship was cunning and fierce, far superior to basic spear techniques, but the attribute gap between them was too vast for skill alone to bridge. Wind step. Lin Jiang activated the skill with a thought, air currents swirling around his body as his speed increased by nearly half. Countless afterimages crossed and closed in. Song Yuhan's beautiful eyes widened. This sudden acceleration made it nearly impossible for her to see his true form. Even giving her all to wield her sword, she couldn't block all the mixed real and illusory spear shadows. Clang, clang, clang. Initially, she could barely deflect several strikes, but then the spear attacks grew increasingly fierce. With a puff sound, the spear pierced through her chest, penetrating both her full bosom and heart. Song Yuhan's movements froze, her pupils dilated, her face filled with disbelief. Had she really been defeated so quickly? Another muffled sound followed as Lin Jiang withdrew his spear, blood droplets scattering. His expression remained calm, showing no trace of gallantry toward the fairer sex. With her heart pierced, death was inevitable. The system notification followed. Battle concluded. Survivor Lin Jiang is victorious. As the voice faded, Song Yuhan, who had fallen, struggled to her feet looking disheveled and pale, fear evident in her eyes as she looked at Lin Jiang. The taste of death was unpleasant. Even grown men fear death, let alone a young woman. The survival instinct was universal. Lin Jiang didn't mock her, simply reminding her in a flat tone, "You lost. According to our agreement, you owe me 3,000 eternal night coins. Death in competitive matches isn't real death." You could think of that moment as digitized, suspended animation, but the pain, suffocation, and terror flood into your brain without any reduction. It took Song Yuhan quite a while to break free from death's shadow. She forcibly suppressed the fear in her heart, took a deep breath, and spoke with feigned casualness. "Phew. Don't worry. I'm not the type to go back on my word. I keep my promises. 3,000 eternal night coins. Here you go." As her words fell, she pulled out a bill worth exactly 3,000 from her backpack and handed it over. Eternal night coins could be freely split and combined when taken from the backpack, automatically merging when put back convenient. Yet this very feature made them the prime target for robbery and extortion. Powerful survivors could easily force weaker ones to hand over money in the Eternal Night Grey Tower. If the weak refused to comply, they had to be prepared to pay with their lives. Lin Jiang belonged to the latter category. Step onto the arena and finish off the opponent with one strike. Lin Jiang took the Eternal Night coins and turned to leave. "Wait, can we add each other as friends?" Song Yuhan called out from behind, her eyes filled with anticipation as she immediately sent a friend request. Only then did Lin Jiang remember he hadn't checked his request list in ages. When he opened it, the dense list seemed endless, but fortunately Song Yuhan's name was right at the top. He casually clicked accept. Just one friend slot. This woman had looks, skills, and brains all going for her, so keeping her around might prove useful. After adding friends, he didn't linger, striding into the teleportation plaza. A white beam of light flashed, and within seconds, he was back at his shelter. This trip had been costly. 20,000 Eternal Night coins for 2 Howling Werewolf potions, plus a hefty sum for an excellent grade Mist-Dispelling crystal. Fortunately, Song Yuhan kept her word and paid back the agreed 3,000 Eternal Night coins, so the crystal didn't hurt his finances too badly. Thinking about how 20,000 Eternal Night coins had gone straight into potions still pained Lin Jiang. So he simply took the potions from his backpack and called Big Wolf and Second Wolf to head out to the villa's courtyard. "Come here, you silly dogs, sit side by side." The 2 wolf dogs immediately bounded over and sat in front of him. "Open your mouths." Big Wolf and Second Wolf obediently opened their massive jaws. Lin Jiang poured both Howling Werewolf potions down their throats in one go. As the liquid hit their mouths, both dogs immediately collapsed, swaying and howling pitifully. The commotion attracted Fat Tiger, the dark saber-toothed tiger who was on patrol. Seeing the 2 wolf dogs in distress, Fat Tiger's eyes lit up. He growled at Lin Jiang, his meaning crystal clear. "Dog meat tonight? Get out of here." Lin Jiang laughed and gave him a kick. The contract Halo's function went far beyond the enhanced communication described in the manual. Once a contract was truly signed, both parties could roughly understand each other's intentions. Through this, Lin Jiang commanded Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Fat Tiger effortlessly, and the 3 contracted beasts could likewise comprehend his orders. Roar. Fat Tiger, having received a kick, walked away looking aggrieved, then laid down on the ground. Seeing how pitiful it looked, Lin Jiang realized it was hungry. He pulled out a piece of excellent grade black-striped python bone and casually tossed it to Fat Tiger to gnaw on. Fat Tiger was already an excellent grade beast, and to grow rapidly, it needed bones of the same grade for nourishment. Lower grade food could fill its belly, but the leveling speed was nowhere near as satisfying as excellent grade bones. Meanwhile, Big Wolf and Second Wolf's agonized howling continued. their bodies convulsing in waves as their joints cracked. Outie Blythe Howling Moon Werewolf Potion was clearly taking effect. At 10,000 per bottle, the price wasn't cheap, and success wasn't guaranteed even after consumption. Lin Jiang trusted that these wolf brothers wouldn't disappoint him. After confirming everything was normal, he took out the fog-dispelling lamp and an excellent-grade fog-dispelling crystal, holding one in each hand before gently crushing it crack. The crystal transformed into countless white light particles that drilled into the lamp. Accompanied by a soft glow, the fog-dispelling lamp slowly levitated as its quality gradually improved. Lin Jiang simply sat cross-legged on the ground, watching over the lamp while observing the mutating big wolf and second wolf. Time passed quietly. After half an hour, the fog-dispelling lamp completed its first upgrade, leaping from fine grade to excellent grade. Lin Jiang didn't immediately check its attributes, instead pulling out a rare-grade fog-dispelling crystal he had prepared earlier and crushing it again. The lamp that had just settled back into his palm rose into the air once more, entering a new round of upgrades. Meanwhile, Big Wolf and Second Wolf's mutation was still ongoing. Another 2 hours passed, and the fog-dispelling lamp completed its second upgrade. Immediately after, Big Wolf and Second Wolf's transformation also concluded a total of 2.5 hours. Their changes were nothing short of earth-shattering. The ordinary giant wolves that once moved on all fours had become upright walking werewolves. Their gray-white fur transformed into brilliant silver white, their bodies massively enlarged, standing a full head taller than the dark saber-toothed tiger. That silver-white fur practically gleamed under the lamplight, completely capturing Lin Jiang's attention and making him forget about checking the repeatedly upgraded fog-dispelling lamp. Good heavens, this is an epic-level enhancement. Those two potions were incredibly potent, he marveled silently. Fat Tiger, lying nearby, was equally stunned. It twitched its ears, its gaze roaming over Second Wolf's body as it growled softly. Roar? What's going on? How did these two stupid dogs change so much? Their size and height are almost the same as mine, and their aura just jumped to excellent grade. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're the stupid dog. Your whole family are stupid dogs. Dumb Tiger. Big Wolf and Second Wolf immediately caught the disdain in Fat Tiger's words and howled back defiantly. Now that they were all excellent grade, they naturally had to fight back. Hearing the words, dumb tiger, Fat Tiger sprang to its feet, fierce light flashing in its eyes as a deep, angry roar rumbled from its throat. Roar. The meaning was clear. Don't think you can challenge me just because you've newly advanced to excellent grade. Facing Fat Tiger's threat, Big Wolf and Second Wolf didn't retreat a single step. They simultaneously raised their heads in a long howl that pierced the sky, their momentum no less impressive. The enhancement from the Howling Moon Werewolf Potion was evident. Lin Jiang happened to want to test their actual combat power, so he spoke up. Big Wolf, Second Wolf, Fat Tiger, have a fight, and let me see who's stronger. Just don't kill each other. With the command given, all three excellent grade beasts erupted simultaneously. They had long found each other irritating, and now with no reservations whatsoever, they eagerly began their battle. Rumble. The Howling Moon Werewolf and Dark Saber-Toothed Tiger, two massive beasts, collided in the courtyard, sending dirt flying in all directions. Despite their enormous size, they weren't clumsy at all. Each step caused the ground to tremble, and though they made quite a commotion, their speed was impressive. These creatures never relied on agility to begin with. Their advantage came from the sheer intimidation of their massive frames. In the beast world, the larger the body, the greater the advantage. Roar. A woo. Bang. 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 The dull sounds of flesh colliding echoed continuously, with no fancy techniques involved, just pure, raw power clashing heat. After a brief exchange, Lin Jiang got a clear sense of Big Wolf and Second Wolf's capabilities after taking the Howling Moon Werewolf Potion. In unknown combat, they still couldn't match Fat Tiger, but thanks to the werewolf's unique agility, the gap wasn't insurmountable. The two werewolves could both stand upright to swipe with their claws and drop to all fours to sprint, with speed and maneuverability far exceeding the Dark Saber-Toothed Tiger. If they really wanted to flee, Fat Tiger might not be able to stop them. However, in a direct confrontation, whether it was Big Wolf or Second Wolf alone, either would still be overpowered by Fat Tiger. The Dark Saber-Toothed Tiger had virtually no significant weaknesses: thick hide, tremendous strength, decent speed, and even some trump card magical attacks that hadn't been fully unleashed yet. Overall, the Dark Saber-Toothed Tiger remained slightly superior, though not overwhelmingly so. With both wolves working together, they could barely hold their own against Fat Tiger. Roar. Fat Tiger let out an angry howl first, opening its massive maw as a beam of black light shot forth, scorching the air into twisted, dark ripples. Lin Jiang frowned. Was Fat Tiger actually getting serious? Just as he was about to intervene, Big Wolf and Second Wolf's front claws began glowing with silver-white magical energy. In the next moment, for silver claw marks due from each wolf tore through the air to meet the black beam. Boom. The energy collision held for several seconds before exploding, the shockwaves stirring up dust clouds that filled the entire courtyard. When the gray mist cleared, Fat Tiger, Big Wolf, and Second Wolf were all panting heavily, their fur disheveled and standing on end, yet none would yield in terms of presence. While it appeared evenly matched on the surface, Lin Jiang knew better in this round. Big Wolf and Second Wolf had come out on the losing end. After all, it was 2 against 1, and having just evolved, they hadn't fully mastered their newfound power yet. Compared to Fat Tiger's nearly precise magical control, their movements seemed crude. That last attack had nearly torn up the villa's courtyard, causing the shelter's durability to drop by a full third. It was perfectly normal for an excellent grade building to struggle against the assault of epic grade monsters. Alright, that's enough. Lin Jiang patted the 3 massive beasts on their heads. Big Wolf, Second Wolf, Fat Tiger, eerie, all strong. But from now on, I want you all to get along. With that, he turned and headed inside, paying them no further attention, leaving the 2 wolves and 1 tiger to eye each other uncertainly. The 3 creatures were simply too large to squeeze into the shelter for now, so they'd have to make do sleeping in the courtyard while serving as guards. With such a formidable security detail, Lin Jiang felt completely at ease. He went to the kitchen and whipped up some food to fill his stomach, then grabbed 2 epic grade bones to toss to Big Wolf and Second Wolf. They were now level 31, and epic grade bones could accelerate their growth. 1 bone per day should be enough for them to gain a level. Besides, these bones had no other immediate use anyway. Thinking about having to provide for Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Fat Tiger's appetites going forward, Lin Jiang shook his head slightly, though he wasn't worried. With their current strength, they could dominate among epic grade creatures. He figured he could probably take on regular rare level monsters now. Of course, this was just Lin Jiang's speculation. Wasn't entirely sure if he could actually go head-to-head with a rare level creature. After feeding Big Wolf and Second Wolf, he scattered some feed for the fish by the pond and filled the black-tailed chicken's trough with grain. Fortunately, the shelter's durability hadn't dropped to 0, so the interior remained intact, and these little creatures had stayed safe and sound. Once he finished feeding them, he grabbed a stack of wooden planks and several stones, then crouched along the shelter's exterior to patch up the damaged sections piece by piece. He inserted wooden joints, placed stones as foundation, and sealed everything with mud plaster. In less than half an hour, the damaged walls looked as good as new. The durability meter on his panel shot back up to full, and Lin Jiang nodded with satisfaction before turning his attention to the fog-dispelling lamp that had jumped up 2 quality levels. Fog-dispelling lamp. Quality, rare. Special effect 1, blocks mental intimidation from rare level creatures. Special effect 2, reduces mental and magical damage from rare level and lower creatures by 50. Special effect 3, automatically absorbs and stores surrounding magical power, maximum storage 10,000 points. Special effect 4, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Burn 5,000 magical power points to double the user's magical damage for 1 minute while the core flame burns. Description: dispels darkness and gray fog within a 24-meter radius while providing comfortable heat. Compared to the pre-upgrade stats, special effects 3 and 4 were brand new additions, and each one was more practical than the last. Special effect 1 had upgraded from blocks mental intimidation from fine-quality aberrations to blocks mental intimidation from rare-level creatures. While it seemed like just a surface-level improvement, being able to block intimidation from rare-level beasts and humans was tremendously significant. Special effect 2 had added halves magical damage to the original halves mental damage, broadening its coverage. As for the newly added special effects 3 and 4, they were likely the result of each quality tier excellent and rare, adding 1 special effect each. With a storage capacity of 10,000 magical power points and the ability to burn 5,000 during combat for double magical damage output, this was practically a divine artifact that combined both survival and burst damage capabilities. Lin Jiang ran his fingers along the lamp's surface, and only after a long moment did he exhale deeply, pushing his excitement back down. He stored the fog-dispelling lamp in his inventory and headed into the bedroom to the crafting machine. The panel showed that all the weapons and equipment were complete, so he retrieved them one by one to examine their attributes. Adamantine mithril armor, upper body. Quality, rare. Attributes: Constitution 5, Intelligence 5, Health 1000, Magical Power 1000. Durability, 5050. Description: forged from adamantine and mithril, with extremely high defense and considerable mental and magical resistance. Adamantine mithril armor, lower body. Quality, rare. Attributes: Constitution 5, Intelligence 5, Health 800, Magical Power 800. Durability, 5050. Description: crafted from the same materials, with balanced protection. Adamantine mithril armor boots. Quality, rare. Attributes: Constitution 5, Intelligence 5, Health 500, Magical Power 500. Durability, 5050. Description: light yet sturdy, movement unrestricted. The complete armor set gleamed silver in his hands, with sharp angles that didn't sacrifice sleek lines. Lin Jiang's eyes lit up immediately. It was both stylish and had impressive attribute bonuses. What man hasn't dreamed of being an armored general charging across battlefields? Without hesitation, he equipped it on the spot. The breastplate's buckles clicked shut with a satisfying clack, the leg guards hugged his thighs, and the boots wrapped around his ankles. The fit was almost like it had been custom-tailored. The armor's joints were connected by fine mithril chains, and he felt no clumsiness in his movements. Lin Jiang raised his hand and made a fist. The arm guards and shoulder plates moved in perfect harmony, without the slightest hitch. The attribute boost was one thing, but what made him even happier was the additional mental and magical resistance. With this adamantine mithril armor plus the fog-dispelling lamp's dual protection, his confidence in upcoming exploration ventures soared. Wouldn't have to worry about sneak attacks from creepy things anymore. There were simply too many good things. Lin Jiang was getting overwhelmed. Rare grade equipment provided a fixed 5 attribute points, excellent grade 4 points, fine grade 3 points, superior grade 2 points, and common grade 1 point. By this logic, the epic grade above rare should be 6 points, and perfect grade would be 7 points. Higher qualities would even come with additional bonuses, which made him more and more excited just thinking about it. Besides a complete set of adamantine mithril armor, he had also specially crafted 2 weapons for himself. His gaze shifted from the armor to his backpack, where a spear and a longbow lay quietly. Adamantine mithril spear. Quality, rare. Attribute bonus, Constitution 5, Intelligence 5, Health 1000, Mana 1000. Durability, 5050. Description, a spear forged from adamantine and mithril with incredible piercing power, capable of harming aberrations. Attack speed 50, spear damage 50. After checking the attributes, Lin Jiang immediately drew the spear and rushed to the courtyard in a few quick steps, eager to practice a few moves. The rare grade truly lived up to its reputation. The spear shaft was covered with intricate patterns, yet the grip wasn't rough at all. Instead, it provided better friction, making it nearly impossible to slip from one's grasp. The entire spear was cast from adamantine and mithril, making it incredibly heavy, at least 500 or 600 pounds. Lin Jiang hefted it and nodded with satisfaction. This weight was perfect for him. One thrust could pierce through steel plates. With such a handy weapon, his combat power would at least double based on the attributes and feel alone, not to mention all those bonuses. Putting away the spear, he turned his attention to the longbow. Adamantine mithril bow. Quality, rare. Attribute bonus, Constitution 5, Intelligence 5, Health 1000, Mana 1000. Durability, 5050. Description, a longbow forged from adamantine and mithril with extremely high penetration, capable of harming aberrations. Attack speed 50, bow damage 50. The longbow's stats were almost identical to the spear's, and what satisfied him most was its ability to directly harm aberrations. Lin Jiang held the bow against his arm to examine it. The metal bow limbs were one thing, but even the bowstring appeared to be made from mineral derivatives, which seemed absurd no matter how he looked at it. On second thought, this was a semi-digitized game world after all, where crafting weapons with bare hands was possible, so one more metal bowstring wasn't that strange. He rubbed his temples and decided not to dwell on it. If it exists, it's reasonable. As long as it works, that's what matters. Casually storing the bow in his backpack, he returned inside to organize his resources. The furnace was churning out iron ingots, bronze ingots, coal, and glass. The forge was clanging away, continuously crafting weapons and arrows. The sewing machine shuttled back and forth, adding the final stitches to leather equipment. And the crystal smelter kept synthesizing soul crystals needed for building arrow towers. And who knows what other uses they might have in the future. Finally, he stood before the crafting machine. Having witnessed the incredible attributes of adamantine mithril equipment, Lin Jiang decided to feed most of his remaining adamantine and mithril into it, turning them all into armor. He wasn't considering weapons for now. With so many different professions, they'd be tricky to sell, but armor had no profession restrictions, and anyone could benefit from the full bonuses. Adamantine mithril armor could be worn by anyone without profession limitations. Any person could utilize its full value. Lin Jiang discovered that this system wasn't like real games with level restrictions. As long as you had the strength, even a level 1 character could equip perfect grade gear. Over the next few days, his routine became quite simple. Head out at dawn to explore, chop down every tree he encountered, kill every monster he met, and scavenge resources along the way. He simply delegated the mining work to Big Wolf and Second Wolf. After all, his new mount Fat Tiger, the dark saber-toothed tiger, was so impressive that Lin Jiang wanted to ride it around and show off all day. Since the Wolf brothers had nothing better to do anyway, he had the 2 wolves use their claws to tear at rocks and dig up or veins. Surprisingly, those beast claws could extract chunks with each strike, working with remarkable efficiency, much faster than pickaxes. Except for timber that he had to chop himself, he left all other mineral extraction to his wolf team, which gave him considerable satisfaction. These silly dogs he'd been raising for so long finally proved their worth. After spending entire days out in the field, Lin Jiang would methodically return to his shelter. First repair and organize his backpack, then transport the loot he wanted to sell to the market street at Eternal Night Grey Tower, complete his sales, and head back out again. After 3 days of this intense routine, he finally granted himself a day off. He took a hot bath, collapsed onto his spring mattress bed, and fell into deep sleep within seconds. 6 hours later, he woke up and efficiently got ready, washed up, filled his stomach, then fed Big Wolf, Second Wolf, Fat Tiger, Black-tailed Chicken, and the fish in his tank one by one. He had this entire routine down to a science, wasting no time whatsoever. His Eternal Night coin earnings had been substantial these past few days, and Lin Jiang felt his wallet getting heavy again. His backpack quietly held several 100,000 Eternal Night coins, with the bulk coming from those mithril and adamantine armor pieces that sold for tens of thousands each. It was time to visit the enhancement hall and upgrade his gear another notch. At Eternal Night Grey Tower's teleportation plaza, white light flashed as he landed and headed straight for the enhancement hall. Standing before the enhancement machine, his first priority was advancing his level. From his recent frenzied tree chopping, harvesting mature trees from his shelter's indoor plantation, plus experience from killing monsters, his level had reached 40, the limit for excellent grade, and any further advancement would cost money. Alert! Survivor level has reached the limit of excellent tier. Would you like to spend Eternal Night coins to advance to rare grade? Survivor profession detected as low-tier profession. Advancing from excellent to rare grade requires 30,000 Eternal Night coins. Confirm advancement. The advancement cost had jumped from 3,000 to 30,000, but Lin Jiang wasn't surprised or hesitant. Confirmed immediately. Survivor confirmed. Completing level advancement for this survivor. The white light lasted a full 10 minutes before fading. Advancement complete. Congratulations, survivor. You have reached rare tier. 30,000 Eternal Night coins have been deducted. The display refreshed, showing his level had jumped to 41, followed immediately by another notification. Alert! Congratulations on completing your profession advancement. Current profession, logging expert, maximum level achievable, 50. Alert! Congratulations, you've achieved a career advancement. Your new profession is lumberjack expert, with a maximum level cap of 50. Immediately after, the system displayed another notification. Alert! Congratulations, you've leveled up. You've gained 1 free attribute point to allocate as you wish. Your level has broken through 40 and reached 41. Therefore, your neural response has increased by 1 point, and your cellular vitality has increased by 1 point. This series of notifications rolled through his ears, and Lin Jiang couldn't help but smile. The feeling of another power surge was simply wonderful, making his whole body feel light and airy, even giving him the illusion that maybe I'm already invincible. Fortunately, his mastery of the cautious path was at its peak, his mindset remained stable, and he wasn't carried away by this sense of inflation. After rare comes only epic and perfect. At this rate, am I going to climb all the way to the summit? Lin Jiang pondered silently, but soon chuckled self-deprecatingly. Who knows? There might be even more terrifying tiers beyond that. He closed his eyes to feel the amplified power within his body. Honestly, compared to the fantasy scenarios in his mind of soaring through the heavens, grasping the sun and moon, plucking stars, the gap was still like heaven and earth. Whether it was the initial common tier, the current rare tier, or the future perfect tier, while they were all qualitative changes, they were still far from reaching mythical levels. Forget it, no point in overthinking. Let me upgrade my skills first. He casually closed the level advancement interface and opened the skill upgrade page instead. On the screen, a dense list of skills spread out before him. Lin Jiang clicked through them one by one. 1. Passive skills: life enhancement, mana enhancement, speed enhancement, strength enhancement, defense enhancement. 2. Combat skills: combat arts, marksmanship, archery, throwing. 3. Support skills: contract aura. All 11 of these were excellent tier, and they were also the cheapest to upgrade among all skills. Upgrading any one of them from excellent to rare cost only 10,000 Eternal Night coins. Lin Jiang glanced at his inventory balance. Several 100,000 Eternal Night coins sat quietly there. He nodded slightly. Not asking for much, really not much. Compared to the 30,000 required for a single advancement, these skills seemed reasonably priced individually, but 11 of them together totaled exactly 110,000 Eternal Night coins. If not for his recent windfall from selling mithril gold armor, he might not have been able to afford it. With this thought, he confirmed without hesitation. 110,000 Eternal Night coins deducted. 11 skills have been upgraded to rare tier. His balance shrank instantly. While it hurt, the immediate benefits of the upgrade were tangible. Rare tier passive skills added another 6 points to each attribute, plus comprehensive boosts to strength, speed, defense, health, and mana. Absolutely worth the price. However, the real money sink was just beginning. Lin Jiang turned his attention to the next group. Eagle Eye, Mental Perception, Multiple Attack, Shadow Step, Soul Enhancement. Each one was essential. Eagle Eye and Mental Perception, excellent to rare, 30,000 each, totaling 60,000. Multiple Attack and Shadow Step, only superior to fine, yet demanding an exorbitant price 100,000 per skill, 200,000 for both. The most terrifying was soul enhancement, a true money-burning black hole. Lin Jiang took a deep breath, quickly calculating in his mind. Fortunately, his intelligence attribute had now steadily broken through 200 points, finally meeting the prerequisite for upgrading soul enhancement. The soul enhancement was still at ordinary level. Upgrading to excellent level would cost 90,000 Evernight coins, and that was just the expense for upgrading from ordinary to excellent. The cost to push it further to fine level would be astronomical. Lin Jiang roughly calculated that all the skills on his panel combined would require a total of 350,000 Evernight coins. For any other survivor, this would be an astronomical figure that even selling everything down to their underwear wouldn't cover. Fortunately, Lin Jiang still had nearly 500,000 Evernight coins on hand. After upgrading his active skills Wind Step and Magic Arrow to rare level, his Evernight coins would be completely depleted. However, skill upgrades absolutely couldn't be skimped on. He understood the true purpose of Evernight coinsto, strengthen oneself. The stronger one became, the less they needed to worry about earning money. If one hoarded coins but was reluctant to improve, only to be killed in one strike by a terrifying entity, what meaning would those stockpiled Evernight coins have? Having money but no life was the greatest tragedy of all. After a round of upgrades, the balance on screen was nearly zero. Lin Jiang looked at the few remaining Evernight coins in his backpack and sighed softly. His skills were basically upgraded, but his painstakingly accumulated capital was almost spent. Aside from keeping some fine gold ore and mithril ore as emergency reserves, he had crafted and sold almost all other materials as equipment. Now relying on selling fine gold and mithril armor to recoup costs wasn't realistic, unless he found another mine of equivalent grade. Fortunately, most skills had been upgraded to rare level, with only soul enhancement, multiple attack, and shadow technique lagging behind. Soul enhancement had temporarily hit a wall after upgrading to excellent level. Continuing to fine level not only required intelligence attributes to reach 300 points, but also an additional 900,000 Evernight coins. Yes, 900,000 definitely not a small amount. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. However, the returns were equally generous. Each point of soul strength improvement would boost intelligence, spirit, and magic attack across the board. Absolutely worth it. As for multiple attack and shadow technique, pushing them to excellence would cost the same, just without attribute restrictions. Lin Jiang shook his head slightly and closed the enhancement machine panel before him. He had originally planned to enhance some equipment while he was at it, but now it seemed he'd have to postpone that. He simply didn't have enough money. Before leaving the enhancement hall, he casually glanced at the vending machine nearby. The result was predictably disappointing. Aside from the regular food, water, and daily necessities, there was nothing worth purchasing, so he left empty-handed. In the stall street, stall number 10 remained quiet with no issues. After confirming everything was fine, Lin Jiang began browsing leisurely. After a full hour, he was about to leave with waning interest. Just before departing, a stall on his right suddenly caught his eye. Displayed exactly the 2 blueprints he urgently needed. After some simple haggling, both parties completed the transaction satisfactorily. Lin Jiang folded the blueprints and casually stuffed them into his backpack, then headed straight for the teleportation plaza. A white pillar of light shot up from the ground, and a figure disappeared. In the shelter, inside the villa bedroom, a white light appeared. As the light flashed, Lin Jiang's figure was precisely teleported back home. The moment he landed, he immediately pulled out 2 blueprints he had just purchased from his backpack and chose to learn them without hesitation. One was an advanced wall blueprint, and the other was a wall upgrade material blueprint. An information panel unfolded before his eyes. Level 10 copper wall, iron fortress fine, level 1 steel wall excellent. Upgrade requirements: 100 forged steel excellent 1, stone fine 3. Durability: 200, 002, 0000. Notes: steel wall blueprint learned, 100 forged steel blueprint completed. Lin Jiang closed the interface and walked outside to the courtyard to check the existing wall information, confirming that the upgrade option was now activated. Only now did he fully understand the production process for 100 forged steel. The raw material required was simply iron ore. 1. Put iron ore into the furnace to smelt dark iron ingots. 2. Then throw 10 dark iron ingots into the forge to hammer them into one piece of 100 forged steel. The materials were simple, but the process was tedious. Thinking about the massive wall upgrades needed in the future, he decided to build another set of furnace and forge specifically for steel production. With his mind made up, he returned to the workbench in the corner of the living room and opened the crafting interface. Furnace 1, Forge 1. With abundant materials in stock, within minutes both new facilities were quietly sitting in the crafting queue. Lin Jiang chose an empty corner of the living room and placed the furnace and forge side by side, filling them with regular wood as fuel. Then he grabbed about half of his iron ore from the storage chest and poured it into the furnace, beginning to smelt dark iron ingots. The previously stored dark iron ingots weren't wasted either. They all went into the new forge, switched to 100 forged steel mode. The system prompted, crafting one piece of 100 forged steel takes 1 hour. Fortunately, each wall section only required one piece. Otherwise, encircling the entire shelter would take forever. After handling these tasks, he nodded with satisfaction, briefly organized his backpack, and prepared to head out with his silly dog and dumb tiger. The formation when leaving was quite impressive. Lin Jiang rode on Fat Tiger's back with a fog-dispelling lamp hanging from his waist. On his left and right sides, Big Wolf and Second Wolf stayed close by. With this setup, exploration efficiency soared when encountering monsters. Big Wolf and Second Wolf charged ahead, while Lin Jiang didn't need to lift a finger, since kills didn't give him experience anyway. When encountering stones, minerals, and other resources, the two Howling Moon werewolves still handled precise collection, their nimble hands almost indistinguishable from humans, with incredibly high efficiency. Only when encountering trees would they stop and signal for Lin Jiang to chop. Personally, werewolves had no bonus for tree harvesting, making it purely wasteful. Lin Jiang was currently level 41, needing a full 1.1 million experience to reach level 42. This number gave him a slight headache, but only that chopping trees gave experience, simple and straightforward. Once he finished cutting down all the trees outside, he could always plant his own. Once they matured, they would be harvested. This wave brought in another huge chunk of experience. But leveling up couldn't be rushed. An experience bar requiring over 1,000,000 points wasn't something that could be filled in just a few days. For Lin Jiang, leveling was already becoming difficult, let alone for other survivors. Gathering professions gained experience through collecting, combat professions through killing monsters, and support professions were even weirder. They had to help others to level up. These three categories weren't even all of them. The world contained even more outrageous professions that required doing even more ridiculous things to gain experience. Comparing vertically, gathering professions seemed to have the highest leveling efficiency, but their drawback was obvious. Almost all were classified as low-tier professions. Combat professions started at mid-tier, with high-tier above that. Low-tier professions had always been a thorn in Lin Jiang's side. He wielded the incredible axe paired with the lumberjack profession, giving him leveling speed that absolutely crushed others in his bracket, but over time, this advantage would eventually be equalized. Once everyone hit the level cap, mid and high-tier professions would naturally be stronger. I need to find a way to advance to a mid-tier profession. What a headache. Lin Jiang sat cross-legged on Pang Hu's back, propping his chin as he muttered. With his luck stat of only 1 point, same as ordinary people, finding an advancement path was basically a pipe dream. So the immediate priority was still exploring, finding resources, chopping trees to level up, and dealing with being stuck later when the time came. Lost in thought, several wolf howls echoed from nearby. A woo-woo. De Lang and Erlang are calling? Did they find some treasure? Lin Jiang straightened up, patting Pang Hu repeatedly to signal acceleration. The dark saber-toothed tiger let out a low growl, and its speed whooshed explosively, reaching De Lang and Erlang's howling location in less than 3 seconds. What met his eyes was a densely planted forest. Tree trunk pressed against tree trunk, as if forming a wall. Within the 24-meter light circle of the fog-dispelling lamp were nothing but trees, and beyond the darkness, green shadows still stretched endlessly, with no end in sight. Holy cow, how many trees is that? Way more than that small grove I first encountered. Lin Jiang was stunned at first. Then his eyes lit up in his view. These weren't ordinary wood, but piles of experience and materials waving at him. The moment the thought arose, he flipped down from Pang Hu's back, drew his axe, and started chopping. No questions asked. De Lang, Erlang, and Pang Hu spread out to patrol with perfect understanding, guarding against lurking monsters. Meanwhile, Lin Jiang's incredible axe danced in a blur of afterimages, thunk, thunk, chopping into tree after tree. System notifications flashed like bullet comments across the screen. You obtained wood 1 common, triggered, logging expert. Additionally obtained wood 5 common. You obtained wood 6, due to profession trait, gained experience 6. You obtained wood. You gained experience. Notifications came one after another at a frightening speed. Lin Jiang swung his axe like the wind, notifications blazing past. If the system weren't hardcore enough, it probably would have crashed from his hand speed. Of course, this dense forest contained more than just ordinary grade trees. Venturing deeper, excellent grade trees could be found everywhere. Lin Jiang raised his hand, gripping the axe handle tightly, his gaze sweeping across the area. Wherever his eyes fell and his blade struck, everything would be his. Crack, crack. Thick tree trunks fell under the continuous chopping sounds, then silently disappeared, transforming into wood, vines, apples, saplings, and other materials that automatically packed themselves into his backpack. Time passed bit by bit, and the axe never stopped. The forest remained dense, but Lin Jiang felt both joy and frustration. In less than an hour, his backpack was stuffed to the brim. With no choice, he mounted Fat Tiger and raced back to the shelter at full speed, leaving Big Wolf and Second Wolf behind to stand guard. The dark saber-toothed tiger's speed was astonishing, reaching the shelter in just over half an hour. Lin Jiang dumped all the resources into empty chests with a clatter, not bothering to sort them, and immediately headed back after clearing his backpack. More than 20 minutes later, he stood once again in the depths of the forest, rolled up his sleeves without a word, and continued chopping. Bang! Bang bang! The dull thuds of the axe blade striking wood seemed endless. Notification sounds rang continuously in his ears. You obtained wood 1 excellent. Lumberjack expert effect activated. Additionally obtained wood 5 excellent. You obtained wood 6, gained 6 experience points due to class trait. The notifications came one after another, and Lin Jiang's lips curved upward. The deeper he went, the higher the quality of the trees. Now excellent grade lumber was so abundant, it was almost overwhelming. Another hour passed, and his backpack was full again. With his current constitution, he could chop continuously for 3 days and nights without issue, but the mountain of trees was far from depleted. He didn't feel tired, just annoyed that transporting materials wasted time. So he spent nearly an hour making the round trip, dumping all materials into storage, then returned to the forest to continue like an emotionless logging machine. Bang 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 bang. A full day and night passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Jiang finally caught his breath slightly. Looking around now, the trees had visibly thinned considerably. It seemed he was nearing the end. He nodded to himself. This was his professional integrity. As long as a single tree remained standing, he would never stop, unless his backpack couldn't hold any more. Sure enough, his backpack was once again bursting at the seams. He had no choice but to mount Fat Tiger again and return to the shelter, unload the resources, and clear his backpack. Thinking that the silly dogs and dumb tiger had accompanied him through this entire day and night of toil, Lin Jiang grabbed a few portions of superior grade bones. As for his own food, it was simple apples picked while chopping trees, munching on them as he worked, quenching both thirst and hunger. With everything sorted, he returned to the depths of that forest for the 3rd time, took out the bones, and fed them to Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Fat Tiger. You need to eat well to have the energy to work. Just to be safe, Lin Jiang didn't chop trees with his axe while Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Fat Tiger were eating. He worried that if he got distracted, something might ambush him, which would be terrible. These 3 creatures ate at an astonishing speed, and their bite force was outrageous. Bones would crunch into fragments with a single crack in their mouths, and they could probably chew through steel plates just as easily. Within 3 to 5 minutes, they finished everything cleanly, not even needing time to lick their bowls. After the meal, Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Fat Tiger immediately spread out to patrol, swiftly killing any monsters that approached. As Lin Jiang's contracted creatures, the items they dropped flew directly into Lin Jiang's backpack, making things both convenient and safe. After confirming the area was temporarily clear of enemies, Lin Jiang picked up his logging axe again. Bang 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 bang. Crack. The sounds of falling trees and system notifications alternated. You obtained wood 1 fine quality. Logging expert effect activated. Additionally obtained wood 5 fine quality. You obtained wood 6 due to class trait. Gained experience 6. You obtained wood. You gained experience. This time he chopped directly into fine quality trees, making Lin Jiang grin like a smug dragon king. Upgrading to a fine quality shelter required fine wood, and he had been worried about not having enough. Now he was all set. By his estimate, this forest definitely had plenty of fine quality trees, enough to upgrade his shelter with surplus left over to sell for profit. Not bad at all. That's just like me. Lin Jiang grinned crookedly, lost in thought, while continuously swinging his axe. One tree fell, then another, each turning into materials that went into his backpack. Only when his backpack warned of insufficient capacity did he stop, return to his shelter to clear inventory, then head back to the forest. When this patch of forest was cleared, his view opened up dramatically. Ahead appeared a lake with shimmering waves, its shores sparsely dotted with several tall trees that stood a head taller than the fine quality ones. Could they be excellent grade trees? At this thought, Lin Jiang's heart raced, and he immediately called Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Fat Tiger to approach the lakeside. He drew his axe, preparing to test the nearest tree with a strike. Just as the axe blade reached midair, a ferocious sense of danger that made his scalp tingle suddenly swept over from the lake's surface. Almost at the same instant, Lin Jiang was struck hard from behind. Bang! He couldn't even react, groaning as he was sent flying, his body carving a trail of dust. His spine burned with pain, as if his bones had cracked. Lin Jiang endured the agony and immediately checked his health bar. What he saw made his heart pound frantically. Holy crap! 1 hit, and I'm nearly finished. Long-forgotten fear quickly crawled through his nerves. Whatever unknown entity could critically wound him in 1 strike was completely beyond his ability to handle. Fight a heathen? What a joke. That single blow would have been enough to finish off 10 Lin Jiangs. He desperately scrambled to his feet with only one thought. Better to live and fight another daytime to run. Damn it. The pain is unbearable, and there's this overwhelming sense of weakness throughout my entire body. What the hell is happening? Only then did Lin Jiang remember to check his status bar. The moment he glanced at it, his pupils dilated in shock. It displayed a string of debilitating effects: weakness, severe injury, fatigue, moderate fractures, and more. Am I going to die here? No, that can't be. What does death feel like? For Lin Jiang in this moment, it was terrifying. He didn't want to Dieha hadn't lived enough yet, but his body felt so heavy, so leaden that he couldn't stand up or even crawl. Just then, sounds echoed from the lake ahead. Splash, splash, like footsteps. Lin Jiang struggled to lift his head and look. A graceful figure in dark purple armor appeared, walking across the lake's surface step by step toward him. This figure had dark purple skin, perfect features, pointed ears, and a flawless physique clearly not human. Interesting, a mere rare-grade human actually managed to withstand my casual strike. The dark purple figure slowly approached Lin Jiang, tilting her head slightly to examine him. Her expression showed arrogance and indifference as she studied the dying human at her feet with mild curiosity. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes narrowed, as if she had spotted something significant. The arrogance on her face instantly vanished, replaced by a cold, serious expression. I see. No wonder you could block my attack. She actually chose you. These words left Lin Jiang completely bewildered. Looking up at the towering figure before him, he asked with difficulty, "Well, what? What do you mean I see? What do you mean no wonder you could block my attack? What do you mean she actually chose you?" Lin Jiang understood none of it and was utterly confused. The graceful figure seemed to notice his confusion and raised her hand, gently waving it in front of her. Tiny purple lights appeared and scattered onto Lin Jiang. This is... Lin Jiang was amazed to feel a warm current flowing through his body, reaching every injured part. Within seconds, all his wounds had completely healed. He transformed from being on death's door to feeling vigorous and alive. Though Lin Jiang couldn't understand why she had attacked him only to heal him now, he figured he probably wouldn't die after all. Such a powerful being, one whose information even the system couldn't analyze, surely wouldn't bother toying with an insignificant ant like him, right? He had just tried to examine the graceful figure's information, but couldn't see anything. He didn't dare look too closely after that. Once his injuries and negative effects were completely removed, Lin Jiang timidly stood up. With a fawning smile and servile bows, he said, "Noble fairy, may I ask if there's something you need?" Without waiting for her response, he continued his flattery. "Someone as stunning, beautiful, and absolutely captivating as yourself surely wouldn't harm an ordinary person like me, right?" He had no choice. She was far too powerful, beyond his ability to comprehend. For now, he had to humble himself, submit to her, and focus on staying alive. Lin Jiang's string of compliments wasn't entirely without effect. The corner of the dark purple figure's mouth curved up slightly before immediately returning to its original state. "You're quite an interesting fellow. TSK. I wonder what she saw in you, being so afraid of death." Being insulted like that, it was impossible not to feel angry. Lin Jiang forced a smile, his temple twitching slightly. The saying goes, don't hit a smiling face. But this unknown being clearly didn't follow conventional wisdom. The flash of disdain in her eyes made him feel like he had thorns on his back. But even with all the frustration in his heart, what could he do? He had endured all the oppression back on Blue Star. So this little humiliation was nothing compared to that. Staying alive was the prerequisite for everything. "You jest, fairy. This is my reverence for life, my fear of death, my admiration for you." His skin was thick as leather, maintaining his fawning smile. The graceful figure paused slightly at his words, the disdain in her eyes slowly fading as she looked at him deeply. "Perhaps I misjudged you. Fine, enough chatter. I injured you just now, and since you're the one she chose, I should compensate you accordingly." With a wave of her slender hand, two dark purple orbs of light appeared out of thin air, seemingly containing something within. Lin Jiang was stunned on the spot. There was actually compensation? This beating was worth it. He immediately smiled and thanked her, naturally gathering the orbs into his arms as if afraid someone might snatch them away. The graceful figures I twitched we on earth, had she chosen this person? After sighing inwardly, she waved her sleeve dismissively. "There, compensation given. You may leave now." Yes. Lin Jiang responded enthusiastically and took off running, afraid the benefits might be taken back. After running dozens of steps, he shamelessly backed up again, asking with a fawning smile, "Fairy, the trees here. Can I cut them down?" "Do as you please." After a moment of speechlessness, she gave her indifferent permission, then walked across the lake, her figure quickly disappearing at the water's edge. Only after her silhouette completely vanished did Lin Jiang let out a long breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Phew, surviving great danger brings great fortune. Looking around the lakeside, he discovered a ring of what appeared to be excellent grade trees surrounding the area. It would be a shame to abandon them, wouldn't it? Fortunately, that being didn't care about them at all. He first suppressed his urge to examine the orbs and quickly ran toward Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Fat Tiger, who had been sent flying. The three unfortunate creatures were disheveled and twitching, still affected by the aftershocks. Lin Jiang carefully examined them, and, confirming they weren't seriously hurt, finally felt relieved. Then he held up the two dark purple orbs, studying them for a long time. With no instructions for use, he could only rely on instinct. Gritting his teeth, he crushed them forcefully. Crack! Light fragments scattered everywhere, and two items materialized before him. One scroll was particularly eye-catching. Dark Elf Druid Class Scroll. Quality. Description: can change to corresponding class upon use. Survivor's current class detected as Lumberjack. Minimum requirements for becoming a druid have been met. Usable. However, this class's energy is too intense. Recommend survivor reach perfect tier limit before use. Holy crap! Lin Jiang was completely dumbfounded, though his heart was pounding wildly. At the same time, he felt incredibly excited and thrilled. Being a lowly lumberjack had always been his greatest weakness. This humble status felt like a boulder lodged in his chest, suffocating Lin Jiang. Just days ago, he had been racking his brains over how to secure a path to promotion to a mid-tier or even high-tier profession. But who could have imagined that this seemingly insurmountable obstacle would be kicked aside so suddenly? The unexpected fortune nearly knocked him senseless. This is absolutely insane, guys. Lin Jiang clutched the freshly acquired profession scroll, practically vibrating with excitement. He threw his head back and shouted at the clear sky. Thank you for this gift, fairy sister. From now on, you're my goddess, my faith. Whether she could hear or see him didn't matter one bit. His expression had to be perfect, his voice loud enough, and the ritual complete. Of course, he suspected this had all been orchestrated by some higher power. The graceful figure's mention of she and being chosen had already given him hints. But he didn't mind at all. Being used means I still have value. Call it exploitation if you want, but I prefer to think of it as investment. Taking benefits meant owing favors. That was Lin Jiang's philosophy. With this thought, he felt even more determined. A profession scroll of unknown quality had illuminated his path forward, and his future was destined to be brilliant. His instincts told him this was likely something that transcended even high-tier professions. As for whether what lay behind the scroll was opportunity or danger, he couldn't care less. Accept the Lord's salary, share the Lord's worries. Lin Jiang smiled softly, pushing aside his jumbled thoughts as his gaze shifted to the second item quietly materializing beside the scroll. Meanwhile, on a solitary island in the center of the lake, mist swirled around the crystal-clear waters as a dark purple figure stood silently before an enormous tree. She reached out to touch a circular mirror floating in midair, which reflected Lin Jiang's wildly excited expression. You're my goddess, my faith. The young man's exaggerated declaration made the corners of the dark purple figure's lips curve upward slightly. She knew perfectly well, despite how unreliable that human boy seemed now, and how pitifully weak he was, the essence of that axe he carried was anything but simple. Once the scroll's power truly awakened, his lineage would become the same as hers, his body housing both creative and destructive forces. That meant immeasurable potential. I hope you'll still consider me your goddess and faith in the future, she murmured to herself with a playful smile. Imagining how embarrassed Lin Jiang would be when he remembered this dramatic oath at their next meeting filled her with amusement. Lin Jiang remained blissfully unaware of this, his burning gaze fixed on the longbow slowly rotating in the void before him. Destruction Bow of the Dark Elf. Rank: unique, unsealed. Quality: soulbound, none. Only those recognized by the Tree of Life may complete binding, otherwise unusable. Attribute bonus. Special effect generated after binding. Durability generated after binding. Description: this is a bow of the Dark Elves imbued with destructive power, originally wielded by the Dark Elf goddess, Tivian. How it came to be in your possession is now beyond investigation. Lin Jiang held his breath, reading every word carefully, his heart pounding like thunder. Unique, destruction, a Dark Elf goddess's weapon. Any one of these terms was enough to set his blood racing. After a long moment, he finally snapped out of his shock, gripping both the scroll and the bow's handle with white knuckles, his voice cracking as it shot up an octave. What the hell? Are you kidding me right now? I thought the profession scroll from earlier was already incredible enough, but what came next was even more mind-blowing. Alright, I admit I was being shallow, but the thing is, I can't even use this stuff. To be honest, he was both shocked and speechless. The destruction bow of the Dark Elf, in Lin Jiang's hands, showed nothing but question marks on its status panel. Even the system couldn't read its quality, yet the usage requirements were crystal clear. Only those recognized by the Tree of Life could wield it. The problem was, he had no idea what the Tree of Life even looked like, let alone how to gain its recognition. What was he supposed to do? Conjure up permission from thin air? Even so, he couldn't bear to give up what seemed to be a legendary gold-tier treasure. Throw it away? Absolutely not. Even if he couldn't use it, he'd keep it safe. So he took a deep breath and began attempting soul binding. After all, trying didn't cost anything. What if it actually worked? Come on, bind, he whispered. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the incredible axe in his backpack suddenly hummed and flew out. Its blade glowed with emerald light as its outline visibly stretched and straightened, quickly transforming from axe to spear, its sharp tip gleaming with cold light. Could this be its true form? While Lin Jiang stood there stunned, the bow of the dark elf suddenly burst with dark purple radiance, its glow intertwining with the emerald spear's light. The twin beams were so intense that he instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes. At the same time, searing pain shot through both his hands like being burned and carved by a blade simultaneously. The pain lasted only a split second. When he opened his eyes, both the floating spear and bow had vanished. In the vast clearing, only his silly dog and dumb tiger lay snoring on the ground. Not a trace of the divine weapons remained. No way. Where's my spear? Where's my destruction bow of the dark elf? Lin Jiang went frantic, wanting nothing more than to kick his two pets to vent his frustration. Just then, his left hand felt a cool sensation as powerful life force surged through it, and an emerald spear mark quietly appeared. His right hand burned like fire, accompanied by a terrifying aura of destruction as a dark purple bow mark was branded onto it. As if guided by some mysterious voice, he tried calling out with his mind. Whoosh! His left hand glowed briefly, and a 3-meter-long emerald spear covered in vine patterns materialized in his grasp. Immediately after, dark purple light flashed from his right hand as a deep purple bow taller than himself appeared in his other hand. Lin Jiang froze for a moment. Then his eyes lit up like light bulbs, nearly howling with excitement. The destruction bow of the dark elf, in his right hand, had undergone adaptive transformation and completed soul binding with him. The weapon in his left hand was the true form of that incredible axe, the creation spear of the Tree of Life. Perhaps this was its original appearance all along. Both weapons had completed their soul binding process. Now, only Lin Jiang could wield them, and they felt far more responsive than before. They seemed to possess true consciousness, automatically adapting to Lin Jiang's combat style after binding and making subtle adjustments. The occasional emotional fluctuations he sensed from them felt both strange and fascinating. Naturally, both weapon stats had been refreshed as well. 1. Destruction Bow of the Dark Elves. Unique, unsealed. Quality, rare upgrades with wielder's level. Soul binding, complete, with various hidden effects. Attribute bonuses, Constitution 10, Intelligence 10, Health 3000, Mana 3000, Charisma 1, Luck 1. Special effect, automatically absorbs surrounding mana when drawn to form magical arrows infused with destructive power. Deals double damage as true damage that ignores all defenses and shields. Durability, infinite. Description, this dark elf longbow imbued with destructive power once belonged to Taiwan, goddess of the dark elves, and now belongs to you. Though you can only unleash less than 1/10th of its true power, it has still acknowledged you truly remarkable. Just looking at the attribute bonuses left Lin Jiang stunned. As rare grade weapons went, Destruction Bow of the Dark Elves far surpassed the Mithril Adamantine Bow. In terms of enhancement magnitude, even perfect grade equipment would struggle to match it, not to mention the additional 1 to Charisma and Luck. The special effect that ignores all defenses and shields for direct double true damage was absolutely ridiculous. Lin Jiang could only marvel inwardly. Holy shit. He took a deep breath and focused his mind. The dark purple longbow transformed into a streak of violet light and vanished instantly, leaving only a dark purple bow-shaped mark on the back of his right hand that occasionally flickered with faint light. Next, Lin Jiang examined the spear in his left hand. 2. Creation Spear of the World Tree. Unique, unsealed. Quality, rare also upgrades with wielder's level. Soul binding, complete, with various hidden effects. Attribute bonuses, Constitution 10, Intelligence 10, Health 3000, Mana 3000, Charisma 1, Luck 1. Special effect, Blessing of the World Tree grants a shield equal to your maximum health that can absorb physical, magical, mental, and all other forms of attack, with double defensive power. Durability, infinite. Description, this spear was formed from the main trunk of the World Tree and contains the power of creation. As for why it ended up in your hands, I can't say for certain. Fine, I admit I misjudged. This isn't an axe formed by rules, but something from an even higher plane of existence. The spear measured a full 3 meters long. With a casual swing from Lin Jiang, the air itself tore into visible ripples, and a single strike cleared a vast area of space, making him fantasize about future scenes of mowing down enemies like grass. Damn, this is... Lin Jiang was so excited he didn't know what to say. With 2 divine artifacts in his possession, Lin Jiang was honestly feeling a bit carried away. Destruction the Bow of the Dark Elves focused on offense, while Creation the Spear of the Mother Tree of Life specialized in defense. 1 for attack, 1 for defense, a perfect combination. When both destruction and creation were held in one person's hands, he could practically call himself invincible. Can't get cocky, can't get cocky. With a thought, he recalled the spear back into the emerald mark on the back of his left hand, then shook his head and rubbed his face. forcibly grounding his soaring confidence. Just as he was working to calm himself down, Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Fat Tiger at his feet began to wake up one after another. The three contracted beasts shook their heads, clearing away the dizziness, and were still rubbing their aching limbs as they struggled to their feet. Roar? A-woo? A-woo-woo. Fat Tiger let out a low growl, his eyes full of confusion. How did he end up lying on the ground the moment he opened his eyes? And why did his body hurt so much? Big Wolf and Second Wolf also lifted their heads and howled, scratching their heads and looking at each other, their little heads topped with big question marks. Seeing that the silly dogs and dumb tiger were perfectly fine, Lin Jiang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. They had it easy, just to blink, and they'd made it through. He was the only one who had truly taken the full brunt of the dark elf goddess Tivian's strike and had nearly been killed instantly. Why had he been able to withstand it? Lin Jiang vaguely understood. It must have been creation, the spear of the mother tree of life, that had protected his life. Tivian had obviously recognized the true nature of that incredible axe, which was why she had healed his injuries and provided additional compensation. A blessing in disguise that beating hadn't been for nothing. Indeed, what doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. With both divine artifacts, his overall strength had surged dramatically. The further he progressed, the clearer it became. While basic attributes were important, what truly created the gap were the hidden attributes. Even more precious was that both creation and destruction artifacts could boost charisma and luck. Now that these two stats had reached 3 points for the first time, he couldn't detect any obvious changes. Perhaps his abilities weren't refined enough yet. Lost in thought, Fat Tiger stared at him and muttered, "Roar, does the boss seem more approachable somehow?" Big Wolf and Second Wolf also turned their heads. "Oh, whoa. Indeed, the master's aura feels so comfortable." The three creatures surrounded him, taking turns growling and howling like they were playing cards, nodding from time to time. Through the contract's bond, Lin Jiang caught the gist of their conversation and thought, is this the effect of 3 charisma? Do I look devastatingly handsome to others now? But relying on looks isn't reliable. Strength is still the most dependable thing. Shaking off these stray thoughts, he walked to the lakeside to continue chopping trees, but his movements suddenly froze. Wait. The axe was gone. What now? Maybe he could try using creation, the spear of the mother tree of life? Since it was also made from the mother tree's trunk, its tree-cutting effectiveness shouldn't be too different, right? Steeling himself, he summoned the phantom from the back of his left hand. With a flash of emerald light, the 3-meter spear materialized in his palm. Gripping the spear shaft and aiming at the tree before him, Lin Jiang gritted his teeth and swung creation, the spear of the mother tree of life, in reverse. Instantly, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.